traveling through the world of One Piece, waiting a year to finally get a golden finger? This system is too much of a scam. Jing lay on a lounge chair, looking at the light screen in front of him, and sighed. It's been a year. When can I find someone? The light screen displayed a single message. Please wait. Searching. Jing, big brother, come out and help. A voice shouted from outside. Jing ran out to see Zoro carrying several little kids who were lifting buckets full of fish. This kid is only 8 years old, yet he can carry a big bucket in each hand. His strength is impressive. After they finished, Jing called out, Zoro, come early for dinner. Zoro waved his hand without turning around. Got it. You say that every day. Is it annoying? Jing rolled his eyes. Let's be honest. This kid is definitely going to be late. He had traveled to Shimokazaki village a year and a half ago, saved by Zoro. The villagers thought he had amnesia because he looked just like the original owner, so they handed over the restaurant and tavern to him. 3 months ago, the villagers urged him every day to open the tavern. Without it, half of their leisure activities were gone, and life became unbearable. Jing agreed, using the recipes he learned in his previous life, and opened the restaurant. He provided a big dinner every evening, directly winning over Zoro and the others as his errand boys, with the price being a delicious meal every day. Lying back on the chair, Jing felt emo traveled to this broken place wanting to train and get stronger, but he ended up with a heavenly cow and horse sacred body, which was completely useless for practice. Suddenly, a sound rang in his mind. Detected that the host has already opened a store. The multiverse trading system is officially activated. Jing's eyes lit up finally. The golden finger has arrived. After studying it for a long time, his face felt the system is a huge scam. You need treasure points to search for customers from other worlds. A world token costs 10,000 points, and a customer token costs 1,000 points. The worst part is, whoever picks up the customer token can only trade with them. If they refuse, this world becomes useless, and you'd have to buy it again. Moreover, only trading with a customer token counts. Anything else is futile. Jing was frantically complaining in his heart. The absurdity was off the charts. This is a vicious cycle, right? Fortunately, the system gave him a crossover gift. Language proficiency. Otherwise, how could he trade with countless worlds and a world token? With the system activated, which world would be the first? Who would pick up the customer token? Can Jing survive in the world of One Piece using this broken system? The light screens searching suddenly flickered, and the progress bar started moving. Multiverse trading system host, Jing. Store level, 0. Cultivation level, none. Even calling it a rookie is flattering. Treasure points, 0 berries. 142093. Anchored world, none. Customer, none. Malfunction, item evaluation. World token, 1 can receive 1 for free each year. Products, various fish and meat, 1 treasure point for 10 kilograms. Vegetables, 1 treasure point for 50 kilograms. Fruits, 1 treasure point for 50 kilograms. Alcohol, 1 treasure point for 30 kilograms. The system panel was exceedingly simple. Jing looked at the cultivation level section, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The system also had 3 functions: learning secret arts with treasure points, being invincible in the store while being a small fry outside, where even 10-year-old kids in the village could beat him, and scanning items for evaluation, with the system advising him not to be too greedy and to be honest. Jing evaluated the food in the store and found that the ingredients in the One Piece world contained special substances that could enhance physical fitness. He was furious. After eating for a year, why was it no effect? He questioned the system, but it feigned ignorance. He washed his face, silently reciting Ba, Wuyong, Tianun, Imin, and clicked to start searching. The radar scanning image on the light screen showed no movement after 2 hours. The system said, there are countless worlds in chaos, and searching is all about luck. Jing felt that this was a subtle insult, but he had no evidence. Throughout this year, he hardly left the store. All procurement was done via delivery, and fresh fish was sent by Zoro and the little kids. After the system activated, his heavenly cow and horse sacred body seemed to loosen up, his body became stronger, and he even developed 6-pack abs. He sparred with Zoro's little sidekick and surprisingly ended up even. Just as he was about to follow Saitama's training method, a sound rang in his mind. Detected a small 1,000 worlds. Choose observer mode or deploy customer token. Observer mode. Jing was delighted, could see the world from a god's perspective. Awesome. The scene in front of him flashed. First, there was a person in a red robe with long hair, sewing something in a pavilion, facing away, so he couldn't see clearly. Then a group of big monks practicing martial arts, with a nearby building labeled Scripture Pavilion. Next was a square where a group of Taoists practiced Tai Chi, with a sign above reading Purple Cloud Hall. Then it shifted to an underground prison, with the word Star Great in a corner of an iron cage. Finally, he arrived in Ancestral Hall, where the spirit tablet bore the prefix Huashan sect. The scene disappeared, and the system panel's anchored world changed to the smiling, proud wanderer. Yun Jing prayed, "Old you have to agree to the trade, otherwise I'm done for. There's a customer requesting to come in. Do you agree?" Yun Jing realized this wasn't a trading place and hurriedly ran to the trading room he had prepared in the backyard. In the ancestral hall, Yu Buchuan was worshipping the ancestors of the Huashan sect today. He suddenly wanted to express a few words to the ancestors instead of just finishing the incense and leaving like usual. Can Yun Jing successfully trade with Yu Buchuan? What will he use to exchange for treasure points? If Yu Buchuan knew he could exchange for secret arts, would he be tempted? In the trading room, Yun Jing took a deep breath and clicked agree. Yu Buchuan knelt on the mat, reciting to the spirit tablet, "Respected ancestors, I have served as the leader for over 20 years, working hard to promote Huashan, yet the sect remains in a state of decline, and Ling Hu Chang's temperament is unstable. If you have spirits in heaven, please give me some guidance." After bowing, he turned around and suddenly noticed a token in front of his master's spirit tablet, neither gold, nor jade, nor wood, with a merchant character on the front and trade on the back, covered in mysterious cloud patterns. "Congratulations on being favored by the multiverse trading mall. This token is the key to entry, allowing you to trade for power, lifespan, authority. Do you wish to enter?" A voice echoed in his mind. Yu Buchan's eyes lit a power. With unmatched power, being the world's #1 would be easy, and promoting Huashan would be a piece of cake. This must be the guidance of the ancestors. He bowed several more times and decisively chose yes, waiting for the store owner's consent. In the next second, a light gate appeared before him, and Yu Buchuan rushed in, fearing that if he hesitated, the door would disappear. Passing through the light gate, he entered the chaotic space, where a magnificent palace stood ahead, surrounded by golden lotus flowers dissipating. On either side of the palace's grand entrance, it was inscribed, "All beings and races are guests. All living paths can be traded." The horizontal inscription read "Merchant." As soon as Yu Buchuan stepped into the hall, he was captivated by a force, forcing him to lower his head and walk to the central table. On the other side, Yun Jing clicked agree, and the scene in front of him transformed from the prepared trading room into a grand hall adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, dressed in ethereal white robes, with tables covered in rare treasures. He cursed inwardly, "System, you scammed me. If I had known there would be this grand setup, I wouldn't have bothered cleaning that shabby place. I look like a fool." There was movement at the door. A customer had arrived. This person walked in with their head down, approaching the table without saying a word. Yun Jing broke the awkward silence. "Welcome to the multiverse trading mall." Yu Buchuan felt a lightness all over. The pressure vanished, and he finally raised his head across from him. The man in white had a face obscured by mist, his voice unfathomable, and the surroundings were blurred. Is this person really Yu Buchuan? What would he use in exchange for power? Would the fish and wine from Yun Jing catch Yu Buchan's eye? Yu Buchuan took a deep breath and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Yu Buchuan of Mount Hua. May I ask the shopkeeper, can one truly trade for unparalleled martial arts here?" Upon entering the trading mall, Yu Buchuan understood this was not guidance from his ancestor, but clearly a chance encounter. If his ancestor had such abilities, Mount Hua would have long unified the martial world, and there would be no sword energy disputes, nor would they have lost the position of the Five Mountains Alliance leader. "I have met the shopkeeper." Yu Buchuan cautiously saluted, his five willow-like beard and face like jade, exuding righteousness, just as described in the books. Yun Jing stared at him. No fake beard. It seems he hasn't obtained the evil-repelling sword manual, yet the plot is probably just beginning. "You are Yu Buchuan?" Yu Buchuan was startled. "How did the immortal know my name?" He quickly replied, "Indeed, I am. Have you obtained the evil-repelling sword manual?" Yun Jing struck at the core issue. Yu Buchuan was stunned. "I have not. However, the Qingcheng sect is secretly practicing the evil-repelling sword technique. I suspect they are planning to take action against the Lin family and have sent disciples to Fuzhou." He hurriedly expressed his loyalty. "If the immortal has any needs, I will certainly take care of it." Yun Jing nodded. "Let's begin the transaction." Yu Buchuan quickly said, "The shopkeeper can take whatever he likes. Although Mount Hua has fallen, we still have some items. Just casually bestow some immortal objects." He was calculating, well, Mount Hua is currently impoverished. If you take things away and then bestow some immortal goods, it would be a sure profit. Yun Jing rolled his eyes internally and asked the system, "Didn't you instill the trading rules to him?" "System, after searching for so long, a customer finally came, and I got so excited that I forgot." Yun Jing was speechless and said to Yu Buchuan, "Take out the customer token, I'll pass you some things." Yu Buchuan presented the token with both hands. Yun Jing waved, and the token flew up, A beam of light shooting toward his forehead. Rules of the trading mall instantly surged into his mind. While Yu Buchuan digested the rules, Yun Jing transformed the token into a ring, muttering to himself. In this mall, invincibility seems to have upgraded to a limited omnipotence. As long as one doesn't exploit it, it's fine to show off a bit. Put the ring away, you'll rely on it to come and go in the future. Yu Buchuan placed it on his thumb, and the ring instantly adjusted to fit and became invisible. He could not touch it but knew it was there. Shopkeeper, besides martial arts techniques, what else can I trade? Yu Buchuan was troubled, couldn't sell the sect's secret manual, nor could he trade his power or lifespan, and couldn't think of anything valuable. Yun Jing replied nonchalantly, "You're the first to enter the mall. There are many worlds like yours in the multiverse. If others sell their techniques, yours will lose value." Yu Buchan's heart tightened, gritting his teeth, thinking, "For Mount Hua, I will fight for it. Shopkeeper, please see what I have on me that can be sold." Yun Jing operated a few commands, and a light screen appeared, listing 100 points of luck, 100 treasure points, 40 years of Zixia internal energy, 40 treasure points one time, martial arts experience, 10 treasure points, Zixia divine skill, 10 treasure points, Hunyuan skill, 5 treasure points. There were dozens of items, the majority being Mount Hua's martial arts. Would Yu Buchuan sell the Zixia divine skill? Would he be willing to exchange luck for treasure points? If Yun Jing traded these martial arts for ingredients from the One Piece world, would Yu Buchuan agree? Yu Buchuan stared at the light screen, his finger hovering over the words Zixia divine skill, his expression torn. Yu Buchuan focused on the 100 points of luck, looking puzzled. Yun Jing explained, "You can think of it as fate with high luck. You might stumble upon a manual when venturing out or entering a cave with low luck. You might go into a demonic state while practicing. But encountering my mall, your fate has changed. As long as you have treasure points, it's fine." Yu Buchan's heart sank. So, I might be the opposite of the special favor from the heavens? No wonder Mount Hua has been struggling. Shopkeeper, may I see the mall's list? Yun Jing opened the list. A piece of information costs 10 treasure points, fish 1 treasure point for 10 kilograms, meat 1 treasure point for 10 kilograms, fruits and vegetables 1 treasure point for 50 kilograms, wine 1 treasure point for 30 kilograms. Yu Buchuan frowned. 10 pounds of meat for a manual? That's too expensive. Yun Jing smiled. Don't underestimate these ingredients. Eating them long-term can enhance physical fitness. The effect is not inferior to your secret medicines. Some people have relied on eating this meat to train to the point of using mountains as punching bags, striking 10 at once. Yu Buchan's eyes lit up instantly. Wealth in literature, strength in martial arts. How can one cultivate internal energy without a good body? Forget about 10 mountains. If he could strike even half a mountain, he would be invincible in the world. What is this information? If you buy it, I will tell you things related to you. Yu Buchuan gritted his teeth. Aside from luck and internal energy, I will sell everything else. Instantly, 78 treasure points were credited to his account, and he first spent 10 points to buy information. Yun Jing leisurely said, "There's treasure within the walls of the Thought Reflection Cliff near the Zhongnan Mountain. There's a pool leading to an underground chamber with the 9 manual. The evil repelling sword manual is in the Lin family's old residence's Buddhist hall, guided by a statue." He looked at Yu Buchuan meaningfully and added, "The treasure of Emperor Liang is located in the Tianning Temple of Jingzhou, but it is toxic outside the city of Xiangyang. There's a canyon with a Poseidon snake whose gallbladder increases power on the cliff of Mount Ozil. There is the inheritance of Dugu Qiubai." Yu Buchan's heart trembled. This is too valuable. The 9 manual is a supreme skill from hundreds of years ago, and the evil repelling sword manual and Dugu Qiubai's inheritance. This 10 points was a blood profit. He also calculated the food consumption of the Mount Hua disciples and bought 3 days' worth of food, spending 33 treasure points. Looking at the 4 baskets of goods, Yu Buchuan was troubled, couldn't carry it all. Yun Jing said, "The ring has a cubic space to store items. You can retrieve them using internal energy. If you want to expand it, it's 1 treasure point for an additional cubic meter." Yu Buchuan tried to store and retrieve the items, playing with it delightfully, and said embarrassedly, "I've never seen such a method before. Forgive my ignorance." Would Yu Buchuan go for the evil repelling sword manual first? Could he successfully obtain the 9 manual? With the ingredient from them all, could the disciples of Mount Hua become powerful men? Yu Buchuan bowed to Yun Jing. "Thank you, shopkeeper. I will take my leave now and will trouble you again in the future." He had already planned in his heart first to the Thought Reflection Cliff, then to Zhongnan Mountain. He must not miss a single one. After Yu Buchuan left, Yun Jing waved his hand outwardly, saying it was no trouble, while internally he was frantically complaining. "I've never seen such a method either. I want to try it too. Hurry up and leave. There's no extra food in the shop for you." Once Yu Buchuan left, Yun Jing let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with this cunning fellow was too tense. Just as he relaxed, the system prompted, "Congratulations on completing the novice task. Rewards issued." The hall suddenly transformed. A corridor appeared on the left, and on the right, an ancient alchemy furnace 2 meters high emerged. After understanding everything, Yun Jing was delighted the reward was an automatic alchemy furnace, a training room, and a martial arts instrument, all of which could upgrade with the shop's level, currently only accessible to him, while the training room could be open to customers in the future. Automatic alchemy furnace. It can automatically refine pills as long as there are formulas and materials, yielding top-grade pills. It comes with a formula for body-refining pills, which can be refined using meat from the One Piece world, with different effects based on weight. Training room. It can set the most suitable training environment, and spending treasure points can accelerate the process up to 10 times the speed. Customers can enter for 1 hour daily, while he has no time limit. Cultivation device. It can optimize cultivation techniques and integrate the advantages of various methods. Without saying a word, Yin Jing optimized and merged all of Yu Buchan's cultivation techniques, creating the innate transformation technique, which integrates chi training, body forging, swordsmanship, and lightness skills. To speak of the optimized Isha Divine skill previously, Yu Buchuan absorbed 10 strands of purple energy daily, refining 3 to 4 strands now. He can absorb 20 strands and refine 8 strands, increasing efficiency more than threefold. It's worth noting that Yu Buchuan spent over 20 years reaching the 6th level, already a top expert, making this optimization simply incredible. After organizing everything, he listed 2 books, Zixia Secret Classics, 40 treasure points, Qianfeng Sword Technique, 15 treasure points. The system also opened up cultivation levels and combat power levels, leaving Yun Jing confused. Why are there 2? The system explained, there is a significant gap in martial power among mortals within the same level. Some can destroy nations while others can only fight a few people. Cultivation level, mortal level, body forging acquired, purity innate, transcendence master. Each level is divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Combat power level, person, village, town, city, nation, star, corresponding to 2, each level also divided into 4 stages, applicable only to mortal level. When asked if there is something beyond mortal level, the system only said, "You will know when the time comes." Yun Jing didn't want to dwell on it, walked to the alchemy furnace, and threw in over 100 pounds of meat. Anymore wouldn't be enough for the restaurant later. He was a bit troubled. Continuing the restaurant seemed inappropriate, but shutting it down would disappoint the neighbors. When he crossed over, everyone took good care of him and was friendly, plus he needed to buy meat with Bailey. It seems I need to recruit some help. The operation screen of the alchemy furnace lit up. Refining recipe, body forging pill, refining product levels, body nourishing level, body quenching level, body forging level. Remarks: a maximum of 3 pills can be consumed daily at each level, except for those with special physiques. How powerful is this body forging pill? Can Yun Jing break the limit of the innate cow and horse sacred body by consuming it? If Zoro consumes this pill, will he be stronger than in the original story? Yun Jing pressed the refine button, and the alchemy furnace began to hum, with red light growing brighter. He casually listed the 9 remaining items, each priced at 5 treasure points. After leaving them all, Yu Buchuan went straight back to the Huashan sect's ancestral hall, bowed to the ancestors, and then left. He first walked to the library, packed all the unsold martial arts manuals, and then took a basket of fish and meat to the kitchen, asking the cook to stew it for lunch. After making arrangements, he prepared to head to the cliff of reflection. On the way, he ran into Ning Zhongze, who was looking for him. Ning Zhongze stopped Yu Buchuan and said, "Senior brother, we need to arrange for Ling Shan and the others to go down the mountain today. They are currently waiting in the Zhengqi Hall. Do you want to tell them anything?" It was then that Yu Buchuan remembered that today was the day he arranged for Lao Dinua and Yu Ling Shan to go to Fuzhou. Lu Zhengfeng from the Hengshan sect had sent an invitation after the new year for the Huashan sect to attend the ceremony. Originally, only his junior brother Ling Huchong, as the senior brother, was needed to go, and he intended to send Lao Dinua and his daughter ahead to Fuzhou to observe the entanglement between the Qingchang sect and the Fui escort. Learning some experiences about the Jianghu, he and his junior sister would then secretly protect them to prevent any mistakes from happening due to the lack of Jianghu experience of these precious juniors, and later go to Lu Zhang's place to gain some prestige. However, he now had different thoughts. He wanted to take the initiative to obtain the evil-repelling sword manual first, and if necessary, he could later accept Lin Pingji as a disciple as compensation. With his current opportunities, the Huashan sect would surely unify the Jianghu, and the Lin family would be lucky to gain entry with a single volume of the sword manual. But everything had to wait until he retrieved the treasures from the cliff of reflection. So Yu Buqian replied, "Junior sister, you can go. Just remind them to be careful when they are outside and prioritize their safety. After all, the outside world is not like the Huashan territory, where we can protect them." After saying this, Yu Buqian hurriedly left. Ning Zhongzi watched Yu Buqian, and after 20 years of being together, she keenly noticed that her senior brother seemed to have changed. He appeared to be clearer and less profound than before. It was a good thing, after all. For over 20 years, her senior brother had been working hard to strengthen the Huashan sect, and just watching him carry such a heavy burden made her feel heartbroken. Regardless of Ning Zhongzi's thoughts, Yu Buqian focused his inner strength and quickly made his way to the cliff of reflection, lit a torch, and entered the cave. He then tapped the walls with his sword, eventually discovering a hidden cave. Directly channeling his inner strength, he struck the rock wall, breaking it open to reveal a cave. He continued to circulate his inner strength, creating a gust of wind to fill the cave with air, and after a moment, he raised the torch and entered. Feng Qingyang, who was nearby, heard the commotion and quietly approached. Sensing Yu Buqian's presence, he chose not to reveal himself. After entering the cave, Yu Buqian looked at the scattered skeletons and weapons by the entrance, and thought that the sect's records must refer to the elders who perished in the cave during the battle between good and evil. He sighed and continued to explore the cave. Then Yu Buqian discovered sword techniques inscribed on the walls, where the evil sect's elder had carved all the sword techniques and counter techniques of the 5 mountain sword sects before dying. After reading through them, he felt breathless, as if he could see himself dominating the 5 mountains sword sect. He shook his head abruptly, realizing his vision was too small. The unification of the Jianghu was his true goal. Staring at the wall full of techniques, he felt somewhat dazed, wondering when he would be able to transcribe or memorize them all. Yu Buqian thought perhaps the shopkeeper would have a solution, so he directly called forth the light gate to enter the mall. Upon arriving at the mall, he saw Yun Jing standing to the side and approached to greet him, saying, "Greetings, shopkeeper." From his expression, it seemed he hadn't noticed the alchemy furnace. At that moment, Yun Jing had just put the body-nurturing pill on the shelf. As he found the name body-refining pill unsatisfactory and simply used the grade of the body-refining pill as the name for listing. Yun Jing nodded after seeing Yu Buqian and said, "You have arrived." Yu Buqian replied directly, "Shopkeeper, I have found the secret manual in the Cliff of Reflection. However, the manual is engraved on the stone wall and contains a lot of content. Whether copying or memorizing it will take too long, and I am afraid it will delay your important matters. So I came to see if you have any methods to quickly obtain these secret manuals." Yun Jing couldn't be bothered with Yu Buqian's little schemes and directly modified Yu Buqian's ring, adding a scanning function. Yu Buqian, having achieved his goal, said, "Junior will go fetch the secret manuals for the shopkeeper now." Even Yun Jing had to admire Yu Buqian's conduct, which truly had the air of a gentleman. Outside, Feng Qingyang, who was hiding nearby, noticed that Yu Buqian's aura had suddenly disappeared and thought something had happened. Just as he was about to investigate, he suddenly felt the aura reappear and quickly retreated, though he was quite puzzled. Yu Buqian returned to the outside world and immediately pointed the ring at the wall as Yun Jing instructed. The ring emitted a beam of light that swept from left to right. Yu Buqian found it incredibly magical, yet felt it was quite normal. Wasn't it something from immortal? Before long, all the sword techniques and moves in the cave were recorded. Yu Buqian thought for a moment and then searched the body of the 10th elder of the demon sect to see if he could find any secret manuals. But the 10 elders had come for an attack and had nothing but weapons. Yu Buqian had no choice but to put away the weapons, thinking that perhaps he could sell some treasures to the shopkeeper. Once again entering the mall, Yu Buqian found Yun Jing and said, "Trouble the shopkeeper to sell all these secret manuals and weapons I have on me." Saying this, he took out a large bundle of secret manuals and weapons from a space in the ring. Yun Jing scanned and identified, listing a total of 437 treasure points. After the transaction, Yu Buqian was ready to leave. But Yun Jing called him back to show him the newly added list and explain the functions of the various items on it. Upon learning about the effects of the Zixia secret manual and the Qianfeng sword technique, Yu Buqian immediately purchased them without hesitation and also bought 9 essence nourishing pills, adding 5 treasure points to Yun Jing's account. Unfortunately, the timing was not right. Otherwise, Yu Buqian would have liked to experience the wonders of the training room. Before leaving, Yun Jing informed Yu Buqian that he would not be in the mall every day, but he would occasionally list items on the inventory. If Yu Buqian wanted to make a purchase, he could directly use the ring to call up the list within the mall. The purchased items would appear directly in the space of the ring. The use of the training room required a special sensing device, which would deduct treasure points based on operations once someone entered. As for selling items, it could only be handled in person by Yunjing. Hearing this, Yu Buchuan felt relieved. Although he appeared calm in front of Yunjing, he was actually quite anxious. He was very happy to learn that he could directly operate the ring for purchases. After Yu Buchuan left, Yunjing processed all the martial arts techniques and upgraded the innate creation technique he intended to cultivate. Then, he listed some suitable martial arts techniques. Checking the time, it was still early, and there was some time before the restaurant opened. He decided to practice a bit first, knowing that Yu Buchuan would come back to deliver more techniques. So, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. It was the right time to practice now, since Yu Buchuan likely wouldn't have any new techniques to bring in the short term. Yunjing went directly to the training room, and the system prompted the host whether to use the free training time. Yunjing was shocked and asked, "Can I use it all the time?" The system replied, "Yes, but it didn't say it was completely free." Now, the host still has 1 hour of free training time at 10x speed every day. Yunjing was at a loss for words and didn't want to argue with the system, knowing that it would be useless. He decided to use his privileges to learn the innate transformation technique. The system prompt came again, asking whether to spend 50 treasure points to learn the first 5 levels of the innate transformation technique. The first 5 levels of the innate transformation technique were at the body refining level. According to the system, mastering the basic body refining techniques perfectly required 100 treasure points. If it weren't for the Zixia divine ability that could absorb the purple energy and forcibly elevate the level, how could a technique from laughing in the wind be so powerful? Yunjing could only think to himself, wondering if the fusion of the optimized 9-in manual and the star absorption technique would make him a bit stronger. After spending 50 treasure points, half of the treasure points he earned today disappeared. He spent 10 treasure points to gain decades of martial arts experience from Yu Buchuan. Although this experience was merely an understanding of martial arts knowledge, it greatly benefited Yunjing, who was still a novice. Then, the internal power content of the first 5 layers of the innate transformation technique began to emerge in Yunjing's mind, and a mass of purple qi appeared in the training room at sunrise. Under 10x acceleration, it was absorbed and refined by Yunjing one by one. After an hour, the purple qi in the training room disappeared, and Yunjing awoke from his cultivation. Feeling the internal energy in his dantian, he was filled with a sense of power. After pondering for a moment, Yunjing compared his knowledge with that of Yu Buchuan and realized that he had directly reached the third-rate level in the world of laughing in the wind in just 1 hour. Generally, it takes an average person about 7 to 8 years to reach the third-rate level, and Yunjing could only say that the system is impressive. He was just unsure of what level that would be in the world of One Piece, and whether internal energy would indeed be like his speculation, akin to the haki of One Piece. After all, both stem from the same essence of physical power, a form of spirit and energy. So he asked the system, can people in the world of One Piece practice this internal power? The system replied, no. Yunjing asked again, you should have a way, right? Otherwise, most humans in the world of the heavens might be different. How will we trade in the future? System, they can't handle it. Yunjing followed the system's instructions and finally shouted, damn it, you unscrupulous merchant. A basic internal skill only costs 1 treasure point. But optimizing it into a technique usable in the One Piece world actually requires me to pay 10 treasure points. System, analysis requires energy, and this is the first time it requires so much. In the future, each optimization will only need 1 treasure point. Yunjing endured the pain and paid 10 treasure points to optimize the basic internal skills for use in the world of One Piece. Before opening the store, Yunjing realized that a year had passed and he had another opportunity to explore the world, so he immediately utilized it. Checking the time, it was time to prepare for the store opening. He found a sign and wrote a recruitment notice, looking for a chef and a signboard girl. Half an hour later, Zoro was dragged to the store by a group of friends. As soon as Zoro arrived and saw Yunjing, he felt a vague sense of danger emanating from him today. Shaking his head, Zoro thought to himself, I'm really starving. How could a newbie like Brother Yunjing pose any threat to me? An hour later, the sky gradually darkened, and villagers began to arrive at the restaurant. Seeing the sign, they expressed their willingness to help spread the word. The restaurant quickly became busy, but Yunjing, being a noble third-rate master, handled everything with ease. As customers left one after another, Yunjing prepared a big meal to reward his little brothers, who were all starving and immediately dug in. At the dinner table, Yunjing suddenly asked, Zoro, how many times have you lost to Kuina in battle? Zoro, who was enjoying his meal, suddenly stopped. And the mushroom-headed guy directly said, Zoro has already lost to Kuina 990 times. Almost 2,000 times. It seemed Kuina's time was running out, and he needed to find a way to save her. The girl had a good personality, and it would be a shame for her to die like this. Besides, he always felt that Kuina's death was too suspicious, almost like a plot twist. People in One Piece are generally freaks, strong to the point of being unbelievable. Not to mention Kuina's body, which she had trained for years, falling from a 3 or 4 meter high building and dying. That's a joke. In his past life, an ordinary person wouldn't die from falling from the 3rd floor, let alone Kuina. Even if she fell headfirst with a grinding stone hitting her head, with her skills, she would definitely be able to react. Hearing this, Zoro shouted angrily, Baka, one day I will surpass Kuina. After saying that, he began to eat vigorously again. After the meal, Yunjing said, I just spoke with Uncle Gully and agreed to buy more fish and meat. I'll trouble you all tomorrow. By the way, Zoro, please tell Mr. Gungshiro that I will visit him tomorrow. Among these people, Zoro was the only one living in the dojo. After Zoro and the others left, Yunjing closed the store door and directly appeared in the mall, refining the remaining 30-plus pounds of fish and meat in the store into body-nurturing pills, and then entered the training room. In the afternoon, he tried out the techniques, and now he was ready to attempt body forging. After setting it up and deducting 10 treasure points, Yunjing immediately felt something was off with the gravity around him. Indeed, this was the perfect training environment. The body forging technique of the innate transformation technique emphasizes both internal and external cultivation, and training in a gravity chamber was indeed suitable. Without further ado, Yunjing swallowed a body-nurturing pill and began to practice according to the postures in the technique. After more than half an hour, one body-nurturing pill was consumed, and he continued to eat another one. The lingering beauty of the scenery was unmatched. Although the cultivation process was incredibly painful, the feeling of gaining strength was simply wonderful for him. Since arriving in the world of One Piece, he had been filled with fear and anxiety, unable to grow stronger. With his physique, it was difficult for him to rely on others for support. The only way out was to find a devil fruit, but it was nearly impossible for him in the East Blue. Fortunately, after the system was activated, it felt as if the limitations on his body had been lifted, allowing him to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would have been on the verge of despair. At that moment, being able to cultivate and become stronger was exactly what he wanted. He shouted, Boss, add more money for endurance, and then operated himself for an extra hour. After consuming the second body nourishing pill, the purple energy accumulated within him was almost depleted. He didn't eat the third one and directly practiced until the end of the hour. Yunjing could no longer hold on and hurriedly took a shower after leaving the mall before going to sleep. The next day, before sunrise, Yunjing got up, quickly washed up, and tested his lightness skill. With a gentle push against the wall, he flew up to the roof. Looking at the red sun in the east, he immediately sat down cross-legged. He had already sensed that the world of One Piece also had purple energy. Although it didn't accelerate his progress, it was free. Who wouldn't want the joy of getting something for nothing? As the sun rose, the purple energy disappeared. Yunjing stood up, stretched lazily, and leaped down. After quickly preparing some food, Yunjing left the restaurant and headed directly toward the Isen Dojo outside Shuanyue village. The dojo was located amidst a vast expanse of terraced rice fields, surrounded by an ancient courtyard of blue bricks and white tiles. Outside the courtyard walls, the orderly sounds of training and shouting could be clearly heard from within. Yunjing walked along the country path for a short while before seeing the dojo, which gave a sense of tranquility and focus, making it an ideal place for learning swordsmanship and systematic training. Upon entering the dojo, the students who were exercising under the guidance of the instructor were somewhat distracted by Yunjing's arrival and were immediately scolded by the instructor standing nearby. Yunjing glanced around and didn't see Guyaina and Zoro. They were likely training in the inner courtyard, where the training equipment was more complete. Passing through the dojo and entering the inner courtyard, sure enough, Guyaina was practicing her swordsmanship nearby, but Zoro was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to train in the mountains or by the sea. Gungshiro was sitting on the corridor, calmly watching Guyaina train. When he saw Yunjing arrive, he said nonchalantly, Yunjing, you're here. As soon as Yunjing entered the room, he had the system scan the cultivation levels of Guyaina and Gungshiro. Name, Frost Moon Gungshiro cultivation level. Immaculate level peak, beginning of great swordsman. Combat level. National level early stage name. Frost Moon Guyaina cultivation level. Body refinement level early stage. Peak swordsman. Combat level. Village level early stage the system also thoughtfully marked their One Piece levels. In One Piece, only swordsmen have a relatively clear classification, ranked from lowest to highest as Swordsman, Swordsman Master, Great Swordsman, and Grand Swordsman. Swordsman definition. This is the most basic level of a swordsman, referring to characters who have mastered certain sword techniques. They may not have developed their own unique sword style yet, but can already use a sword skillfully in combat. Swordsman Master definition. Compared to swordsmen, swordsman masters have a deeper understanding and mastery of swordsmanship, beginning to form their own sword style and possessing stronger combat power and skills. Great swordsman definition. Great swordsmen are the elite among swordsmen. Their swordsmanship has reached a very high level, demonstrating amazing skills and power in battle. Great swordsmen often have unique sword styles and enjoy a prestigious reputation in the pirate world or navy. The most obvious characteristic is the ability to comprehend all things, achieving the level of cutting through iron, as Gung Shiro mentioned. Additionally, a clear feature of this level is that swordsmen have begun to master range skills from close combat, including various attribute sword energy. Grand swordsman definition. Grand swordsmen are the top tier among swordsmen. Their swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level, difficult for ordinary people to attain. Grand swordsmen not only possess powerful sword skills, but also often have profound haki cultivation, capable of unleashing astonishing destructive power in battle. In his past life, he had never seen Gung Shiro make a move, whether in comics or anime. Even if pirates appeared, they could not compel him to fight with full strength, leading to polarized speculations about Gung Shiro's strength among fans. Now, the mystery was finally solved. Gung Shiro's words broke Yun Jing's reverie, and he quickly stepped forward to say, "Greetings, Mr. Gung Shiro. I came today to discuss something with you." Upon hearing this, Gung Shiro stood up, led Yun Jing into the room, and sat down on a tatami mat, casually pouring a cup of tea for Yun Jing. After pouring the tea, Gung Shiro fell silent, seemingly waiting for Yun Jing to speak. Yun Jing was unconcerned by Gung Shiro's indifference. After all, as a grand swordsman, Gung Shiro had opened a dojo. Logically, from the beginning until the Wano country arc, it had been at least 20 years. Apart from Zoro, he had no other notable disciples. While some might argue that his teaching level was high, because Zoro had a few breakthroughs that seemed to have his influence, upon closer inspection, it appeared that Zoro himself had exceptional talent. From an identity perspective, currently, only Guyina and Zoro hold some hope, both being legitimate descendants of Wano and of the Frost Moon lineage. However, from a teaching standpoint, Zoro's rough growth from one sword style to three sword style, and Guyina's experiences showed that he really did not interfere at all. It somewhat resembled the idea of a master leading a disciple to the door, while the cultivation depends on the individual. Clearing his thoughts, bang, thud, a book and a bottle were placed on the table by Yun Jing, indicating Gung Shiro to take a look. Gung Shiro first picked up the book on the table, glancing at the cover titled Basic Internal Skills, not understanding its meaning. System products are automatically translated into the most fitting language for various worlds. Opening it, the first page introduced the effects of internal skills. In short, it explained that internal energy can enhance physical strength, increase the power of techniques, heal injuries, and other effects. One must say, since ancient times, the pursuit of longevity has been prioritized in Chinese culture, and this function of health preservation is a significant part of all systems. Gung Shiro frowned slightly, but since he hadn't seen the subsequent content, he couldn't say anything. After about 10 minutes, he finished reading the thin book on basic internal skills. Gung Shiro closed his eyes and simulated it in his mind. It seemed feasible. However, since Yun Jing hadn't mentioned that this was a gift for him, he didn't directly practice it. Gung Shiro then picked up the nearby bottle, opened the lid, and discovered that it contained something resembling a pill rather than alcohol. Putting it down, Gung Shiro said, "Yun Jing, what does this mean?" Yun Jing picked up the body-enhancing pill and said, "This item is called the body-enhancing pill, which can improve the physical condition of an average person. Of course, for someone like Mr. Gung Sailang, it can at most replenish some stamina. I know that Guyina has always dreamed of being a great swordsman. However, Mr. Gung has always been skeptical about this, because women naturally have inferior physical qualities compared to men. These two items can effectively address Guyina's physical condition issues." After observing Gung Sailang's expression, Yun Jing continued, "If Mr. Gung can obtain meat from those fierce beasts or from sea kings, then I will be able to secure pills that can enhance the physical condition even for someone of your caliber. Moreover, with the devil fruit abilities being so varied, it is normal for a superhuman with strange abilities to suddenly appear." After sitting quietly for a while, Gung Sailang said, "What is the cost?" After thinking for a moment, even someone like Gung Sailang, who held the traditional view of male superiority in Wano country, didn't want his daughter's path to her dream to be so difficult. After all, nothing should stand in the way of a person's dreams. Yunjing secretly rejoiced in his heart and thought it settled. On the surface, he said, the foundation of my internal skills is my way of repaying Zoro's life-saving grace and the kindness you've shown me before. But please don't let anyone other than Guena and Zoro know about it. As for the essence cultivation pills, I will provide you with 1 pill for every 30 pounds of meat you give me. How about that? Gung Shiro nodded and said, deal. Yunjing stood up to take his leave after achieving his goal and said, Mr. Gung Sailang, I won't disturb you any longer. As he reached the door, he saw Guyaina hiding by the entrance. Guyaina had initially intended to bring tea for the two of them, but unexpectedly overheard that this handsome older brother, Yunjing, had brought her the hope of becoming a great swordsman. She quickly raised the tea and bowed respectfully, saying, thank you, brother Yunjing. Yunjing turned his eyes and said, Guyaina, since you were so grateful to me, my restaurant's kitchen knife is a bit dull. I wonder if I can borrow your whetstone for a while. Guyaina immediately replied, of course. After saying that, she placed the tea on the ground and ran off quickly. Yunjing, in order to prevent any accidents, used his lightness skill to follow up. Guena picked up a ladder and climbed up to the storage shelf to get the whetstone. Yunjing stood below and observed for a moment, realizing that this storage room was likely the same place where Guena had her accident in the original story. He thought to himself, this shouldn't go wrong, right? Just as he was thinking this, the ladder in front of Yunjing suddenly creaked, and Guena let out a sharp scream as she fell down. However, Guena was on the verge of becoming a swordsman, and she quickly reacted, forcibly twisting her body in midair, splitting the whetstone that was about to crash down on her with one hand, and then landing steadily. When Yunjing heard Guena scream, he began to circulate his energy, ready to take action at any moment. However, seeing that Guena was handling the crisis well on her own, he refrained from intervening. Then he noticed Guena had split the whetstone with her arm, resulting in a large bruise, and said, Guena, your hand is injured. Let me help you treat it. Guena initially refused, believing these were minor injuries that would heal in a couple of days. She had sustained worse injuries during her regular sword training. However, Yunjing insisted that the injury was caused by him, and feeling guilty for not helping, she reluctantly allowed him to treat it. Guena thought Yunjing would just apply some medicine and bandage it, but to her surprise, he lifted her hand, pressing his right index and middle fingers on the injured area. A cooling sensation spread from the point of contact, and the burning pain from the injury soon faded away. Normally, someone with average skills wouldn't dare to use inner strength to heal others, but fortunately, Yunjing had the experience from Yubuchuan, so it was manageable. Just then, Gung Sailang, who was studying basic internal skills indoors, heard his daughter scream and rushed to the sound, arriving just in time to see Yunjing using his energy to treat Guena's injury. In less than 10 minutes, the bruise on her hand had disappeared. But Yunjing's rough use of inner strength left him feeling slightly empty, causing his face to pale a bit. Yunjing let go of Guena's hand and said, it's done, Guena, why don't you give it a try? Hearing this, Guena moved her arm a bit and checked the spot where she had just been injured, finding that there was no problem at all. Even the soreness from her morning workout seemed to have disappeared. She exclaimed in surprise, Brother Yunjing, your method is amazing. I have no issues at all. Saying this, she raised her hand to show Yunjing. Yunjing nodded without speaking. At this moment, Gung Sailing spoke up and said, thank you, Yunjing, for your help with my daughter. After saying that, he even bowed to Yunjing. Yunjing quickly pulled up Gung Sailing and said, if it weren't for me, Guena wouldn't have encountered this situation. It's still my fault. At this moment, Guena, who had noticed her father, also called out, Father. Yunjing looked at the broken ladder and whetstone, which had fallen into disrepair over the years, and said, Mr. Gung Sailing, it seems it's time to take these tools out for maintenance at the dojo. Also, it's better to keep heavy items like the whetstone lower down. Otherwise, we never know when problems might arise. If it weren't for Guena today, someone else might have faced a serious incident. Gung Sailing quickly agreed and said he would arrange for someone to check the dojo's tools shortly. Saying this, Yunjing took the whetstone and left, while Gung Sailing and his daughter sent him to the door. Meanwhile, Yubuchuan had sold all the secret manuals and returned to the Cliff of Regret, leaving immediately. Feng Qingyang, seeing Yubuchuan leave from the shadows, then entered the Cliff of Regret. After observing the sword techniques on the wall and pondering for a while, he decided not to do anything unnecessary and quietly left. After returning to the sect, Yubuchuan immediately went to find Ning Zhongzi. At that moment, there were few people in the sect. Lao De Nuo and Yu Lingshan had been sent out, and Ling Huchong, along with Lu Dayo and several others, were also not practicing in the sect, leaving no trace of where they had gone. In the room, he found Ning Zhongzi drinking tea and hurriedly pulled her along with pen, ink, paper, and inkstone towards the cliff of regret, with Ning Zhongzi too anxious to even ask a question. Upon arriving at the cliff of regret, Ning Zhongzi saw the martial arts techniques on the wall and was filled with thoughts. Yu Buchuan understood her confusion, but knew time was of the essence, so he said, "Junior sister, I know you have questions in your heart, but first, let's copy these sword techniques down. I will explain everything to you later." Seeing Yu Buchuan say this, Ning Zhongzi began to copy the techniques with him. As evening approached and the light dimmed, the two left. In the Huashan sect's dining hall, only Yu Buchuan and his wife were present. Yu Buchuan glanced at the empty seats where Ling Huchong and the others usually sat and felt somewhat displeased. However, there was nothing he could do about it, especially with the pot of fish soup that had been simmering since morning, which was now time to eat. Ning Zhongzi first served a bowl to Yu Buchuan, saying, "As for Chonger, I will punish him tomorrow. Brother, you should eat first. After all, you had a long day." She then served herself a bowl, as the fish soup smelled quite good. Once the fish soup was in his stomach, a wave of warmth surged within Ning Zhongzi, and she was surprised, realizing she hadn't asked the kitchen to use ginseng to stew the fish soup. Could it be her brother? That night in their room, Yu Buchuan informed Ning Zhongzi of everything and opened the portal to the mall in front of her. Ning Zhongzi curiously tried it out, but found the portal to be as if it didn't exist for her. Yu Buchuan, thinking he still had time in the training room, handed the sword manual of the Thousand Peaks sword technique to Ning Zhongzi and then went to the mall. In the training room, Yu Buchuan did not rush to set up his training, but first took out the Zixia secret cannon to study it. He discovered that only the key parts had been modified to be more exquisite, making it not particularly difficult to practice. Thus, he set up the training method and multiplier in the training room and began his practice. As soon as he started, Yu Buchuan felt an extraordinary sensation. Thus, during the day, he copied techniques and in the evening trained in the mall for an hour, consuming 2 days to finish copying all the sword techniques and moves in the cliff of regret. After completing the copying, Yu Buchuan initially planned to destroy them, but thought better of it and decided to seal them away instead. From then on, every day, Yu Buchuan would practice breathing in the morning and during the day. He would eat the food from One Piece or body-nourishing pills with Ning Zhongzi to practice the Thousand Peaks sword technique. While at night, he trained his internal energy to refine the purple chi. After returning to the inn, Yun Jing began to train in the mall, but he didn't dare to use 10x speed, as his precious points would be depleted in no time. Training at normal speed was sufficient. After finishing lunch, Zoro came over with a large group of dojo friends, bringing over 1,000 pounds of meat. As soon as he entered, he said, "Brother Yun Jing, I brought you meat. 400 pounds is what you asked for, and the other 600 pounds is what the master asked me to deliver to you." After placing the items in the freezer, the guide Yun Jing said to Zoro, "Go back and tell Mr. Gung Shiro that the items he wants will be brought back by you tonight." After sending off a few people, Yun Jing directly refined 600 pounds of meat into body essence pills in one go at the mall, receiving 20 pills as a reward, while 40 pills went into his own pocket. Indeed, alchemists are one of the most profitable professions in the cultivation world. Half a month passed just like that, and Gung Shiro delivered 600 pounds of meat to the restaurant every day, with Zoro saying he could absorb at most 8 pills per day. Kuina, at 11 years old, being a girl who develops early, probably consumed the remaining 12 pills. However, all of this had little to do with Yun Jing. According to the butterfly effect, certain aspects of One Piece had already been altered. As long as his strength increased, it wouldn't matter even if him stood in front of him. A small portion of the harvested body essence pills was consumed by Yun Jing himself, while most were sold to Yu Buchuan. One day, when Zoro came to deliver goods, a little child suddenly said he saw a very large-faced person appear at the dojo, and Yun Jing immediately thought of the big face of Ivankov, the queen of the cross-dressers. Yun Jing felt that his new client was about to arrive, so he directly closed the door and followed everyone to Isan Daochong. Yun Jing walked directly towards the backyard and found Ivankov in the yard. Although he was shrouded in a cloak, there was no mistaking such a large figure. After all, the human forms in Donghai were quite normal. At least in the past year, Yun Jing had not seen anyone with an abnormal height or physique. Intentionally ignoring Ivankov, he headed straight for the inner room. Just as he was about to reach the corridor, Yun Jing noticed a figure suddenly appear in front of him, followed by a voice coming from the cloak. "Boy, It's not convenient for you to enter right now. Just as Yunjing was about to speak, a voice came from inside the room. Ivankov, let him in. Then the door was opened from the inside by Gung Sailang, with Long following closely behind. However, the hood on Long's head was lowered. Yunjing thought to himself. They reacted so quickly. Could it be observation hockey? The cloud scene system scanned Monkey D. Dragon and Emporio Ivankov. Name, Monkey D. Dragon. Cultivation level. Transcendence level. Early stage. Natural type. Wind fruit. Combat power level. Half-step star level. Name, Emporio Ivankov. Cultivation level. Peak of the pure level. Paramecia type. Hormone fruit. Combat power level. National level. Early stage. This once again revealed what kind of fruit Dragon from One Piece has eaten. However, this strength is indeed terrifying, almost reaching the Star Destroyer level. After glancing at the attributes, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Yunjing looked at Long and said to Gung Sailang, I just heard that there are outside guests visiting your home. It's rare for outsiders to come to Shima Jiji village, so I came to take a look. I hope the guests won't mind. Could you please introduce us? Gung Sailang looked at Long, and Long laughed, saying, I am Long, and I run a trading company. I heard this place produces a lot of grain, so I came to see if I could purchase some. Yunjing replied. Yunjing, the owner of Yunjing restaurant, and also a chef. At this moment, Ivankov suddenly burst out laughing. Hee. Yunjing boy, I'm Ivankov. I can cook some dishes too. How about we make a vitality combo together? He even winked at Yunjing. When Yunjing heard this and turned to look at him, he was caught off guard by the wink and shivered, quickly saying, maybe not. Ivankov wasn't offended and just kept staring at Yunjing. Although he knew Ivankov's personality, Yunjing still felt a chill down his spine and tensed up. Gung Shiro noticed Yunjing's embarrassment and quickly brought everyone into the inner room, pouring tea. Yunjing did not hide it and directly said, Mr. Long is a businessman, and I have some good things here that I wonder if Mr. Long would be interested in. On the side, Gung Sailang didn't expect Yunjing to be so bold and thought to himself, although I don't know how Yunjing knew about my strength before. Could it be that he is so daring because I am here? Long thought it was just some recipes or drinks and casually said, oh, I don't know what good things you have, Yunjing. If they're suitable, our business association could also buy some. Yunjing directly took out another bottle similar to the last one and gestured for Long to take a look. Long glanced at the bottle and, as expected, it should be sake. He then downed the tea in his cup in one go, preparing to pour out to taste. However, as soon as he picked it up, he sensed something was off. Using his observation hockey, he detected 2 pills inside. Directly he poured them out and then looked at Yunjing. Yunjing brought up the same argument he used against Gung Sailang last time and shared it with Long Ting, even asking Gung Sailang to corroborate. Gung Sailang said, that's right, in the past half-month, Guyana has made tremendous progress because of this pill. Isn't it true? With 120 gene of meat essence consumed every day, how could she not grow stronger to live up to so many essence-gathering pills? Long looked at the pill in his hand and said, Yunjing, can I give it a try? Yunjing said, please go ahead. After Long ate one, he found that it indeed had a restorative effect on his stamina, and it seemed to recover quite quickly. If this thing is used against an evenly matched enemy, eating a few of them when exhausted would definitely be a real-time combat advantage. He also remembered Yunjing mentioning 2 other better pills and said, I wonder if I can try the other 2 pills. If they work well, I can buy them in bulk. Yunjing shrugged and said, sorry, I don't have better meat at the moment due to the lack of customers, so I don't have the other 2 types of pills. Also, I am currently only accepting barter transactions. 30 pounds of meat for 1 pill, no negotiation. Long looked at Gung Sailang, thinking, with such good stuff, aren't you going to trade a bit? Gung Sailang shrugged. Long suddenly remembered his friend's laid-back attitude and couldn't help but complain internally. How did you become a great swordsman with such a lazy demeanor? Long said directly, deal. But I wonder if there's a limit on the quantity of these pills. To be honest, Yunjing hadn't thought about this issue. He calculated in his mind that the alchemy furnace could produce a maximum of 500 pills at once, taking 10 minutes each time, which would amount to 72,000 pills in a day. However, considering that Yubuchuan might be able to get some Shaolin Temple's pills or other recipes in the future, and the New World might also have them, after some deliberation, he said, currently, I can produce 30,000 essence-nurturing pills each day. And for stronger body refining pills and body tempering pills, I can provide 1,000 and 500 each day, respectively. To be safe, Yunjing added, the production might increase in the future, but there might also be new product developed that could reduce the output. Long thought for a moment and said, that's fine. but I hope that when you have new products, you will consider our guild. Yunjing didn't want to lose this big client, so he nodded and said, "That's not a problem." Long directly said, "Then we'll trouble Yunjing-kun for the meat we send over next time." After chatting with Long for a while, Yunjing thought of the snail phone from One Piece, which is a powerful tool in the martial arts world, and brought it up with Long. The snail phone isn't something particularly valuable, and Long immediately agreed to provide a cultivation manual for the snail phone and a pair of them when he delivers the meat next time. That evening, Long came over with Bear, who had 3 air bubbles in the shape of bear paws floating behind him, containing the meat. Yunjing waved his hand and directly stored the meat into his storage space, then led the person into the restaurant. Long Sung was very surprised when he appeared at the entrance of Yunjing's restaurant. Clearly, the restaurant was right in front of him, yet under his observation hockey, there was indeed nothing there. Seeing Yunjing calmly collect the bear's bubbles without any fluctuation further astonished him. When Yunjing was pouring tea, he glanced at Xiong. Name, Bartholomew the Great Bear, cultivation level, peak of the immaculate level, superhuman type, meatball fruit, combat power level, national level, mid-stage. Although he learned from Gung Shilang that Yunjing's identity was questionable, it appeared that he held no hostility towards him for the time being. However, the uncertainty of his identity prevented Long from inviting Yunjing to join the Revolutionary Army. After leaving a phone bug, Long instructed him and then left, stating that Xiong would be responsible for delivering a sufficient amount of meat every week and taking away all the pills. In special circumstances, he would contact Yunjing in advance via the phone bug, to which Yunjing agreed. After Long left, Yunjing entered the mall and was thrilled to see nearly 500 tons of meat in the space. Even the Sea King beast had nearly 55 tons, and the slightly lesser quality meat suitable for refining body-enhancing pills amounted to 110 tons. He placed everything into the alchemy furnace, set the refining mode, and then left it alone. He immediately ran to the training room to start cultivating. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, ready to advance to the 5th layer, and becoming a first-rate expert was within reach. Host, Yunjing shop level, 0 cultivation level, mortal level, body refinement level, mid-stage combat power level, village level. Mid-stage treasure points, 35 anchored world. The smiling, proud wanderer customers. Yubuchuan mall functions. Item evaluation, fully automatic alchemy furnace. Training room Yunjing directly initiated a 10-fold speed for 1 hour. After an hour, Yunjing suddenly let out a long howl and leaped up, activating the innate creation art. A flash of purple energy crossed his face, and he forcefully pushed forward with a palm. The gust of wind created a loud sound. Over the past month, he also taught the purple mist divine art to Ning Zhongze and Ling Huchong. Initially, Ning Zhongze refused to practice it, believing it was a technique only the sect leader could cultivate. However, Yu Buchuan pointed out that the Huashan sect already had a better version of the purple mist secret cannon as a secret transmission for the sect leader. And to strengthen the Huashan sect, both of them needed to become more powerful. Thus, they began to practice. Fortunately, the internal energy lineage of the Huashan sect was passed down, and although switching cultivation paths consumed quite a bit of internal energy, it was not risky. With the assistance of body-enhancing pills and that meat, they believed their internal energy would recover quickly. At that time, both of their strengths would undoubtedly rise to a new level. At the same time, Yu Buchuan himself transitioned the purple mist divine art into the purple mist secret cannon, and, with the help of the training room's 10-fold speed for half an hour each day, directly cultivated the purple mist secret cannon to the 7th level, initially reaching the point of continuous internal energy flow and entering the innate realm. Name, Yu Buchuan customer level, 0 treasure points, 294 cultivation level, immaculate level, early stage, first entry into innate, combat power level, town level, high stage having broken through in strength. Yu Buchuan naturally thought of selling the remaining matters in the intelligence he had on Yunjing. He directly purchased some meat and body-enhancing pills from a mall and handed them to Ning Zhongze, instructing her to supervise Ling Huchong and others to diligently cultivate and prepare to lead the disciples to Hongshan for Lu Dingfeng's golden plate hand-washing banquet. Then he headed down the mountain alone towards Xiangyang, relying on the continuous internal energy characteristics of the innate level. Yu Buchuan traveled hundreds of miles each day using lightness skills, reaching Xiangyang City in just over a day. He spent 4 to 5 days searching near Xiangyang City for the cliff where the Dugu, Sword Demon-S inheritance, was buried and the Valley of the Pusku Snake, but found nothing. Later, after spending some money to ask locals for help, he set off for Jingzhou. After a day's journey, He arrived in Jingzhou, found an inn to rest well, and then inquired about the whereabouts of Lingyun Temple. The location of Lingyun Temple was relatively remote, far from the urban area, and rarely visited, which saved Yu Buchuan some effort. After knocking around, he finally discovered the secret passage beneath the Great Buddha. Upon entering, the glaring gold and silver mountains dazzled his eyes. If he hadn't remembered Yunjing saying there was poison above, he would have wanted to rush over and lie down to feel it. Yu Buchuan prepared sacks and gloves in advance to collect over 100 pounds of gold and stored it in his ring space. Fearing he might get poisoned if he stayed in the secret chamber for too long, he left the secret chamber, restored the Great Buddha to its original state, and found a hidden spot nearby to enter the mall. Fortunately, Yu Buchuan had roughly figured out the timing of Yunjing's appearance in the mall. Before long, he encountered Yunjing coming out of seclusion. Yunjing saw Yu Buchuan waiting in the main hall and knew he had something to discuss. He walked toward his seat and said, "What is it?" Yu Buchuan replied, "Shopkeeper, I am now at Lingyun Temple, and there is an abundance of treasures and gold. I can't use it all, so I would like to offer a portion to you. Additionally, I would like to ask if the mall accepts these gold and silver." Yu Buchuan had just estimated the value of the treasure, which amounted to at least 1,000,000 taels of gold and silver, far more than he could use. More importantly, he currently had no way to discreetly deal with this treasure. Yunjing asked the system, and the system replied that gold and silver have little practical significance. However, considering the diversity of customers from all realms, it was decided to limit each person to exchanging 100 treasure points for every 10 kilograms of gold, while purchases would not be restricted. So he said, "Gold and silver have little significance for the shop, but considering the future diversity of customers, I will give you an allowance of 100 kilograms of gold for 10 treasure points." Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan showed some hesitation and said, "Shopkeeper, I was unable to take so much gold in a hurry before, and now that the treasure has been opened, I am also worried about leaks. So could the shopkeeper use you to help me?" Yunjing thought to himself that he couldn't keep cleaning up for free for Yu Buchuan. After communicating with the system, he directly said, "I'll help you solve some toxin problems for 10 treasure points." The mall had newly launched a storage service, offering a 10-meter square warehouse for 1 treasure point per day. Yu Buchuan quickly expressed his gratitude, then gritted his teeth and spent 10 treasure points to expand his ring space directly to 11 cubic meters. After leaving the mall, he hurried to Lingyun Temple and began transporting the treasures in batches from the secret chamber into the mall. It was only after Yunjing's reminder that he realized the entire temple's pillars and the Great Buddha were made of gold. Unfortunately, they were too large and needed to be split to fit into his ring. Thus, Yu Buchuan began the arduous task of splitting, relying entirely on his internal strength. Yunjing wouldn't wait in the main hall and went off to do his own thing. After estimating the time, Yu Buchuan left. Within the mall, the flow of time in the two worlds is the same. However, when Yu Buchuan left the mall, the flow of time in the smiling Proud Wanderer was about 3 times that of One Piece. Yu Buchuan would need around 3 days to finish splitting the columns and the large Buddha statue from Lingyun Temple and bring them in, while Yunjing only needed to come back tomorrow. Taking advantage of this time, Yunjing directly checked the status of the alchemy furnace. After more than an hour, he had already refined a considerable number of pills, all 3 types. The body refining pill and the physical training pill were identical to the essence refining pill, except that the pills had some cloud patterns on them. The body refining pill had 1 pattern, while the physical training pill had 2. After inquiring with the system, he learned that he could consume the body refining pill, although he could only eat 1 per day for now. Taking more would be counterproductive. Yunjing directly took a pill and entered the training room. It took him a total of 4 hours at normal speed to barely consume the body refining pill. To note, previously, with the innate creation technique at the 3rd level, he could digest the nourishing body pill in less than half an hour at normal speed. However, the effect was indeed strong. Yunjing could clearly feel his physique becoming stronger. Although the change was slight, it was at least noticeable, unlike the nourishing body pill, where he had to consume over 20 pills in a day to feel any minor effects. The next day, Yu Buchuan had already transported all the treasures into the shop, piling them up in the hall, shining brightly. Upon seeing Yunjing, Yu Buchuan immediately said respectfully, "Shopkeeper, all the treasures have been delivered. I am willing to offer half of them to you, and I kindly ask for your assistance." Yunjing nodded and waved his hand, dividing all the treasures into 3 piles: gold, silver, and jewels. Then they all flew into the air, from which he separated out some black powder, which he collected. Next, the gold and silver were directly melted into pairs of liquid, and Yun Jing took half of the gold and condensed it into heavy gold bars weighing 10 kilograms each, while the rest was condensed into gold and silver ingots usable by Yu Buchuan. He placed all the gold, silver, and jewels back on the ground and said, "I have granted you the storage permissions. The rest is up to you." The so-called storage was Yun Jing opening his nearly infinite storage space for others to use. However, customers could not communicate with Yun Jing's storage space from the outside. They could only communicate through the mall based on their prices. After all, the goods obtained from shopping were directly issued from Yun Jing's storage space. Another way to make money, which made him happy. This operation of storage also gave Yun Jing a new idea. So he said to the system, "System, there are so many worlds in the multiverse. Some I know and some I don't. Other systems like the Heavenly City have functions like causal inquiry. Can you create one too? This way, I can target my transactions with customers better. Isn't our goal to make business easier for everyone?" The system replied, detected that the host has made a reasonable suggestion that is beneficial for the sustainable development of the mall. System functions are being updated. Please wait a moment. Yun Jing took a look at the poison he had just harvested. Name, bone-eroding corruption powder weight. 1314 grams. Note, as long as the skin touches it even slightly, within 1 hour, rotten flesh will reveal bones. Within 12 hours, poisonous blood will attack the heart, and there will be no medicine in the world that can save you. Wow, that's really damn poisonous. Yun Jing thought to himself. Just as he was in awe, the system function update was completed. Please check it yourself. Yun Jing opened his system panel upon hearing this. Host, Yun Jing store level, 0 cultivation level, mortal level body refining level mid-stage combat power level, village level mid-stage treasure points, 44 anchored world, the smiling. Proud wander customers, Yu Buchuan all functions, universal assessment, fully automatic alchemy furnace, cultivation room, 3 live stone. The first 3 are self-explanatory, and the third one is exactly what he wanted. Just from the name, it's obvious what it's for. Yun Jing immediately listed the items without a word. Destiny knowledge, 100 treasure points, item details, know one's own destiny. One-time use, body refining pill, 5 treasure points, item details, suitable for the pure level, beast meat, 3 treasure points for 10 kilograms body training pill, 10 treasure points, item details, suitable for the transformation level, sea king meat, 8 treasure points for 10 kilograms bone corrosion heart dissolving powder, 2 treasure points per gram, item details, click to view. As soon as the new products were listed, Yu Buchuan's customer immediately notified him. New items are online in the mall. Please check it out. While counting and storing treasures, Yu Buchuan ignored this and directly opened the list to check, quickly spotting the first item, destiny knowledge. The previous information for 10 treasure points had already made him quite wealthy, so this 100 treasure point destiny knowledge should not disappoint him. He chose to purchase it directly. Half an hour later, Yu Buchuan fully digested the content of Laughing in the Wind. Although he was a bystander, the system portrayed the real characters of Yu Buchuan's world. Yu Buchuan was in tears. He had betrayed all those who trusted him, and his own disciple had also disregarded the Huashan sect's training of him. Fortunately, everything was still recoverable. Now he understood why the shop owner had asked him about the evil repelling sword manual. Thinking about it made his old face flush. Almost 60 years old. However, if he hadn't encountered the shop owner, with his personality, he might have made the same choice. He raised his head to see the shop owner. Although he couldn't see clearly, he still felt Yun Jing was observing him. So he wiped the tears from his face and said, "Shop owner, please don't laugh at me." Yun Jing said, "You should consider the development issues in your world. Resources are limited, but human thought is limitless." Yu Buchuan nodded and replied, "The younger generation understands." Time was pressing, so he took his leave. Yu Buchuan calculated the time and distance in his mind. Laudiner and his daughter, Yuling Shan, should have already arrived in Fuzhou. If he didn't set off soon, they would likely miss their appointment. After leaving the space, Yu Buchuan went directly to Jingzhou City, wrote a letter, and sent someone to deliver it to the Huashan sect. He vaguely mentioned the issue of Ling Huchong and instructed Ning Zhongza to take them down the mountain early for some experience and to witness the malice of the human heart. After that, Yu Buchuan traveled day and night, covering over 1,000 miles in just over a day to reach the outskirts of Fuzhou. Meanwhile, Laudiner and Yuling Shan hurried to Fuzhou, setting up a stall outside the city to sell wine, and occasionally went to the Fui escort agency to observe the situation. One afternoon, while they were busy at the stall, they saw Lin Pingji and several escort leaders coming back from a job, and shortly after, 2 young men dressed in blue robes with white cloth wrapped around their heads arrived, looking quite refined. Laudiner recognized them as Yu Rinyin and Jia Rindai from the Qingchang sect. Although they had disguised themselves somewhat, he had seen them before. So he asked Yu Lingshan to serve them. Yu Lingshan, despite her rough and dark makeup that made her look quite ugly, inadvertently let slip her sweet voice due to her inexperience. Caught off guard and unable to expose her identity because of her disguise, she was directly grabbed by the chin by Yu Renyin. Lin Pingji, young and hot-blooded, couldn't tolerate an outsider bullying a local and shouted angrily, standing up from the table. Before Yu Renyin could respond, Yu Buchuan happened to arrive and saw his daughter being held by the chin by that little rascal Yu Renyin. Although the children of the rivers and lakes do not fuss over small matters, Yu Buchuan, being a scholar, was particular about such things. In an instant, he appeared at the stall, raised his left sleeve, and with a surge of internal energy, he struck Yu Renyin in the chest just as he was about to curse. With a loud bang, Yu Renyin was sent crashing to the ground 2 or 3 meters away, feeling a tightness in his chest and a hot rush in his throat, causing him to spit out blood. After the blood was expelled, he felt much better, but there was still a dull pain inside. The sudden change caused everyone present to change their expressions and reach for their weapons. Zhao Rindai, seeing Yu Renyin being attacked, immediately got angry, picked up his sword, pushed the table aside, and shouted, "Who the hell did that?" Yu Buchuan replied expressionlessly, "Your mouth is filthy. You deserve to be punished." After saying this, he waved again, and Yu Renyin felt a blur before him, as another person appeared beside him. At that moment, the people at the stall noticed Yu Buchuan. He walked slowly toward the stall, and at that moment, Yu Lingshan, disguised as Wan'er, ran to his side and excitedly said, "Father, what brings you here?" Yu Buchuan affectionately patted Yu Lingshan's head and replied, "Aren't you worried that your second brother can't handle you? Afraid that something might happen to you?" He recalled seeing his daughter's death at the hands of Lin Pingji in his earlier visions, yet he couldn't bring himself to hate Lin Pingji, as it was all a consequence of his own actions. Yu Buchuan had always been somewhat upright and stern, never showing such affection toward Yu Lingshan before. She enjoyed this feeling, and after hearing Yu Buchuan's words, couldn't help but act like she did with her mother, shaking his hand and saying, "Father, why do you say that? I've been listening to second brother all the way here. Look, I even painted this ugly makeup because he asked me to. You can ask second brother." Loudiner, disguised as Old Saw, also approached and respectfully said, "Greetings, sect leader. Little junior sister has indeed been obedient throughout the journey." Yu Buchuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Although Loudiner was an undercover agent, he was still quite useful before being exposed. Once he unified the rivers and lakes, the term undercover agent would no longer exist, as everyone would serve the leader. At this point, Yu Renyin and Zhao Rindai helped each other to their feet, looking at Yu Buchuan and recognizing the leader of the Huashan sect, momentarily too intimidated to speak. Yu Buchuan resumed his expressionless demeanor and said to the two, "When you're out, it's better to be honest. Otherwise, you'll end up dead sooner or later. If you feel unconvinced, go back and tell Yu Songhai to come find me, Yu Buchuan." Indeed, if Yu Buchuan hadn't arrived in time, according to the original plot, Zhao Rindai would have already been able to enjoy a banquet at Yu Renyin's expense. The two quickly agreed to Yu Buchuan's words, then sheepishly took their horses and rode away. Watching the two flee in disgrace, Yu Buchuan had some inexplicable thoughts, but did not show it. He turned to Lin Pingji with a friendly expression and said, "Thank you for protecting my daughter just now. I will definitely come to thank you in person another day." To be honest, setting aside personal feelings, he had great admiration for Lin Pingji. They were similar in nature. Before the sword chi competition, Yu Buchuan had intended to pursue the imperial examinations and devoted himself to studying the classics, while his martial arts were also forced upon him by his parents and master. However, he didn't make it to the competition due to his lack of skill, and after the competition, when the Qi sect won but Huashan's disciples dwindled, he was forced to take a position, abandoning his aspirations for the exams. Yet, he created the Yingwu sword technique, filled with righteous spirit, after reading a large number of Confucian classics and combining them with Huashan's sword techniques. Plus, his scholarly demeanor and gentlemanly conduct earned him the nickname Gentleman's Sword in the Rivers and Lakes. Lin Pingji, on the other hand, initially had a pure character and, despite being destitute, refused to take advantage of his martial arts to steal food. Instead, he endured humiliation from the farmers, even when enemies were right in front of him, thinking he couldn't resort to sneak attacks. Yu Buchuan believed he couldn't do that either. Had it not been for later pressures, he wouldn't have become that way. Both of them were oppressed by reality, eventually becoming people willing to give everything to achieve their dreams, bringing Lin Pingji into the sect. Yu Buqian thought to instill some proper values in him and cultivate him to be a better successor than Ling Hucheng. Lin Pingzhi had never seen such a powerful person before. The ability to send someone flying from several meters away made it hard for him to contain his swirling thoughts. He stepped forward and performed a junior salute, saying, "Greetings, Senior Yu." That person bullying a young girl in broad daylight would be stopped by anyone else. "If you visit, I will definitely prepare food and drink to welcome you." Seeing Lin Pingzhi being so sensible, Yu Buqian nodded, signaling that he could leave. He then called for the remaining four to depart. As they passed by Yu Buqian, they all cupped their hands in salute and left. Soon, only Yu Buqian and his two disciples remained at the stall. Yu Buqian looked at Yu Lingshan and said, "Everyone's gone. Aren't you going to remove your makeup?" He turned to Laudener and said, "I haven't had a good meal since I left Huashan over 10 days ago. Laudener, go prepare something for me." He had forgotten about the ring space and hadn't eaten a proper meal in quite some time. After Yu Lingshan removed her disguise, she eagerly chattered about her experiences over the past month, and Yu Buqian occasionally chimed in and offered some guidance on the ways of the rivers and lakes. After all, the world of the rivers and lakes was not just about fighting and killing. It involved understanding human relationships and social customs. When Yu Buqian was not around, Laudener dared to have Yu Lingshan help him, but now he could only painfully clean and prepare the wild game Lin Pingzhi had brought and cook. After a hearty meal, Yu Buqian took the two of them into the city and found a hotel to stay in, as they usually would have just found a dilapidated temple to rest. But who is it now? Even if half of the gold is given to Yun Jing, aside from the poorly valued jewelry, he still has nearly 1,000,000 taels of gold and hundreds of thousands of taels of silver left. Yu Renyin and Jiao Renda rode quickly to reach Yu Canghai's residence. Upon seeing their appearance, Yu Renhao and Feng Renji hurriedly approached and asked, "Senior brother Yu, Junior brother Jiao, what happened to you two?" Yu Renyin shook his head and did not answer but said, "Where's my father? Take me to find him." Yu Renhao directly led the two to find Yu Canghai. When Yu Canghai saw them, he immediately noticed they had internal injuries. Seeing his precious son injured, Yu Canghai did not rush to ask, but directly began to use his internal energy to help Yu Renyin and Jiao Ren to heal. After several hours, when their internal injuries were mostly healed, Yu Canghai stopped and inquired about the reason. Under Yu Canghai's careful questioning, he learned that the two had inadvertently provoked Yu Buqian's daughter, which led to Yu Buqian's intervention. It was no wonder their injuries weren't too severe. After learning this, Yu Canghai angrily scolded them. "I've told you before, when you're out, you must keep a low profile. Haven't till you learn enough from last year's lesson in Hanzhong? This time the loss is due to Yu Buqian. If you had run into that group of old nuns from Hengshan, you would have been badly injured and perhaps even damaged your foundation." Although Yu Renyin and the others were third-rate in martial arts, they had long been used to acting arrogantly in Shu due to the strength of the Qingchang sect. Knowing not to provoke those from the Amei sect, relying mainly on their status. Little did they know that after leaving Sichuan, they were first educated by Ling Hucheng and Hanzhong, and just as they calmed down and followed their father to Fuzhou, they were educated again by Yu Buqian, which made them feel bitter. However, at that moment, they dared not say much in response to Yu Canghai's scolding, only cursing Yu Buqian and Ling Hucheng in their hearts. After a while, when Yu Canghai got tired of scolding, Yu Renyin said, "Father, is Yu Buqian coming this time? Because that Leodino discovered we were practicing the evil repelling sword technique." Yu Canghai thought for a moment, but could not figure out the key point, so he could only say, "Let's proceed according to plan." After Lin Pingzhi and the others returned to the Fuwei escort agency, as soon as they entered the hall, they saw Lin Jinan sitting in a grandmaster chair, eyes closed in deep thought. Lin Pingzhi stepped forward to greet him and called out, "Father." Lin Jinan smiled, looking pleased as if there was good news, and asked, "You're back. Did you catch any wild boars?" Lin Pingzhi replied, "No." Lin Jinan raised the tobacco pouch in his hand and suddenly struck down on Lin Pingzhi's shoulder, laughing and saying, "Still want to challenge me?" His father often caught him off guard to test his martial arts, and Lin Pingzhi knew his father was just indulging in his habit again. Normally, when Lin Pingzhi saw his father use this move meteor falling, he would respond with flowers bloom to see Buddha. But at that moment, he was still thinking about Yu Buqian, so he had no mood to deal with it and simply dodged aside, saying, "Father, I have important matters to discuss. Let's wait until later for the test." Lin Jinan stopped and returned to his grandmaster chair, saying, "Come, tell me what important matters you have." Lin Pingzhi walked to the back of the chair, massaging Lin Jinan's shoulders while recounting the events that happened at the wine stall in the afternoon. After listening, Lin Jinan smiled and said, "Oh, there's such a good thing. That's great. Later, I will tell Master Hua to prepare more good dishes these days. Although Master Hua was a chef, he was also an important figure in the Fuwei escort agency, with impressive culinary skills. Dishes like winter melon cups, Buddha jumps over the wall, marinated fish, and meat skin wontons were renowned in Fuzhou and were among the resources Lin Jinan used to build connections with high officials and wealthy merchants. While Lin Jinan stuffed tobacco into the pouch, he said to Lin Pingji, "I also have good news for you." Lin Pingji lit it for his father and asked, "Did you receive a big order again?" Lin Jinan then analyzed the development plan of the Fuwei escort agency and the social dynamics in the Jianghu. Just as in the original story, he concluded, "If we can convince Master Yu when he comes to our door, our escort agency can even do business in Shaanxi." Thinking about it, with the 5 mountain sword sex connections, the Fuwei escort agency might usher in another wave of development. After saying this, Lin Jinan tested Lin Pingji's martial arts and discovered that Lin Pingji had indeed improved compared to before, which made him very happy. The next day, Yu Buchuan directly brought gifts prepared by Leodino to visit the Fuwei escort agency. Lin Jinan's family went to greet him at the door, and Yu Buchuan and Lin Jinan chatted happily. Yu Buchuan noticed that Lin Jinan was indeed a skilled businessman, adept at navigating the complexities of the Jianghu. No wonder his martial arts were not high, yet he managed to develop the Fuwei escort agency so well. However, it was precisely because of his low martial arts that he ended up in such a situation. After a meal, Yu Buchuan directly mentioned the Qingchang sect's secret practice of the evil-repelling sword technique and the grievances between Chang Qingzi and Lin Yuantu. Lin Jinan naturally did not believe it. Yu Buchuan did not insist, but provoked it by saying he found Lin Jinan's family's martial arts rather ordinary, which did not match the rumors about Lin Yuantu sweeping the Jianghu with the evil-repelling sword technique. Lin Pingji naturally disagreed, and Yu Lingshan did not hold back either. With the elders' permission, they directly fought a match, but after just a few moves, Lin Pingji was disarmed by Yu Lingshan. Lin Pingji admitted defeat, but stubbornly claimed it was not that he couldn't use the family's secret skills, but rather that his martial arts had not been practiced to perfection. Lin Jinan knew the reason and directly called Lin Pingji back. In the end, Yu Buchuan informed Lin Jinan that he would stay in Fuzhou for half a month, and Lin Jinan could find him anytime if he had matters to discuss. The reason he said this was that Yu Buchuan knew that even without the incident of Lin Pingji killing Yu Renyan, Yu Canghai would still target the Lin family. And time was just this half month. After all, Yu Canghai also needed to go to Hengshan to attend Lu Zhongfeng's Golden Plate Washing Hands event. The next day, Yu Canghai came to the door. Yu Buchuan did not know what happened during the process, but he could guess that Yu Canghai wanted to obtain the evil-repelling sword manual through either negotiation or coercion, using the management rights of Sichuan as a bargaining chip. And if that did not work, he would pressure Lin Jinan. For several days, Yu Buchuan did not leave the inn, instead going directly to the roof of the inn every morning to absorb the purple qi, spending the rest of the time refining the purple qi or practicing sword techniques late at night in the marketplace. He did not even visit the Lin family's old residence. Meanwhile, Leodino, who was out gathering information, was updating on the situation at the Fuwei escort agency every day. Starting from the 3rd day after Yu Canghai visited, the Fuwei escort agency began to have problems. First, the head escort, the accompanying staff, and the horses died mysteriously within the agency, followed by the deaths of servants when going out. Although it was unclear who was behind it, Lin Jinan knew it was done by Yu Canghai. Originally, he wanted to gather the strength of the head escorts to counter Yu Canghai, but little did he know that before he could act, Yu Canghai had already eliminated them cleanly. With no legitimate reason left, Yu Canghai could not openly block the door. After the heavy casualties at the escort agency, Lin Jinan finally thought of Yu Buchuan and gathered a group of people to the inn where Yu Buchuan was staying. In the end, when Yu Buchuan arrived at the Fuwei escort agency, Lin Jinan used the evil-repelling sword technique as a gift to request Yu Buchuan to accept Lin Pingji as a disciple. Yu Buchuan promised to teach Lin Pingji the Purple Cloud divine skill. Although Yu Lingshan had a good impression of Lin Pingji, she was also puzzled as to why the Purple Cloud divine skill, which even the senior brother had not learned, will be taught to a new disciple. And she directly shouted from the side, only to be suppressed by Yu Buchuan. 3 days later, the ceremony for Yu Buchuan to accept Lin Pingji as a disciple was held at the Lin family, and even the Putian Shaolin Temple and Yu Canghai were invited. When Yu Canghai arrived, he wore a gloomy expression and mocked Yu Buchuan, saying, "It seems the gentleman's sword is also coveting the Lin family's unique skills." The word also was used very well, and everyone immediately understood what had recently happened to the Lin family, which made them distance themselves from Yu Songhai. Seeing that he had misspoken, Yu Songhai fell silent. In the face of Yu Songhai's mockery, Yu Buchuan ignored him as the disciple recruitment conference concluded. Lin Jinan also expressed his intention to publicly hand over the evil-repelling sword manual to Yu Buchuan in front of everyone. He then led a group of people to the old Lin family residence, where he took out the robe containing the internal skills of the evil-repelling sword manual in front of the crowd and handed it to Yu Buchuan, who immediately scanned and recorded it using his ring. Yu Buchuan pretended to glance at it, but immediately changed his expression and said, "This technique has extraordinary side effects. You have decided to destroy this technique to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands and bringing disaster to the world." Yu Songhai jumped out immediately and shouted, "Aren't you and Lin Jinan colluding to deceive everyone, secretly practicing it so you can dominate the martial world?" Upon hearing this, the visiting martial artists began to discuss among themselves, with some agreeing and others believing in the integrity of the gentleman's sword. This was exactly the effect Yu Buchuan wanted. He directly handed the robe to Master Watanabe, the abbot of the Bodhi Institute of the Putian Shaolin Temple. Master Watanabe was a disciple of the late Lin Yuan II, also known as Master Di Yuan, and had practiced under Master Hongye, possessing extraordinary skills that even Yu Songhai could not match. However, the Putian Shaolin Temple had always been non-contentious and thus was not well known. This visit was also Yu Buchuan's idea, as the Putian Shaolin Temple had a wish to fulfill regarding Master Hongye. After Master Watanabe took the robe and read the preceding text, his expression changed, and then he closely examined the robe and the internal skills recorded on it. After finishing, he put away the robe and said, "Amit Ba," then directly stated, "Master Yu has the world's interests at heart. I admire him. This item is indeed left by Master Di Yuan, and the internal skills recorded on it are quite good. As Master Yu said, if it were to be spread, it would indeed bring disaster to the world." Yu Songhai continued, "You all must be in cahoots, right?" Before Yu Buchuan could respond, local martial artists from Fuzhou began to scold him. "You are judging a gentleman's heart with your petty mindset. How can you slander Master Watanabe?" "Exactly," a group echoed. Yu Songhai felt his face flush with embarrassment, and seeing this, Yu Buchuan raised his hand to quiet the crowd and directly said, "If Master Yu does not believe it, you may come to take a look." Yu Songhai was somewhat incredulous, but still stepped forward to take the robe from Master Watanabe's hands. Upon opening it, he saw the words, "To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself." He shouted, "Impossible! How could it be like this?" After saying that, he frantically looked at the following content. Being the leader of a sect and having read the Taoist scriptures since childhood, he naturally realized that the subsequent techniques were indeed genuine. After reading it, Yu Songhai felt unsettled. After a lifetime of scheming, he found that it was a technique that only a eunuch could practice. His legs became weak, and he was supported by his disciples, but the robe fell from his hands, unintentionally exposing the front half to the onlookers. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. This was directly discovered, and everyone gasped in shock, contributing to global warming. Many people from the back rushed forward to take a look, and they too felt a chill and quickly stepped back. Even Lin Pingji, who had been unaware of the details, was terrified and collapsed to the ground. Yu Buchuan thought to himself, "This is heaven's will. It saves me from having to explain to everyone." He then stepped forward, picked up the robe, instructed Lin Inuo to bring a fire basin, and threw the robe into it, tossing in a fire starter. The blazing flames startled the astonished onlookers, and discussions immediately began. Many people cast strange looks at Lin Jinan, occasionally glancing down at him. Lin Jinan, knowing what these people were thinking, shouted, "I did not practice the internal skills of the evil-repelling sword manual. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced into such a situation recently." Regarding a man's dignity, Lin Jinan lost all pretense and even shouted in anger. After saying that, he looked at Yu Songhai. At this point, Yu Songhai had regained his composure and, seeing Lin Jinan looking over, snorted coldly and, without waiting for Yu Buchuan to speak, left with his disciples. Yu Buchuan saw that the robe had been completely burned and directly announced that the matter was resolved and everyone could go home. In the following days, the news of Yu Buchuan burning the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual spread, and soon it became known that the evil-repelling sword was a eunuch's technique. Many people finally understood why Lin Yuan II was feared in the martial world, while Lin Jinan had mediocre martial skills. Some well-meaning individuals spread the story among the common folk, and for a time, the people in Fuzhou looked at the Fuwei escort agency or Lin Jinan with different eyes. Lin Jinan had nothing to say about this. After all, he couldn't take off his pants in front of everyone to prove his innocence. Just then, his brother-in-law in Luoyang was celebrating his birthday, so he used that as an excuse to avoid the situation. As for whether Lin Pingji would inherit the Fuwei escort agency after becoming a disciple of Huashan, it was still uncertain, so he quickly decided to have a child with his wife while he was still young to silence others' gossip. Thus, Yu Buchuan set off north with Lin Jinan. Yun Jing stretched in the training room, finally achieving the 5th level of the innate creation technique. A few days ago, Yu Buchuan sold the evil-repelling sword manual to the mall, and after integrating it into the innate creation technique, Yun Jing absorbed the internal power advantages of the manual, allowing his training to progress even faster. Now he was annoyed with his combat techniques. While the swordsmanship in the martial arts world was indeed good, unfortunately, they were all close combat techniques. Without sword energy and sword intent, it was truly inadequate, at least in the context of laughing in the wind. On the other hand, the sword techniques, or knife techniques, in One Piece were much better, with various slashing waves and sword energies flying around. To say he wasn't envious would be lying to himself. Thinking of this, Yun Jing directly went out to find Gung Shiro. In the inner room of the One Heart Dojo, while drinking tea, Yun Jing looked at the hardworking Gunna practicing her sword outside and asked Gung Shiro, "Mr. Gung, haven't you passed the basic internal power technique to Guena yet?" With his peak postnatal strength, he could naturally see that Guena showed no signs of practicing internal energy. Gung Shiro shook his head and replied, "Guena's body is still too weak. If she practices hockey directly, it would cut off her future." Yun Jing was speechless. It seemed he confused internal energy with hockey. Although superficially similar, internal energy was much stronger than hockey. To put it in gaming terms, hockey only enhances and strengthens attack and defense, while basic internal energy, although appearing ordinary, is almost all-encompassing. One must say, the training of hockey in One Piece is truly baffling. It is known that the accepted truth in One Piece is that only when a person's physique is exceptionally strong can the hockey they cultivate become very powerful. Conversely, if their physique is relatively weak, the hockey they cultivate is merely mediocre. This can be verified by observing the Marines during the events on Amazon Lily and the birdcage incident with Doflamingo. However, once hockey is successfully cultivated, the growth effect of physique seems to have little impact on the effectiveness of hockey cultivation. Therefore, in the world of One Piece, true strong individuals often naturally condense powerful hockey because their physique has already reached a certain level. Subsequently, they further enhance their hockey through continuous physical training, presenting a complementary relationship. In Yun Jing's view, this phenomenon might stem from a certain incompatibility between low-level hockey and physical training. Thus, most people in the world of One Piece choose to first improve their physical level and then stimulate their bodies through specific means, or wait until their physical strength reaches a full state, allowing high-level hockey to naturally develop. This way, they can skip the weakening phase of hockey and directly enter the advanced stage. Yun Jing then explained to Gung Shiro the differences between internal energy and hockey, emphasizing that internal energy grows stronger with longer cultivation. Since Yun Jing had a specific purpose for visiting today, he expressed, "You want a strong physique, and I want the method for cultivating sword energy slashes." It's a fair exchange. With a thud, a manual on the Baoyuan technique was thrown onto the table. The Baoyuan technique is a simplified version of the Hunyuan skill, primarily focusing on external skills with internal skills as a supplement, mainly training the body, which was just right. Although it required the use of secret medicine for cultivation, the effect of the body-nourishing pill was much stronger than that of secret medicine, which Yun Jing had just optimized during their conversation. Yun Jing Gung Silang to take a look first, and then introduce the characteristics of the Baoyuan gene. After looking, Gung Silang said, "What do you want?" Yun Jing smiled broadly and said, "I'm quite interested in the sword energy and slashing waves used by sword masters." Gung Shirlang rarely replied, "If your realm is not sufficient, even if I give you the methods to practice, the power you can wield will be mediocre. And it might even be less effective than directly using a sword for its killing power." Yun Jing said, "This is not something you need to worry about, sir." Gung Silang frowned. Didn't he continue to persuade him, and only said that sentence out of respect for Yun Jing's long-standing trading relationship. Now, he couldn't see through Yun Jing's strength. This was something he wanted, so he could only say, "Zoro will bring it over to you." With his goal achieved, Yun Jing chatted with Gung Silang for a while, pointed out some aspects of Gung Silang's internal skills, and then left, encouraging Guena before he went. In the evening, during the opening of Yun Jing's restaurant, he saw that there were enough guests, so he handed over the restaurant to the newly hired chef and Zoro, while he took the secret manual brought by Zoro and went to the lounge. He looked at the new manual written by Gung Sailang and found that the so-called sword energy and slashing wave were actually similar to the straightforward training methods of the Navy's 6 styles. But then again, it made sense. In the world of One Piece, most people are illiterate. For a group of illiterates to invent profound training methods is already quite impressive. Yunjing directly integrated it into the innate creation technique, spending a bit of treasure points to learn, and then accelerated his training in the training room. After an hour, Yunjing could directly unleash sword chi. Just as Gung Sailang said, it was better to directly apply an equivalent internal force to the sword for greater lethality. He modified it for 10 treasure points to adapt it to the martial arts world and listed it in the store. On the road, Yubuchuan received the news but couldn't enter the store, so he could only wait until he rested at night to make plans. In the evening, after arriving at the inn, Yubuchuan quickly ate something and told everyone he needed to cultivate and should not be disturbed, then went straight to his room. The others were not surprised. After all, it had been like this all along. Upon entering the store, Yubuchuan saw the new products on the list, and he had only one thought in his mind: buy it. Sword chi technique, 100 treasure points, item details, can cultivate external sword chi, compatible with one's own swordsmanship. However, it can only exert its true power at the purity level or above. As far as Yubuchuan knew, no one in the entire martial world had been able to cultivate sword chi yet. At most, people could use internal force to attach to various objects to harm others. Even now, having reached the innate realm, internal force could only leave the body briefly, and its power was generally weak. From the information he had gathered, he could roughly guess that in the entire martial world, the only confirmed innate masters were the demonic sects Dongfeng Bubi, Renwuxing, Xiang Wentian, his own sect's master Feng Qingyang, master Feng Zheng, and Daoist Chongxiu. A little further down, Zhuolang Shan and his disciple Linghu Chong should both be able to become innate masters. However, in reality, compared to acquired masters, innate masters only had their internal circulation unblocked, which allowed their internal force to be more enduring and a bit longer lasting, but their immediate combat strength was not necessarily that strong. An acquired master who mastered a few advanced sword techniques could easily take you down without giving you a chance to react. Some small changes were made here. The small circulation of acquired internal force and the large circulation of innate internal force, with masters directly unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, connecting heaven and earth, allowing for internal and external communication. Yubuchuan was now just entering the innate realm, having used the tenfold speed in the training room for nearly 20 days, and his internal force had indeed become much more substantial. However, thinking of those already famous innate masters, most of them had some unique skills. While he only had the Qianfeng sword technique and could only rely on the Zixia secret manual to overpower others. After acquiring it, Yubuchuan directly set up a tenfold speed training room. 6 months later, in the training room of the heavenly store, Whoosh, a sword chi left a deep mark on the Iron Man in front of him. Yunjing stepped forward to take a look. Indeed, it had to be at the purity level. Host, Yunjing store level, 0 cultivation level, mortal level purity level, intermediate combat power level, city level, beginner treasure points, 12 anchored world. The smiling, proud wander customers. Yubuchuan store functions, item evaluation, fully automatic alchemy furnace, training room, 3 live stone, skill instruments. During these 6 months, Yunjing was originally about to break through the 6th layer of the technique to advance to the purity level. But Yubuchuan directly obtained the ancient tomb relic and Renwuxing's star-absorbing technique, including the 90 manual, and after integrating these into the innate creation technique, Yunjing's peak level dropped from 5 layers to 3 layers. Out of curiosity, Yunjing inquired about Yubuchuan's experiences during this time. Naturally, Yubuchuan did not hide anything and briefly recounted his experiences to Yunjing. After receiving a letter from Yubuchuan, Ning Zhongzi took Linghu Chong and the others down the mountain to visit the places harmed by Tian Boguang, fully teaching Linghu Chong and the other disciples the principle that evil people should be punished by all. Unfortunately, while traveling, Ning Zhongzi and the others happened to encounter Tian Boguang, capturing Yilin. Linghu Chong fully utilized the protagonist's halo, claiming he found Tian Boguang and Yilin using the hunting skills he usually employed in the mountains. With the two factions joining forces, they directly eliminated Tian Boguang. Later, at Liu Jingfeng's Golden Basin Washing Hand Conference, he preemptively found Mo De and discussed Liu Jingfeng's relationship with Chu Yang. The two secretly found Chu Yang, who was the opponent of both, and the two of them were directly captured. Afterwards, they took Chu Yang and Chu Fian to Lu Zhongfeng late at night. Yu Buchuan fabricated a story that the Songzhan sect had learned about Lu Zhongfeng's friendship with Chu Yang and had arranged for disciples Fei Bin, Ding Mian, and Lu Bo to come under the pretext of this matter to weaken the Hongshan sect's strength, while also sharing his suspicion that the Songzhan sect might kidnap their entire family to threaten him. Lu Zhongfeng, looking at Chu Yang and Chu Fian in Yu Buchuan's hands, had no choice but to believe him. The next day, Mo Da and Ning Zhongze ambushed in Lu's backyard. At the moment when Shi Qiansong made his move, the lives of Chu Yang and his grandson were in Yu Buchuan's hands, and Lu Zhongfeng naturally would not act straightforwardly like in the original story, adamantly denying any involvement. Shi Qiansong angrily said that his whole family was in his hands, and if he didn't speak the truth, he couldn't guarantee that his master wouldn't take action. However, before he finished speaking, the scheming Fei Bin, Ding Mian, and Lu Bo were repelled by the now powerful Ning Zhongze and Mo Da arriving in the hall. After seeing that his family was safe, Lu Zhongfeng directly picked up the golden basin on the ground and intended to wash his hands. But Fei Bin rushed over to interrupt him, only to be severely injured by a sword chi from the ever-watchful Yu Buchuan. All the guests present were directly shocked by this sword chi from Yu Buchuan, and Ding Mian and Lu Bo, seeing that things were not going well, hurriedly fled the scene. Lu Zhongfeng successfully washed his hands in the golden basin, transforming from a Jianghu hero of the Hongshan sect into a court watchdog. The Golden Basin Washing Hands Conference of Lu Zhongfeng had concluded, but Yu Buchuan's sword chi, which had not been used in the Jianghu for 100 years, was far from over. Others did not dare to ask, but Master Dai was curious and directly inquired. Yu Buchuan attributed it to a recent breakthrough in the innate realm after understanding insights from the ancient texts left by the Huashan sect. Finally, he mentioned that he planned to hold a conference during the Lantern Festival next year and invited all like-minded individuals to attend, to which everyone present expressed that they would definitely come. After the event, Yu Buchuan was surrounded by a group of disciples led by Yuling Shan. All wanted to learn sword chi. Ning Zhongze, who previously only knew that her senior brother had made some breakthroughs, did not expect that he had broken through to the innate realm and even comprehended such sword techniques. This was much stronger than her previous creation of the unparalleled Ning's sword to deal with Tian Boguang. Now she felt that her senior brother's naming of this sword technique was a joke at her expense. Thus, seeing Yu Buchuan surrounded, she did not step forward to help. In the end, Yu Buchuan relied on his years of authority to directly disperse the crowd of disciples. After obtaining the score for the smiling, proud wanderer from Lu Zhongfeng and Chu Yang, he conspired with the two and declared that he would unify the Jianghu and promote reconciliation between the righteous and demonic factions. After witnessing Yu Buchuan's strength, Chu Yang willingly offered his assistance. After handing over the body-enriching pills bought from the store to Ning Zhongze, he instructed her to take the disciples and Chu Fian back to the mountain, while he and Chu Yang headed straight for Hangzhou. Under Chu Yang's identity as an elder and his superb musical talent, Yu Buchuan secretly mixed some medicine into Ren Wuxing's meals, then took advantage of Ren Wuxing's deep sleep to obtain the flawed star absorbing technique from the iron prison. Then, Yu Buchuan returned to Huashan with Chu Yang, encountering bandits and other criminals along the way. Those with internal force were directly drained of their internal energy using the star absorbing technique, avoiding leaks and leaving no traces. Upon reaching Xianyang, Yu Buchuan sought out the previous group of herbalists and woodcutters to see if they had any news about the Bodhi snake. More than 2 months later, one of the herbal farmers reported an anomaly found in a valley and was too scared to investigate further. Yu Buchuan directly settled Chu Yang in Xianyang City and took the herbal farmer to that valley. After searching for half a day near the location mentioned by the herbal farmer, they finally found a surviving Bodhi Chu snake. Due to Yu Buchuan's sudden appearance, the Bodhi Chu snake was startled. The snake moved like the wind, possessed incredible strength, and was extremely venomous, making it difficult for Yu Buchuan to subdue it. Fearing for his life and the inability to reproduce quickly, he decided to retreat. This made him think of the Five Poisons sect, which was skilled in using the 5 poisons, making dealing with and raising the Bodhi Chu snake a trivial matter. Delighted, Yu Buchuan rewarded the herbal farmer with silver and took him back. Following Yun Jing's advice, he searched the nearby cliffs for the legacy of the sword master, Dugu Qiubai, spending 3 days crossing nearly 10 mountains before finding the cliff where Dugu Qiubai was buried. Unfortunately, he only found a gleaming, unnamed sword, which he named Qingguang sword. The Qingguang sword was even stronger than his current sword, the Bishi sword. He thought that his daughter, Yuling Shan, would come of age next year, just as it was said in the Knowing Destiny, and he could give the Qingguang sword to her. Unfortunately, after 100 years, he had not found the sword techniques of the elder Dugu Qiubai, but fortunately, his master's uncle, Feng Qingyang, also knew them. After returning to Xiangyang City, he directly sought out Chu Yang and instructed him to find Lan Phoenix from the Five Poisons sect, asking her to come secretly to Huashan's sect for a discussion on good matters. On his own journey, Yu Buchuan promoted the reputation of Huashan sect while also earning a bit of negligible internal power as a reward. Before returning to the mountain, Yu Buchuan took a detour to Zhongnan Mountain, where he spent 10 days searching for the water pool that connected to the underground tomb. Using the skills he had learned, such as the turtle breathing technique and the characteristics of innate internal power, he brought several leather bags filled with air sacs and directly entered the underground tomb. To his surprise, not only did he find the 9 manual, but he also discovered Yang Guo's soul-devouring palm and the complete reality Dao Song he received from the Chuanjin sect, along with the ancient tomb sect's legacy left by Xiaolong. Having acquired many martial arts techniques, Yu Buchuan felt he had struck it rich and scanned for the techniques one by one. After obtaining the techniques, Yu Buchuan waited in the underground tomb for Yun Jing, guarding for 2 days before finally encountering him. This was mainly because Yun Jing sometimes directly teleported to the training room and would leave for the outside world right after finishing his training. If it weren't for the approaching deadline of his transaction with the dragon, Yu Buchuan would have to wait even longer. Suddenly, relying on selling martial arts and the star absorption technique to absorb nearly 100 years of chaotic internal power, Yu Buchuan became a wealthy individual, with his treasure point balance reaching 1538 points. Yun Jing directly optimized and merged the 9 manual, the evil repelling sword spectrum, and the original purple cloud secret manual to form a new purple cloud secret manual. Additionally, he processed the internal energy sold by Yu Buchuan, and the telephone bug was directly listed. The new purple cloud secret manual absorbed the advantages of the 9 manual and the evil repelling sword spectrum, allowing for faster cultivation speed and enhancing the root bone, along with accompanying techniques for attack, lightness, and spirit. Purple Cloud Secret Manual New, 100 treasure points, item details. Click to view, telephone bug, 10 treasure points, item details. Can communicate over long distances, basic internal energy 80 years, 40 treasure points, item details. The most original and pure internal energy. Can be absorbed by any internal energy. Conversion effects vary with the technique. Without hesitation, Yu Buchuan bought everything. Although he only received 11 treasure points for selling the chaotic internal energy from 105 years, he felt no loss after Yun Jing flipped it nearly 4 times. Compared to spending 30 treasure points on 80 years of pure basic internal energy, he even felt he made a profit. Cultivating the internal energy for 80 years on his own would take at least 20 to 30 years. Not to mention, the internal energy he currently absorbed through the star absorption technique could not be refined at all. After inquiring about the usage of the telephone bug, Yu Buchuan curiously started using it in the main hall. Watching the snail-like creature transform into a form strikingly similar to his own was incredibly novel. Due to Yun Jing's eagerness to trade with the dragon, he did not engage in much conversation with Yu Buchuan and left. After obtaining the internal energy and the new technique, Yu Buchuan did not absorb or practice it directly. Instead, he left the ancient tomb and headed straight back to Mount Hua. During the month-long journey, Yu Buchuan had hardly received any news from the martial world. Unbeknownst to him, since Lu Zhongfeng's Golden Basin Washing Hands gathering, as participants left, Yu Buchuan's achievement of the innate realm and the mastery of sword qi, which had not been used for over 100 years, quickly spread throughout the martial world. The town of Huayin at the foot of Mount Hua was filled with various dignitaries and martial heroes. After Yu Buchuan returned to the Huashan sect, they all visited him, some to get familiar, others hoping to send their children to learn martial arts. The Huashan sect had not been this lively for a long time since the sword qi dispute had settled down. Yu Buchuan, now with broadened horizons, did not explicitly accept or reject anyone, but simply conducted a brief investigation into their backgrounds before stating they would first be admitted to the sect and assessed for their aptitude and character, with the time set for the same day as his celebratory gathering. Subsequently, Yu Buchuan entrusted sect affairs to Ning Zhongze, publicly declaring the need to stabilize his realm, and began secluding himself to focus on the technique and absorb internal energy. Time passed quickly, and 2 months flew by. When Yu Buchuan finally emerged from seclusion, he had become a master of the innate realm with a full 60 years of Purple Cloud secret manual internal energy. Before this transition, Yu Buchuan could only unleash sword chi about 10 times. Now, not only did he possess a profound level of internal energy, but he also had a strong internal energy recovery ability. As long as he did not use sword chi continuously, he could even fight for an hour without fear. After emerging from seclusion, Yu Buchuan did not alert anyone, but quietly arrived at the cliff of regret. At this moment, his strength had already surpassed Feng Qingyang, and he successfully found the cave where Feng Qingyang was hiding. Yu Buchuan invited Feng Qingyang to come out of seclusion with emotional appeal and reason, hoping he could help promote the Huashan sect. The sect had too few capable people. Even though he could now stand alone in the martial world, he lacked competent subordinates. Although Feng Qingyang lived in seclusion on Mount Hua and rarely descended, he had gone out to investigate the recent commotion on the mountain a few months ago, which had greatly startled him. However, he felt a strong sense of belonging to the Huashan sect and could not bear to see it remain so desolate. Thus, he proposed a spar with Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan, who was worried about not having anyone to compete with to confirm his level of skills, readily agreed. He decided to use 3/10 of his strength to perform the Thousand Peaks sword technique and sought Feng Qingyang's advice on the Duga-9 swords. However, the results were disappointing, as Yu Buchuan found himself completely outmatched. He then increased his strength to 5/10 and unleashed a more powerful sword technique. Although the Duga-9 swords could detect flaws in the Thousand Peaks sword technique, Yu Buchuan's ferocious swordplay made it difficult to defeat him, even with those flaws. Understanding his strength, Yu Buchuan's confidence soared. Without hesitation, he unleashed several sharp sword chi, successfully repelling Feng Qingyang. This battle gave Yu Buchuan a clear understanding of his strength. He knew he had reached a new height, capable of competing with the top masters of the martial world. It was at this moment that Feng Qingyang confirmed that Yu Buchuan's strength had far surpassed his own. Learning that Yu Buchuan had not used his full strength, Feng Qingyang requested Yu Buchuan to spar with him at full power. Yu Buchuan, using all his strength from the start, directly knocked Feng Qingyang's sword out of his hand with extraordinary power. If Yu Buchuan had not reacted quickly, Feng Qingyang would have been in danger from his own sword. Then, under Yu Buchuan's martial prowess and eloquence, Feng Qingyang decided to come out of seclusion, not for any other reason, but for the sword chi. Feng Qingyang's first task upon re-emerging was to help Yu Buchuan find Feng Buping, Cheng Buyo, and Song Buki. Yu Buchuan already knew the hiding places of Feng Buping and the others through his understanding of fate. In just 2 days, Feng Qingyang brought back Feng Buping, Cheng Buyo, Song Buki, and over 10 disciples. Although Feng Buping and the others were convinced by Feng Qingyang's testimony, they were still somewhat reluctant. Yu Buchuan also understood that the sword chi dispute had caused harm to both sects, and without a fight, they would not be fully convinced. He directly had the 3 of them spar together. They used the deadly 3 immortal swords and Feng Buping's self-created 108 styles, Raging Wine Fast Sword with remarkable proficiency. Had it been before entering the store, Yu Buchuan might have struggled against them. Now, however, using the Spiral 9 Shadow technique from the secret manual, even with the 3 working together, they could hardly touch Yu Buchuan's clothes. In response to Feng Buping's remark that simply dodging does not count as true martial skill, Yu Buchuan had already gauged the 3's abilities. He then used the secret technique Golden Bell Shield to shatter the swords in their hands, concluding the match in front of their trembling, disbelieving eyes. The onlookers, including Feng Qingyang and Ning Zhongze, were also astonished by Yu Buchuan's profound internal energy. Afterward, upon witnessing Yu Buchuan's sword chi, Feng Buping and the others willingly returned to the Huashan sect. In the following days, Yu Buchuan replicated the store's contribution value system. In this system, treasure points, contribution points 100. He created a table listing all his techniques, with the corresponding contribution values only twice as high as those in the store. He then presented these items to Feng Qingyang and Feng Buping, explaining the future operational mode of the Huashan sect, focusing on the creation and exchange of martial arts techniques. Yu Buchuan briefly explained everything to them, leaving the rest for them to refine the details. After hastily wrapping things up, he went to Huayin County to find Chu Yang and Lan Feng Wang. After bringing Lan Feng Wang and Chu Yang to the Putic Snake Valley, Lan Feng Wang was astonished by the exotic snakes. After some discussion, they reached an agreement where the 5 Poisons sect would specifically arrange for disciples to come and raise the snakes. Initially, Yu Buchuan wanted to take 2 snakes to give to Yunjing, but Lan Feng Wang indicated that the number of Putic snakes was currently scarce and it was best to keep them as breeding stock, so he gave up the idea. Yu Buchuan left a large sum of money with Chu Yang to temporarily assist Lan Feng Wang in raising the snakes until the personnel were complete to go to Mount Hua. After dealing with the matters regarding Lan Feng Wang and the putic snakes, Yu Buchuan hurried back to the Huashan sect. In the following months, Yu Buchuan mostly stayed at the Huashan sect to teach disciples, primarily to instill a correct concept of the sect in them. Unlike before, where he seemed strict in urging disciples to practice martial arts, but was actually just staying at the verbal level, leading to their extreme laxity. When he had free time, he would go out to find a hero from the Green Forest to help the poor, while also looking for new secret manuals for Feng Qingyang and others. He encouraged them to innovate and create new martial arts techniques to add to the scripture pavilion, while also teaching the incoming disciples some introductory martial arts and helping them observe their own nature. Yu Buchuan generously passed down the Thousand Peaks sword technique and the Purple Cloud divine skill, while also using the original version of the Purple Cloud secret classic, subsequently suffixed by version, for example, the current version being Purple Cloud Secret Classic 2, as motivation. He even brought out the sword chi technique as a bait. Feng Qingyang, who had been living in seclusion for decades and was indifferent to worldly affairs, felt stirred inside when he saw the sword chi technique. Feng Qingyang expressed that despite decades of hard practice, he had only made slight progress in his internal power. Even when Yu Buchuan presented the Purple Cloud Secret Classic 1, he remained unfazed. However, as the former sword master of the sword sect and the #1 swordsman in the world, upon seeing the sword chi technique, he admitted he was eager to improve. Feng Qingyang hesitated for 3 seconds to show respect for the Dugan 9 swords and then directly contributed it. Yu Buchuan declared on the spot that in the future, when someone exchanged secret manuals, 20 of the contribution value would belong to the creator, and others would follow suit by directly contributing their unique manuals. They were all too eager to improve, and the allure of the 9-in manual, a martial art from hundreds of years ago, along with the manuals presented by Yu Buchuan, was too great for them. In just over 3 months, under Yu Buchuan's strong pressure and careful guidance, aside from Lao Dun, who was assigned to manage the newly arrived registered disciples, all other disciples, except for Lin Pingji who had just entered the ranks, had improved significantly. Even the weakest Shu Qi had already reached second-tier skills. Including the dozen or so disciples of Feng Buping, Huashan now had nearly 40 third-generation disciples, among whom the strongest was Ling Hu Chong, who was originally gifted but had regrettably not received careful guidance from the irresponsible Yu Buchuan earlier. However, since Yu Buchuan obtained information about the heavenly mandate, in the past 6 months, he had been closely monitoring Ling Hu Chong, along with Ning Zhongze and Feng Qingyang, encouraging him to study diligently, even though his internal power was slightly lacking due to switching to the Purple Cloud divine skill. The purity of his internal power had already surpassed his previous level. Not to mention, he had also practiced the profound martial arts, such as Dugan 9 swords and Thousand Peaks sword technique. His strength was now approaching Ning Zhongze, making him a genuine first-rate master. On the Lantern Festival of the following year, Yu Buchuan took the opportunity to announce to the martial world the return of Feng Qingyang and Feng Buping, merging the 2 factions of sword energy into one at the Huashan sect. Others had already received the news and were not surprised. However, when Yu Buchuan presented part of the 9-in manual and introduced a new contribution value system for recruiting righteous wanderers from the martial world, it caused an uproar. He also accepted all the registered disciples from last year as external disciples of the Huashan sect. Afterwards, Yu Buchuan directly demanded the 5 Mountains order flag from the Songzhan sect, and seeing the other 3 sect leaders nodding in agreement, he knew that Left Cold Zen's previous actions had long displeased the other leaders, but they were just dragging their feet, saying he couldn't make the decision. Yu Buchuan also knew that Left Cold Zen was likely at a critical point in breaking through to the innate realm and creating the ice true chi. He was not afraid of Left Cold Zen and instead appreciated such a creative type of player, as these would be precious points in the future. He directly stated that the Huashan sect would visit the Songzhan sect on the Dragon Boat Festival to retrieve the 5 Mountains order flag. After the meeting, Yu Buchuan took the disciples of the 5 Mountains sword sect directly to the Thinking Over Cliff, publicly revealing all the sword techniques of the 5 Mountains sword sect and their countermeasures. He privately advised them that their sword techniques were outdated, and it would be best for them to return and prepare early, improving their own sword techniques to avoid being countered by others and falling into traps. Those from the 3 sects who had a favorable impression of the Huashan sect, such as the Master Ding Xian, Mo De, and the Tianmen Taoist, were naturally even more grateful. However, as for Tang Yingyi from the Songzhan sect, he was somewhat indifferent. As his own sect leader's martial arts accomplishments and extraordinary talent had already advanced the sect's sword techniques to a new level, rendering the techniques on the stone wall obsolete. As spring arrived and all things revived, it was also the mating season for animals. In March, Chu Yang sent word that the pudic snakes raised by Lan Feng Wang had made progress. Yu Buchuan went to check and encountered an unexpected person. Sure enough, childhood sweethearts could not compete with destiny. Yu Lingshan had increasingly developed feelings for Lin Pingji, and Yu Buchuan did not oppose it. He thought that Lin Pingji, who was still in the realm of righteousness, purity, pride, beauty, and filial piety, was a good match for Yu Lingshan. As for Ling Huchong, seeing his little junior sister fall for another, he became disheartened about martial arts. Just as Yu Buchuan observed that after several months of consuming the essence-gathering pill, Ling Huchong's internal power level had already reached the peak of the acquired stage, but had been stuck and unable to break through. He directly sent him down the mountain to train, to see how the results of his education over the past year were, and whether it was worth continuing to cultivate him in the Huashan sect. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Yu Buchuan, accompanied by Feng Qingyang and the already innate Ning Zhongzi, exerted his strength and directly took the Five Mountains Order flag. From then on, Yunjing understood Yu Buchuan's experiences over the past 6 months and saw his strength, which had indeed made significant progress. Name: Yu Buchuan customer level, 0 treasure points, 1194 cultivation level, unsullied level, late innate, combat power level, city level, not intervening too much in Yu Buchuan's affairs. He nodded to indicate he understood and then left them all. During this half year, the Yunjing restaurant found another chef and several waiters, directly freeing Yunjing, Zoro, and the others. However, Zoro would still occasionally run to the restaurant to help, especially after his defeat against Guina. After that time, when he asked Gung Siren for the training method of sword chi, Gung Siren had taught the Baoyuan technique to Guina and Zoro, leading to both of them consuming more essence-gathering pills, and their physical enhancement speed far exceeded before. At their 2001 duel, Yunjing watched Zoro, who naturally used brute force, shake his head. Guina's strength was not inferior to Zoro at that moment, but her swordsmanship realm and skills far surpassed Zoro's, making his defeat inevitable. As expected, after a few moves, Guina managed to deflect all 3 of Zoro's swords. Yunjing looked at Guina, who was about to enter her teenage years. Her growth rate was certainly far surpassing that of Zoro, who was 2 years younger, even if Zoro's talent exceeded Guina's. The factor of time in the early stages of training far outweighed talent. After seeing the two finish their duel, Yunjing said, "Congratulations, Zoro, you have achieved 2001 failures." Zoro rolled his eyes at what he said. After speaking to Zoro, Yunjing turned to Guina and said, "Not bad, Guina. Congratulations on defeating Zoro for the 2001st time. Come on, to celebrate your 2001st duel, I'll treat you both to a big meal. It looks like it's about to rain, so let us hurry." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed both of them and headed down the back mountain to Yunjing's restaurant. The barbecue in the rain was enjoyable for the guests, and Yunjing often reminded the two to diligently practice their internal skills and to be cautious in their actions. After eating, he took them to the Isin dojo and instructed Gung Shiro to teach them well, while also mentioning that they had been using real swords in their matches, urging Gung Shiro to keep a close watch. Then Yunjing ran off while the two wore expressions of traitor, knowing that Gung Shiro had always forbidden them from using real swords. Now, half a year had passed, and the two's duels had reached 2056 times. Zoro, the iron-blooded true man, was indeed unyielding in the face of countless setbacks. Yunjing has now become a small expert in the East China Sea, as long as the legendary golden lion doesn't appear. Even if he encounters carp and red-haired shanks, he won't be flustered, as neither of them would attack an ordinary person. If they do meet, he can still sell some things. Therefore, after a period of quiet, he decided to go out for a leisurely trip. He contacted the dock and found out that in half a month, there would be a passenger ship going to Windmill Village. He directly asked Uncle Haim at the dock to remember to greet him when the passenger ship arrives. 19 days later, Zoro was tricked by him to board the ship. But Yunjing didn't deceive him. He covered all the training resources and also guided Zoro's inner strength training. The two, who were sailing on a ship for the first time, initially felt fresh and excited, but after looking at the endless sea for a while, they lost interest. Since there were no exercise equipment on the ship, they could only practice their inner strength. After sailing for 5 days, the passenger ship finally arrived at Windmill Village. As soon as Yunjing stepped out of the cabin, he saw a dog-headed warship docked at the port, realizing why the journey had been so calm. It's important to know that the era of pirates ignited by Roger was no joke, and it wasn't until 10 years later, when Luffy set sail, that the world pattern had the four emperors and the Shichibukai balancing the maritime power. The outside world is still in chaos, and even the East China Sea, which is under the Navy's close watch, is filled with turmoil. That person who looked exactly like Yin Jing is the one who went out to sea and encountered pirates, leading to the demise of his entire family. Upon reaching the port, he saw a tavern run by someone who resembled red-haired Shank's wife, Makino. Yin Jing shouted back, "Captain, remember to come back and pick us up." A person who looked like a captain on the passenger ship replied, "Just wait for us here in 3 days." After confirming the time, Yin Jing glanced at a group of Navy soldiers exercising on the Carp warship, feeling nothing in particular, but Zoro, who hadn't done strength training for 5 days, looked a bit green around the eyes. He directly dragged Zoro away, and just as they pushed open the door to the tavern, they saw Carp educating his grandson. At that moment, Luffy was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, carrying that straw hat while shouting, "I told you, I want to be the Pirate King." Carp angrily said, "Luffy, you and Ace must become the strongest Navy in the future. Even if you want to be a king, it should be the Navy King." Luffy paid no attention to Carp's words and mumbled to himself, "It hurts so much. Damn it. I'm made of rubber. Why does it still hurt so much?" Seeing that his grandson ignored him, Carp, furious, punched Luffy on the head, and with a crisp sound, he exclaimed, "What a good head." Yin Jing thought to himself. Feeling the fluctuation of hockey at the moment, Carp made his move. It's no wonder Luffy can endure so much punishment in the future. After the punch, Carp continued, "This is such a failure. I shouldn't have left you in Windmill Village. It's too peaceful here. You actually mix with that red-haired brat. It's really infuriating. That little rascal." The more Carp spoke, the angrier he got, and in the end, he shouted, "You've really driven me crazy, you little brat. Why do you want to be a pirate?" After venting his anger, he punched Luffy again, causing a tower-shaped bump to appear on Luffy's head. Yin Jing looked on with great interest, while Zoro felt a chill down his spine, thinking to himself, "This old man is really too violent. Thankfully, my master isn't like this." Luffy shouted again. "Shank said that pirates are the freest people in the world, and I must become the freest person." At this moment, Magino, who was nearby and wanted to intervene but felt it was inappropriate, quickly ran over, placed her hands on her abdomen, slightly bowed, and said a bit shyly, "Hello, guests. May I ask what you need? I'm really sorry for not noticing you earlier." Yin Jing shook his head and said, "It's fine, just bring us some food. And 2 more cups of fruit juice." Upon seeing out-of-town guests, Upu Shalapu directly said to Kabu, "Kabu, that's enough. We have guests at Magino, don't disturb their business." Seeing this, Kabu stopped lecturing the passers-by in the back, and Luffy took the opportunity to run outside. Kabu did not stop him, but picked up a glass of beer from the bar and started drinking heartily. Yin Jing and Sualong found a table to sit down. After Messino brought 2 cups of juice, she said to the 2 of them, "Please wait a moment, the food will take a while." Yin Jing indicated that there was nothing to worry about, so Makino went to the kitchen to get busy. Yin Jing took a sip of juice and suddenly said, "I just saw Admiral Carp looking troubled about his grandson wanting to become a pirate." Carp, already in a bad mood, drank even faster upon hearing Yin Jing's words. Yin Jing continued, "I actually have a method that might change his mind." Just moments ago, Carp was still at the bar drinking, but he suddenly appeared next to Yin Jing's seat. Then, Yin Jing felt a weight on his shoulder, and a big face leaned in close, eagerly saying, "Little brother, I don't know what method you have, but you must tell me, and I will definitely repay you." God knows how much he wants Ace and Luffy to join the Navy. Yin Jing smiled and said, "Just now, the Navy Lord mentioned he hopes his grandson will become the strongest Navy, so he must have some decent strength. Your grandson said pirates are the freest people in the world. Why don't you take them to the places ravaged by pirates to see how pirates truly exercise their freedom? I believe if your grandson has any conscience, after witnessing the freedom of the pirates, he shouldn't have the desire to become a pirate anymore." Zoro beside them looked astonished, thinking, "This old man is impressive." Carp slapped his hand and exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that? Damn it." The table in front of Yin Jing jumped when it was slapped, but fortunately, both Yin Jing and Sauron reacted quickly and lifted the juice. After slapping the table, Carp ran off, leaving behind a sentence, "Sharapu, please take care of this young man for me. I'm taking Luffy and Ace out for a bit, and I'll be back in a few days." Taking advantage of the last moment before Carp left, Yin Jing scanned him. Name, Monkey D. Carp, training level, transformation, intermediate, combat power level, national advanced. According to the system, it indeed didn't ask any questions for the flow restriction registration. But is the combat power only at the national level because Carp is a master of physical combat? Or does the combat power level purely look at destructive power without considering strength? Or are there other factors involved? Asking the system yielded no explanation. So he had to give up. Upu Sharapu, hearing this, helplessly said, "Still the same, so reckless." He then got up and walked over to Yunjing, saying, "Hello, I am Upu Sharapu, the village chief of Windmill Village. I wonder where you're from and what brings you to Windmill Village." Yunjing directly said, "I am a businessman from Zimaziji Village. This trip is just to relax with no special plans. Of course, it will be best if I can make a few deals." Upu Shalapa smiled and said, "Little brother, you might have come to the wrong place. Our Windmill Village doesn't have any special products. If you want to do business, you should go to the Kingdom of Heya." Yunjing said, "It doesn't matter. I came here just to relax. However, villager Shalapu, I didn't notice any inns in your village. I wonder if you could help me find a place to stay for a few nights, as our ship won't arrive until 3 days later." Upu Shalapa replied, "No problem. I have a few empty rooms at my house. I'll get them ready for you shortly. You can stay there." Yunjing quickly said, "Then I apologize for bothering the village chief." Upu Shalapu waved his hand and replied, "It's a trivial matter. You just helped our village a great deal. As long as you don't mind that my guest room is simple." After some polite exchanges, Machino brought out the dishes, and Upu Shalapa didn't disturb the two while they ate, returning to his previous seat to sip on his drink. After a while, the two finished eating, and Upu Shalapu took them to his home to show them around and also to tour the village. As soon as they left the tavern, Yunjing noticed that Carp's dog-headed warship was gone. He thought, "Carp is really fast. I originally wanted to let Zoro and Ace or Luffy spar a bit, but it seems there's no chance now. However, I could take Zoro to train on the back mountain of Windmill Village." He really didn't understand what Gungshiro or that group of samurai were thinking. Now in Xuanyue Village, there wasn't even a single formidable beast to be found. Yunjing and Zoro spent half the afternoon sightseeing in Windmill Village, chatting with the villagers, who had a very simple and honest way of life. Early the next morning, after having breakfast provided by the village chief, they set off towards the back mountain. Along the way, many villagers reminded them that there were many fierce beasts deep in the back mountain and advised them to be careful and not to go too far. Before long, at their pace, they arrived at the back mountain, and Yunjing even spotted the Dayton family from distance. Once they entered the forest of the back mountain, Yunjing truly understood what a primeval forest was. Not long after entering, he saw large trees with diameters of 1 to 2 meters everywhere, and various rare, medicinal herbs were abundant. It dawned on Yunjing. Over 100 meters away, there were several clusters of lingji mushrooms the size of bowls and plates. This was a great tonic. Yunjing quickly took out the herbal medicine encyclopedia that Buchuan had sold him and began to flip through it. After all, the Huashan sect was located in the mountains, and its disciples had to live off the land. Without an herbal medicine encyclopedia, wouldn't it be like entering a treasure mountain, but leaving empty-handed? Seeing Zoro beside him, excitedly holding his sword, Yunjing gave up the idea of going to gather herbs alone. As they walked at first, Yunjing saw quite a few rabbits and other animals, but gradually he noticed that it was getting quieter around them. At this moment, Zoro's innate battle instinct sensed something was off, and he drew his sword. Zoro said, "Brother Yunjing, something feels wrong. Be careful." Saying this, he bit down on a knife and assumed a vigilant stance. Yunjing found it quite amusing, but it was true that Zoro had no idea of Yunjing's strength and still thought he was powerless. He had already spotted the big guy, and with the innate creation technique activated, he swiftly flashed to a branch of a large tree. Using the turtle breathing technique, Yunjing's aura instantly diminished to blend in with the surroundings. Sitting on the branch, Yunjing glanced at Zoro, who hadn't noticed his departure at all, and then looked at a giant cloud leopard standing on a nearby branch, secretly laughing and saying, "Go for it, Zoro." The clouded leopard woke up hungry in the morning. Just as it was about to hunt for something, it noticed 2 oblivious sheep entering its hunting ground. Upon closer inspection, it wondered, why is there only one? There were clearly 2 since just a moment ago. With a not-so-large brain, the clouded leopard didn't think much of it. Having not eaten all night, it watched as tears fell from Sualong's eyes in frustration. Quietly, it jumped between a few giant branches, looking for a suitable angle for a sneak attack. Seeing the clouded leopard being so cunning, Yunjing secretly cheered for Sualong. The clouded leopard, as a standout among its species, possesses not only agile movements and immense strength, but is also renowned for its cunning and ambush tactics. It skillfully uses trees and foliage as cover, silently approaching its prey before pouncing with a deadly strike. At this moment, the clouded leopard is waiting for the perfect opportunity to launch its attack. It holds its breath, its limbs taut, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, it spots a flaw in Zoro's defense and leaps down from the treetops like a flash of lightning, aiming directly for Zoro's back. Sensing something amiss in the atmosphere, Zoro draws his sword in preparation. The pressure he feels is greater than when he faced a tiger while practicing swordsmanship in the back mountain of Frostmoon Village. Suddenly, he detects a sharp flow of energy rapidly approaching. Looking up, he sees a massive clouded leopard leaping down from a high branch, its sharp claws aimed directly at his head. Zoro is startled but quickly reacts, agilely darting to the side, just in time to evade the leopard's lethal strike. The leopard lands on the ground and immediately turns with a deafening roar that causes leaves to rain down around them. It glares at Zoro, its eyes glinting with fierce intent, as if to say, "You can't escape." Zoro grips his sword tightly, assuming a defensive stance. He knows this clouded leopard is formidable, and even giving his all may not be enough to handle it. He grits his teeth, sword clenched, and calls out, "Brother Yunjing, run. I'll hold it off." Turning his head, he finds that Yunjing is nowhere to be seen, almost dropping the sword from his mouth in frustration, cursing, "Baka," running off so fast. Just as he turns back, the leopard does not give him a moment to breathe and lunges at him again with astonishing speed. Zoro senses the movement too late. The leopard's claws are already within inches of him. He instinctively sidesteps to evade, but is still grazed by the leopard's sharp claws, leaving a shallow wound that seeps a trickle of blood. The clouded leopard, undeterred by its missed strike, swiftly turned around and launched another attack on Zoro. This time, it fully utilized its agility and familiarity with the terrain, darting quickly through the trees in an attempt to confuse Zoro's vision. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, standing ready, feeling the rustling grass in the forest and the movement of the airflow. He knew that any negligence against this cunning clouded leopard could lead to fatal consequences. At this critical moment, Zoro was extremely tense. He could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat and feel the sweat in his palms. Gradually forgetting the role of the clouded leopard, he focused on the battle. Each ambush by the clouded leopard made his heart race, and each advance of its claws brought the threat of death closer. Throughout this intense fight, fear and tension accompanied him, but he knew he could not back down. He had to face it bravely. Otherwise, he would let Kuna down, and he wanted to see who could earn the title of the world's greatest swordsman first. As time passed, Zoro began to gradually adapt to this fear and tension. He learned to find courage in fear and remain calm in tension. With his keen observation and reaction speed, he repeatedly thwarted the clouded leopard's ambushes. The clouded leopard was unwilling to accept defeat. It leaped again, pouncing toward Zoro. This time, its attack was even more ferocious and cunning. However, Zoro was prepared. He seized the moment and swung his sword, striking the clouded leopard's front paw. The leopard let out a furious roar from the pain, but did not retreat. Instead, it pounced at Zoro with even greater ferocity. Although Zoro was still young, his swordsmanship, while not as good as Kuna's, was top-notch in the one-mind dojo, with each attack precise and powerful. Unfortunately, the clouded leopard's tough and resilient fur limited the damage. The struck leopard was not one to back down, using its agility and strength to launch fierce attacks on Zoro time and again. The ensuing battle was exceptionally intense, with each offense and defense filled with danger. The clouded leopard, using its agility and powerful strikes, attacked Zoro from various angles. Zoro, on the other hand, relied on his superb swordsmanship and extraordinary reaction speed to turn peril into safety repeatedly. At one point, the leopard suddenly sprang out from Zoro's blind spot. Its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Zoro was startled, but he remained calm, quickly sidestepping to evade while simultaneously swinging his sword at the leopard's abdomen. The leopard let out a painful cry, but did not retreat. Instead, it crazily lunged at Zoro again. Clang, crack. After multiple clashes with the leopard's claws, Zoro's sword suddenly broke. Without waiting for the leopard to react, Zoro executed a roll to discard the broken sword and grab the knife in his mouth. Then he knelt on his right leg, his left hand propping the knife on the ground, breathing heavily, and his body trembled slightly from the prolonged battle and various injuries. The clouded leopard was not in a much better condition. Its already sleek fur was now ragged from Zoro's strikes, with blood seeping from several wounds, and its sharp claws were no longer as sharp due to the collisions. However, the leopard could see that its prey was nearly finished. Just as it lunged forward to claim its final victory, an unexpected event occurred. Yun Jing watched the battle below from a tree, occasionally voicing his opinions. Like what S with that little kitty? Can you do it? Cut him off from the bottom lane. Why do you keep running into his sword? He was just critiquing Yun Bao. Then there was Zoro, slide tackle. Gut him. What is the point of your internal energy? Just for show. Turn around, get behind him. Why are you just standing there? Ah, he really did it. That sword is garbage. Hurry, go for the rear. What a missed opportunity. This was a jab at Zoro. When he saw Zoro getting slashed by Yun Bao, leaving marks of blood, he seemed reluctant to watch, his jaw twitching as he turned away. But less than a second later, he turned back, afraid of missing some exciting moment. When he saw Zoro's sword break, his eyes narrowed. Realizing that Zoro's stamina was almost depleted in this short half hour, it was time for him to appear. Just as Yun Bao pounced, Zoro thought, Kuina, I'm sorry. I'm going to break my promise. Just as he prepared for a desperate strike, everything went dark in front of him. Yun Jing directly flashed between the two, activating the primordial golden body. With a flash of golden light from his left hand, he blocked the claws of the attacking cloud leopard. Then, with a forceful grip, he seized the cloud leopard's right front paw and threw it away. Immediately after, he unleashed a sword energy from his right hand, piercing through the cloud leopard's heart, causing it to crash into several trees before falling down. Zoro, in the midst of charging, saw the seemingly weak Yun Jing, who had returned after running away, effortlessly deal with the cloud leopard that had given him a hard time for so long. Shocked and exhausted, with his legs weak, he spontaneously performed the famous move from the smiling, proud wanderer, the falling wild goose style with his buttocks aimed backward. Yun Jing watched as the cloud leopard flew away, damaging quite a few herbs, feeling a pang of heartache. But then he thought that in the world of pirates, these things weren't worth much anyway, so it didn't matter. Turning back, he saw Zoro's position and couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, Zoro, you should go back and tell Ka and the others about this pose. They'll definitely laugh to death. Zoro, with his head buried in the grass and unable to move due to exhaustion, cursed in a buzzing voice, Baka Yuru, stinky Yun Jing. Hurry up and help me get up. You bastard, are you still laughing at me? Yun Jing, still chuckling, calmed himself down and directly lifted Zoro up. He pointed at the bleeding areas on Zoro's body, and, with a few taps, the bleeding immediately stopped. He then checked and found that it was only superficial injuries. Using his inner strength, he discovered that Zoro's internal organs were slightly displaced and bleeding, likely due to the impact with the cloud leopard, which was also the reason for Zoro's current weakness. Yun Jing increased his power to adjust Zoro's displaced organs and treated his internal injuries. Zoro felt a warm flow coming from Yun Jing's palm, moving toward his chest and abdomen, and soon felt much lighter, with the feeling of exhaustion gradually disappearing. After Yun Jing finished, he saw Zoro still sitting on the ground, so he kicked him and said, Let's go. Why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and go find someone to bandage you up. Only then did Zoro realize that things were over. When Yun Jing saw Zoro get up, he directly ran to where the cloud leopard had fallen and collected it. When Zoro saw Yun Jing's speed, he immediately shouted, Baka, when did you secretly become so strong without telling us? Yun Jing asked knowingly, didn't Mr. Gung tell you that it was me who asked him to teach you the Baoyuan skill? And Zoro, you're so weak. Why didn't you use your internal strength when fighting that cheetah? No wonder you couldn't defeat Kuina. Zoro's face turned red at this, and, feeling embarrassed and angry, said, I'm just not used to it yet. Also, I will definitely defeat Kuina and become the world's #1 swordsman first. Yun Jing responded perfunctorily, Okay. I know you will definitely defeat Guyaina, while scanning the nearby forest for any prey. Upon seeing Yun Jing's attitude, Zoro immediately shouted that he wanted a duel with Yun Jing. However, after witnessing Yun Jing effortlessly unleash a few sword chi that struck down distant rabbits and wild chickens, he fell silent. After Yun Jing hunted 3 or 4 prey, he directly said, Zoran, hurry up and bring the prey. We are going back to the village. Zoran complained unhappily, What? I'm an injured person. How can you ask me to get the prey? Didn't you just have a power to carry things? Why don't you use it? Yun Jing said, You don't have any money. Are you really going to ask someone in the village to bandage you for free? Don't you think you should give them something in return? Let's go back to the village. Saying this, Yun Jing led Zoro back towards the village. Along the way, Zoro kept arguing with Yun Jing, accusing him of being such a coward and laughing at his misfortune. Yun Jing interrupted Zoro's rant with a simple, This is your training. As soon as they entered the village, they immediately attracted the attention of the villagers, especially the sight of Zoro covered in blood, which was shocking. Hello, is there a doctor here? Yun Jing politely asked a villager. "Oh, you can look for Miss Makino," a villager replied. "Thank you." Yunjing nodded and headed towards the tavern with Zoro. When they arrived at the tavern, Yunjing pushed open the door and walked in. There weren't many customers inside, but the atmosphere was lively. When Makino saw Zoro, who was covered in wounds, her face showed concern. She quickly ran into her room and brought out a medical kit. "Are you hurt? Do you need me to help you with your wounds?" Makino asked with care. Zoro nodded, and Makino began to clean and bandage his wounds. "It might hurt a bit," Makino gently said to Zoro. "It's nothing. This little injury is nothing." Zoro gritted his teeth and acted tough. "What a man," Makino praised with a smile. Zoro's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy. Then, he pushed the prey he had caught to Makino and said, "I don't have any money, but this is a gift for you. Consider it as payment for the treatment. Please accept it." Makino quickly refused. No, I don't need this. "No, this is my way of thanking you. Please be sure to accept it," Zoro insisted. The two argued back and forth until Yunjing stepped in to mediate. "In that case, Miss Makino, please accept this gift. In return, could you prepare a hearty dinner for us?" Yunjing suggested. Makino hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed to the request. "All right, I'll make you a delicious meal," Makino said with a smile. After the meal, Yunjing returned to Shalapu's house with Zoro, who was wrapped in bandages. Seeing Zoro's condition, Shalapu immediately stood up and asked what had happened. After learning that they were fine, he finally relaxed. Once Zoro's situation was settled, Yunjing directly said to Shalapu, "Village Chief Shalapu, we just explored the back mountain and found some things. I want to make a deal with your village. What do you think?" The appraisal result from the market was 100-year Ganoderma, 10 treasure points. "So that means there are treasures in those forests," Shalapu said, looking puzzled. "I don't know what kind of deal it is." Yunjing took out the supersized Ganoderma he had picked up when he collected the cloud leopard's corpse and showed it to Shalapu, saying, "I want to ask the village chief to rally the villagers to help pick these things. Of course, it won't be for free. I'll pay them later." Zoro was very curious to see Yunjing take out items out of thin air, and Shalapu, being knowledgeable, was surprised for a moment but didn't think too much about it. After all, the abilities of devil fruit users are all kinds of strange, and he was surprised to find out that Yunjing was a devil fruit user. However, he was happy that the villagers could have some extra gains and agreed immediately. The next day, Yunjing brought several books on medicinal herbs to UPU Shalapu, saying that the books contained items to be picked and precautions. The village chief accepted them, and then Yunjing discussed the specifics of the transaction with him. After the discussion, he went to the tavern in Makino to sit down and think about how to enhance Zoro's strength. He had offense and defense covered, but he still needed a way to dodge or light-footedness. Deciding to take action, he went back to UPU Shalapu's house and entered the room to see Zoro diligently practicing. After being embarrassed by the cloud leopard yesterday, he was now trying to remedy his inability to use his internal strength. Once Zoro seemed to be done with his training, Yunjing called him over and said, "I saw you in a panic yesterday because of the cloud leopard. Here, when we return, you should honestly practice this first. Once you master it, you probably won't be so passive against that cloud leopard." Saying this, he tossed a book on light-footedness to Zoro. Zoro picked it up and flipped through it, discovering it was a book teaching how to refine one's movement skills, with vivid illustrations of little figures. He couldn't help but ask, "Can this also be practiced by Kuina?" Yunjing let out a yo and teased, "Guyina hasn't even thought about marrying you yet, and you're already thinking about her." Zoro immediately got angry and retorted, "Who said that? I just don't want to be accused of winning against her unfairly in the future." "Baka, Yunjing, you bastard, stop changing the subject and just say whether it's okay or not." Yunjing waved his hand indifferently and said, "It's up to you. Just don't teach it to others casually." After saying that, he went out again, directly using the floating shadow technique to head to the back mountain. He planned to gather some rare herbs like spiritual ginseng and lingji mushrooms to sell in the marketplace, which would also provoke Ibuchuan. Perhaps it would lead him to find some useful alchemical formulas or at least earn some treasure points. He decided to leave the herbs near the forest's edge for the villagers. Utilizing his lightness skill and turtle-breathing technique, Yunjing swiftly made his way to a treasure spot deep in the forest, scanning the area while following the provided methods to harvest. After half a day's work, he gathered a substantial amount of medicinal herbs, including century-old ginseng, century-old lingji, century-old huangjing, century-old Yishou Wu, huanglian, Tasizi, angelica, and yinyanghuo. Once done, Yunjing returned to Machino's place for dinner. After getting back to Shalapu's house, he saw Zoro practicing his lightness skill, truly showing his talent. Now Yunjing had a hypothesis to verify, so he ignored Zoro and went straight to his room. Upon closing the door, Yunjing entered the training room in the marketplace. Earlier that afternoon, he had suddenly come up with an idea regarding the Navy's 6 styles. Having watched One Piece, he was familiar with the principles, and considering his current physical condition, he believed it was entirely possible to achieve. Navy 6 styles, Suru. In an instant, 36 seconds. It involves rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times to generate explosive reactive force for high-speed movement, appearing to teleport from the enemy's perspective. To Yunjing, it meant accumulating the energy from stomping and explosively releasing it for rapid movement. In his past life, he had a childish thought that if he exerted enough force, he could jump into the sky. Navy 6 styles, Jeppo. By using strong leg power to step on the air, it generates a strong hovering force, allowing one to walk in the air like on stairs, but not able to stay in the air for too long. This high-altitude movement technique enables attacks from the enemy's blind spots. If he was fast enough, faster than the air could react, he could run on the air, akin to a left foot stepping on a right foot in a spiral ascent. Navy 6 styles, Rankyaku. This foot technique does not inflict damage through kicks, but rather generates vacuum pressure at high speeds to deliver slashing attacks, easily cleaving targets in half. It's like the wind pressure created when a high-speed train enters a station, releasing that pressure like a water knife. Navy 6 styles, Shurgon. A technique that delivers the power of a bullet through the finger. It gathers all bodily strength into the fingertip and releases a strike with hardened fingers in the blink of an eye. The fingertip has the attack power of a bullet, capable of easily penetrating the human body. It's a version of the powerful diamond finger, albeit a weakened one, since the diamond finger can break bones throughout the body, as exemplified by Yu Daoyan, one of the Wudong's 7 heroes. Navy 6 styles, Tekai. Forget it, it's unnecessary. His innate transformation techniques, primordial golden body, feels more powerful than full-body armed color. Plus, this Tekai is considered a death skill that even dogs won't practice. Just look at the CP9 members in the original series using Tekai. It's better not to mention it. Navy 6 styles, paper drawing. By releasing all body strength and utilizing the airflow changes caused by the opponent's movements, one can make their body as light as paper, allowing for easy and agile control. This technique can dodge attacks aimed at oneself at the last moment. At first glance, it seems like a martial arts version of a master who can't be touched by a feather or a fly. However, in reality, it's not that profound. It's more like an advanced version of listening to sounds and discerning positions combined with fast reaction speed and strong muscle control. Upon entering the training room, Yunjing began his testing journey. He followed his ideas and methodically carried out various attempts and explorations. Half an hour later, he had successfully mastered the technique of Soru. Another hour and a half later, he also successfully trained in Jeppo. However, Rankyaku posed some difficulties for him. Due to his habit of releasing sword energy, it was hard for him to control his use of internal energy. After much effort, he finally overcame this issue, relying solely on his physical strength to create wind pressure slashes, and after an hour, successfully trained in Rankyaku. As for Shurgon, Yunjing felt it was not particularly meaningful for him. After all, he possessed powerful techniques that could easily unleash skills like the Pseudo-6 pole sword, so why learn Shurgon? Moreover, the flying Shurgon was just a Rankyaku released through the fingers. Though the power of the fingers was relatively weak, it was not a problem for Yunjing. Finally, he approached paper drawing. Initially, he was confused about how to release all his body strength. However, with a shift in mindset, he suddenly thought of the Taoist concept of entering tranquility. To achieve tranquility, one must maintain a peaceful state regardless of standing, sitting, or lying down, making one most sensitive to their surroundings. He understood that only by completely relaxing his body could he better respond to enemy attacks. Thus, he focused his spirit, as if entering an ethereal state. Gradually, he found himself more keenly aware of everything around him, even predicting the enemy's movements. In this way, Yunjing gradually grasped the essence of paper drawing. After further experimentation, he realized some aspects were impractical. Avoiding an opponent's attack was still realistic. But becoming as thin as paper was unreasonable, and even in the anime world, it wouldn't adhere to Newton's laws. Was it that the Navy 6 styles had unique techniques? Paper drawing was referred to as a prerequisite for observation hockey. Yet he hadn't seen any substantial benefits for the body. If mental energy could materialize and interfere with movement techniques like in devouring, One Piece was merely about pure perception. Once Yunjing sorted through the Navy 6 styles, he compiled a comprehensive version of the 6 styles through the system, priced at 60 treasure points in total, with a single sale at 10 treasure points, and listed it for sale. When he exited the marketplace, it was already dawn. After saying goodbye to Zoro and the village chief, he went to Machino's tavern for a meal, waiting for the arrival of the passenger ship. Soon, the passenger ship arrived, and after bidding farewell to Machino and the villagers, he boarded the ship and set off, embarking on another 5 days of dull sea travel. Upon returning to Frostmoon Village, Yunjing went straight back to the inn, while Zoro eagerly went to find Kuina for a duel. Just when Yunjing thought he would be repeating his days, a ding sounded, and the system delivered good news, transmitting a message in his mind. A small 1,000 world has been located. Would the host like to choose observer mode or directly deploy the customer order? Yunjing was startled awake from a sick dream. Sitting up in bed with a sudden jerk, thinking to himself, no need to say, it must be the observer mode. The scenery in front of him flashed, and his perspective was in mid-air, where he could see a non-mainstream 4-person group carving performance art into the mountain wall. The second scene was set in a waterfall valley with 2 gigantic statues. The third scene was in a dim place, where Yunjing saw a huge humanoid figure with 9 eyes, resembling deadwood, with 10 column-like protrusions on its back. The fourth scene featured a yellow-haired little ghost sitting on a swing with its back turned. And the final scene was a weapon shop named Spin Spin Spin, where Yunjing saw a customer being thrown in front of a little beauty lying in bed, sporting a hairstyle similar to the magical child Nez's. Just at the last second, after Yunjing's consciousness returned to her body, she silently prayed in her heart. It must agree. It must agree. It must agree. Important things are worth repeating 3 times. After finishing her prayer, Yunjing went directly to the mall hall to wait. Recently, Tian, who had just graduated from the ninja school and was assigned to Class 3, returned home and greeted her parents. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she went back to her room, set her ninja tool bag aside, and flopped on her bed. She felt exhausted thinking about her teacher and companions who would cry at the slightest disagreement, expressing their youth and passion. However, there was another aspect that intrigued her, a person who was too silent and reserved. While enjoying her beautiful or difficult ninja life, Tian suddenly noticed a light spot appearing on her ceiling, quickly descending towards her. After a hand seal, with a bang, Tian disappeared and reappeared next to her ninja tool bag, with a piece of wood appearing in place. Holding 2 shurikens, Tian cautiously looked at her bed, seemingly not recognizing any danger. Only then did she notice a token quietly lying beside the wood. Moving stealthily closer to her bed, Tian observed for a while and poked the token with her shuriken, discovering that she couldn't identify its material. This piqued her curiosity. It was neither metal nor jade, nor was it wooden. Her family ran the largest ninja tool shop in the entire wood industry, and her father was the only blacksmith in the Fire Country. Having grown up among various minerals with her father, she was quite knowledgeable. If it weren't for her lack of interest in the coarse business of blacksmithing, she might have become a high-level blacksmith herself by now. She looked at the front of the token, which had the character merchant in the center, and after flipping it over with her shuriken, she saw the words trade. The token was adorned with beautiful cloud patterns. Unable to contain her curiosity, she directly picked it up. As soon as she touched it, a thought flashed in her mind. Congratulations! You have been favored by the Multiverse Trading Mall. This token is the key to entering the Multiverse Trading Mall. With it, you'll have the right to enter the shop, browse, and trade rare goods from various worlds. Ninjutsu, blades, peace, truth, everything you desire is there. Would you like to enter the Multiverse Trading Mall? Yes or no? Tian's first reaction was that she had fallen under an illusion, so she quickly dropped the token and performed hand seals to disrupt her chakra. She found no problems, thought about it, and went out to chat with her parents, discovering nothing unusual. Then she returned to her room and looked at the token she had thrown aside, studying it again. After several tests, she learned that as long as she held the token, the phrase would appear in her mind. A young person's curiosity is always insatiable. And in the end, Tian chose yes. Then a light gate appeared in her room, and a flood of information about the Multiverse Trading Mall filled her mind. Tian walked around the light gate, experimenting, and realized that this light gate was the space-time ninjutsu mentioned by her teacher at school. She then stepped inside and found herself outside the mall palace. Looking at the palace and the void, these things were beyond her comprehension. But Tian didn't mind and ran straight into the palace. Upon seeing Yunjing, she immediately approached and greeted her. Hello, shop owner. My name is Tian, and I look forward to your guidance. After saying that, she immediately bowed. After returning to the mall, Yunjing sat her chair and opened her panel. Host. Yunjing, shop level. 0, cultivation level. mortal level, purity level, city level, treasure points, 347. Anchor world. The smiling, proud wanderer. Foreign language version San Lang, saves his mother, customer. Yu Buchuan, malfunctions. Item evaluation, fully automatic alchemy furnace, training room, 3 live stone. Yun Jing looked at the foreign version of San Lang, saves his mother in the anchored world, and the 2 characters were even underlined, which almost made him laugh to death. But thinking about its many aliases in his previous life, such as 5 Villages gang fight, contact lens war, the ninja world is up to my family, and Black Absolute saves his mother, there were just too many. Once he thought of the ninja world, Yun Jing was worried that the suspicious attitude of the ninjas might not allow them to quickly accept becoming customers. If they refused him every day, he would have to wait several months for the next world order, and who knows when he would find new customers. With no breakthroughs here at Yubuchuan, he was left with the daily fixed consumption of pills. Without new items circulating, the mall could easily fall into stagnation. What? You say I should go treasure hunting in the pirate world? Not to mention whether Yubuchuan can afford the devil fruit. As a person who follows the path of survival, it's already quite risky for Yun Jing to go to Windmill Village. Asking him to search for treasures all over the world, how is that possible? Just as Yun Jing was lost in his thoughts, he heard the system prompt that a new customer had arrived, and he was genuinely overjoyed. Before long, he saw Tian walk in through the door and head straight to the table, greeting him enthusiastically. Yun Jing thought to himself, are the ninjas in this world really that powerful now? He directly said, hello, Tian, I am Yun Jing, the owner of the Multiverse Trading Mall. It's a pleasure to meet you. This was not just a polite remark. Yun Jing was genuinely happy, and everyone knows that, right? Name, Tian, customer level, 0 treasure points, 0 cultivation level, body refinement level, genin, combat level. Human level. Tian's family is in the business, and he has been in the business world since he was young. He could distinguish between politeness and sincerity. Initially, he felt a bit awkward around the owner because he learned about the power of the multiverse mall from his mind, but now he felt much more relaxed. Tian curiously asked, owner, you are so powerful. You must have seen many worlds, right? Can I visit other worlds in the future? Yun Jing has confirmed that this ninja world is indeed very powerful. He had already asked the system about this question, as he was also considering playing in the smiling proud wanderer world. After all, the pirate world is very dangerous for him. But the smiling proud wanderer world isn't as perilous. In the end, he only received an answer that there would be opportunities in the future. So at this moment, he could only respond, there will be opportunities in the future. Hearing Yun Jing's words every day, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. But soon she regained her curiosity and continued to ask, so, shopkeeper, which worlds have you been to? She seemed to be full of longing for other worlds, hoping to learn more about the stories from different worlds. Yun Jing smiled and said, I have been to some worlds where there are all kinds of people and things. Some worlds are technologically advanced, making life convenient for people. Others are filled with magic and fantasy, where the strong can fly and escape the ground. Some worlds resemble fairylands, making people reluctant to leave, with cultivators flying on swords and discussing profound teachings. Each world has its unique characteristics that evoke curiosity and excitement. After thinking for a moment, Yun Jing casually mentioned a few novels she had read before, but decided against the apocalyptic ones as they might be too discouraging for a young girl. She listened with great interest, as if she were immersed in those wonderful worlds. She couldn't help but imagine how great it would be if one day she could visit other worlds herself. So she once again made a request to Yun Jing. Shopkeeper, when the opportunity arises, you must take me to see other worlds. Yun Jing nodded, indicating her agreement. To prevent the young girl from asking more strange questions, she said, I don't know what you need to trade. Tian, following the guidance in her mind, took out the customer token from her arms. She then transformed its style into a pendant to hang around her neck and opened the list. On the left side was a large section of items available for sale in the mall, and on the right side were the items she could sell. The sales list had 4 main categories: special, medicine, items, and knowledge. Special category: destiny knowledge, 200 treasure points, item details, click to view, basic inner strength, 1 treasure point for 2 years, stock, 25 years. Item details, click to view, gold, 1 treasure point per kilogram, special benefit. Limit of 10 kilograms, medicine category. Body nourishing pill, 1 treasure point, item details, click to view, ordinary meat. 1 treasure point for 10 kilograms, item details, click to view. Body refining pill, 5 treasure points, item details, click to view. Beast meat, 3 treasure points for 10 kilograms, Item details. Click to view. Training pill. 10 treasure points. Item details. Click to view. Sea king meat. 8 treasure points for 10 kilograms. Item details. Click to view. Corrosive bone heart powder. 2 treasure points per gram. Stock. 15 grams. Item details. Click to view. Century-old Ganoderma. 10 treasure points. Stock. 35 pieces. Item details. Click to view. Knowledge category. 9 manual. Complete 200 treasure points. Item details. Click to view. Ancient Tomb Sect Legacy. 130 treasure points. Item details. Click to view. 6 techniques of body skill. 50 treasure points. Item details. Click to view. Item category. Phone bug. 10 treasure points per pair. Item details. Click to view. Heavenly Demon Spear. 1 treasure point. Weapon of the top 10 elders of the demon sect. Item details. Click to view. Then she looked at the item she could sell. 200 points of luck. 200 treasure points. Item details. Click to view. Otsutsuki Gene. 20 treasure points. Chakra. For treasure points, one-time use. Training experience. 3 treasure points. Basic chakra extraction technique. 1 treasure point. Rome's chakra extraction technique. 3 treasure points. Shadow clone technique. 10 treasure points. Substitute technique. 20 treasure points. Transformation technique. 10 treasure points. Explosive talismans. 2 treasure points each. Weekly limit of 100 pieces. Seeing so many items on the list, Tian was a bit troubled and didn't know what to buy. So she said, "Brother shopkeeper, do you have any recommended items?" Yunjing thought for a moment and said, "You can collect some ninjutsu and knowledge to sell. Obtain some initial capital, and then you can purchase items in the mall and make a profit from the price difference when you resell them." Cloud glanced at Tian's experiences from the 3 Live Stone and learned that Tian had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was assigned to Class 3. Today, she had just become a student of Might Guy along with Hyuganiji and Rock Lee. Otherwise, she wouldn't only have the basic body flicker technique. Of course, if she hadn't just come out of school, she wouldn't dare to enter the mall directly. The body flicker technique is surprisingly valuable, but since it involves space, a high price is also normal. He continued, "Given your current situation, I suggest you first buy a cultivation technique to revise. I see that the chakra extraction technique you're currently practicing is very harmful to your body. Over time, it should affect your lifespan, which is contrary to the purpose of cultivation and is indeed undesirable. Then you can buy some body-nourishing pills and ordinary meat to nourish your body." Most worlds still adhere to the principle that a strong body is the foundation of everything. If you have excess, you can sell it or exchange it for resources in the mall. Setting 1 is that excessive chakra extraction can lead to the body being unable to bear it, similar to the original plot. However, chakra extraction is a kind of exploitation operation, so the initial growth of chakra will far exceed internal power. Of course, this is not absolute. Refer to the evil repelling sword spectrum and the flawless version of the star absorption technique, the advanced version of the Northern Darkness divine art. Once internal power is adapted to the ninja world, the chakra extraction technique or its function will gain the characteristics of internal power. The damage to the body will be reduced or even non-existent. Setting 2 is that ninjas in the ninja world carry some Otsutsuki clan plant genes in their bodies, meaning that so-called talent is determined by whether you have Otsutsuki clan genes. This is also the reason why various eyes in the original plot can be inserted and used at will. The various mixed bloodlines in the ninja world are mutations caused by the fusion of the Otsutsuki family and local bloodlines. The natural energy in the ninja world is equivalent to local power, but unfortunately, it has been squandered by foreign forces. Sage techniques fuse the new and old powers of the ninja world centered around the human body, which is why they are superior to ordinary powers. After thinking about it, Tian decided to sell anything she could to quickly accumulate treasure points, bringing her treasure points to 89. Then, under Cloud guidance, she bought the Purple Mist Secret Classic 2, 50 treasure points, and the Muscle and Bone Transformation chapter from the 90 manual, 15 treasure points, to enhance her foundation. And then purchased the Ancient Tomb Sect's hidden weapon techniques, 5 treasure points, spending a total of 70 treasure points. Following Cloud's advice, she bought some body-nourishing pills and ordinary meat to strengthen her body. Finally, after learning about the training room from Cloud's Tian logged off. After Tian logged off, Cloud hurriedly optimized the body flicker technique into an internal power version and put it on shelves, waiting for Yubuchuan to come and make a purchase to regenerate some health. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Yubuchuan logged in. Unexpectedly, before Yubuchuan could speak, Tian also appeared. Seeing the newly appeared young girl, Yubuchuan was momentarily stunned, guessing she should be a new customer, and then clasped his hands and said, "Miss, you have my greetings. I am Yu Buchuan, the leader of the Huashan sect. Tian was also taken aback. She had just logged off and was eager to go back and get some explosive tags. As someone with business acumen, she naturally knew that limited items should be stocked up, or else it would be a waste. After reacting, Tian roughly understood Yu Buchuan's intention, waved her hand in greeting, and said, "Hello, I am Tian, a Jinin from Konoha village." Yunjing directly said to Yu Buchuan, "Master Yu, you can take him to get familiar with them all since you go there every day." Yu Buchuan replied respectfully, "Yes, shop owner." Seeing that Yunjing seemed to be about to leave, the two of them stopped him. After some operations, the two finished their transactions. Yunjing saw Yu Buchuan assisting Tian and directly used spatial transformation to arrive at the training room. He was quite envious of the three bodies technique. By operating Tian's training experience, the method for practicing the three bodies technique was imprinted in his mind. The external Tian and Yu Buchuan chatted hurriedly for a few moments before saying he had to go home for dinner, agreeing to talk again later. Then Yu Buchuan's eyes lit up when he saw the items on the shop list. Ninjutsu knowledge, 1 point. Item details, click to view. Ninjutsu training experience, 5 points of treasure. Item details, click to view. Clone technique, 15 points of treasure. Item details, click to view. Substitution technique, 30 points of treasure. Item details, click to view. Transformation technique, 15 points of treasure. Item details, click to view. Explosive tag, 3 points of treasure per piece. Item details, explosive item. Can cause injury or death even to innocent beings. Detonated using internal energy, explosion can be delayed. After looking at the introduction of the three bodies technique, Yu Buchuan nearly drooled. This was simply a divine technique. He directly placed an order to practice it. Yunjing looked at the identical clone in front of him, feeling quite intrigued. He then tried the transformation technique again, and immediately a middle-aged version of his past self appeared before him. Seeing the clone moving under his control, he couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that it was just a projection. Yunjing's thoughts gradually began to diverge, thinking of the shadow clone technique or Naruto's unique multi-shadow clone technique, and then suddenly remembered Naruto's harem technique. As a result, the scene in the training room became a bit 5,000 words omitted here. After taking a few body-tempering pills to calm down, Yunjing left the training room. After trading with Yunjing, Tian briefly communicated with Yu Buchuan, bought some items, and hurriedly left. Upon returning to the outside world, she smelled a fragrance, one she had never encountered before. Running to the kitchen, she discovered that the source of the aroma was a pot of stewed meat. Tian nodded to herself, certain it was something she had brought back, thinking that the meat cooked at home had never smelled this good before. Tian's mother, Yu Yexiang, was busy in the kitchen and asked, Tian, "Where did you buy this meat? It smells so good." Tian had often accompanied Yu Yexiang to the market to buy groceries and sometimes helped her buy groceries after school when the store was busy. Therefore, it was unexpected that Tian had specifically bought meat to celebrate her graduation from ninja school. Originally, Yu Yexiang planned to go buy it herself, but today, due to the graduation from the ninja school, many parents came to select some weapons as gifts for their children, which was common in Konoha village. Tian hadn't figured out how to explain this to her mother, as it was too unbelievable. Yu Yexiang directly used the excuse she had prepared earlier, saying, "This meat was given to me by my teacher as a welcome gift." Upon hearing this, Yu Yexiang suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. No wonder." Just before Tian returned home, she mentioned that her team leader was Might Guy. Although Yu Yexiang was not a ninja, she was aware of the famous Jonin Blue Beast Might Guy in Konoha village. Imagining Might Guy, known for his taijutsu, hunting some wild beasts in the Forest of Death seemed quite normal. Seeing her mother's expression, Tian knew the situation was settled. All that was left was to handle things with Might Guy. Back in her room, Tian recalled that she had followed Yu Buchuan's suggestion and used all her treasure points from selling explosive tags to buy Destiny. From Destiny, she learned that fate was a bit despairing. Konoha village was too difficult, facing constant village destruction crises. Although someone always saved the day, she indeed had no issues. However, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents? Moreover, according to Yu Buchuan, once you entered the Celestial Mall, fate had already begun to change. And the more effort she put in, the greater the change. Ignoring historical events, she counted that in a year and a half. Konoha village would encounter the Konoha collapse plan, the impending ninja crisis in 3 years, the invasion by Pain in about 5 years, and the Fourth Ninja World War in 6 years. Almost 20 years later, there would be an invasion by the Otsutsuki clan, making Konoha Village truly calamity-prone. However, facing one Super Shadow-level opponent after another in 5 years, with her own strength only at the Jonin level, Tian felt utterly powerless. Still, Tian was not ready to give up. After all, hiding was useless. She could evade the previous 2 disasters, but there was no way to escape the 4th Ninja World War in 6 years. The future was too far away to consider meaningfully now. In Class 3, she was the one with the weakest potential. The other 3 were all potential powerhouses. Her team leader, Mike Guy, and classmate Rock Lee both had the potential to reach Super Shadow levels, even approaching the 6 paths level. If she could give them Mr. Use techniques from his world, would it be possible for Guy to open the 8 gates and survive? Could they possibly find a way to kick someone with 6 paths level strength to death? Another classmate, Niji Hyuga, might very well die in the 4th Ninja World War, leaving Tian lonely. However, Niji's Byakugan had the potential to evolve into the Tensigan. Although currently restricted by the Hyuga clan's cage bird, she had support and methods. Whether it was the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, the research abilities of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, or the medical forbidden techniques developed by the Sora Ninja Village, such as physical activation and regeneration, or the forbidden technique Demon Seed, developed by the talented Blue, they were all top-tier researchers. She believed that with some time, they could devise solutions to the cage bird problem and ways to upgrade the Byakugan. Moreover, if they could get assistance from Shinnong to open the 8 gates, it wouldn't be too simple. Shinnong developed the forbidden techniques of physical activation and regeneration specifically for the 8 gates, with her father, Tian Xiaoyun, and her mother, Yu Yexiang. Accompanying her, Tian enjoyed a hearty dinner. After consuming a pot of special stewed meat, the fatigue of the 3 family members seemed to dissipate in the warmth. Tian Xiaoyun and Yu Yexiang thought it was because they were happy and didn't think much of it, but Tian knew it was the effect of the meat. After dinner, Tian rushed back to the mall, where Yu Buchuan had just come out of the training room. With 1 person's short plan and 2 people's long plan, Tian directly opened her destiny to show Yu Buchuan. Setting. In a mall with a 0-level classification, customers cannot trade directly, and all items are in a state of ownership, meaning others cannot use them by any means. However, Destiny is an exception. The flow rate of the mental world is thousands of times faster than that of the real world. A few minutes later, Yu Buchuan had seen through the entire history of the world of Naruto from its origin to the end of Tian's life. He muttered, "Incredible! Incredible!" The shadow clone technique alone had amazed him, but the following 5 elemental jutsu, various bloodline limits, various ocular techniques, time and space manipulation, and even the ability to resurrect the dead made him feel as if he were looking at the celestial realm. However, the fact that human lifespan was a limiting factor reminded him that this was just a world possessing powers far stronger than those in the martial world. The most critical point was that the language spoken by these people sounded similar to the pirate language he had heard in Fuzhou. The key was that within the pirate language, there were also mentions of ninjutsu and samurai swordsmanship. It was said that this so-called ninjutsu was merely an illusion technique. Nevertheless, this made him interested in visiting the East Japan where the pirates were located. From Yu Buchuan's perspective, the Uzumaki clan's body combined with the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gave Naruto a body comparable to that of a sage, naturally qualifying him for transcendent levels. Unfortunately, the chakra extraction technique in the ninja world was too poor. It seemed impressive, but didn't contribute much to the elevation of life levels, leading to the ninja world possessing extraordinary powers while its practitioners didn't live long. Coupled with the periodic ninja world wars, the lifespan of ninjas was even more limited. In his view, this was just a village conflict. In his dynasty, let alone world wars. Even the previous changes in the court led to peasant uprisings with hundreds of thousands of participants. The first 3 ninja world wars were laughable. In the 4th, the combined forces of both sides amounted to only about 20,000, which was hardly noteworthy. The historical ninja world and its ideology left him speechless. The first Hokage might have possessed unparalleled power, but he wished for world peace without unifying the world. Even Yu Buchuan knew that only by unifying the martial world and bringing all sects under his management could conflicts and wars be reduced. Moreover, it was even more outrageous that he distributed the tailed beasts, which possessed extraordinary powers, to others instead of keeping them for himself. If others wanted to fight, he could directly unleash the tailed beasts to intimidate them, preventing them from attacking or destroying one side so that they couldn't fight back. If he had kept a few powerful elders in the Huashan sect, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult position. Furthermore, The notion that ninjas were mere tools was simply ridiculous. A group of ninjas with extraordinary powers was actually controlled by a bunch of incompetent daimyos, and they were manipulated through missions and money. With a ninja-esque capabilities, whether in production or creativity, they far surpassed ordinary people. It was simply unbelievable. The phrase heroes use martial arts to disrupt the ban was not a joke. If it were in his time, the Ming dynasty would have been long gone. Now, with Zhu Hozhao alive, it was simply a division of rule between the court and the martial world. Moreover, the court relies on the former dynasty's first demonic sect, the Ming sect, for its foundation, so there must be quite a few experts within to protect it. Generally, people in the Jianghu are too lazy to provoke the court, and the court's red-clad cannons are truly formidable. A few shots could wipe out their own mountain gate. What's more, it's quite funny that ninjas are actually restricted from leaving the village without a mission. They're treated like tools raised in captivity. Additionally, the power struggles within the Hokage village can only be described as dark. After watching his own destiny, Ubuchuin felt that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo Shimura were simply unbelievable. The so-called will of fire, in his eyes, was filled with the words cannibalism and full of loopholes. If one were to truly act according to the will of fire, the current Hokage and the Hokage advisors and elders of Konoha should have long been lying in their graves. Moreover, if these two individuals were even a bit more reliable, the Hokage village would have the strength to unify the world. Instead, their own experts are either dead or gone, but there's no point in dwelling on that. After lamenting the ninja world, Ubuchuin began discussing with Tian, emphasizing that she must be careful to hide her identity as a customer of the heavenly merchant. Otherwise, if Danzo finds out, just one glance and Tian would become his pawn. He then insisted that Tian must acquire the multiple shadow clone technique. At the very least, she needed to master the shadow clone technique, as it is a miraculous tool for accelerating training. As for the drawbacks of the multiple shadow clone technique, Ubuchuin didn't see them as a problem, as long as one's body and spirit are strong enough. It would be equivalent to having no side effects, just like Naruto Uzumaki in Tian's world. Next, Ubuchuin first explained the idea of unifying the Chinese nation and the history of various dynasties to Tian. He then showed her his own destiny, completely disregarding his mischievous behavior in it. After a while, after Tian finished reading the smiling, proud wanderer, she was also captivated by the grudges and romances within, and various martial arts techniques fascinated her. Unfortunately, compared to ninjutsu, the power was generally a bit less. Regarding Ubuchuin's actions in the smiling, proud wanderer, Tian furrowed her brows a bit, but didn't think much of it. Under the education of ninja school, her dedication to missions was particularly deep. In her view, strengthening the Huashan sect was Ubuchuin's ultimate mission, and he devoted himself wholeheartedly to this task. If it weren't for Ubuchuin's later imbalance of character, she would still hold him in high regard. However, the gap between martial artists and ordinary people in the smiling, proud wanderer world was still something Tian liked. Whether in Fuzhou or Hongshan, the real world indicated that the people in the smiling, proud wanderer world were much livelier than those in her own Konoha village. Although other places were only briefly glimpsed, it was clear that they lived more comfortably than the rural folks of the Fire Country, at least without having to worry about being caught up in battles between martial artists. Unlike when she used to leave the village with her father, where even in the strongest of the 5 great nations, the Fire Country, its people often faced oppression from rogue ninjas and mountain bandits, constantly in danger of death. Starting from the empty ninja attacks, the ninja world actually faced a common enemy, and the 4th Great Ninja War was about uniting against that enemy, which later turned into an apocalyptic crisis. Naturally lively and loving life, Tian also wished for everyone in the world to freely do what they loved. However, as a ninja, one cannot leave the village without a mission or special circumstances, and entering another country's territory is regarded as an invasion, easily becoming an excuse or omen for war. In terms of strength and action, Ubuchuin still had high hopes for the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, they discussed how to proceed. As everything revolved around the shadow clone technique, it was only with it that they could act on multiple fronts simultaneously. After discussing the details, they confirmed that Tian would need to continue acting as a ninja to acquire ninjutsu and gain some people's goodwill. Then, Ubuchuin reminded Tian to obtain technologies like electric lights early to sell in the market. After using the training room for an hour, Tian left the market, feeling drowsy, and took a nap. The next morning, Tian arrived in front of the Hokage building to wait for Might Guy and the others as agreed. although the current Jin emissions were meaningless to her. As a ninja, she still had to go through these experiences. Given her freshly graduated status, Niji Hyuga was in a state of jealousy and cynicism, while her teacher Might Guy and Rock Lee were simple-minded. Tian found it easy to gain their trust. She just needed to act according to her own personality. After spending a week integrating into the group, Tian began to take action, bringing out the meat from the One Piece world for the other three to eat. All three were strong in physical techniques, and after eating for a week, it was Might Guy who first noticed something was off. After all, with his physical strength, he couldn't possibly make any progress in just a week. However, there was a significant feeling of strength after consuming the beast meat. Being a Jounin, he wasn't too foolish and immediately realized the effect of Tian's meat. After completing a mission that day, the four of them went to the river to barbecue, as usual. Might Guy asked about the matter, and Tian directly explained the meat's effects, falsely claiming it was a family secret medicine, asking them not to spread it. Niji and Rock Lee understood why their strength had surged recently. It was due to Tian, and the three of them, being smart, naturally wouldn't leak the information. However, the three felt a bit embarrassed about continuously taking advantage of her, so they suggested giving her a reward. Among the three, Guy and Lee, as physical technique practitioners, were broke, while Niji had money. Unfortunately, Tian didn't lack money. What she lacked was ninjutsu. However, since the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is not widely taught and doesn't practice other ninjutsu, Tian declined. A month later, when Tian brought out body-refining pills and meat from the Sea King beast, she asked Guy to help her exchange for the shadow clone technique, preferably without letting others know, stating that their current Jinin missions were a waste of time. With the shadow clone technique, they could escape from such simple, tedious tasks. Rock Lee, who was the only one in class with chakra but no knowledge of ninjutsu or jinjutsu, expressed that he would work even harder. After saying that, he ran off to train, which reminded Tian of this matter. Might Guy agreed, and after some thought, went to find his best friend, the Leaf Village technician, Kakashi Hitaki. Using a barbecue as a starting point, after Kakashi finished eating, Guy hesitantly mentioned needing Kakashi's shadow clone technique. At that moment, Kakashi was still being lazy, knowing that Guy was asking for his subordinates, and without overthinking, he just gave it to him. After receiving the shadow clone technique, Guy immediately handed over the sealing scroll containing the remaining meat and body-refining pills to Kakashi, saying these were the rewards for exchanging for the shadow clone technique, and briefly introduced the effects of the meat and pills, while asking Kakashi not to spread it. Kakashi agreed. Ecstatic, Guy returned to share the good news with Tian and the others, bringing the scroll that recorded the shadow clone technique. Kakashi, who had been suffering from a long-term deficiency, was also very interested in something that could enhance his physique and replenish his chakra. After experiencing it for a while, especially the warm feeling that enveloped him after just eating the pills, his body and spirit completely relaxed, a sensation he hadn't felt since bearing Obito's Sharingan. After 2 weeks of finishing these meats and pills, both his physical quality and chakra volume had significantly improved. Previously, Kakashi could only open one gate of the 8 gates before suffering great physical strain, but now he felt that if he continued eating this meat, he could open the second gate in less than a month. Moreover, due to the improvement in physical fitness, the amount of chakra extraction has increased significantly. He is no longer the Konoha technician who would become dispirited after using just 2 ninjutsu. After finishing his stock, Kakashi naturally thought of Guy, which perfectly fell into the scheme that Ubuchuin and Tintin had long planned. With Tennin's nod, Guy brought Kakashi to her. Tintin and Kakashi agreed to trade Kakashi's ninjutsu for body-refining pills, and both sides were pleased. After the transaction was completed, Tintin began to urge Guy to take on C-rank missions that would allow them to leave the village. Seeing his increasingly powerful subordinates, Guy agreed and started accepting tasks like clearing out bandits and escorting merchant caravans. Once they left the village, Tintin took advantage of their nighttime camp to find an opportunity to create 2 shadow clones, using transformation jutsu to take on different appearances and set off with the prepared items. Yunjing has been bringing a large amount of ninjutsu to the market every day, but most people only buy elixirs and meat, which makes him very happy, as he can accumulate a lot of treasure points. A few days later, a dog-headed warship appeared at the port dock of Frost Moon Village. An old man wearing a dog-headed hat got off the ship with 2 little kids and started asking everyone for the location of the village's restaurant. Once they got the directions, Carp took Ace and Luffy straight to Yunjing's restaurant. It was noon, and Yunjing's restaurant was busy. Upon seeing Carp's arrival, they immediately arranged a table for the 3 of them. As soon as Carp sat down, he shouted, "Yunjing, kid, I really owe you one this time." Yunjing looked at Ace with a face full of deep hatred. As for Luffy, he had a blank expression, which should be a side effect of his shattered dreams. Shaking his head, he said, "Pirates are ultimately not good people. Having fewer of them in the world is always a good thing. Mr. Carp, there's no need to be polite." It seemed to trigger a key phrase for Luffy, and a look of confusion appeared on his blank face as he said, "Didn't Shanks say that pirates are the freest people in the world? But why do they have to kill?" Yunjing thought for a moment and said, "If freedom is compared to a flame, then a person's conscience is like a wall. It can constrain one's self, allowing the freedom flame to bring delicious food like the stove fire in the kitchen, and light like the flame of a candle. Most pirates lack conscience, and their freedom is like an unrestrained flame, which will soon burn everything and harm others." Luffy, however, couldn't understand what conscience was, but he did know about stove fire and candlelight, and couldn't help but ask, then why haven't Shanks and Yuta done bad things and killed people like others? They are clearly good people, just like the conscience you mentioned. Yunjing, seeing Luffy ask this question, said seriously, as someone who aims to be like Shanks, "You are just one of the many pirates. Perhaps in the future, you can choose not to harm others. But can others who idolize Shanks refrain from burning, killing, and looting like you? If one day you really become the Pirate King, and others take you as a role model to become pirates, coming to Windmill Village to burn, kill, and loot, leading to the deaths of Upro, Shanks, Makino, and the Dayton family, can you truly say that has nothing to do with you?" Luffy, hearing this, angrily replied, "Baka, I will definitely protect them." Yunjing continued to press, "So what if you come here alone? The pirates are countless, and with so many islands. Can you protect them all? Just like those islands that have already been invaded by pirates, and the people who have died or been injured. What will you do? Even if we take a step back and say that this so-called Shanks you speak of is a good person and doesn't burn, kill, or plunder everywhere. His fame attracts waves of people to the sea. So there might be Shanks worshippers among these pirates. And while these pirates are burning, killing, and plundering everywhere, can you really say that has nothing to do with Shanks? In fact, in my previous life, I really liked Luffy at the beginning. But ever since Luffy made a ruckus and impelled down and released a bunch of pirates, the adventurer Luffy has really turned into Pirate Luffy. According to cause and effect, the killings caused by these released pirates will ultimately be partially attributed to Luffy. So now there is a chance to prevent Luffy from becoming a pirate. Even if it means fabricating facts or tricking him, I have to deal with Luffy." Hearing Yunjing's words, Ace beside him had a constantly darkening expression. After all, even though he had always denied the reality of his father Roger, reality was something he could not change. Nowadays, it could be said that 9 out of 10 pirates outside were influenced by Roger to become pirates. Therefore, the sins that Roger bore were not fewer than those of Shanks. From the moment he was born until now, all he had heard about Roger was the hatred people had for him, that Roger should not exist in this world. The extreme disgust people had for Roger made Ace constantly doubt the meaning of his own existence, and he gradually began to hate Roger in his heart. In the past, he had always wanted to be a pirate, hoping to surpass Roger through his own efforts, to prove that he was not just the son of a devil, but capable of becoming a legend in the pirate world. He also wanted to escape from his father's shadow and find his own glory and recognition. However, after listening to Yunjing's words, he realized that if he really became the new Pirate King, and others went to sea to become pirates because of his fame, then if someone committed evil acts, what would be the difference between him and Roger? For a moment, Ace fell into confusion. Yunjing looked at the angry yet speechless Luffy and continued, "If you truly admire Shanks, you should try to stop him from continuing as a pirate. After all, you wouldn't want to hear others insulting and spitting on Shanks, belittling your idol, once you set sail. Moreover, Shanks has already attracted many people to become pirates, and among them, some must have done many bad things. If you really like Shanks, then you should stop these pirates. Whether you become a bounty hunter or join the Navy, that is what you should do. Once you have stopped all the pirates, the world will be at peace. And you can also become the freest person. Those you help might like Shanks just as much as you do." After hearing Yunjing's words, Luffy's small head could no longer think straight. He looked at Garp and said, "Grandpa, is it really like he said? Did Shanks really attract many people to become pirates? And have those people done bad things?" Garp didn't say anything, just nodded. Seeing his grandfather nod, and recalling the places he had visited with him over the past half-month that had been ravaged by pirates, the blood flowing everywhere and the cries and curses against pirates echoing around, Luffy finally broke down and cried loudly. Ace, who was beside him, seemed to have a new idea from Yunjing's last words. Since Roger disregarded the deaths of their mother and son to start the Great Pirate Era. If he could stop or end the Great Pirate Era, wouldn't he, that mean Roger's choice was wrong? To achieve this, one must have powerful strength. And now, the Navy hero Garp, who has strength comparable to or exceeding Roger's, was right beside him. Thinking of this with a bang, Ace knelt down on both knees and knocked his head on the ground, shouting, "Grandpa, please teach me. I want to join the Navy. I want to become the strongest Navy. And I must end the Great Pirate Era. I must prove that I'm stronger than him." Garp, hearing Ace calling Grandpa and wanting to end the Great Pirate Era, had tears streaming down his old eyes. Who knows how long he had wanted to hear such words. He stood up suddenly, helped Ace up, and said joyfully while crying, "Don't worry, Ace. I will definitely train you to become the strongest Navy." At this moment, the crying Luffy finally reacted and shouted while crying, "Baka, Grandpa, I also want to become the strongest Navy. I must help others and catch all those pirates who harm Shanks." Garp, hearing this, wrapped both of them up and said loudly, "Don't worry. Grandpa will definitely train you well, and you will become the strongest Navy. It will be very tough. So don't back down." Both of them said in unison, "Baka, I want to be afraid and definitely want to back down." Garp listened to their defiant voices and laughed heartily. At this moment, having fulfilled his wish, Garp felt exceptionally happy. Yun-Jing saw that the two had changed their minds and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "What do you want to eat?" As soon as Luffy heard the word food, he immediately shouted, "Meat, meat, I want to eat meat." Yun-Jing nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go get someone to prepare the meat." After saying that, he ran to the kitchen. With only 2 people in the kitchen, they couldn't possibly satisfy 3 big eaters. Bang, bang, bang. In another place, Yun-Jing optimized his shadow clone technique to directly create 5 clones, then used transformation technique to change their appearances and immediately started grilling meat in the backyard. After a hearty meal, Garp directly threw down a pile of berries and a number, saying to Ace and Luffy, "Yun-Jing, this is my phone bug number. If you need anything in the future, just call me. I'll definitely help as much as I can," and then left. During the meal, Garp mentioned that Luffy was too young now and that he would first send Luffy to Windmill Village, and after 2 years, he would take Luffy to the Marine headquarters for training. After sending Luffy back to Windmill Village, he would directly take Ace back to the Marine headquarters. Although this was somewhat different from what Yun-Jing had in mind, he didn't dwell on it and simply accepted it. When Garp arrived at the Marine headquarters, he would contact him via phone bug for the transaction as well. Half a month later, the passenger ship arrived at Frost Moon Village again, and Yun-Jing directly sent out a clone to take Kuina and Zoro to Windmill Village. Zoro, upon learning that Yun-Jing was going to Windmill Village again, shamelessly insisted that Yun-Jing take him and Kuina along, boasting that he wanted to go into the forest to challenge the beasts. Although Kuina didn't speak, her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Yun-Jing. With no choice, Yun-Jing allowed his clone to take the 2 of them ahead. In the office of Sengoku, Garp was eating the senbei collected by Sengoku, and with a reluctant expression, he took out his phone bug. Upon seeing the handsome figure on the screen, he quickly picked it up and happily said, "Yun-Jing, you finally call my phone bug. I thought you had forgotten about me." Huh? Yun-Jing sat in the chair, watching the spitting mimicry of the phone bug in front of him, and pulled the chair back a step. He then said, "Mr. Garp, you must be back at the Navy headquarters now." Garp replied directly, "Of course. I'm currently sneaking some of Sengoku's treasured senbei." Huh? Sengoku, who was working, felt his blood pressure rise upon hearing Garp's arrogant words. He angrily shouted, "Garp, you despicable guy. How dare you sneak my treasured senbei and act so arrogantly? Get out of here and stop disturbing my work." Garp, unfazed by Sengoku's reprimand, leisurely picked his nose and casually threw away the empty senbei bag, replying nonchalantly, "Sengoku, I specifically brought my grandson with me this time. He's a promising kid with unlimited potential. He might become an outstanding Navy admiral in the future. What does eating a little of your senbei matter?" Sengoku was momentarily speechless at this remark. However, what left him even more speechless was that Yun-Jing beside him also showed helplessness towards Garp's words. But this was Garp's usual character, hard to change. As it seemed the two were about to fall into an endless argument, Yun-Jing, worried that things would get worse, quickly spoke up to interrupt their conversation. "Mr. Garp, I have a business proposal I would like to discuss with the Navy. I wonder if you're interested in participating?" Garp, looking uninterested, shook his head and replied casually, "Business? I'm not interested. Sengoku is right here. Why don't you talk to him?" After saying that, he casually tossed the phone bug to Sengoku and began rummaging through the marshal's office, seemingly searching for something. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. However, thinking that he could discuss the so-called business with Yun-Jing, he temporarily suppressed his anger and ignored Carp. At this moment, Sengoku became quite interested in the person named Yunjing. Ever since Carp returned from Windmill Village, he had been incessantly mentioning Yunjing's name and stated that Yunjing had helped him greatly. When the phone bug transformed into Sengoku's likeness, Yunjing immediately spoke up without hesitation. Mr. Sengoku, hello, I'm the merchant Yunjing. However, Sengoku keenly sensed that Yunjing's reaction was somewhat unusual. Normally, if an ordinary merchant had the opportunity to talk to the Navy Admiral, they would not be so calm and composed. Although puzzled, Sengoku maintained his composure and responded, hello, Mr. Yunjing. I wonder what items you wish to trade with the Navy. I need to remind you that we don't easily accept ordinary items. Yunjing smiled and said, of course it's a good thing, otherwise I wouldn't be looking for the Navy. I have a type of pill in my hand that is rich in a large number of nutrients and can quickly enhance the physical qualities of a person. I wonder if Admiral Sengoku is interested? Nowadays, influenced by Roger, more and more people are going out to sea to become pirates, and the world situation is in turmoil. As an organization that maintains world peace and justice, the Navy bears a huge responsibility and mission. In order to better fulfill this duty, they need to continuously improve their strength. Therefore, they will not miss out on any items or medicines that can enhance their power. Sengoku responded directly. The seas are becoming increasingly turbulent, and we certainly won't refuse anything that can enhance the Navy's strength. However, if the quantity is too small, it won't be of much use to the Navy. Yunjing smiled and said, if we can find the Shanghai Army, there will naturally be no shortage in quantity. The warring state's eyes lit up and said, could you please introduce the products, Mr. Yunjing? Yunjing nodded and said, of course. I currently have 3 types of pills: body nourishing pill, body refining pill, and body training pill. From my observations, the body nourishing pill should be effective for individuals below the rank of major. The body refining pill can have a good effect on those below the rank of colonel, while the body training pill can still be quite effective even for those at the rank of general. After a pause, he continued, it's my fault. I forgot to have Mr. Carp try them when he was here. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's heart stirred. If the body-nourishing pill is indeed as he described, it would be an extremely valuable resource for the Navy. After all, the majority of soldiers are below the rank of major. If their physical fitness could be improved, the overall combat effectiveness of the Navy would greatly increase. Moreover, the body-refining pill and body-training pill would target the Navy's backbone and elite forces. If what Yunjing said is true, the Navy's dominance over the seas would be just around the corner. As for whether the flesh of sea kings could enhance the strength of generals, Yunjing speculated that it should be possible, but the effect might be minimal. Otherwise, wouldn't those at the rank of general be unable to improve further? However, the body training pill is definitely effective. Yunjing had previously inquired and learned that although the alchemy furnace only used meat to refine these pills, it actually absorbs a mysterious energy from the void during the refining process and infuses it into the pills. Otherwise, how could such high-level pills be created solely from meat? The meat is merely a catalyst to activate that energy. Hearing this, Sengoku suddenly became spirited and eagerly asked, I wonder how many of these pills you have, Mr. Yunjing? Yunjing answered without hesitation, 30,000 essence gathering pills, 5,000 body refining pills, and 1,000 body tempering pills. Upon hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Although the quantities of body tempering pills and body refining pills were relatively sufficient, the number of essence gathering pills seemed rather scarce. After all, the Navy had a large number of personnel, and if these pills were to be distributed, each person would likely receive a very limited share. Thus, Sengoku tentatively asked, I wonder how many people these pills can support? He hoped to understand Yunjing's supply capacity and the level of support for the Navy through this question. Yunjing nodded slightly, secretly calculating in his heart, and then slowly replied, based on the average person's physical condition, taking about 10 pills a day should be sufficient. Of course, the specific dosage still depends on individual absorption capacity. He was well aware that the physical constitution of people in the world of One Piece differed from that of the real world. Therefore, the demand for elixirs would correspondingly increase. After hearing this, Sengoku felt a slight sense of relief. In his view, this batch of elixirs could at least supply the elite Navy training camp's top sailors. However, he still felt a bit regretful, as most Navy soldiers would still be unable to enjoy the benefits brought by such precious elixirs. Sengoku then asked, so, Mr. Yunjing, how often do you supply them? He hoped to get a clear answer to better arrange the Navy's training plans and resource allocation. With a slight smile, Yunjing answered without hesitation, every day. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "What? Every day?" He could hardly believe his ears. In his mind, such a miraculous pill could only be supplied once every year and a half, or even longer. However, Yunjing told him that there would be daily supplies, which left him utterly astonished. In that moment, he deeply realized that Yunjing's methods were far from ordinary. Excitement and anticipation sparkled in Sengoku's eyes, as if he could see the hope for the future of the Navy. With Yunjing's support, they would have more resources to cultivate outstanding talents and enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the Navy. Yunjing's importance in his heart had also increased significantly. Yunjing heard the exclamation of warring states. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile, and said softly, "What's wrong, Mr. Warring States? Do you think the time is too short? If so, should we extend it for a few more days?" Upon hearing this, Warring States' expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly waved his hand in response. "That won't be necessary. I just wonder how much these medicinal pills cost. If they're too expensive, I'm afraid our Navy won't be able to afford them." As he spoke, he suddenly realized that the funds in his hands were not sufficient. Yunjing answered straightforwardly, "The price of each body-nourishing pill is 3,000 berry. The body-refining pill is priced at 15,000 berry, and the body-training pill costs 2,000,000 berry each." Upon hearing this, Sengoku secretly calculated and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, that's nearly 2.6 billion berry. Considering the military expenses allocated by the world government to the Navy after paying the salaries of the naval soldiers, the remaining funds are not even enough to purchase these pills. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately changed his strategy and began to negotiate with Yunjing. "Mr. Yunjing, as you know, our Navy receives limited military fund from the world government each year. Could you lower the prices a bit?" Yunjing retorted unyieldingly. "Then how much does Mr. Zhanghua intend to bid?" Zhanghua thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Yunjing, how about a total price of 300 million? He looked at Yunjing, anticipating the other party's reaction. Yunjing heard this number and thought he might have misheard it, so he couldn't help but ask, "What did you say?" He frowned, doubting whether he had heard Zhanghua correctly. Zhanghua, feeling a bit embarrassed, repeated, "The total price is 300 million. His voice carried a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. Yunjing's expression suddenly darkened, and he sneered inwardly. 300 million? This is simply a joke. This price is even worse than getting it for free, completely not meeting his expectations. He snorted coldly and said, "It seems Mr. Sengoku is not very satisfied with this deal. In that case, let's forget it. After all, I believe there are many people who will be interested in this transaction." Upon hearing this, Sengoku became anxious. He quickly said, "Mr. Yunjing, please let me explain. You know that the world government allocates a limited military budget to the Navy each year. We must use every penny carefully. This funding not only has to cover the salaries of all Navy personnel, but also ensure that those soldiers who sacrifice for justice receive adequate compensation. We cannot let these brave warriors bleed and cry at the same time." His expression was sincere and firm, trying to persuade Yunjing to understand their difficulties. After a fierce round of bargaining, both sides finally reached an agreement. The final transaction price was set at 1.8 billion berries. However, this figure was not merely a monetary transaction. 1.5 billion berries will be deducted through 3 types of meat, while the remaining 300 million berries could be exchanged for various rare minerals and devil fruit crops. However, there was an important additional condition for Yunjing. He did not want to attract too much attention, nor did he want anyone to disturb him. Sengoku understood this and promised to keep it confidential. After all, they all knew that if this matter were to be known by outsiders, especially the world government, the consequences could be unimaginable. Once the news leaked, not only would this deal be difficult to proceed with, but it could also lead to greater troubles. The world government would definitely conduct in-depth research on these miraculous pills and might even take action against Yunjing. This would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the Navy and put them in a dilemma. Therefore, Sengoku was well aware of the importance of confidentiality. In addition, Yunjing's strength and background remained mysterious. If a conflict arose due to this matter, leading him to switch to the pirate camp, the Navy would face even more severe challenges in the future. Thus, Sengoku decided to respect Yunjing's request and handle this transaction as discreetly as possible. Sengoku also made a request for a product inspection. Regarding this request, Yunjing considered it reasonable, as one must inspect the goods before placing an order. Moreover, Yunjing appeared indifferent, stating that Sengoku could arrange for someone to come over. Thus, this transaction between both parties was temporarily concluded. After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku immediately began arranging personnel to investigate information about Yunjing. He pondered who should be sent to take this trip. Just then, an obvious candidate, Carp, appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Sengoku said to Carp, "Carp, you must have heard the phone call just now. This matter concerns the future of the Navy. You know the nature of the world government. If you want to solve this problem, you will need to return to the East Sea for a while." Upon hearing this, Carp nodded seriously for once, then grinned and said, "Sengoku, this is not me trying to slack off. I'm going back on official business, so I'll have time to properly teach Luffy." Ha ha! Sengoku's expression turned cold upon hearing this, and he said sternly, "You know you were slacking off before, humph." Sengoku's words made Carp feel a bit awkward. He scratched his head and laughed. "Ha ha, Sengoku, don't be so serious. I was just joking." Sengoku's face showed a hint of displeasure. He glared at Carp and said seriously, "Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You just want to take the opportunity to slack off. Let me tell you, even if you're in the EC, you still have to clean up the pirates there, setting an example for other seas." Carp mumbled in response to Sengoku's reprimand. "Sengoku, you can't wrong me. I'm not slacking off. Besides, I'm also trying to train the next generation of the Navy." Sengoku snorted coldly and ignored Carp. He picked up the documents on the table and continued working, while Carp sat nearby, chewing on sunbae, a proud smile on his face. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly put down the documents, snatched the sunbae bag from Carp's hand, and started eating it. Seeing this, Carp quickly jumped up, trying to reclaim the sunbae bag. The two began to tussle, and for a moment, the marshal's office was filled with laughter and joy. The guards at the door heard the commotion inside and shook their heads helplessly. They were already accustomed to the playful scenes between Carp and Sengoku. Every time Vice Admiral Carp returned, such a farce would unfold in the marshal's office. Although they felt somewhat helpless, they had to admit that the friendship between these two legendary figures was truly heartwarming. After Yunjing hung up the phone, he thought for a moment and called Long again. After all, if Cap stayed here, it might have some impact on the transaction with Long. It would be a bit difficult to handle if they ran into each other without any prior notice. Another round of buzzing sounds came through. Long, who was handling official business, took out the phone bug and answered, saying, "Mr. Yunjing, I wonder what you need from me." Yunjing said directly, "Mr. Long, I recently got a new client and wanted to let you know, so you won't be surprised if you meet in the future." Long, quite interested, replied, "Oh, then, congratulations. Mr. Yunjing, I wonder who your new client is." In the past 6 months, although most people needed to go out to hunt for meat, even he, as a leader, had to hunt for sea creatures. However, he couldn't help but be quite pleased with the rapid growth of his subordinate strength. The only downside was that the fish near the White Earth continent were almost overfished, and each hunting trip required going to far-off places. Yunjing said, "Navy." Long's pupils constricted, and then he said, "Then I have to congratulate Mr. Yunjing. With the Navy as a trading partner, I believe you can make a big profit. But I wonder about my share on this side?" Yunjing laughed and said, "Don't worry, the deal with Mr. Long will naturally remain unchanged." Long breathed a sigh of relief. Although their revolutionary army was in opposition to the Navy, he was still someone who had come from the Navy, and, in the end, he was rebelling against the world government. If the Navy grew stronger, perhaps they could free themselves from dependence on the world government. After chatting a bit more with Long, Yunjing hung up the phone bug and then went to the training room to practice ninjutsu. Over the past few days, Yunjing had figured out why the system categorized mortal level practices into cultivation levels and battle power registrations. The two uses of magic differentiate between one being law and the other technique. Law represents the level of life transformation and signifies the realm, while technique represents all external means of combat. Therefore, in the smiling, proud wanderer, what many people pursue is often technique, but in reality, most are still confined within the law. In the One Piece and Naruto worlds created by a nation living a good life, there is an abundance of seemingly similar imitations. A mentality of seeking quick success and a lack of cultural depth, leading to the mainstream focus being on the development of techniques. This is somewhat similar to the concept of life cultivation in One Person Below. Thus, after practicing ninjutsu, Yunjing's battle power level increased rapidly. Host, Yunjing shop level, 0 cultivation level, pure level battle power level, city level, beginner city level, advanced treasure points, 1126 anchored world, the smiling, proud wanderer, the world of Samlang saving his mother customer, Ubuchuan daily mall functions, universal appraisal, fully automatic alchemy furnace, training room, 3 live stone. In fact, when Yunjing's treasure points reached 1,000, he considered buying a customer order for someone from the pirate world. whether it be the Navy or law. But then he thought about how he wasn't invincible yet, which didn't align with the doctrine of survival, so he decided against it to avoid getting involved. He would wait until his battle power reached star level before making such a move, based on his intuition. If the daily power in the Naruto world was sufficient, he could optimize the genes of Otsutsuki later. Such techniques were incredibly powerful, akin to programming code, where everything is an object. Changing his mindset didn't seem like a big deal either. Practicing a powerful technique and engraving its advantages into the bloodline genes was truly normal in a Shinshao world. Speaking of which, after drifting at sea for 5 days with Zoro and following Yunjing's clone during these days, Yunjing had guided them in integrating the chakra method into their internal martial arts. They arrived back at Windmill Village, had a big meal at Makino's, and then directly followed UPA and Shuralap to their warehouse, which was stacked with several boxes of medicinal materials. They settled the payment according to the quantities provided by Shuralap based on the previously agreed amount. Afterward, they took Zoro and Kuna to the back mountain, where they could occasionally see scattered villagers gathering herbs. This time, as they ventured deeper, Zoro and Kuna encountered a large wild boar, which was commonly known as a wild pig. With their coordination, using Kana's Wado Ikamanji, they hacked the wild boar mercilessly until it ultimately succumbed to blood loss. As the three prepared to leave, they heard a commotion, and Luffy, swinging his rubber hand, came over, excitedly exclaiming, "Hey, Yunjing, big brother, what brings you here?" The clone of Yunjing replied, "Oh, it's Luffy. I'm here to collect the medicinal materials gathered by village chief Shurlap and the others." Luffy looked around and spotted the wild boar on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He swung his rubber hand onto another tree and directly swung over to the wild boar, completely ignoring Yunjing's words. At this moment, Zoro and Kuina, panting, watched Luffy's rubber hand bounce back, their eyes wide open as they exclaimed, The hand has gotten longer." Only then did Luffy notice the two of them. Scratching the back of his head, he said, "Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the king of the pirates." He then stretched his hand and face to an exaggerated length, continuing, "I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit." Zoro and Kuina were both curious about this phenomenon. Zoro directly reached out to tug on Luffy's hand and face, confirming it was true, and he marveled. So amazing. Kuina, being a girl, didn't act so recklessly. Seeing Zoro's behavior, she quickly bowed and apologized. "Suma Mason, I am Kuina from Frostmoon Village's Yaisen Dojo, and this is my junior brother Roronoa Zoro." After speaking, she yanked Zoro, who was still tugging at Luffy, back and punched him on the head, roaring like a devil. "Zoro, that's very rude." Zoro immediately crouched down, covering his head, while Luffy nonchalantly asked, "Can I eat the meat from this wild boar?" Kuina quickly apologized, saying, "To express my apologies, feel free." Luffy then turned to Yunjing and shouted, "Yunjing, big brother, can you help us roast the meat?" Yunjing had no objections and, under Luffy's lead, arrived at a clearing by a small stream. Yunjing and Guena were responsible for cleaning the wild boar, while Zoro and Luffy went to gather firewood. After setting up the grill, Yunjing clapped his hands and shouted, "Fire release. Technique that doesn't kill." A fireball the size of a soccer ball burst from Yunjing's mouth, instantly igniting the fire pit. Luffy, who had been staring at the grill, saw Yunjing spitting fire and immediately clasped his fists, eyes shining with excitement, and shouted, "So cool. Brother Yunjing, what is this?" The clone of Yunjing calmly replied, "This is a ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up even more, and he began mimicking hand signs while bouncing around, making whoosh 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 sounds as if he were throwing shurikens. He then ran over to Yunjing and said, "Brother Yunjing, I want to see the shadow clone technique, earth release, water release," and rambled on with a lot of requests. Zoro and Guena also gathered around, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Yunjing. The clone of Yunjing directly said, "Since you are so sincere, I will generously let you see it." With a bang bang bang, 3 identical clones appeared beside him. The 3 kids immediately surrounded the clones and inspected them, finding no flaws at all. Yunjing's eyes shifted, and, secretly forming a seal, he created a shadow clone using the transformation technique. He shouted from behind, "Luffy, you're slacking off again? At this rate, when will you become the strongest Marine?" After saying that, he stepped forward and directly used his inner strength to hit Luffy, who was surrounded by the previous clone, on the head. Hearing that voice, Luffy's body trembled involuntarily. He slowly turned his head and saw Carp standing behind him, only to be met with a punch to the head. Upon hearing this, Zoro saw Luffy getting hammered and shivered. Recalling how he had just been hit on the forehead by Kuina, Luffy shouted, "It hurts so much," while saying, "Grandpa, I'm not slacking off. I just finished training, and I'm about to eat meat." "Wait, Grandpa, didn't you take Ace away a couple of days ago? Why are you back? Where's Ace?" After saying that, he started tugging at Carp's clothes, looking behind him as if trying to find Ace's figure. Yunjing watched Luffy's performance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he retracted the shadow clone technique to gather energy. As he watched the 4 clones disappear one by one, Luffy realized he had been tricked and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Damn it, Yunjing, you actually deceived me." Yunjing took a breath and said, "Didn't you ask me to show you some ninjutsu? So how is it? Impressive, right? Ha ha ha." Luffy rubbed his aching forehead and muttered, "Brother Yunjing, when did you learn the Iron Fist of Love from Grandpa?" Yunjing shook his head and said, "This is not the Iron Fist of Love. It's internal energy." Internal energy? Luffy's small head was filled with big questions, and Yunjing didn't continue to explain. Zoro and Kuina beside them had gleaming eyes. They had internal energy too. After a while, Luffy kept pestering Yunjing to show them other ninjutsu. Yunjing didn't demonstrate much, only using Earth Release to raise 4 Earth mounts and a big table for them to use as a dining table. This made Luffy shout excitedly and keep asking Yunjing to teach him. Yunjing agreed, saying they would talk about it after dinner. The 4 of them devoured several tons of wild boar, leaving only bones behind, with more than half of it going into Luffy's stomach, turning him into a super fat guy. After finishing, Luffy didn't do anything. After a big burp, he looked like a deflated balloon, but soon returned to his original state, leaving Zoro and Kuina beside him in shock. Yunjing thought to himself, "Carp is really impressive. Luffy is only 7 years old and has already been pushed to practice life return. That's amazing. His teaching ability is definitely not worse than that of any cute teacher." Unlike Zephyr and Rayleigh, who were both mediocre instructors. With a wave of his hand, the nearby bone charcoal fire sank directly into the ground, buried by the soil. Yunjing immediately started teaching, taking out a special version of the basic internal skill manual and tossing it to Luffy, telling him to take a look first. Inside, it was all pictures like a comic book. If there were words, Luffy probably wouldn't understand them anyway. Teaching 1 person is the same as teaching 3. So he directly called Zoro and Kuina to one side, demonstrating climbing trees and walking on water. After giving them the key points, he let them practice on their own. Fortunately, at this moment, Luffy's attention was fully on the comic book version of the basic internal skill. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of shouting. For 2 consecutive days, whenever they had free time, the group practiced in this open area. Luffy's training was like a bunch of monkeys. Every morning, he would go back to the forest where the monkey group lived and get beaten up, training both his ability to take hits and his agility. However, as a rubber man, Luffy seemed indifferent to the fists and stones thrown by the monkeys, constantly provoking various ferocious beasts in the forest. Zoro and Kuina would go into the forest in the morning to challenge the beasts, and to maintain sufficient pressure, they didn't even use real swords. In the afternoon, after Luffy returned from shaking off the beasts, Yunjing took Zoro and Kuina to the monkey group, instructing them to provoke the monkeys. They were not allowed to fight back against the monkeys' attacks, but could only dodge. If they couldn't dodge, they had to use their internal power to defend. Seeing the 3's actions, the monkey group kept chattering and screeching at them, seemingly cursing a lot, especially since they had been tricked all morning and now more people were coming to provoke them in the afternoon. It was as if they were saying, "Can't we just live in peace?" Seeing that the training was normal, Yunjing quickly returned to Windmill Village to buy a bunch of fruits. After all, these monkeys worked all day, and it wouldn't be fair not to feed them something. Without rubber bodies, the 2 were beaten so badly that they had bruised faces within 2 hours, and Yunjing had to throw them out of the encirclement. The monkey group certainly didn't agree with this. Yunjing glared, and with the soul-capturing technique, the monkeys immediately paused their attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, Yunjing threw down several large baskets of fruits containing body-enhancing pills and took the 2 away. This monkey group was indeed stronger than any monkeys on Earth, like those on a main mountain. However, they were still not as strong as the baboons from Kung Fu Manatee or Hawkeye's side. So to give the 3 a bit more pressure, he could only strengthen their opponents. The practice of internal skills emphasizes first feeling the chi, and the best way to feel it is through meditation. However, Luffy, being naturally lively like a monkey, couldn't sit still. Every time he meditated, he would either lose focus or fall asleep within 10 minutes. The path of internal power cultivation was right in front of him, but seemed far away. Just then, Yunjing returned with the bruised Zoro and Kuina, and as soon as Luffy, who was meditating, saw their appearance, he jumped up holding his stomach, fell to the ground laughing. Zoro, who had been beaten for 2 hours and was still angry, immediately punched Luffy on the head. Unfortunately, the exhausted Zoro couldn't hurt Luffy at all. Seeing that Luffy was unscathed, Zoro shouted angrily, "Baka, you idiot! You're so stupid. You still haven't learned internal power after all this time, huh?" To be fair, Kuina and Zoro did have extraordinary talent. According to Gung Shiro, both had developed a sense of chi in less than a day of his instruction. This was also related to Gung Shiro's usual teaching, where he made them feel the breathing of all things. It was hard to feel other things, but emptying their thoughts to feel themselves was much simpler. This time, Luffy was really provoked and jumped up shouting, "Baka, I'm just not studying hard enough. As long as I put in the effort, I can learn it quickly." After being provoked by Zoro, Luffy indeed calmed down a lot, but in Yunjing's eyes, he was still a bit off. Anyway, the doppelganger Yunjing and the main body Yunjing shared the same storage space in the mall and could cultivate on their own. So this time, Yunjing didn't take a boat back to Frost Moon Village, but instead used the 3 rooms and 1 hall technique to build 2 houses directly on the outskirts of the forest. After about half a month, with the feeding of body-enhancing pills by Yunjing, the monkeys in the forest began a new round of development, showing improvements in speed, strength, and accuracy. How could they compare to the overall progress of 100 or so monkeys? They were getting beaten up every day and ending up with bruised faces. While the Gum Gum fruit provides immunity to blunt force, it has its limits. Now, Luffy had just eaten the fruit, and his development wasn't enough. Combined with his young age and limited stamina, the originally tenuous situation became hopeless due to the strengthening of the monkey group. Fortunately, with Yunjing around to supervise, nothing major happened. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku secretly took a batch of ore and an animal fruit from the warehouse and handed them to Carp. Carp then went through the Red Line's passage to enter the East Blue, defeating several waves of pirates along the way, and directly arrived at Frost Moon Village. Yunjing noticed that Carp had arrived, and without wasting any time, he directly tossed out 3 bottles. After introducing the elixirs, Carp also didn't waste time and handed the other 2 types to Bolt for him to experiment with. Then, he poured out the body training elixir and ate 1 piece with a crunch. In the backyard, Carp did a few simple exercises, and his target was directly focused on Yunjing. He activated his observation haki to scan Yunjing, but just like with Long, he couldn't sense the person standing right in front of him at all. Unlike Long, Carp directly asked, "Yunjing, why can't I see you with my observation haki?" Yunjing was also hearing about this for the first time. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Just consider my special ability. Are you still planning to compete with me?" Carp laughed heartily and replied, "Didn't you say that the effect is better when you take this elixir and combine it with training? I think the ultimate form of training is combat. And since there is no one else here, who else would I find to spar with?" Before we set off, Sengoku mentioned this, so it's just right. Yunjing was also interested in testing his current strength, as he had been focusing on training. Although he had combat experience from Ubuchuan and the system panel, One Piece was different from the smiling, proud wanderer, and that experience had limited applicability. Now, Yunjing's restaurant also had a hint of a shop. Although he wasn't omnipotent yet, he could still achieve part of what was done in the Super God Academy regarding the definition of the void. He directly modified the parameters of the backyard, setting it up as a huge arena space. Carp only felt a change in the environment around him and then heard Yunjing say, "All right." Carp didn't bother to think too much about it. He just focused, and his amiable demeanor disappeared, becoming serious. Seeing that Yunjing hadn't moved for a long time, Carp shouted directly, "Kid, do you really want this old man, as a senior, to make the first move?" Yunjing no longer observed and directly unleashed several sword energies towards Carp. Carp, seeing the rushing sword energies, laughed heartily and said, "I didn't expect you, Yunjing, to be a sword master. But why haven't I seen you use a sword?" As he spoke, he swung his fist and directly dispersed the sword energies. Yunjing quickly approached Carp while floating in the air, wielding a sword in his hand that unleashed a sharp gleam of light. Carp reacted swiftly, swinging his iron fist to meet the sword's edge at an incredible angle. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the arena. Yunjing quickly unleashed various sword techniques attacking Carp. Although Carp couldn't use observation haki at this moment, he was able to fend off each attack thanks to his years of battle experience, loudly shouting, "Kid, this level of attack won't do." Yunjing's eyes brightened, and the innate creation technique within him began to operate rapidly. A series of sharper sword energies surged toward the exposed vulnerabilities in Carp's movements. Carp, feeling a faint stinging sensation all over his body, laughed heartily and said, "Yunjing, kid, is this what you call impressive? Come on, let me see what you've got." Jing moved gracefully, like a ghost gliding across the arena. His long sword had transformed into a silver storm, spinning rapidly and fiercely. The internal power from the innate transformation technique surged within him, making each of his attacks carry an unmatched ferocity. Karp, on the other hand, resembled a raging sea beast, his iron fist striking like thunder, delivering devastating force towards the swordsman. Each of his punches seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, causing the entire arena to tremble under his wind. The battle between the two had entered a near-manic state, their movements so fast that they were almost impossible to see, leaving only a blur of afterimages. The sword light and fist winds intertwined on the arena, creating a breathtaking tableau, with each clash seemingly capable of tearing the arena apart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted around Jing as his figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Karp, his sword pointing directly at Karp's back. Karp reacted with lightning speed, executing a spinning kick at an incredible angle, deflecting the sword's tip off course. Immediately afterward, he swung his iron fist, striking heavily against the swordsman's chest. Jing's instant Hunyuan golden body was activated, and he was pushed back several steps, but he did not fall. Instead, he gripped his long sword tightly and charged towards Karp again. Karp shook his wrist and laughed. "Kid, your hockey training is pretty good." After saying that, he also used Shave to rush forward, and the battle between the two once again reached its climax, with their movements becoming more rapid and their attacks more ferocious. The entire arena trembled under their battle, as if it could collapse at any moment. Jing swung his sword while frantically analyzing Karp's movements using the Dugan 9 swords, trying to find a flaw in Karp's defense. Unfortunately, Karp's hockey was so refined and tempered that it seemed there were no weaknesses at all. Jing knew that it was just because his strength was not enough. Even with a cheat, it wouldn't help. Another collision occurred, and suddenly there was a crack sound. The sword in Jing's hand, which was still quite decent, shattered despite being reinforced with internal energy after multiple strikes from Karp's fists. In that brief moment of distraction, Karp closed in and grabbed Jing's left hand, wrapping him in hockey. Seizing the opportunity, Karp leaped and executed the underwater drop, throwing Jing down. The tremendous impact created a wind pressure that had already damaged the ground before Jing even fell. The moment Karp released him, Jing's internal energy shifted, and with a bang, his body instantly vanished, leaving only a stump in midair. At the same time, Jing appeared on the ground, the kinetic energy from his body carving a deep mark on the arena. Taking advantage of the dust and smoke as cover, he quickly formed several hand seals and executed the water release, great waterfall technique. The internal energy rapidly circulated, and a violent wave of water surged toward Karp, attempting to trap him. Boom! The sudden wave of water caught Karp by surprise. However, he quickly realized that the binding force of the water flow was not strong, and through his observation hockey, he sensed that the thickness of the water sphere was not as solid as he had imagined. Thus, Karp crouched down, activated his moonwalk, and easily broke free from the water sphere's encirclement. However, just as he left the water sphere, a massive fireball suddenly appeared below, spinning toward him at an incredible speed. In a hurry, Karp quickly wrapped his entire body in armament hockey to withstand the attack. His already damaged jacket from the battle with Jing was now reduced to ashes by the flames, revealing his strong and well-defined chest, which shimmered faintly under the coverage of armament hockey. After witnessing the giant fireball technique, Karp only lost a shirt, his expression still calm as water. He swiftly moved, beginning to form seals mid-motion, unleashing a series of B-rank and above ninjutsu. Walls of dog-headed earth rose from the ground, blocking Karp's path. Relying on his unmatched strength, Karp charged straight through without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jing observed Karp's steps as the earth style. Yellow Spring Swamp formed a large muddy swamp on the ground, catching Karp off guard and causing his lower body to sink instantly. As Karp struggled to stand up, Jing quickly formed seals with both hands and then slammed them onto the ground. A dazzling current of electricity, lightning-style, earth walk erupted from his hands, rushing towards Karp like a bolt of lightning. Karp, quick to react, immediately covered his hands with armament hockey and struck the ground fiercely. With his movement, the ground cracked in layers, creating a powerful shockwave that violently collided with the incoming current. However, the current only lasted less than a second before being dispersed into countless tiny electric snakes, splattering in all directions. The shockwave continued to surge towards Jing. Faced with this situation, Yun-Jing remained completely unflustered. He agilely lifted his right foot, gently tapping, and the Earth-style, Earth Flow wall. 5 solid, dog-headed earth walls instantly rose from the ground, firmly blocking the impact of the shockwave. At the same time, using the force of that kick, he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Carp. He then formed seals again with both hands, and with a bang, he created a shadow clone. Immediately afterward, they both formed seals and shouted in unison. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Wind style, tornado. Combined ninjutsu, fire tornado. In an instant, roaring flames intertwined with a raging tornado, forming a massive fire tornado. This fire tornado, with astonishing speed and power, tightly surrounded Carp, who had just leaped out of the swamp using the shockwave. The scorching flames mercilessly scorched everything around, even sizzling the water stains left by the previous dam water technique, with steam rising continuously. Carp, suspended in midair, looked at the circle of fire tornado, his gaze sharp as a hawk, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat and flames. He raised his right leg high and struck down violently as if to sever the void itself. The gale foot vacuum slash followed his movement, unleashing a powerful vacuum slash wave that directly cleaved through the firewall in front of him, breaking through like a bamboo. Carp then stepped lightly with the moonwalk, gracefully jumping out of the fire circle. However, what awaited him was a barrage of earth-style stone spears. These sharp stone spears shot towards Carp with a fierce momentum. Carp showed no fear, demonstrating incredible strength and speed as he dispersed the incoming stone spears one by one. His laughter echoed in the air, filled with confidence and bravado. Yun-Jing, I don't know where you got all these techniques, but they're not enough for me. Carp's voice thundered, his fists colliding with a crisp sound. At the same time, a massive shockwave suddenly appeared before him, sweeping through like a gale. This powerful shockwave easily scattered Yun-Jing's subsequent fire style, great fireball technique, and water style, water cannon, rapidly diminishing the flames. At this moment, Yun-Jing was moving at high speed when he heard Carp's words and felt the agitated elements in the air. His body suddenly halted, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He shouted at Carp, "Old man Carp, please take my final move." After speaking, he formed seals with both hands, redirecting 3 currents of electricity to strike 3 metal rods around Carp. As the metal rods received the current, they crackled instantly. The lightning elements swirling around Carp's body and head were drawn together by the metal rods, forming a lightning domain. Yun-Jing thought to himself, lightning style, lightning domain. Yes, this is Yun-Jing's copy of Sasuke's lightning style, Kirin, but unfortunately his understanding of ninjutsu is still insufficient to fully develop lightning style, Kirin. The thundercloud weather created by the combination of water and fire already carried natural lightning. Because of these natural lightning elements, the lightning style became powerful but also more uncontrollable. At this moment, Yun-Jing was unable to control its form. He could only develop the skill lightning style, lightning domain based on its concept in physics. Compared to the formed Kirin, the dispersed lightning in the lightning domain significantly reduced its power. When Yun-Jing realized that his current swordsmanship could not effectively strike Carp, he designed this ninjutsu. Initially, the dam water technique and the final combined ninjutsu were meant to attract Carp to the metal rods he had set up while moving, which ultimately led to its successful execution. As the lightning domain formed, even though Carp was caught off guard and his armament haki was a beat too slow, he immediately smelled a burnt odor all over his body, with smoke rising from his hair. Realizing that his body was becoming somewhat numb under the natural lightning's influence, Carp forcefully activated his armament haki, wrapping it around himself. He stomped the ground, instantly causing it to collapse, and the 3 lightning rods were sent flying. With the lightning rods being struck away, the effect of the lightning domain fluctuated momentarily, allowing Carp to break through the range of the lightning domain. However, even as Carp broke free from the 3 lightning rods restraints, the space still retained a significant amount of lightning elements. Yun-Jing's lips curled slightly. He knew he had finally found a way to restrain Carp. After breaking through the lightning domain, Carp immediately used Shave to close in on Yun-Jing rapidly. Seeing this, Yun-Jing quickly used the body replacement technique to evade Carp's attack. However, Carp's fist still grazed his cheek, causing him a sharp sting. Yun-Jing was well aware that his close combat skills were insufficient to fight Carp in hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, he decided to use the residual power of lightning release, Thunder Domain, to restrict Carp's movements. With swift hand seals, Yun-Jing chanted, "Lightning release, Thundernet, activate." Instantly, the lightning particles in the space became more active, intertwining to form a massive electric net that trapped Karp within it. Karp attempted to break the net with his haki, but Yunjing continuously released more lightning energy to maintain the strength of the net. Even if Karp shattered parts of the net, remnants of the lightning would remain in the space, allowing Yunjing to keep attacking Karp. Under the relentless assault of the lightning, Karp gradually began to feel the strain. He realized that Yunjing's ninjutsu was quite troublesome and that he needed to find a way to break it quickly. Just as Karp dispelled his paralysis and focused on Yunjing to prepare for another attack, he suddenly found himself transported to another place, surrounded by tall stone walls. It felt like he had entered a complex labyrinth, forced to walk down a single path forever. This was the illusion technique, Fox's heart technique, that Yunjing had used while Karp was distracted. Trapped in the illusion, Karp's mind was still grappling with the fact that he had just been competing with Yunjing, wondering how he ended up here. As he wandered along the path, he found it led to dead ends. Frustrated, Karp unleashed his might and charged forward, destroying everything in his path. Suddenly, in the midst of his reckless rampage, he caught sight of Yunjing in front of him. Still a bit dazed, Karp scratched his head and said, "Yunjing, what just happened? Why do I feel like I've been transported to another place?" Yunjing watched as Karp, after being hit by the illusion, ran in place with a blank expression for a while before directly activating his haki and starting to swing his fists in place. The shockwaves generated were strong enough that even he had to dodge a bit. After swinging a couple of times, Yunjing sent a wave of spiritual energy, and the illusion was violently shattered by Karp. Then Karp's blank eyes regained their focus, and after scratching his head, he asked the question above. Yunjing directly called a halt. That was an illusion. "All right, old man Karp, this sparring session ends here." As Yunjing waved his hand to restore the backyard, he thought about the illusion technique he had just used. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, everyone seems to have a reckless attribute. Besides those who possess the Conqueror's haki, it's rare for anyone to resist illusions. At best, they might have slightly higher resistance. Seeing that Yunjing had no desire to continue the fight, Karp could only suppress his thoughts, gradually lowering his imposing aura and fighting spirit. Their battle hadn't lasted long. Although he had sustained some minor injuries, his physical stamina hadn't been heavily depleted, but his use of armament haki had taken quite a toll. After calming down for a while, Karp used life return to expend some of the energy he had stored to heal his injuries. Then he focused on feeling his own condition. He discovered that his physical attributes had indeed improved, albeit marginally. But this was still better than the effects of consuming a bunch of Sea King meat with no results. Most importantly, he felt a sense of relief in his body. Now at the age of 66, his strength had not improved for a long time due to aging. He had consumed the medicine with a mindset of giving it a try, not expecting it to actually work, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Yunjing, kid, this pill of yours is really effective." In reality, for Karp, the greatest effect of the body refinement pill was not to enhance physical attributes, but to reactivate the body under the pill's influence, allowing for the possibility of renewed improvement. However, he mistakenly believed that this was the actual effect of the pill, which led to his increase in strength. Yunjing said proudly, "Of course, my reputation is top-notch." Saying this, he quickly created 2 clones and took out a barbecue grill and fresh meat from his storage ring, skillfully starting to grill. Although the battle didn't last long, the physical exertion was considerable. While pills could quickly replenish energy, nothing could compare to delicious grilled meat. Just moments ago, during the intense battle, Karp had been fully focused on fighting the enemy and hadn't thought much about anything else. However, at that moment, seeing Yunjing use the shadow clone technique again, a strong curiosity surged in his heart. He exclaimed, "Yunjing, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? How do you have so many abilities? You just used 5 different elements: water, fire, thunder, earth, and wind, along with clones, and not to mention that technique that sent me into a maze." Thinking about it carefully, Karp found it absurd. What kind of devil fruit could grant so many abilities? Yunjing, who was assisting with the preparation of the ingredients, directly threw the items to his clone and, with a thought, said, "Just consider that I ate a Paramecia-type fruit, the trade fruit. What I just used was ninjutsu, which I traded from someone who claims to be a ninja." Ninjutsu? Karp thought for a moment and said, "The ninjas from Wano country don't have so many techniques." Karp had spent his life roaming the seas and had seen the ninjas from Wano country, most of whose ninjutsu was merely an escape technique. How could they have these offensive techniques? Hearing Karp's words, Yunjing smiled inwardly. It seemed that this old man wasn't really foolish after all. Yunjing shook his head, denying Karp's guess, and then explained, These ninjutsu of mine are not like those from the land of Wa. They are obtained through trading fruits from a ninja who claims to be from Konoha village. By the way, old man Carp, how do you see my current strength? Upon hearing this, Carp stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, ignoring the fact that you cannot be sensed by observation haki. You should possess the strength of a vice admiral. Plus, with the inability to be perceived by observation haki, even Kuzan and Akainu would likely suffer a bit if they acted rashly against you. Of course, if they were to learn about this characteristic of yours in advance and prepare accordingly, you'd be in for a beating. Hearing Carp's assessment, Yun Jing raised an eyebrow, feeling more assured, but still couldn't help but exclaim. After all, it's about the law, but unfortunately my mastery of techniques still has some room for improvement. Otherwise, given my current array of means and being on the same level as Carp, it should be no problem for me to take him on. At this moment, Yun Jing's heart was filled with emotion. Although he had already gained powerful strength, he was well aware that there were still many shortcomings he needed to improve. Especially in terms of mastering techniques, he understood that only by continuously striving to enhance himself could he truly become a top-tier powerhouse. Carp thought to himself, what is that trading fruit? I've never heard of any pirates using it before. Could it be that this kid, a genius, has developed a new usage for it? Forget it. I'll have Sengoku look into it later. The two of them chatted casually, their eyes fixed on the grilled meat. While they were waiting for the meat, Carp's aide, Bogart, arrived carrying a large box with a group of people in tow, leading them to the backyard of Yun Jing's restaurant, guided by the staff inside. As Bogart approached, he seemed to already know about Carp's situation, directly handing over a navy uniform to Carp. Then, without paying attention to Carp, he turned to Yun Jing and said, Mr. Yun Jing, the pills you provided are very effective. Here is our payment. I was wondering when we could conduct the trade. As he spoke, he had the people put down the box, and he opened it to reveal the devil fruit inside. Yun Jing waved his hand, and several boxes instantly appeared beside him, containing 3 types of elixirs. The eyes that were originally focused on the roasted meat immediately shifted to the devil fruit in Bogart's hand. Name, Inu no Mi. Slay dog form category, Zoan value, 1,500 treasure points. Wow, a home-wrecking little expert. Isn't this value a bit cheap? Just 150 body refinement pills for one? Yun Jing thought to himself. At this moment, the system chimed in, don't underestimate the body refinement pills. Then it added, with all its flaws, this devil fruit is already fairly priced at this value. Yun Jing just complained a bit, saying that the price is okay, but if it gets any higher, he won't be able to afford it every day with you Buchuan. When Carp and Bogart saw Yun Jing summon a bunch of boxes out of thin air, their expressions changed, but they didn't say anything for the moment. Bogart noticed Yun Jing was staring at the devil fruit, so he said, Mr. Yun Jing, this is a Zoan-type fruit. The Inu no Mi model, Siberian Husky. Yun Jing nodded, walked over to the other boxes, and opened them to take a look. Copper ore, 2 treasure points per kilogram ice crystal stone. 2 treasure points per kilogram scarlet cloud firestone. 3 treasure points per kilogram diamond rock. 2 treasure points per kilogram gold redstone. 3 treasure points per kilogram obsidian. 5 treasure points per kilogram stellar steel. 10 treasure points per kilogram basalt iron rock. 20 treasure points per kilogram. There were about a dozen types of ores in the boxes, valued between 2 treasure points per kilogram to 20 treasure points per kilogram. According to Bogart's introduction, each type of ore weighed around 100 pounds, with a total value of around 150 million, equivalent to the price of a devil fruit, totaling 300 million. However, based on Yun Jing's observations, the actual total value of these ores was much higher than that of the sled dog fruit. It made sense. Although the world of One Piece was powerful in terms of strength, its utilization of various resources was not outstanding, much like the world of Naruto, which was overly focused on improving combat power, placing limited energy on conflict and oppression. After Yun Jing finished talking with Bogart, Carp, having put on his clothes, leaned over and said, Yun Jing, what exactly was that skill of yours to conjure items out of thin air? Is it a ninjutsu or a devil fruit ability? Yun Jing answered straightforwardly, this is part of my fruit ability, but if we're talking about ninjutsu, I do have some space sealing scrolls that can store items. If you're interested, I can sell some to you. Carp's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Of course, he wanted to buy them. Every time they set sail, the space on the ship was always limited, whether it was food, fresh water, or other living supplies, as well as ammunition and combat supplies. The quantity they could bring was very limited. These space sealing scrolls that could store items were simply the treasures they had been dreaming of. So Carp hurriedly asked, can we really buy them? That's great. How much do you need? Yun Jing thought for a moment and said, I have many models of space sealing scrolls here, ranging from the smallest ones 1 square meter, to the largest ones, 10 square meters. However, they're not permanent, if not intentionally damaged. They can be used about 100 times. As for the price, the smallest 1 cubic meter scroll only costs 10,000 belly, while the largest one is 100 million belly. However, the internal volume is much larger, and the size of the scroll will also increase, but the weight of the scroll will not change. Oh, by the way, activating the scroll requires hockey. Normally, such spatial items should be very expensive, but in reality, due to various factors, those under 1 cubic meter are not charged at all in the shop, and a 1 cubic meter scroll only costs 1 treasure point. Even the 10 square meter ones only cost 100 treasure points. Moreover, these 1 cubic meter space ceiling scrolls are not too expensive in Konoha. After all, such items are relatively common in Konoha Village, and many ninjas buy them as backups. However, scrolls exceeding 100 cubic meters are different. They are considered high-end goods. Not only are they expensive, but they are also strictly controlled, and ordinary people cannot easily buy them. However, Tion's family is the largest weapon merchant in Konoha, and they have their own special channels to easily obtain large-size space ceiling scrolls. Unfortunately, selling these big guys in the shop does not bring much profit. Therefore, Tion initially only put a small amount of the accumulated inventory at home to shop for sale, but later stopped doing so. Fortunately, Ubuchuen currently does not need these large scrolls, so Yunjing still has some left. After explaining all this, Yunjing took out several space ceiling scrolls from his bosom without hesitation, ranging from small to large, with the smallest being about 20 centimeters and the longest nearly 1 meter. He casually selected a scroll, gently unfolded it, and then input a trace of internal energy into the sealing technique on it. Then, he absorbed the small box containing the devil fruit into it. After demonstrating the operation, he handed the scroll to the two of them, indicating for them to try it out. When Carp received the scroll and input some haki in the same way Yunjing had just done, he immediately found that a box had appeared in his perception, and with a thought, the box appeared near the scroll. Moreover, he also felt that as long as the volume of the items near the scroll does not exceed the size of the sealed space, they could be absorbed into it. This novel experience made both Carp and Bogart feel very interesting, and they began to try to store various items in the scroll and then take them out. Having a great time. After multiple uses, they noticed that the color of the sealing technique on the scroll had become a bit dim. The two speculated that this should be the reason for the usage limit of the scroll. However, this did not affect their fondness for this little gadget, as it brought them a lot of convenience. Yunjing saw that they had almost finished using it and directly said, "I'll just give this to you. So, have you decided how much you want to buy?" His words interrupted Carp and Bogart's enthusiastic exploration, making them realize that a long time had passed. After hearing Yunjing's words, Carp was not polite and directly tucked the scroll into his pocket. Bogart ignored Carp's actions, focused on thinking, and after a moment said, "Mr. Yunjing, I wonder if the method of making this scroll can be sold?" Yunjing raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "Oh, not bad. Trying to take the pot away directly." However, on the surface, he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I also don't have the method to make it." Yunjing actually wanted to make a big fortune directly. This thing was of no use to him, so he could just sell it in the pirate world. Unfortunately, in reality, Tion did not sell anything related to sealing techniques. Upon hearing this, Bogart didn't care whether it was true or not and said directly, "What a pity. With our current funds, we could buy the biggest scroll available first, while the rest may need to be decided by Lord Sengoku." After saying this, he looked at Carp, waiting for his decision. Carp glanced at the scroll in his hand and then said to Bogart, "All right, let's do that. You can go back now." Upon hearing this, Bogart bowed to Yunjing and left. Watching Bogart's departing figure, Yunjing couldn't help but smile to himself. He knew that although Carp seemed carefree, he was actually quite meticulous. Whether it was the scroll or the elixir, Sengoku would definitely not easily give up on researching both after buying them. Not to mention that the world government had a so-called super scientist leading the world by 500 years, Vegapunk. However, he didn't care about these things. As long as he could gain enough benefits from them, that was enough. After all, he didn't believe that cross-world items and system products could be easily researched. Yunjing didn't care much about the cloud scenery anymore, as it was just an unexpected joy. After handing over the scrolls that Bogart needed, Bogart stated that he would send over the remaining meat and the money from selling the scrolls in the evening, and then he left. After returning to the warship with the spatial scroll, Bogart took out his transponder snail in the command room and called Sengoku. Brew brew. As soon as the transponder snail rang, it was connected. Sengoku, sitting in a chair with the transponder snail receiver in hand, asked, "Bogart, How are the test results for those pills? And has Karp finished his probing yet? Sengoku thought about Yunjing's information. Name, Yunjing. Place of birth, EC. Seymour Village. Date of birth, June 16, 1494. Information. His parents ran the only restaurant in Seymour Village, Yunjing Restaurant. In 1509, during a family trip while purchasing materials, they encountered pirates, the Black Tiger Pirates. The merchant ship was burned, and Yunjing was found on the beach of Seymour Village. He had joined Isen Dojo to practice swordsmanship, but had poor aptitude and achieved nothing. With the support of the villagers, he reopened the restaurant and introduced many new dishes, which were quite popular. More than a month ago, he went to Windmill Village with his life-saving benefactor and disciple of Isen Dojo, Rorinoa Zoro, to solve a long-standing problem for Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Karp. They went to the back mountain to hunt a cloud leopard and simultaneously made a deal with Windmill Village Chief Yupashu Lap. Attached transaction list. Half a month ago, he returned to Windmill Village with Isen Dojo's Shimatsuki Kina and Rorinoa Zoro, where he encountered Monkey D. Luffy. He is currently teaching the three in Windmill Village. Speculation. Unknown devil fruit user, currently possessing abilities such as duplication and spatial storage. Strength evaluation. Unknown. Personality evaluation. Kind to others, hates pirates. Yunjing is indeed impressive. Besides the speculation about the devil fruit and the exchange with Dragon and Gung Shirlang, everything else is spot on. Captain of the Black Tiger Pirates. Saga. Bounty. 5 million berries. Members. Vice Captain Geely. Status. Destroyed. Wiped out a year ago by a casual bone fist meteor strike from passing Vice Admiral Karp, resulting in the entire ship's destruction. Sengoku looked at the items collected from Yunjing's transaction with Yupashu Lap and couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Were these strange plants? Could it be that they are indeed materials for making some kind of mysterious pills, as he speculated? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly flipped to the information about the Black Tiger Pirates. Sengoku immediately associated it with Yunjing's reason for going to Windmill Village. Could it be that he already knew Karp would return to Windmill Village and specifically went to repay his kindness? By coincidence, Yunjing learned that Karp's 2 grandsons wanted to become pirates. For someone who hates pirates but wants to repay Karp's kindness, this is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Thus, he came up with a clever idea to dissuade Karp's 2 grandsons from the notion of becoming pirates. Now that he learned that one of the grandsons still remained in Windmill Village, he decided to bring 2 peers from the Shimatsuki family along to visit and teach them some skills. Although he is not clear about Yunjing's specific abilities, the fact that he could easily kill a cloud leopard without any harm suggests that his strength should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh softly. Xiaomi, if you were still alive, perhaps you could have become good friends. Bogart took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and said, Lord Sengoku, the effects of the body refining pill have been tested, and the results are even better than expected. Even Vice Admiral Karp stated that this body refining pill can indeed help him enhance his strength. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was taken aback. His breath momentarily halted. He and Karp are figures of the same era, both skilled in physical techniques. However, as they age, their strength in physical techniques has long stagnated, and years of training have only been to maintain their current levels. Now, to enhance his strength, he had no choice but to rely on the devil fruit. But his human fruit had already been developed to its extreme, and after awakening, there was no further development possible. At this time, Bogart continued, Lord Sengoku, I have also discovered an important piece of information and a special item here, which are very useful for our Navy. Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. He knew Bogart's character well. If it weren't for his superior abilities, he wouldn't have been made Karp's aide. So he asked, oh, what is the information? And what about that item? What is its function and price? Bogart replied, Mr. Yunjing knows ninjutsu. The item is called the Spatial Sealing Scroll, which has a function similar to the Superhuman Fruit's Castle Fruit, used for storage, with a maximum storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. Moreover, according to Mr. Yunjing, the production of this scroll seems to be related to ninjutsu. When Sengoku heard the words ninjutsu and scroll, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. Reizo, a ninja from Wano country, and a retainer of Kazuki Oden, one of the Red Scabbards, who was once a genius ninja of the Oden family. Reizo possesses the ability of the Superhuman Fruit's Scroll Fruit, which allows him to absorb others' attacks using scrolls and release them. Sengoku couldn't help but think of the scene where Yunjing could appear in 2 places at once. This ability seems to resemble the ninjutsu information he had previously collected about Reizo. However, since Kaido occupied Wano country, Reizo had gone silent, with no trace left. Could it be that he has already died, and the scroll fruit was eaten by someone else? Bogart deliberately paused to give Sengoku enough time to think. After a while, he continued. However, these scrolls have some usage conditions and limitations on the number of uses. They require Haki to activate, and each scroll can only be used about 100 times. The smallest scroll has a volume of 1 cubic meter, priced at 10,000 berries, while the largest scroll, with 1,000 cubic meters, costs as much as 100 million berries. With many thoughts swirling in his mind, Sengoku spoke, "Go buy 10 of the 1,000 cubic meter scrolls. Later, I will have Borsellino send money over and bring everything back. By the way, where is Carp?" Bogart nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Sengoku. Vice Admiral Carp just finished fighting with Yunjing and is currently dining with Mr. Yunjing." Sengoku nodded to indicate he understood and casually said, "When he comes back, have him give me a call." Bogart nodded. "Yes, Lord Sengoku." After their conversation, the two hung up the transponder snail. After Bolt left, the meat on the grill gradually cooked, and Yunjing began to feast with Carp. After the meal, Carp returned to the warship. After seeing Carp off, Yunjing immediately went back to the mall. Upon arriving at the mall, he directly followed the system's instructions and tossed the Erha fruit into the technique analyzer. Half an hour later, just as Yunjing was feeling drowsy, ding, the technique analyzer finally produced a result. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique Earthly Transformation 72 Changes Pseudo. When I emitted a series of question marks, it wasn't that I had doubts, but rather that you had a problem. Yunjing suddenly woke up, looking at the prompt in front of him with suspicion, wondering if he was dreaming. What was going on? The 72 transformations was one of the skills that all the kids in the country dreamed of having when they were young. Could it really be obtained with such a worthless devil fruit? This was too ridiculous. Yunjing could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them, trying to wake himself up. At that moment, the system bubbled up to explain, "Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. However, this is just one of the 72 transformations, and it's a pirated, weakened version. Its power is far lower than the genuine one. The authentic, earthly 72 transformations was used by real immortals to evade the damages caused by the 3 disasters of heavenly thunder, fire, and fierce winds, thus achieving their wish for immortality. What you have now can at most let you change your form and gain some characteristics of the transformed objects." Instantly, Yunjing's mind was filled with the words "struck it rich," and he didn't care at all about the system's mention of a pirated, weakened version. Even if it was trash, it was still the 72 transformations. Just as Yunjing was lost in his fantasies, the skill analyzer spat out the devil fruit again. Yunjing instinctively caught it and asked, "Why is this thing still here?" The system replied, "It just extracted some information contained in the fruit." Yunjing suddenly thought of a question. "Can the side effects of this thing be dealt with?" The system replied, "Yes. The so-called side effects are merely because taking shortcuts is not tolerated by the heavens and the earth. In the world of One Piece, the sea is dominant. Therefore, once you consume it, you will be restrained by the sea. Of course, as long as you are strong enough, you can ignore this restraint. To fix it, you just need to replenish its energy." Replenish energy? Yunjing was a bit confused. The system saw that the host looked not very smart and sighed before continuing to explain. Normally, there are 2 necessary conditions for cultivating the 72 transformations. First, the essence blood or genetic information of the cultivation target. Second, when suddenly transforming from the genetic information of a single species to possessing 2 different genetic information. This transformation requires a large amount of energy. This devil fruit itself is just an ordinary fruit. It only exhibits a unique appearance after being infected by different genetic information. Once you eat it, you will have the ability to transform directly, but where does the energy for this transformation come from? If it comes from the host, it might just drain the host dry, so it can only come from the heavens and the earth. However, the heavens and the earth do not owe you anything. If they lose energy for no reason, do you think they won't resent you? Therefore, the reason many cultivation techniques have thresholds is right here. Yunjing suddenly thought of One Piece and the devil fruits, which have a special side effect. One cannot eat 2 of them, as eating 2 would lead to an explosion. However, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach can eat multiple fruits, so he posed a question to the system. The system replied directly, "Think about it. If a thief comes to your house and steals a bunch of things and runs away, you can't punish the thief due to various factors. You can only issue a wanted notice based on the sole information left by the thief. Suddenly, you find the thief coming to your house a second time. Would you not want to kill him? As for the special case you mentioned, such a person would be formidable, possessing multiple souls in one body. If they haven't died, they would be a genius anywhere. So why is it that devil fruits are so hard to consume? I can't handle all these thieves. After being stolen from so many times. At least I know the common characteristics of the thieves, right? Knowing the characteristics, but unable to deal with you. Can I do something about it? Yun Jing scratched his head, feeling very itchy, as if he was about to grow a brain. He could only hammer his left palm with his right hand and said in sudden realization, so that's how it is. But how do I recharge? System, it will cost you 100 treasure points. Yun Jing patted his chest and sighed. Fortunately, it's not expensive. Yun Jing was just about to let the system repair the devil fruit for the husky when he suddenly realized that it didn't make sense. Since he could already cultivate techniques, why spend that unnecessary money? So he asked, System, can I cultivate the 72 transformations now? Is my cultivation threshold enough? The system replied, not enough. Even for a weakened version, you have to wait until you reach the transcendence level to cultivate it. Transcendence level? Damn, he had only seen a few transcendence level people so far. Even for himself, it might take some time to reach that level. It seems that spending money is still necessary. System, if I eat this devil fruit, does that mean I'll directly master this technique? Yun Jing asked. The system retorted, what are you thinking? By your logic, wouldn't those spirits in Journey to the West naturally know the 72 transformations? Why would the monkey still need to learn it? Eating it would at most mean that in the future, when you cultivate, it would directly lower the threshold for the corresponding transformations. If you eat this devil fruit and then cultivate the 72 transformations, it would be equivalent to directly entering the door. The more familiar you become with this form, the higher your mastery level will be. There are also some benefits. You can ignore the threshold and directly cultivate, and it will be a bit faster than just cultivating the technique normally. At first, Yun Jing didn't mind, as the system's host. He could solve the entry problem with money. Whether he ate it or not was the same. However, upon hearing the last sentence, he waved his hand decisively and said, repair for me. His account balance instantly dropped by 100 points, and the devil fruit in his hand underwent some subtle changes. Yun Jing couldn't quite explain it, but he felt that it looked a lot more pleasing to him. Yun Jing was just about to eat it and go cultivate. But just as he brought it to his mouth, he thought of something and said directly, System, according to what you just said, you should be able to replicate this devil fruit, right? The system replied proudly, of course, it's just a piece of information, nothing difficult. Yun Jing said cautiously, how many treasure points does it cost? Not much, just 500 treasure points for a perfect devil fruit. The original version costs 1,500 treasure points, but the pirated perfect version of the devil fruit only costs 500 treasure points. Yun Jing asked, are you sure it's only 500 points? The system replied, knowledge is very expensive, but once you master it, it will become cheap for you. Okay, got it. Without further ado, Yun Jing directly took a bite of the devil fruit. Wow, the taste of the devil fruit that completes the deficiencies is really good. He finished it in just a few bites. After Yun Jing finished eating the era fruit, he immediately felt a powerful energy flowing within him. This energy seemed almost alive, actively beginning to transform his body. Strangely, this process did not cause him any pain or discomfort. Instead, it brought about an indescribable sense of peculiarity. This feeling left Yun Jing somewhat at a loss, but he knew he could only wait and see what would ultimately happen. After a moment, the transformation was finally complete, and Yun Jing suddenly experienced an inexplicable sensation in his mind, as if a switch had been turned on. Following this feeling, he began to explore and discovered that his line of sight had suddenly lowered significantly, and everything around him had become unfamiliar. Yun Jing realized that he had now become a Siberian husky sitting on a chair. Although he was almost omnipotent in the mall at this moment, he still had a mental image of himself sitting in the chair as a human. However, the habits of being human made it difficult for him to adapt to seeing himself this way. So, he found a mirror, wanting to witness his current appearance for himself. When he saw the reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but freeze. A black and white, impeccably furry husky was sitting there quietly, with a hint of confusion and bewilderment in its eyes. This husky was him. Before the atmosphere became awkward, Yun Jing quickly removed the mirror and jumped off the chair, trying to adapt to the feeling of walking on 4 limbs. Surprisingly, due to the genetic level transformation, Yun Jing felt no sense of unfamiliarity at all, as if he had been born a husky. Yun Jing suddenly seemed to remember something and opened his panel. Host. Yun Jing shop level. 0 cultivation level. Peak of purity level combat power level. City level country level treasure points. 1236 anchored world. The Smiling. Proud Wanderer, World of Samlang, saving his mother order. 0 customers. Yubuchuan daily mall functions. Universal evaluation, fully automatic alchemy furnace, cultivation room, 3 live stone. The cultivation level remained unchanged, but the combat power had increased from city level to country level. In his beast form, Yunjing felt his inner strength and found that he could still use it. However, as he was in the main hall, it was inconvenient to conduct experiments. So, he headed straight to the cultivation room. In beast form, he first attempted to operate the innate transformation technique. Yunjing felt very strange because he clearly noticed that the meridians of the beast body were different from those of a human. However, once he started practicing his techniques, he was indeed able to use them. After much contemplation and still unable to understand, he decided to seek help from a system. To his surprise, the system, which usually seemed omnipotent, only replied with one sentence: "Everything is within the rules," and then fell silent. Yunjing cursed angrily. The riddle maker should die. After that, he stopped paying attention, thinking that as long as it worked, it was fine. After a detailed test, Yunjing couldn't help but exclaim that this truly deserved to be called a Zoan-type devil fruit. Although ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit users do not have particularly outstanding characteristics, the enhanced physical functions after transformation, along with the powerful survival and recovery abilities, are truly astonishing. After transforming into his beast form, Yunjing was pleasantly surprised to find that his body had undergone significant changes. His sense of smell became exceptionally sharp, allowing him to easily detect subtle scents in his surroundings. His strength was greatly enhanced, as if an endless surge of energy was flowing through his arms. His stamina was abundant, making him feel capable of fighting all day without fatigue, and his recovery ability became extraordinary, enabling him to heal rapidly even from injuries. With the speed of his internal energy recovery also accelerated. All of this made Yunjing feel somewhat incredulous, proving that the body is indeed the foundation of everything. Originally, his innate transformation technique had already granted him formidable power due to the rapid recovery of his internal energy system. However, while training under 20 times gravity, he always felt restricted and unable to fully unleash his abilities. Now, in his beast form, 20 times gravity seemed like a piece of cake for him, completely free of any sense of constraint. It wasn't until he tried 25 times gravity that he felt pressure again. Even so, he was still able to endure training for a longer time, as if he had an endless supply of power. After experiencing the strength brought by his beast form, Yunjing decided to try his human-beast hybrid form. Once he successfully transformed into this hybrid form, he eagerly sought out a mirror to see his new appearance. Standing in front of the mirror, he was astonished to find that his height had increased from around 1.9 meters to nearly 3 meters. His appearance was somewhat similar to Inuyasha, but unlike him, his fur was a mix of black and white, prompting Yunjing to exclaim that if he were a bit more handsome, he might just catch up with the readers in front of the screen. Moreover, Yunjing's hybrid form was more unique compared to the human beast forms in the world of One Piece, appearing more anthropomorphized and lacking the numerous animal traits retained by others. Yunjing tried again and found that the beast human form was indeed much stronger than the human form. However, in terms of strength and recovery, it still fell short in some aspects. After a series of tests, Yunjing concluded that the beast human form was more powerful overall, as he was more familiar with human combat styles. Although in the world of One Piece, the devil fruits grant the beast form the greatest power, most people choose to fight in the beast human form. After all, they are born as humans and find it difficult to change their habits. After a little more than half a day's testing, most aspects had been completed. Yunjing directly fused the 72 transformations of earthly fiends with the innate creation technique and placed it into the cultivation device. Then, he activated the tenfold speed function of the training room and set the cultivation target to the fused innate creation technique. He then spent 200 treasure points to learn it. Suddenly, the mysteries of canine transformations from the 72 transformations manifested in his mind. As a result, Yunjing, originally a 1,000 yuan household, instantly fell below 4 digits, returning to the era of 100 yuan households. However, with the devil fruit and the 72 transformations of earthly fiends, he no longer worried about Yubuchuan and Tian Tian not spending. Moreover, in about a month, the Third World Order would soon arrive, and new customers would naturally come. So there was no need to worry about lacking treasure points. After finishing his meal, Carp immediately returned to the warship. Upon seeing him, Bogart directly informed him of Sengoku's message and ordered the crew to set sail to catch fish. Sengoku directly picked up the Den Den Mushi. Carp propped his feet on the table, picked his teeth, and said, "Sengoku, what do you want with me?" Hearing Carp's words, Sengoku instantly became furious, a large cross pattern appearing on his forehead as he yelled at the Den Mushi. Carp, you bastard, have you forgotten something? I told you to test him out. What is the result now? Carp nonchalantly replied, oh, that's what you meant. I was just about to tell you. Why get so angry? After a pause, Carp retracted his feet from the table and seriously recounted the battle process with Yunjing, specifically mentioning that Yunjing could not be perceived by observation haki. After listening, Sengoku fell into deep thought and then asked, how strong is that kid? Carp thought for a moment and answered, his strength is very strong. At least not weaker than a rear admiral in our headquarters, and his swordsmanship is very unique, capable of producing powerful sword chi, which is infused with armament haki. In my opinion, he is not far from the strength of a great swordsman. Upon hearing that Yunjing had the strength of a rear admiral, Sengoku couldn't help but gasp, contributing a little to global warming in the world of One Piece. He secretly lamented, this guy is surprisingly strong. He originally thought Yunjing would only have the strength of a lieutenant colonel or colonel at most, and that assessment was based on his high expectations due to the devil fruit. Unexpectedly, Carp directly said that Yunjing had reached rear admiral level. Moreover, according to Carp, the place where the two fought was obviously the backyard of a restaurant, yet they caused such chaos that outsiders felt nothing, and after the fight, the backyard was completely fine. Additionally, the inability to be perceived by observation haki made everything too strange. With all his various abilities, it was estimated that an ordinary rear admiral would struggle against him, and he currently exhibited at least the strength of an elite rear admiral. Sengoku thought to himself, if Yunjing truly had such powerful strength, then if he could be recruited into the Navy, he would definitely become a fierce general among them, potentially saving the Navy a lot of resources. With this thought, Sengoku felt a bit excited but quickly calmed down. He knew that recruiting such a talent would require a lot of effort and cost. Sengoku frowned, contemplating how to attract Yunjing to join the Navy. After thinking for a while, Sengoku suddenly said, why didn't you try to recruit him into the Navy? Carp was taken aback and finally said, I forgot. It was indeed forgotten. According to Carp's previous habit, he would invite anyone good he saw to join the Navy. But recently he had been a bit overly excited due to his grandson's matters and had indeed forgotten about this. Sengoku, hearing this, also paused, taking a long time to suppress his anger, and then expressionlessly said, I just contacted Borsalino. You two should keep in touch. When he arrives, you can go. Carp nodded in understanding. Then Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi, not wanting to continue chatting with Carp. If he didn't hang up, Sengoku genuinely worried he would lose his temper at Carp. After decisively hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku supported his chin with both hands, narrowed his eyes slightly, and pondered, superhuman type, trade fruit, Hokage village, Tion, ninjutsu. He thought for a long time, but apart from having some clues about the concept of ninjutsu, the other three terms were completely unfamiliar. As for ninjutsu, all Sengoku knew was what came from Wano country. The ninjutsu from Wano country indeed had some miraculous aspects, but they were absolutely not as powerful as the ninjutsu that Yunjing mastered. Sengoku frowned tightly, secretly contemplating wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, and the ability to create clones. If these powers were mastered by pirates, then even with the help of pills, the Navy would probably find it difficult to cope. He understood the power and danger of these abilities. If they fell into the hands of enemies, they would pose a huge threat to the world. Sengoku sighed helplessly, hoping that Carp would discover something useful upon returning to Windmill Village to find more clues about these mysterious matters. After all, Carp was a legendary figure in the Navy, experienced, and might play an important role in this incident. Moreover, given Carp's favor towards Yunjing, Yunjing couldn't just ignore it. However, deep down, Sengoku did not fully trust Yunjing. Although Yunjing showed some goodwill, his strength and background were full of mysteries, making him hard to grasp. If it weren't for the many doubts about Yunjing's strength and the relatively friendly relationship with the Navy, Sengoku might have considered deploying force to capture him. But now, after listening to Carp's analysis, he dismissed that thought. Sengoku knew that once force was deployed, if Yunjing had retained some special item to escape, not only would the Navy lose a potential ally, but they would also directly push him towards the pirate camp, which would be an extremely unfavorable situation for the Navy. Therefore, Sengoku decided not to take action for the time being, but instead to send someone to secretly investigate the information Carp mentioned to see if any new discoveries could be made. This way, they could remain vigilant without taking too much risk. Sengoku's gaze became determined. He knew he had to handle this matter cautiously and that others must not know about Yunjing's information. Otherwise, the already chaotic sea would not know what kind of situation it would become. At the same time, he also hoped that Karp would soon bring back useful intelligence from Windmill Village to provide key clues to solve this mystery. On the other hand, Huang Yuan had just completed his mission and returned to the headquarters office. After leisurely brewing a cup of tea, he was preparing to enjoy the last bit of relaxation before the end of his shift. However, before he could finish his tea, the din-din mushi in his arms started ringing incessantly. With no choice, Huang Yuan had to answer the din-din mushi. Moshi Moshi, this is Admiral Huang Yuan, he said in a strange accent. Sengoku directly said, I am Sengoku. Borsalino, come to my office now. There is an urgent task that requires your presence. Sengoku learned from a soldier that Huang Yuan had returned to the headquarters, so he directly called him over. Lord Sengoku, this isn't fair. I just got back from my mission, Huang Yuan said, feeling a bit wronged. Even an admiral needs some rest. Ignoring Huang Yuan's antics, Sengoku directly said, hurry up and come. After saying that, he hung up the din-din mushi. Huang Yuan sighed helplessly, put down his teacup, and stood up. He tidied up his clothes and small glasses, then strolled out of the office. Along the way, he encountered many Navy soldiers, but he didn't stop, just smiled and nodded at them. Arriving at Sengoku's office door, Kizuru gently knocked, and after hearing the invitation to enter, he pushed the door open and walked in. Sengoku sat behind the desk, looking seriously at Kizuru. He pointed to the chair next to him, signaling Kizuru to sit down. Borsalino, this mission is very important and requires your personal involvement, Sengoku said sternly. Kizuru, sitting casually beside him, said lazily, Lord Sengoku, what is the mission? Why are you in such a hurry that you didn't even let me have a cup of tea? Sengoku looked at Kizuru seriously and said solemnly, Borsalino, you need to safely transport these items to the EC area and contact Garp. This mission is classified as top secret, so please ensure the confidentiality of the operation. Be cautious when you depart to avoid being discovered by others. Remain vigilant on your return as well. After saying this, he gently pushed a box filled with berries in front of Kizuru. On top of the box was a detailed nautical chart clearly marking the mission location. Upon hearing Sengoku's serious tone, Kizuru immediately straightened his posture and walked to the desk to examine the nautical chart carefully. He opened the chart and glanced at the marked mission location, quickly memorizing the specific location of Seymour Village, then put the chart back in place. Without saying a word, he picked up the box and left the room with a casual expression. Sengoku watched Kizuru's departing figure, feeling somewhat relieved. After Kizuru left, he immediately picked up the nautical chart and without hesitation placed it in the shredder, turning it into fragments to feed his beloved goat. Kizaru leisurely returned to his office, picked up a cup of steaming tea, and continued to enjoy his leisurely time. He savored the tea while casually flipping through documents, seemingly unconcerned or anxious about the upcoming mission. As the end of working hours approached, Kizuru decisively picked up the box and walked straight out of the office, heading towards his luxurious villa. All the way, he maintained his relaxed demeanor, as if nothing had happened. After changing clothes at home, he checked the time and directly took the box out, transforming into a beam of light heading towards the EC. The Navy headquarters, Mariehua, is located at the center of the Grand Line, with the EC and West Sea on either side. Not long after transforming into light, Kizaru arrived near Seymour Village in the EC. Not seeing Garp's warship, he took out a din-din mushi to call Bogart, as he knew Garp was unreliable. Under Bogart's guidance, the two sides successfully met, and Kizuru also learned the purpose of this trip from Bogart. Upon hearing about the strength of Yunjing from Garp and Bogart, he teased, the young people nowadays are really scary. Not long after, the group caught a large number of fish, including a small sea king caught specifically by Garp. A few hours later, around 11 at night, Garp's warship stopped not far from Seymour Village. Garp, Kizuru, and Bogart each carried a large pile of fish, directly striding toward the Yunjing restaurant under the moonlight. Their speed was extremely fast, like 3 bolts of lightning crossing the night sky. While running, Kizuru couldn't help but exclaim, the young people nowadays are really getting stronger. I really don't know what they'll develop into in the future. Before long, Kizuru could confirm that Garp was not exaggerating. The surroundings were pitch black, and even someone of his admiral-level strength had to rely on observation hockey to locate targets. In this seemingly peaceful and harmonious village, there was one place that appeared particularly conspicuous, as if it were a blank space with nothing there. At that moment, in the direction of the Isin dojo, the sleeping Gung Shiro suddenly felt a powerful aura sweep past him, and he abruptly opened his eyes. However, recalling the Navy ship from earlier, he shook his head and closed his eyes again to continue sleeping. Just as Kizaru, Garp, and Sengoku were about to reach the Yunjing restaurant, Yunjing, who had been in the mall, finally received a system prompt. After receiving the hint, Yunjing immediately exited the mall, pushed the door open, and walked out. He lifted one foot and stomped on the ground, mentally chanting the earth release. Rock technique. A massive rock quickly rose up beneath him. Following that, Yunjing quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Super light heavy rock technique. Utilizing the buoyancy of the air and the properties of hydrogen rocks, Yunjing successfully flew off the ground, soaring towards the sky. In just a few seconds, he had ascended hundreds of meters high. After all, the sea kings here were enormous, with the smallest being several dozen meters long, much larger than the biggest whale, the blue whale on Earth. The three of them could not capture the entire movement of Yunjing with their observation haki. However, the sound from Yunjing's actions could not be hidden from them. The yellow ape extended his index finger and created a light sphere that illuminated a 10-meter radius. As soon as the light appeared, the three immediately spotted Yunjing flying up on a rock. The yellow ape looked at Yunjing and muttered, "This is truly terrifying." Carp directly said upon seeing Yunjing, "Yunjing, hurry up and collect that meat." Yunjing's mind moved, and with a series of bang bang bang, he split into 3 clones, directly jumping next to the 3 people. As the clones took over the Sea King and the huge box from the 3, they immediately vanished upon receiving the items. Soon after, the 3 clones also dissipated with a bang bang bang. After handing over the Sea King, Carp said, "Kid Yunjing, what kind of trick is this? It's so similar to the abilities of the Golden Lion's float fruit." Yunjing nodded and said, "This is the Earth escape technique, a method of manipulating the weight of materials to achieve flight. It is indeed somewhat similar to the float fruit." He thought to himself that, in a certain sense, this skill was quite akin to the float fruit. Carp looked at Yunjing with curiosity and excitedly said, "Kid, if you make this stone bigger, I want to give it a try too. I've always fought against the Golden Lion, but I've never really experienced the feeling of flying with the float fruit." Carp was full of anticipation for flying. He wanted to try out this magical ability. As soon as Yunjing had a thought, the rock beneath his feet instantly extended outward by more than 10 square meters. The 3 of them immediately jumped onto the rock upon seeing this. They were all amazed by Yunjing's abilities, not expecting him to control the size of the rocks so effortlessly. After getting on the rock, Carp looked around curiously, exploring and feeling the surface of the rock, showing great interest in this new phenomenon. Yunjing saw Kizaru appear on the rock like a flash, smiling as he said, "I suppose this is the famous Admiral Kizaru Borsellino." He was not surprised by Kizaru's appearance, as he knew Kizaru's speed was incredibly fast. Hearing Yunjing's question, Kizaru responded with a somewhat lewd tone, "I heard from Vice Admiral Garp that you're quite impressive, and seeing you now is really quite terrifying." Kizaru expressed his admiration for Yunjing's strength, but there was a hint of teasing in his tone. Listening to Kizaru's humorously talented voice, Yunjing couldn't help but smile slightly. However, he knew it wasn't the time to laugh, so he restrained his amusement and replied in a calm tone, "It is truly an honor to receive such praise from Admiral Kizaru." As Yunjing's words fell, the huge rock slowly descended and finally landed steadily on the ground of the backyard, merging with the land. Then, Yunjing led everyone into the restaurant in the front yard. Upon entering the restaurant, Yunjing smiled at them and said, "The meat you sent this time is enough for you to eat for half a month. You just need to make up the price difference." Saying this, he gently pressed a switch to light up the electric lights and then poured a cup of hot tea for everyone. Bogart placed the box he was carrying on the table and said softly, "Mr. Yunjing, this contains the payment for the purchase of the space sealing scrolls. Please check it." Yunjing casually waved his hand, and the box filled with Bailey disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by 10 space sealing scrolls placed on the table. After completing the transaction, Carp could no longer contain his thoughts and directly extended an invitation to Yunjing. "Kid Yunjing, I can see that you don't like pirates. Why not join the Navy? As long as you're willing to fight alongside me to eliminate those despicable pirates, I can ask Sengoku to promote you to the rank of Vice Admiral." Yunjing looked at Carp in front of him, feeling not much surprise in his heart. He shook his head and smiled, saying, "Vice Admiral Carp, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not interested in joining the Navy. I enjoy being a free merchant, sailing across the seas." Upon hearing this, Carp's face showed a hint of regret. He sighed and said softly, "Ah, what a pity. If Luffy and Ace knew you were willing to join the Navy, they would be very happy." Hearing this, Yunjing's heart stirred slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, smiled faintly, and said nothing more. At this moment, Bogart, who was standing by, felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, So he took the initiative to break the silence. Mr. Yunjing, I would like to ask, can these space sealing scrolls be placed into other space sealing scrolls? Yunjing shook his head to indicate denial. After Bogart received the answer, he nodded to show understanding. He then continued, Vice Admiral Karp and I will be staying in the East China Sea area for the time being. If you need any assistance or have any questions, feel free to call my phone or contact us. It's getting late, and we shouldn't impose too much, so we'll take our leave. After saying this, Karp, Bogart, and Kizaru stood up and walked towards the door, then turned and left. Once the three of them exited the restaurant, they used moonwalk, speeding towards the warship like 3 bolts of lightning. Their figures streaked through the air at incredible speed, as if merging with the wind. When they reached the warship, Bogart immediately took out a box containing 3 types of elixirs from the previous spatial sealing scroll and transferred it to a new scroll. While operating, Bogart explained to Kizaru, this is how the spatial sealing scroll works. It can be used to store items and retrieve them when needed. It's very convenient and practical. Kizaru looked at the spatial sealing scroll in Bogart's hand, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. As a Marine admiral, he had naturally seen various peculiar treasures, but this scroll capable of storing items still surprised him. However, adhering to the principle of ambiguous justice that neither aids nor hinders, Kizaru did not inquire too deeply about the details of the spatial sealing scroll. For him, some things do not need to be understood too clearly. Just knowing they exist is enough. Just like with Yunjing, he simply said a concise yet profound statement. He believed that what needed to be known would eventually be known, and what shouldn't be known didn't require excessive curiosity to avoid unnecessary troubles. Knowing Kizaru's character well, Bogart did not elaborate on the effects of the elixirs either. He only placed a note with information about each elixir in each box, including their names, uses, and methods of consumption. This way, when Admiral Sengoku decided how to distribute the elixirs, he could make informed decisions based on the information on the notes. As for the specific distribution plan, that would be up to Admiral Sengoku to decide, which was not something Bogart was concerned about. After finishing his explanations, Kizaru said goodbye to the two and transformed into light, leaving with a bundle of spatial sealing scrolls. 2 hours later, Kizaru appeared above the Marine headquarters and then flew towards his residence. The patrolling soldiers were already accustomed to Admiral Kizaru frequently going out for drinks after work and returning late at night. The next morning, Kizaru, with the scrolls tucked at his waist, wobbled towards Sengoku's office. The 3 to 4 meter tall Kizaru, dressed in the Marine Admiral's exclusive justice cloak. I wonder if the handsome guys and beautiful girls recognize it. The author didn't recognize it before. Had a few centimeters thick scrolls tied together, making it not obvious to outsiders. Kizaru knocked on the door, as he did yesterday, and when he heard the voice from inside inviting him in, he gently pushed the door open and slowly walked in. Sengoku sat behind his desk, his face expressionless, and with cold eyes stared at Kizaru, saying, You completed the mission yesterday. Why didn't you come report to me? Kizaru placed the scrolls on the desk in front of Sengoku. Then, sitting down in the chair opposite, with a slight smile on his lips, he replied, It was already 2 or 3 in the morning when I returned yesterday. Admiral Sengoku, you were busy with work. How could I dare to disturb your rest? If it delayed any important marine matters, I couldn't bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression slightly darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. Sengoku had actually been waiting for Kizaru to report last night. Upon hearing Kizaru say he was exhausted, he couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. After all, with their level of strength, even 10 or 8 days of continuous combat would not be a big problem. And while dealing with official duties does require a lot of energy, it shouldn't be exhausting enough to prevent one from functioning overnight. However, considering that Kizaru had also been working late into the night, Sengoku refrained from saying anything further. Last night, Bogart called him to inform him that he had found a scroll for the elixirs, had unfolded it and infused it with hockey, and subsequently retrieved all the boxes containing the elixirs. Sengoku first opened the box containing the physical enhancement elixirs and was momentarily speechless at seeing these elixirs, capable of enhancing the strength of admirals, just casually placed in the box. Then he took a small box from the side, sequentially took out different quantities of elixirs from the 3 boxes and stored them in bottles before placing them back in the box. At the bottom of the box, there was also a letter addressed to Sengoku specifically for Vegapunk. After sealing the box, Sengoku carefully placed it back into the scroll and gently pushed it in front of Kizaru. He said in a low and serious voice, You must deliver this to Vegapunk and have him study it carefully. See if he can derive anything from it, preferably able to replicate or create something better. At the same time, ensure the confidentiality of this matter. It must not be known to the outside world. In the coming time, you need to wholeheartedly protect Dr. Vegapunk in Egghead. Just return to headquarters for a report once every half-month. As for other tasks, I will arrange for others to execute. Sengoku was well aware that there were complex relationships between the world government and the Marines. Although they appeared to be a hierarchy, in reality, they were never truly united. The Marine ranks were filled with spies from the world government, and some had even been brainwashed by them. Therefore, Sengoku hoped to strengthen the protection of Vegapunk through this action and guard against potential crises. Upon hearing this, Kizaru immediately understood Sengoku's intentions. He secretly rejoiced because this meant he could escape the tedious task of capturing pirates and only needed to return to headquarters for reports every half-month. This way, he would have more time to enjoy a leisurely life in Egghead, sipping tea and relaxing. He couldn't wait to ask, "So when do I set off?" Sengoku pondered for a moment before answering, "Tomorrow." He felt that time was pressing and that the important information needed to be delivered to Vegapunk as soon as possible. Only then could they ensure the smooth progress of their plans. However, the subsequent arrangement for the elixirs would certainly include Kizaru's share, so setting off now was somewhat untimely. Kizaru nodded, seeing that there was nothing else, and took the box back to his office to slack off. After Kizaru left, Sengoku thought for a moment and decided to call the Marines' chief strategist, Tsuru. Beep beep. "Hello, is this Sengoku? What do you need?" "Tsuru, come to my office for a moment." "Okay, I'll be right over." Shortly after, Tsuru arrived at Sengoku's office door, pushed the door open, and directly asked Sengoku, "What is so urgent that you call me over?" Sengoku smiled, stood up to greet her, and said, "Tsuru, sit down and let's talk slowly." After sitting down, Sengoku recounted everything that had happened today to Tsuru. After listening, Tsuru frowned and said, "Since that child doesn't want to join the Marines, let it be. It's not good to force too much. After all, that child is also a good person." Sengoku nodded and said, "Although that guy Carp is unreliable most of the time, he hasn't made any mistakes on major issues, so he probably won't misjudge people." Tsuru also nodded in agreement and then asked with implication, "What do you plan to do with this batch of pills?" Sengoku replied without hesitation, "Of course, we will use them first to enhance the overall strength of our Navy." "Tsuru, I'll leave this matter to you, but be sure to keep it confidential. We can't let any other forces outside the Navy know." Additionally, Zephyr has been telling me that the seas are becoming more chaotic, but the trainees in the training camp are getting worse. You need to take good care of them. With this, Sengoku believed that after decades of tacit understanding, Tsuru would understand what he meant. Tsuru nodded to indicate she understood, stood up, and said, "No problem. I will arrange everything." Then Tsuru took the sealed scrolls and left. As someone who controls several key logistics departments of the Navy staff, Tsuru's connections and influence within the Navy's logistics department are still formidable, even though the main supply department is controlled by personnel arranged by the world government. It is evident that Tsuru wants to handle this matter well. Most of the female soldiers in the Navy are essentially under her command, and the very important psychological counseling department is also under her management. After all, as the owner of the superhuman type wash fruit, no one is more suitable than her. With the space-sealing scrolls in hand, it just requires more time and effort. The first to get his hands on the pills was naturally Zephyr, who understood the importance of this batch of pills for himself and his trainees. Most of the trainees in the Navy elite training camp are descendants of high-ranking officials, supported by powerful families, while a small number are promising candidates recommended by various branches with relatively simple backgrounds. When Zephyr received his share of the pills, he was filled with doubt and vigilance. He didn't easily believe that these mysterious pills could bring any real effects, but due to his trust in Sengoku and Tsuru, he decided to start with his two prized disciples, Ein and Binz. At that time, both were still at the major strength level, and Zephyr had them take some body-tempering pills and observe their reactions. After a period of observation and experimentation, Zephyr found that these pills indeed had miraculous effects. After taking the pills, Ein and Binz showed significant improvements in their physical condition and increased strength. This result surprised Zephyr and sparked his strong interest in this batch of pills. However, he also knew that the quantity of these pills was limited and could not meet the needs of all trainees. This made Zephyr jump up in agitation. He rushed into Sengoku's office, shouting, "Sengoku, I need more body-tempering pills. If I had more body-tempering pills, I would be confident in training this batch of trainees into the backbone of the Navy." Zephyr rattled off a list of reasons, pouring them out all at once. At this time, only half a year had passed since the new Navy training camp began, and most trainees needed to have the strength level of a sergeant or above. Among them, the most outstanding were the devil fruit users, Ein and Binz. For them, Using body-tempering pills at this stage was the most suitable. However, regrettably, Tsuru only gave Zephyr a mere 400 body-tempering pills, while there were a full 200 trainees in the training camp. This meant that each person would get even less than a pill. As for Zephyr himself, he also received a few body-tempering pills, but now that he is semi-retired, he has always cared about the trainees. So he didn't have much thought about enhancing his own strength, focusing almost all his attention on how to improve the combat power of the trainees. Sengoku looked at the excited and spitting Zephyr, unfazed. He slammed the table and said sternly, "Enough, Zephyr. I understand that you are dedicated to the future of the Navy, but the situation at sea is turbulent, and the 7 warlords of the sea have not yet gathered. We must have sufficiently strong military power to face the challenges posed by these seas." Sengoku's voice was deep and firm, as if every word carried a heavy sense of responsibility and mission. His gaze was piercing, fixed on Zephyr, making the latter feel the determination and conviction deep within him. After a moment of silence, Zephyr nodded slightly in understanding. He knew Sengoku was right. The current situation was indeed very severe. Sengoku continued, "Wait a bit longer. Once the situation at sea stabilizes, I'll have Tsuru arrange for you to have more." Hearing this, a glimmer of relief flashed in Zephyr's eyes. He knew Sengoku had always been a responsible person. Although they sometimes had disagreements, they were always on the same front, striving to uphold the dignity and honor of the Navy. However, when the mention of the 7 warlords of the sea came up, both their expressions instantly turned cold. They were filled with hatred and helplessness toward these pirates. Despite their numerous attempts to eliminate these pirate forces, for various reasons, they ultimately could not eradicate them completely. Sengoku continued, "We must face reality. Although the 7 warlords of the sea are a group of notorious pirates, they're also a force that cannot be ignored. We cannot rely solely on our own strength to fight against other pirate groups. We need to leverage their power to maintain peace and stability in the world. This is also the order of the world government, and we cannot defy it." Zephyr sighed deeply. How could he not understand this principle? He just refuses to accept such a fact. He believes that the Navy should rely on its own strength to solve problems rather than depend on pirates. In fact, Sengoku also hates it. He hates the Navy's lack of strength. They have dedicated their lives to the Navy, and now they must rely on pirates to maintain the balance of the world, even at the command of the world government. In the end, Zephyr silently left the office, leaving Sengoku alone to contemplate the next steps of the plan. Despite their differences, they both strive for the future of the Navy. After nodding to Sengoku, Zephyr left, and without mentioning that he returned to the training camp to conduct a new round of assessments for the recruits. He aimed to select a portion of them based on progress, attitude, and strength to use the body refining pill. After Zephyr left, Sengoku slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the plaque hanging on the wall inscribed with the words "Absolute Justice," and a complex emotion surged within him as he slowly lowered his head. Every soldier who joins the Navy carries their own sense of justice, and Sengoku was once like that. In his youth, he was full of vigor and passion, determined to implement the justice he believed in that would rule the world, aiming to change the entire maritime landscape, eradicate pirate forces, and achieve peace and tranquility at sea. However, as time passed and experiences accumulated, he gradually realized the cruelty and complexity of reality, especially when the previous fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, stepped down and was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, handing the fleet admiral position to Sengoku. He deeply felt the helplessness within Steelbone Kong. Faced with the increasingly rampant pirate forces and the intricate maritime situation, Steelbone Kong may have once tried to uphold his ideals, but ultimately had to make concessions and compromises. After taking over as fleet admiral, Sengoku also experienced the same struggles and confusion. He too began to compromise the justice of ruling the world into absolute justice step by step due to the facts. However, when Sengoku learned of the existence of those miraculous pills, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. These pills could not only enhance a person's strength, but more importantly, they could become a key factor in changing the existing balance of power. This reignited Sengoku's confidence, believing that through effort and wisdom, he could find a path that protects world peace while also upholding justice. At that moment, Sengoku was filled with excitement. He felt the passion deep within him ignited, and a powerful conqueror's haki surged forth like a tide. However, he quickly sensed the loss of control over this power. Thus, he immediately restrained his aura, keeping it contained within the office. Despite this, his beloved teacup could not withstand the impact of this momentum and shattered into pieces instantly. Sengoku took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then quietly sat in his chair, lost in thought. After a while, Sengoku called the soldier at the door to bring him another set of teacups. Every day, a large amount of resources needed to be secretly purchased from Yunjing for the pills. In reality, the Navy's resources were limited, so he had to think of ways to get some support from the world government. After sending off the 3 individuals, the door to Yunjing's room closed with a bang, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Yunjing, who was training in the mall, sensed that some memories had been added to his mind. When Karp and the others arrived, Yunjing was at a crucial moment in his training, so he could only send a clone to receive them. The clone could only use the mall space and could not utilize other functions. What a pity! Yunjing sighed inwardly, not having observed whether Admiral Kazuru had reached the level of transcending the ordinary. However, quickly dismissing these distractions, Yunjing did not send out another clone to train. Damn it, training with a clone actually required extra treasure points. Watching the balance on the panel drop sharply, Yunjing felt helpless. As time passed, several more hours went by. After each hour of training, Yunjing would cancel the clone to obtain the training memories. Through this method, he quickly combined the key points grasped by each clone, greatly accelerating his training speed. Utilizing for clones, he amassed a total of 8 hours of training time, equivalent to 400 hours. Coupled with the effects of the devil fruit, he successfully cultivated the 72 transformations to the minor completion stage. The levels of martial arts and other cultivation mastery are entry, mastery, minor completion, major completion, perfection, with a hidden 6th realm, peak perfection. Without hesitation, Yunjing took out treasure points to directly raise a technique to the entry level. With the help of the devil fruit and multiple clones, after half a day's effort and the acceleration effects of the training room, he could say he had effectively trained continuously for over 16 days without rest. Only after reaching the minor completion stage did Yunjing begin to realize how abnormal the 72 transformations were. In the words of the One Piece world, among the 3 forms, the beast form is the strongest, the hybrid form is second, and the human form offers the least enhancement. If it were a mythical beast type, there would be special abilities, but ordinary animals and ancient types only provide pure basic enhancements. However, the 72 transformations are completely different. As a celestial spell, even in its weakened version, its power far exceeds expectations. Just as he broke through to the minor completion stage, Yunjing was surprised to discover that he had obtained the 2 most basic abilities of a demon cultivator, Moonlit Spirit and Size Manipulation. Moonlit Spirit, under the moonlight, all abilities are enhanced by 30%, including strength, speed, recovery, and training speed. The other feature of the 72 transformations excited Yunjing even more. If he could obtain the genes or bloodline information of other canine species in the future, he could directly absorb their advantages and integrate them into himself. This means that if he could acquire enough canine genes or bloodline information and essence blood, absorbing their advantages could potentially make him a truly invincible being in the One Piece world in a short time. From a scientific perspective, moonlight is actually a manifestation of sunlight, just refracted by the moon's natural satellite. Yunjing tried to use the innate transformation technique to absorb the purple energy, but he did not feel a significant increase in his cultivation speed. However, when he set the time in the cultivation room to the night of the full moon, his cultivation speed immediately surged. As for the situation in the external environment, it remains unknown for now. Yunjing felt utterly confused about this philosophical and metaphysical issue, his mind becoming chaotic, as if Newton's coffin lid was about to burst open. But he quickly came to a realization. Why should he get tangled up in these questions? If he could really connect to a world where Newton existed, let Newton do the research. As a businessman, he didn't need to worry about such matters. Whether his cultivation was unsatisfactory or if flying with sword energy was no longer fun. Thinking about this made Yunjing suddenly enlightened. Regarding the ability of the size change wish, with Yunjing's current realm, he could only enlarge or shrink things within a range of one time. However, when it comes to canine genes or bloodline information and essence blood, Yunjing thought of a few people: Vegapunk, Vince Smoke Judge, Caesar Clown, and Quinn. These individuals all had research related to devil fruits or to the special bloodline factors contained in the human body after consuming a devil fruit. Thinking of this, Yunjing called out to the system, "Hey, can I directly use the blood of those who have eaten devil fruits to read genetic information or use it as essence blood?" The system replied directly, "I'm not sure about reading genetic information. You'll have to try it once you get it. As for using it as essence blood, that's definitely not possible. Essence blood is the foundation of a living being. From my observations, there should be no one in this world who can condense essence blood. Yunjing's eyes lit up. You can? The system said, no. Yunjing is speechless. You can't even do it yourself, yet you look down on others so confidently. You despise in your heart, but your mouth keeps saying, if we can read it, does it mean we can directly create these devil fruits? Can we directly extract the other 72 transformations? The system is still the same. You'll know after trying. Yunjing was speechless. However, with the accurate information, Yunjing couldn't help but focus on a certain person. That person is Luffy. After all, he has eaten the gum fruit, which is actually written as the human fruit. Mythical type, Nika form. Yunjing was secretly pondering, a sly smile appearing on his face. At that moment, far away, Luffy suddenly shivered in his sleep. Waking up startled, Luffy looked around the room, seeing nothing amiss. It was still dark outside, not yet time for training, so he just pulled the blanket over his head and went back to sleep. Onlookers couldn't help but sigh, saying youth is great, falling asleep at the drop of a hat. After leaving a few clones to continue training, Yunjing began adding new items to the shopping list in the mall. Earthly Transformation 72 changes, Immortal Technique, Weakened Version, Incomplete, First Style, Dog 500 Treasure Points, Item Details, 72 changes, Endlessly Variable. All things in heaven and earth are in my heart. In a thought, all phenomena are renewed. This style can transform into a dog. Realm Requirement, Transcendence Level. Can consume a devil fruit to lower the cultivation realm requirement. Devil fruit, Zoan type dog fruit. Sled dog form, 700 treasure points. Item details, a treasure from the world of One Piece. After use, can transform into a sled dog. Consuming it can lower the cultivation threshold of a certain immortal technique and increase its cultivation speed. The rest was just putting those minerals on the shelves. So I won't elaborate on them one by one. At this time, Yu Buchuan, who was on the road, heard the mall's notification. His heart stirred, and he quickly used lightness skill to slip into a dense forest. His figure vanished like a ghost, disappearing from the spot in an instant. At this time, it had been over a year since he released Ling Hu Chong from the Huashan sect. During this time, the situation in the martial world had become increasingly complex. After leaving the Huashan sect, Ling Hu Chong inexplicably arrived in Xiangyang City. In Xiangyang City, he accidentally helped Ren Yingying, who was being harassed by a wicked man. And from then on, the two became connected. However, Ling Hu Chong, who had not composed Laughing in the Wind, did not develop a significant relationship with Ren Yingying. But after learning that Ling Hu Chong was a disciple of the Huashan sect, Ren Yingying paid more attention to him. After that, Ling Hu Chong traveled east, practicing chivalry along the way, earning much reputation for the Huashan sect. While traveling in Hefei, he coincidentally met Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian was generous and magnanimous, and Ling Hu Chong was deeply attracted by his character. At this time, due to the rise of Yu Buchuan from the Huashan sect, the forces of the demonic path also began to stir. The well-hidden news of Ren Wuxing also revealed some clues because of Yu Buchuan's appearance, which was eventually noticed by Xiang Wentian. Ling Hu Chong was still too young and inexperienced, not fully understanding the deceptions in the martial world. Therefore, he was easily led by an old hand like Xiang Wentian, step by step arriving in Hangzhou. On the other side, after obtaining the Five Mountains Order flag, Yu Buchuan entrusted the Huashan sect to Ning Zhongze and Cheng Wuyo to manage, while he quietly left Huashan alone. Along the way, Yu Buchuan used the Fuwei escort agency as his eyes and ears, eliminating many bandits and mountain thieves, absorbing their inner strength for sale. Through the intelligence provided by his informants, Yu Buchuan finally found Ling Hu Chong. When he saw Xiang Wentian beside Ling Hu Chong, he immediately recognized him and inferred Xiang Wentian's purpose based on the two's movements. However, Yu Buchuan did not choose to stop them. He knew that unifying the martial world requires a suitable reason. Various means could be used against the demonic sect, but to integrate the righteous forces, one cannot use overly harsh or inappropriate methods. Ren Wuxing was different from Dongfang Bubi. He was ambitious and unwilling to settle for a corner. Yu Buchuan could just use Ren Wuxing's power to promote the formation of a righteous alliance. Since Tian entered the mall, Yu Buchuan began to offer strategies to Tian, trying to guide the situation to develop in a way favorable to Tian. At this point, Yu Buchuan had reached the peak of the innate realm, and breaking through to the master level depended purely on chance. Mere cultivation could no longer significantly improve his skills. Therefore, he followed Tian's advice and began selecting some ninjutsu for cultivation. Although his strength had not yet reached the national level, he was not far off. Soon, Under Xiang Wentian's careful planning, Ling Hucheng was once again knocked out and thrown into a cell, replacing the imprisoned Rinwushing. Yu Buchuan saw this scene and shook his head helplessly. He took advantage of the night to use illusion to hypnotize the four estate owners, implanting a command in their subconscious to prohibit harming Ling Hucheng. Then he left. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan also wrote a letter to the Huashan sect, detailing the current situation and requesting Ning Zhongzi and others to urge their disciples to cultivate diligently. After completing these tasks, Yu Buchuan unhesitatingly set out on the road north, with the destination being the capital. He knew that there was an essential difference between the martial world and the court. To gain more treasure points, he must rely on the power of the entire country. Thus, he decided to head to the capital to seek greater opportunities and development space. Before this, Yu Buchuan took a small detour to Kaifeng in Hunan, looking for the renowned killer Dr. Ping Yizhi. Ping Yizhi was a well-known divine doctor in the entire martial world, and he must have countless precious medicinal materials, secret recipes, and medical techniques in hand. Although Ping Yizhi might be criticized for lacking medical ethics, it is undeniable that his passion and dedication to medicine were unmatched. When Yu Buchuan showcased his unique healing techniques and chakra surgical knife, Ping Yizhi was immediately captivated. His eyes widened, as if he had discovered a new continent, filled with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Buchuan used his silver tongue and magical ninjutsu to entice Ping Yizhi, successfully getting him to willingly join the Huashan sect. Yu Buchuan hurriedly left behind a healing technique manual and a few essence-nourishing pills before departing. However, although Ping Yizhi was a renowned doctor in the martial world, his martial arts skills were quite limited. Moreover, even if he adapted the ninjutsu to fit the inner strength system, it would be difficult to use it freely at an ordinary third-rate level. Thus, Yu Buchuan intentionally left some essence-nourishing pills for Ping Yizhi, hoping he could take this opportunity to improve his skills. Unfortunately, after hearing Yu Buchuan describe the effects of the essence-nourishing pills, it only piqued his greater research interest. After leaving Kaifeng, Yu Buchuan headed north. One day, while speeding through the mountains, he suddenly heard the mall's notification sound. He immediately slipped into the dense forest by the roadside. Entering the mall, Yunjing had not yet exited, so he respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, shop owner." Yunjing nodded without saying a word. Yu Buchuan had long been accustomed to this and directly sold the inner strength he had absorbed using the star absorption technique, then opened the list. When he saw the item at the top of the list, his eyes brightened. Although at this time, Wu Qingyan, the author of Journey to the West, was only in his teens and the concept of the 72 transformations had not yet spread, as a Taoist, Yu Buchuan had some understanding of the spells recorded in Taoist scriptures. Although this 72 transformations of earthly evils was slightly different from the 72 earthly evils he was familiar with, he didn't mind. Moreover, he believed that the items in the shop would definitely not be wrong. After looking at the prices of both items and checking his treasure point balance, which was 1763, he realized that if he hadn't reached a bottleneck in his strength and didn't need pills for cultivation, and if he hadn't diligently sought out resentment types to absorb inner strength for sale, he probably wouldn't be able to afford them. Originally, he had planned to use the clone technique and transformation technique to deceive Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao in the capital, but now it seemed he had a better option. Without buying anything, Yu Buchuan excused himself to Yunjing and left the shop, returning to the official road, continuing towards the capital, albeit at a slightly faster pace. While Yunjing was showcasing the products in the shop, Tian, who was in the world of Naruto, was on her way back from a mission and did not directly enter the shop. During this time, Tian's life had not been easy. She deeply understood that the world she was in was filled with disasters and challenges, and to have a better future, she had to put in more effort. Taking advantage of her relationship with Hyuga Niji, Tian successfully got close to Hinata Hyuga and, through her personal charm, began a long-term feeding career. In this process, Hyuga Niji played a quite important role. At the same time, Tian also purchased martial arts techniques from the martial arts world to give to Might Guy and Rock Lee for their training. It must be said that although Lee did not possess the talent for ninjutsu and chakra like ordinary ninjas, his talent for practicing inner strength was quite outstanding. In just a few months, with the help of body-nourishing pills and body-refining pills, he had already reached the level of a second-rate martial artist. In addition, Tian also used the excuse of having taken on a sage as her master to successfully persuade her parents to agree with and support her collaboration with the three major clans of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families, by investing in the Nara family's pharmacy and the Akimichi family's barbecue shop. as well as the Yamanaka family's flower shop with meat and body-nourishing pills from the One Piece world, she further expanded her business territory. At the same time, through these collaborations, Tion could legitimately showcase her high strength. Besides executing missions and eating and sleeping, she spent all her other time training madly. With the Chunin exams approaching, the true strength of the three had already reached the level of Special Jonin. However, to hide their strength and avoid unnecessary trouble, Tion stopped Might Guy from signing them up for the Chunin exams. After all, if they really went to Sunagakure, it would definitely waste a lot of time and might even encounter danger. So, she felt it was better not to go. Over the past 6 months, the members of the team had great trust in Tion. Therefore, they did not raise any objections to her decision. A few days ago, taking advantage of the opportunity to go out on a mission, Tion finally recalled a shadow clone that had been away for a long time. This shadow clone had been executing the tasks Tion assigned to it, and now it had finally returned. That night, after saying goodbye to Team 3, Tion returned home to have dinner with her parents and shared her experiences from mission. After returning to her room, her figure disappeared and appeared in the shop. Unfortunately, Yunjing had already left the shop and was not there. Tion looked at the scroll in her hand and sighed lightly. She put the scroll into the pendant space and then opened the list. At a glance, she saw the top item, the 72 transformations of earthly evils and the devil fruit. Seeing the description of transforming into a dog made her think of the Inuzuka clan. Sage arts? What a powerful term. If it weren't for the information she had from knowing destiny, she wouldn't have known what sage arts were. A year later, she would always be in danger, and this sage art came at just the right time. Dogs are so cute, I should give it a try. With 1,200 treasure points deducted, the scripture of the 72 transformations of earthly evils was absorbed into her mind, and a black and white fruit with strange spiral patterns resembling a peach appeared before her. With 7 parts trust in the shop and 3 parts resistance to this unknown fruit, Tion resolutely closed her eyes and took a bite of the devil fruit. It tastes pretty good. She quickly finished the remaining part. Like Yunjing's previous experience, Tion immediately began to transform, and a confused Siberian husky appeared in the hall shortly after. Tion quickly opened a training room and began her journey of training with her clones. During this training, she realized that this sage art was not the same as the sage arts she had learned about in Knowing Destiny, and was completely different from the sage arts of the ninja world. But this sage art seemed to be even more powerful. After spending some time in the mall without seeing Tion online, Yunjing left the mall and took out his phone bug to call his clone in Windmill Village. After listening, the clone revealed a strange smile and hung up the phone. The clone Yunjing looked towards Luffy's room and softly murmured, "Luffy, I'm sorry, but your training is about to increase." At that moment, Luffy was soundly asleep, but shortly after he fell asleep, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and instinctively twisted a couple of times, seemingly trying to warm his back through friction. After a while, the sky gradually brightened, and Kuina and Zoro from the 2 adjacent rooms got up. Zoro kicked open Luffy's door and strode into the room. He threw off Luffy's blanket and then delivered several slaps to Luffy's face, enjoying the bouncy texture of his skin. As a user of the gum fruit, Luffy felt nothing at all. Zoro helplessly shouted, "Luffy, the meat is about to be finished." Luffy, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up, his eyes wide open, eagerly asking, "Meat? I want to eat meat." Seeing that Luffy was awake, Zoro didn't stay any longer and turned to leave the room. Luffy turned to look out the window and noticed that there was already a hint of light outside. He mumbled to himself, "So, it's almost dawn." Then, he slapped himself twice, which was his unique method of physical awakening, hoping to perk himself up. After a month of hard training, the 3 of them made significant progress. Kuina and Zoro successfully broke through to the swordsman realm, and their internal energy levels reached the 2nd-tier threshold. However, Luffy left the clone Yunjing feeling somewhat helpless. Although he made some progress in internal energy after being provoked by Zoro a few times, his temperament was still too unstable for the calm meditation required for internal energy cultivation. Therefore, Yunjing could only search for a type of hard training that was more suitable for Luffy. A fusion of various hard skills known as the Dragon Roar Tiger Howl Iron Cloth Shirt. The only requirement for this skill was to take hits, naturally generating internal energy through constant physical training. Although this training method produced less internal energy, it was exceptionally pure, especially suitable for someone like Luffy who had strong endurance. However, since Luffy was a rubber man, the training effect was even more laborious. It was just better than meditation, as getting hit would make him stronger. Unfortunately, if Luffy could suppress his rubber instinct after eating the devil fruit, as per Yunjing's request, his training speed would be much faster. Generally, it is not easy for a person to suppress their instincts, but as the protagonist, Luffy, with his tenacious willpower, successfully prevented his body from rubberizing during hits. However, this was his instinct after all. The slaps Zoro gave him were actually requested by Yunjing to test whether Luffy could control his rubber ability while asleep. Otherwise, do you think Zoro, who acts openly, will be the kind of person to slap someone while they are sleeping? After leaving the room, Luffy found Zoro and Kina already practicing swordsmanship at the door. He didn't disturb them, but instead walked to another corner of the yard. There was a pile of wooden stakes with several horizontal bars above them, hanging large sandbags at different heights, both the sandbags and wooden stakes stained with blood. Luffy jumped onto the plum blossom stake and used his gum-gum rifle to quickly strike those sandbags of varying heights, causing them to shake violently. Then, he stepped lightly and swiftly moved between the stakes, displaying astonishing speed and agility. After a few minutes, a returning sandbag unexpectedly collided with him from behind, and Luffy couldn't dodge in time, getting knocked forward and then hit again by the sandbags on both sides, bouncing and bouncing, until he finally lost his balance and fell onto the plum blossom stake, suffering secondary damage from the wooden stake. However, after more than half a month of getting hit, Luffy was somewhat used to it. He directly used a gum-gum rocket to propel himself out of the wooden stake range, took a breath, and then continued back onto the stake, using his gum-gum rifle to make the sandbags that had stopped moving swing again. This cycle of getting on the stake, hitting the sandbags, going inside, getting knocked down, and coming out continued. Luffy's sweat had already soaked his clothes, but his gaze grew more resolute. With each fall from the stake, he could feel his body's strength gradually increasing. Originally, Yunjing didn't plan to be this crazy. He just wanted Luffy to practice his steps and the ironclaw shirts separately. He only mentioned the training method, and all this was Luffy's own combination of the two methods. But seeing Luffy work so hard and focus, he began to think that perhaps this was more beneficial for Luffy. After all, only by experiencing real challenges can one grow faster. As time passed, Luffy's movements became more skilled, and his speed increased. He moved between the plum blossom stakes with ease, as if he had merged with the wooden stakes. The sandbags acted like his enemies, constantly attacking him. Luffy was filled with fighting spirit, knowing that as long as he persisted, he would definitely become stronger. He wanted to become the king of the Navy. He wanted to help Shanks. This was his dream. However, seeing Luffy so determined, Yunjing did not stop him. With his healing ninjutsu and body refining pills, plus Luffy's physique, there would be no major issues. Zoro and Kuina watched Luffy's training method with fear. Although their physiques had greatly improved under the nurturing of the hugging Yuan gene, they were far inferior to Luffy, who had been trained frantically by Garp since childhood. Before long, Yunjing returned with a pile of firewood, glancing curiously at Luffy, who was diligently getting hit by the sandbags, and then took out a well-prepared, super big fish from his space, placing it directly on the grill to start roasting. As time passed, the fish began to emit an enticing aroma of meat due to various seasonings. Luffy, who was struggling on the plum blossom stake, was attracted by this meat aroma and, for a moment, was caught off guard and directly knocked down by a sandbag. Upon seeing this, Luffy used a gum-gum rocket to propel himself to a nearby tree next to the grill, launching himself and landing perfectly beside the grill. Yunjing looked at Luffy, who was just sitting in position, and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's the main character. Just a couple of days ago, he was flying around everywhere, and today he can just sit still." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the large fish on the grill, muttering to himself, "Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat." His saliva was almost dripping, as if he could already smell the enticing aroma. Luffy's gaze never left those delicious fish, anxiously waiting. After a few more minutes, the fish was finally done. Yunjing skillfully took the stick out of the fire and set it aside. Then, he took out another fish to continue grilling the next batch. However, Luffy couldn't wait any longer and lunged at the fish, devouring it in big bites. By the time the second fish was ready, the first one had already been reduced to just bones by Luffy. Yunjing helplessly shook his head, then used his sword energy to split the second grilled fish in half. He handed one half to Luffy and divided the other half into 3 portions to share with the others. He shouted loudly, "Kuina, Zoro, come eat. If you don't hurry, Luffy will eat all your fish." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually swatted away Luffy's sneaky hand to prevent him from grabbing more food. Kuina and Zoro, who were practicing swordsmanship in the distance, heard Yunjing's call and immediately stopped what they were doing, using their lightness skills to rush over. They quickly arrived by Yunjing's side, tightly guarding their share of the fish. The three of them were truly helpless against Luffy, who always stole food. At the beginning, when Kuina and Zoro were a bit slower, Luffy had already eaten their meat. Yunjing definitely won't cook fish for them again, as they aren't very good at cooking themselves. So, in a mixed doubles match, the two of them directly beat up Luffy. However, everything else aside, when it comes to eating meat, even though the two have already hit Luffy 7 or 8 times, he still refuses to change his ways. Even if Yunjing is slightly careless, Luffy would quietly sneak away food. Therefore, now every time Yunjing calls for a meal, the two of them immediately use their lightness skills to get into position, giving Luffy no chance to steal food. After finishing breakfast, Kuina and Zoro, the two senior siblings, went to the forest to hunt fierce beasts for training, while Luffy began to look for trouble with a monkey group in his usual spot. Yunjing watched Luffy's back and smiled strangely. Over the past month, Yunjing had fed the monkey group a considerable amount of body-nourishing pills and body-refining pills, greatly increasing their strength. This morning, Yunjing met with the Monkey King and gave him plenty of body-nourishing pills, body-refining pills, and fruits. In the past, under Yunjing's request, the monkey group would send out weaker female monkeys first after gaining strength. This time, Yunjing instructed the Monkey King to let the monkey group exert themselves more, but not to all rush in at once, but rather to take it slow. Fortunately, the animals in the Pirate King world are quite clever and can understand simple words. Otherwise, it would be hard for Yunjing to handle the situation. Luffy arrived at the monkey group's habitat, following the approach of the Forest King Tarzan, standing in the same position and shouted, "Hey monkeys, I'm here." Soon, Luffy was surrounded by monkeys, and at that moment, he was unaware of the seriousness of the situation, thinking it was like usual, with some monkeys participating and others watching. Luffy grinned and said, "Why are you little monkeys so slow?" As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, ready to welcome the monkeys' attack. However, this time, the monkeys did not attack as easily as before, but quietly stared at Luffy with cunning glints in their eyes. Luffy felt a bit strange, but dismissed it, confidently waiting for the monkeys to act. Suddenly, a monkey jumped down from a tree and pounced on Luffy. Luffy easily dodged its attack and countered with a light punch, sending it flying. However, this monkey's failure did not deter the others. Instead, it ignited their fighting spirit. More monkeys surged in from all directions, launching a fierce attack on Luffy. Yet within just 3 minutes, Luffy sensed something was off. The number of monkeys participating in the battle was increasing, and their movements appeared more organized, as if they had undergone rigorous training. In the past, whether throwing stones or engaging in close combat, there was always a significant time gap between attacks, giving Luffy enough time to adjust. But today, the onslaught was relentless, like a tide, leaving him overwhelmed. Although Luffy was agile, he gradually found it increasingly difficult to cope with so many monkeys. Moreover, he noticed these monkeys seemed stronger than before and were working together seamlessly, putting him in a predicament. Faced with such a dense offensive, Luffy even found himself unable to speak, focusing solely on controlling his instinctive rubberization. He had to maintain the operation of his Golden Bell ironcloth technique while preventing rubberization from occurring, all the while trying to evade or deflect attacks, making his situation extremely challenging. He struggled to fend off the monkeys' attacks while marveling inwardly. How did these guys become so strong? The monkeys, however, were oblivious to his doubts and continued their frenzied assault on Luffy. Gradually, Luffy felt fatigued and realized he might have underestimated the monkey's strength. Just then, a giant Monkey King appeared before him, swinging a thick branch and smashing it toward Luffy. As the branch came crashing down, Luffy instinctively rubberized. Although he took a hit, the actual damage was similar to other non-rubberized attacks he had received. However, with the Monkey King joining the fray, Luffy's defense and evasion became even more strained. Punch after punch, kick after kick fell upon him like raindrops, leaving him dizzy. Initially, Luffy tried to multitask, using the Golden Bell ironcloth technique, resisting the instinct to rubberize and dodging or deflecting attacks as much as possible. But as time passed, he gradually found it harder to keep up. After enduring half an hour of brutal beatings, Luffy could hardly bear it any longer. He decided to give up resisting rubberization and began to counterattack, returning some ineffective or weaker attacks. By this time, Luffy was covered in bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes were unusually firm. The Monkey King laughed triumphantly, and the other monkeys cheered excitedly. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Luffy's eyes revealed an indomitable fighting spirit. Seeing this, the Monkey King's eyes flashed with disdain. It roared, signaling some of the weaker female and male monkeys in the group to withdraw. These monkeys jumped up onto nearby trees, watching the fierce battle from a distance. With nearly half of the monkeys retreating, Luffy finally got a moment to catch his breath. He took a deep breath, ready to continue the challenge, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn monkeys, I won't lose to you." No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward again, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the monkeys. At that moment, the Monkey King charged at him again, moving as fast as lightning. Luffy was startled, but did not back down. Instead, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Rubber balloon." Suddenly, his entire stomach inflated immensely, like an expanding balloon. The Monkey King could not change its course in time and slammed into Luffy's belly, its whole body getting stuck inside Luffy's abdomen. The impact generated a powerful shockwave, sending Luffy flying backward and crashing into a group of monkeys. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, propelled by the rebound, executed a beautiful backflip and landed steadily on a tree. After knocking down a group of monkeys, Luffy quickly adjusted his posture, using the reaction force to launch his rubber rocket skill, darting through the nearby trees in an attempt to shake off the Monkey King's pursuit. His agile movements made it hard for the Monkey King to catch sight of him for a moment. The Monkey King and the other monkeys chased closely behind, continuously roaring and throwing stones and fruit pits to block Luffy's path. However, after taking such a long beating, his stamina was greatly depleted and his speed gradually slowed down. Thus, he began a game of dodge and escape with the Monkey King. Meanwhile, Yunjing, who was hiding nearby, saw that Luffy was not in serious trouble and felt relieved, deciding to leave. After resting for a night near Seymour's village, Carp and the others set sail for the village's dock early in the morning. Carp swaggered toward Yunjing's restaurant, banging on the door while shouting, "Yunjing, open the door." Even when nearby villagers told him that Yunjing's restaurant opened at noon, he ignored them. Yunjing, who was about to doze off in a rocking chair, heard Carp's voice and helplessly got up to open the door. Looking at Carp, he said, "Vice Admiral Carp, what do you want? My restaurant doesn't open in the morning." Carp ignored Yunjing's words, squeezed in from the side, saw the liquor behind the bar, poured himself a glass, and downed in one go, saying, "Yunjing, don't be so formal. Just call me old man. Calling me Vice Admiral is too formal." Yunjing rolled his eyes inwardly, secretly muttering, "Why is this old man here again? Really troublesome." But he still responded politely, "Sure, old man Carp. Did you come to find me for something?" Carp laughed heartily, patted Yunjing on the shoulder, and said, "It's nothing important. Just want to come and see how this little rascal is doing. Also, do you have any good wine here? Let me try some." Yunjing shook his head helplessly, thinking that this old man was definitely not. He turned around and casually took a bottle of wine from behind the bar, handing it to Carp. Carp took the bottle, sniffed the aroma, nodded in satisfaction, and then drank without hesitation. Watching Carp enjoy himself like that, Yunjing couldn't help but smile. Although Carp could be quite a headache at times, he also knew that this Vice Admiral was actually a very interesting person. Just then, a commotion came from outside the door. Yunjing and Carp looked over at the same time and saw a group of villagers gathered at the door, chattering away. It turned out that they had all been drawn over by Carp's knocking, fearing that the Navy was causing trouble. Usually, the Navy rarely came to their village, but recently they had been visiting quite frequently. Yunjing saw the situation and immediately walked out the door, shouting loudly at the villagers, "Everyone, go ahead and get busy. There's nothing to worry about." The villagers noticed that Yunjing didn't seem to be in any trouble, so they all left, but before leaving, they said, "Yunjing, if that Navy troubles you, remember to call out. We in the village can't let outsiders bully us." Yunjing smiled and nodded, saying, "Got it, Uncle Taijima." However, back in the store, he was thinking about how to get rid of the troublesome Carp. After all, he didn't want to be bothered by Carp like this every day. Yunjing looked at the familiar Carp with a speechless expression and said, "Old man Carp, what brings you here now? If there's nothing important, I still want to go to sleep. I didn't sleep well last night." Carp scratched his head, revealing a slightly awkward smile, and said, "Yesterday, Borisolino took all the pills, and I don't have any here. Kid, give me some pills so I can go back and train Luffy." After saying that, he couldn't help but yawn again. Yunjing rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "My clone is in Windmill Village. Do you really need to come find me for elixirs? What hassle." However, he didn't want to refuse, as Carp was a legendary figure in the Navy and deserved some respect. So, Yunjing casually took out 3 types of elixirs, giving Carp a few of each, placed them into a box, and tossed it in front of Carp, impatiently saying, all right, everything you wanted is here. Hurry up and leave, Don't disturb my sleep anymore. Upon seeing this, Carp's face immediately lit up with excitement. He used his observation hockey to scan a box, confirming that it indeed contained the elixirs he needed. With a chuckle, he happily said, "Thank you, Kid Yunjing, I'm off now." Saying that, he pulled out the spatial sealing scroll he had given to Yunjing yesterday from somewhere, stored the box inside it, and swaggered away. Yunjing watched Carp's departing figure, shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself that this old guy was really ungracious. He sighed, turned around, and went back to his room to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, Carp, carrying a box, walked cheerfully towards the direction of the warship. After sending off Cap, Yunjing closed the door and went back to the rocking chair in the backyard, lying down to continue lounging and sleeping. With the shadow clone technique, the main body had become quite lazy. As noon approached, Zoro and Kuina returned, carrying a processed wild boar that weighed several hundred pounds. Yunjing slowly spat out a fireball, igniting the firewood that Guina had prepared, and began to barbecue. Meanwhile, Zoro and Guina were meditating beside them to restore their internal energy. Under the control of the powerful flames, the split wild boar was ready after half an hour. Seeing this, Zoro and Guina immediately stopped meditating and quickly ran over to the table to start eating. Before long, Luffy, looking disheveled and battered, swung down from a branch at the edge of the forest, hunched over, and dragging himself toward the house with a limp demeanor. "Meat, meat, meat," Luffy mumbled as he walked. As he moved, he seemed to catch the smell of the barbecue, and his head immediately lifted, eyes shining with excitement. He burst forth with an inexplicable energy and quickly ran toward the yard. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the already roasted wild boar on the table, mouth agape and drooling. "Meat! I want to eat meat!" Luffy shouted, bursting with energy, and dashed toward the yard. With a swoosh, a rubber rocket shot toward the table, accurately grabbing the already cut roasted meat, and he began to devour it ravenously. At that moment, Yunjing, who was a clone, saw this and immediately stopped eating the roasted meat in his hands, slowly approaching Luffy. A surge of internal energy suddenly appeared in his hands, and then he performed a technique to extract internal bleeding and bruises from Luffy's body, pulling them out one by one. Of course, during this process, it was unavoidable that some normal blood was also absorbed. He waved his hands, and a spherical mass of blood was stored in the space of the shop. Then, he formed several seals, and a layer of green, flowing energy appeared in his hands, which he covered over Luffy. Not long after, this layer of energy spread over Luffy's entire body, and with it, the scars on Luffy's body gradually disappeared. It must be said that the healing ninjutsu from the ninja world seemed to have an unexpected compatibility with internal energy. Originally, in the ninja world, most medical ninjutsu achieved rapid healing at the cost of the energy and vitality of the treated individual. Now, when I used internal energy to perform healing ninjutsu, it no longer consumed the vitality of the treated person. Instead, it consumed a large amount of the individual's internal energy and my own internal energy. Especially, the internal energy of the treated person will be transformed into consumables that enhance the healing ability of wounds or ailments. This consumption of physical energy meant that Luffy felt even hungrier, so he ate even faster. Of the several hundred pounds of meat, Goena and the others had only eaten less than 100 pounds, while under Luffy's whirlwind-like eating, all the food was consumed in less than 5 minutes. With his belly fully expanded, Luffy bounced his stomach up and down, and in an instant he slimmed down to his normal state. At this moment, Luffy let out a long breath and said, "Finally back to life." He stretched his arms, lengthened his legs, and twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, as if his whole body had been relaxed. After stretching, he suddenly turned to Zoro and Guena and said, "Hey Zoro, Guena, that group of monkeys seemed especially irritable today, like they ate gunpowder. You guys should be careful this afternoon." Hearing this, Zoro nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. Guena, on the other hand, smiled and replied, "Arigato, Luffy. Thanks for the reminder." Her smile was as bright as the sun, radiating warmth. Luffy scratched his head, showing an innocent expression, and said, "When you guys come back, let's have a fight at night. The iron shirt that Brother Yunjing taught me, I finally mastered it." As he spoke, he began to operate his technique, and a faint golden light gradually appeared on his exposed skin. Even under the intense sunlight, this golden glow was still clearly visible. Seeing this, Zoro's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of an expectant smile. He thought to himself, "Tonight, I can finally swing my sword to my heart's content." After saying this, Luffy left, leaving Zoro and Guena to continue resting in the yard. They quietly meditated in the yard for an hour, allowing their bodies to fully recover energy. Afterwards, they set off with several large baskets of fruits and elixirs toward the monkey troop's habitat, far away in Zimaziji village. Yunjing had already learned of this event when the clone Yunjing placed Luffy's blood into the shop space. He quickly flashed into the shop, took out the mass of Luffy's blood, tossed it into the technique device, and then quietly waited. After several minutes, the system suddenly appeared and said, "This is still far from enough. At least 4 more blood masses of the same size are needed, which means a total of 2000 cc. Yunjing frowned after listening and murmured to himself, "So much?" Then he asked the system, "I understand. So, is the blood requirement for other devil fruit users the same?" The system pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, it's unclear. We can only determine the specific amount needed after you obtain more blood samples." Yunjing nodded, indicating his understanding, and then left them all. After leaving them all, Yunjing immediately called his clone, informing him of the news. Upon receiving the instructions, the Yunjing in Windmill Village began planning the next course of action. As evening approached, the 2 groups that had gone out on missions returned one after another, followed by an intense eating competition. An hour after dinner, Luffy sat in a chair, sipping juice while watching Zoro, who was almost finished resting. Feeling bored, he called out, "Hey Zoro, how's it going? Let's have a fight." Zoro, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing Luffy's words, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He slowly replied, "All right." After saying that, he stood up, unstrapped his real swords from his waist, and walked to the side of the courtyard to pick up the wooden sword made from wood release by his clone, Yunjing. Holding the wooden sword, Zoro said with a relaxed expression, "Let's get started." Seeing that Zoro only had 2 swords, Luffy, feeling a bit unhappy, said, "Zoro, why aren't you using 3-sword style? Are you underestimating me?" Although Rubber's properties were restrained by swordsmen, Zoro was not using real swords. Moreover, his dragon roar and tiger howl had already broken through, and the defense generated was not something a wooden sword could break through. Zoro, with a somewhat arrogant smile, replied, "I've had some insights recently. You'll find out soon." Zoro, who had not experienced Kana's death, still maintained the personality of someone who boasted about being invincible in the village. Although his character had been somewhat restrained under the influence of Kana and others, he was still far from the reliable level he would later achieve. Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy's expression became serious. He knew that this battle was not just a contest, but also a test of his own strength. After getting into position, Luffy was the first to break the stalemate. He took a deep breath, and his body instantly stretched like rubber, turning into a long arc as he shot towards Zoro at an incredible speed. This was his signature move, Rubber Rocket. Zoro gripped his 2 swords tightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Facing Luffy's attack, he did not retreat, but advanced instead, moving his feet nimbly while the 2 swords in his hands drew sharp arcs in the air. Luffy's rubber body approached Zoro like lightning, his fist carrying immense power. Smashing down towards Zoro, Zoro formed a defensive stance with his 2 swords to block Luffy's attack. The 2 exchanged blows, each clash filled with intensity. Their movements grew faster, and the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by their momentum. Zoro's gaze sharpened, and he moved like the wind, skillfully dodging this strike, while simultaneously swinging his swords with incredible speed to deliver a powerful slash. The wooden sword infused with internal energy, cutting through the air with a whistling sound towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy quickly retracted his body and rolled to the side, not only dodging the attack, but also bouncing back up to launch a rubber gun strike towards Zoro's chest. A hint of surprise flashed in Zoro's eyes, but he was not affected by Luffy's movement. He quickly reacted, crossing his 2 swords to block Luffy's attack. However, Luffy did not stop his assault. He used the abilities of his rubber fruit to quickly adjust his posture and launched another attack. Luffy's fists came at Zoro like bullets, continuously smashing towards him. Zoro kept swinging his swords, either deflecting or blocking Luffy's attacks. Luffy, undeterred by this, stretched his body again, turning himself into a long rubber band that suddenly coiled towards Zoro, attempting to bind him. Zoro let out a cold laugh, moving like the wind, skillfully dodging Luffy's binding attempts, while simultaneously attacking Luffy with his dual swords. Employing the snake-like sword technique he had comprehended from the swordsmanship lessons shared by Yunjing and Kuina during this time. Yunjing taught the Huashan swordsmanship, which emphasizes the unusual and the perilous. However, since Chinese swords and sabers are separate, a significant part of swordsmanship involves thrusting. As a result, Goena and Zoro only learned part of it and adapted it to their own situations, coupled with their daily extensive exchanges and battles against fierce beasts. Both of them also derived some sword techniques that suited them from these swordsmanship principles. This time, Luffy did not dodge. However, just as the wooden sword was about to hit him, two large areas covered in golden light appeared at the places being struck, producing a sound like clang clang, akin to metal colliding. Zoro was slightly taken aback. Although he was using a wooden sword, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand, let alone with his internal energy enhancement. The defense of the iron cloth was indeed formidable, Zoro thought to himself, feeling a bit numb from the rebound. However, he did not stop his movements and continued to attack, wanting to see how much progress Luffy had made under the enhancement of the iron cloth. It was worth noting that in their previous encounters, Luffy had always rushed in and taken hits. Luffy, having taken 2 cuts but not feeling much pain, excitedly shouted, "Haha, Zoro, I'm really strong now." As Luffy dodged Zoro's attacks while counterattacking, the two exchanged blows, neither giving way. Luffy, who had endured countless cuts, would reinforce the corresponding areas using the Dragon Roar, Tiger Howl, and Iron Cloth just as Zoro was about to strike him. However, halfway through the battle, Luffy realized the problem. After training with tree, climbing, and water stepping, Zoro's control over his internal energy had far surpassed his own. Not to mention that Zoro had practiced the intention of internal energy much more than Luffy, resulting in a significantly larger amount of internal energy. Thus, if Luffy continued to expend internal energy at such a high rate, it would only hasten his defeat. After taking a few more cuts from Zoro, Luffy suddenly recalled the time he practiced on the Plum Blossom Pillar and when he was surrounded by monkeys. At that time, to pursue better training results, he had tried to refuse the rubberization of the struck areas at the request of Brother Yunjing. Since he could refuse rubberization in a small area, could he also mobilize internal energy in a localized manner to enhance his defense? Once this thought emerged, Luffy immediately put it into practice. After all, that was his style. He acted on whatever came to mind, whether refusing rubberization or mobilizing internal energy to specific areas. Both relied on intention. However, rubberization did not depend on other factors, whereas internal energy required operation and invocation to be effective. Therefore, during Luffy's beatings, the golden light on his body fluctuated. Zoro looked at the golden light on Luffy and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He knew that Luffy was continuously exploring and pushing his limits, and he greatly respected this spirit. At the same time, he realized that Luffy had gradually mastered the method of utilizing internal energy, which meant their battle would become even more intense and exciting. Thus, Zoro slowed down his attacks, deliberately taking a moment longer before each strike to give Luffy enough time. He wanted to see how far Luffy could apply internal energy and whether he could truly withstand his attacks. At this moment, both Zoro and Luffy were immersed in this fierce battle, constantly challenging themselves and seeking a higher realm. The Dragon Roar, Tiger Howl, and Iron Cloth technique has 2 fundamental characteristics. First, it can increase one's basic defense. Second, it can further enhance defense through the use of internal energy. The higher the mastery of this technique, the more powerful these 2 fundamental characteristics become. When the technique is mastered to a proficient level, the internal energy will radiate golden light with 10 vital points on the body. At the minor achievement level, the internal energy moves at will, leaving only 5 vital points. After reaching the major achievement realm, the power is displayed in every gesture, and it can initially condense external golden light, forming part of the golden bell. However, this external defense requires a significant amount of internal energy, leaving only 1 vital point on the body. And at the perfected stage, a complete external golden bell can be formed, possessing rebound characteristics, directly turning defense into offense, reflecting the attacker's power and internal energy back. If the technique can be cultivated to an unprecedented peak, the dynamics of attack and defense will change, allowing the external golden light not only to condense into a golden bell, but also to shape according to the user's will, while still retaining the rebound characteristics. Yunjing watched Luffy's performance and couldn't help but nod secretly. Luffy truly deserved to be called a combat genius, capable of cleverly combining the rejection of rubberization with the flexible use of internal energy for defense, which made Yunjing very satisfied. The Dragon Roar Tiger Howl Golden Bell Iron Cloth shirt technique he specially selected and synthesized for Luffy was indeed the right choice. Although Luffy had only reached a proficient level for now, his application in actual combat was already approaching a minor mastery. At this moment, Sueon had not completely mastered this technique yet. However, as long as he experienced a few more battles, he believed he would quickly grasp it as well. The only thing lacking at the moment was internal energy. After half an hour of intense fighting, Zoro noticed that Luffy's internal energy was almost depleted. Therefore, after pushing Luffy back with a single strike, he quickly stepped back, slightly crouched his body, crossed his hands, and pointed the tip of his sword towards Luffy, making him look like a drawn bow, ready to unleash his power. Zoro softly chanted, two-sword style, boar charge, with a light tap of his toes on the ground. A powerful explosive force surged up from his feet, simultaneously creating a small pit on the ground. However, the next scene stunned everyone. Zoro's figure flashed, as if he had teleported, and he suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Luffy looked at the suddenly appearing Zoro in shock, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Before he could react, a faint pain began to throb in his chest. At this moment, Zoro's speed was simply too fast. Luffy had no time to dodge and could only hurriedly gather the remaining internal energy in his body to form a thin layer of defense in front of his chest. As Zoro took his stance, Kuina suddenly stood up, her face changing dramatically. Oh no, Luffy can't take this move. He will be seriously injured. Thinking this, she unhesitatingly drew the sword from her waist, preparing to rush down to stop the fight. However, at that moment, Yunjing reached out to stop her. Kuina looked at Yunjing in confusion, not understanding why he was trying to stop her. In fact, only Yunjing could perceive that Zoro's sword did not have internal energy attached to it. In other words, at this moment, this wooden sword was attacking Luffy purely with kinetic energy. Given Luffy's rubber fruit ability and the defense of the iron cloth shirt, he should be able to withstand this blow. Sure enough, the next moment, the attacks of the two collided. Luffy's iron cloth shirt defense was instantly shattered by the wooden sword, while the wooden sword continued forward, heavily striking Luffy's rubberized body. The immense kinetic energy made it impossible for Luffy to resist, and he was directly sent flying. His body traced an arc in the air, crashing through the earthen wall, and finally landing in the ruins. After the kinetic energy was exhausted, Luffy fell to the ground in a sorry state, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Zoro's two wooden swords cracked with a sound, shattering from the tips to the hilts. After numerous collisions with Luffy, even with Zoro's internal energy protection, the wooden sword had developed many cracks, and fearing injury to Luffy, Zoro did not channel internal energy into the final strike, resulting in it shattering upon completing its mission. After withstanding Zoro's attack, both Luffy's internal energy and physical strength were completely depleted, lying motionless in the ruins. Sensing Luffy's condition, Yunjing quickly moved to Luffy's side, stepping down, causing the dirt on Luffy's body to disappear, and then some earth grew from beneath Luffy, pushing him inward to complete the earth wall. Seeing Luffy battered and bruised from Zoro's strike, the clone of Yunjing revealed his signature smile, performing the healing technique, gradually dissipating the originally bruised areas. While a large amount of blood was collected into space, and several body refinement pills were taken out and directly stuffed into Luffy's mouth. After Zoro executed the two-sword style, boar charge, he closed his eyes on the spot to contemplate his previous move. He understood that this battle was of great significance to him, not only as a challenge to Luffy's strength, but also as a breakthrough and improvement in his own swordsmanship. Meanwhile, after taking the body refinement pills, Luffy's body began to recover rapidly. Although Luffy was still very fatigued, he could already feel the enhancement of his internal strength and the restoration of his stamina. Yunjing looked at the two state and nodded in satisfaction. This battle had allowed them both to grow in progress, which was what he had hoped for. Zoro had his eyes tightly closed, gripping two wooden swords in his hands. With beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his breathing gradually became rapid, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were struggling against some invisible force. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flash of bright light passing through them. Zoro took a deep breath, stepping out of his insights, and walked aside to directly pick up the two wooden swords, striking a unique stance. His gaze was firm and focused, emanating a powerful aura. Two-sword style, tiger charge. Zoro shouted softly, his voice filled with determination and confidence. With his words, his figure shot towards the wall like a bolt of lightning, astonishingly fast. Yunjing and Guyaina widened their eyes, clearly sensing a faint sword aura on Zoro's wooden sword. The aura was as light as a breeze, yet contained endless power. Their heartbeats involuntarily quickened as they nervously watched Zoro's every move. Just when Zoro's sword was about 20 centimeters away from the surrounding wall, a deep scratch had already appeared on it, as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. With a loud bang, as Zoro's sword pierced into the wall. The sword aura erupted instantly, creating a powerful shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. The wall, unable to bear the weight, collapsed with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. Zoro stood steadily by the fallen wall, a proud smile on his face. His eyes revealed a sense of satisfaction and pride, as if he was very pleased with his performance. Guyaina, I'm about to break through to becoming a swordsman. I will finally surpass you. I will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman before you. Zoro exclaimed loudly, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. However, at that moment, Yunjing's face suddenly darkened. He quickly darted to Zoro's side and, without hesitation, raised his fist and struck Zoro hard on the head. With a loud duong, accompanied by a crisp echo, Zoro's head immediately buzzed, and Yunjing couldn't help but exclaim, "Another good hit." Zoro instinctively covered his head and exclaimed, "Ah, it hurts." After a moment, he recovered and shouted at Yunjing in exasperation, "Damn Yunjing, why did you hit me?" Yunjing's expression darkened as he coldly said, "So you really don't need to fix the wall, huh? Can't you use the wooden stakes?" Upon hearing this, Zoro's breath instantly froze, as if shrouded by an invisible pressure. Guena, who originally saw Zoro provoking Yunjing and was about to give him some special care from his senior sister, couldn't help but smile when she saw Yunjing make a move. Zoro had a large bump appear on his forehead, which was hard to stifle a laugh at. Immediately after, Guena was unwilling to back down, quickly drew her knife from her waist, and lightly waved it at the wooden stakes used for practice in the yard. In an instant, a sharp wave of sword energy shot out like lightning. This wave of sword energy passed through the wooden stakes and vanished without a trace. Like a ghost, Yunjing witnessed the sword energy unleashed by Guena, and a wave of surprise surged in his heart, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Without the scanning skill from the shop, he couldn't accurately gauge the power levels of others, and could only rely on observation and speculation to judge the internal strength of the two. At that moment, the level of sword energy that Guena displayed made him deeply realize that his understanding of them was still far from sufficient. Moreover, the biggest difference between the sword masters and swordsmen in the Pirate King world is the ability to release waves, which Guena had not demonstrated in front of them before. Thus, he was unsure when Guena had made her breakthrough. Seeing this, Zoro forgot about the pain on his forehead, his mouth agape, and his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, then exclaimed, "Damn it, Guena, when did you become a sword master?" After retracting her sword, Guena replied calmly, "It was during our water treading practice. I suddenly felt the breath of all things that my father mentioned, and then I broke through." Zoro hammered his right hand on his palm, murmuring, "Kyuso, I'm even further behind Guena now." Meanwhile, Luffy, having regained some strength from the body refining pill, sat up just in time to see Guena slash out sword energy and cut through a pillar. He jumped off the dirt bed and shouted at Guena, "Wow, Guena, you're so amazing." Luffy's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration as he danced around, shouting, "Wow, Guena, you can do that? That's incredible." Hearing Luffy's praise, Guena smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Luffy." Luffy continued excitedly, "Guena, you must teach me this." He gestured with his hands, mimicking Guena's sword-swinging motion. Guena replied directly, "Luffy, I can't teach you this. It's a swordsman's ability, and you're not a swordsman. You can ask Yunjing if he knows how to do it, and see if he can teach you." Luffy immediately launched himself with a rubber rocket and jumped onto Yunjing, tearfully saying, "Yunjing, I want to learn this." Yunjing, with a frown, pulled Luffy off him and said with a dark face, "Once you master the Dragon Roar and Tiger Howl and the Iron Cloth, you'll be able to do this. Moreover, your grandpa will teach you similar techniques in the future." Upon hearing the word grandpa, Luffy suddenly shivered. Those two words did not bring him any warmth. The conversation among the group woke up Zoro, who was mumbling to himself. Zoro shouted to Kuina, "Kusalu, Kuina, one day I will surpass you." Zoro looked at Luffy and Kuina, secretly determined to train harder and surpass Kuina. He knew that only by constantly challenging himself could he become a true strong warrior. Kuina looked at Zoro, a sweet smile appearing on her face, and softly said, "All right, Zoro, I will always wait for you to surpass me." Her eyes revealed determination and expectation, as if she could already see the days of growing together with Zoro in the future. Zoro was struck by Kuina's smile, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising within him. Suddenly feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, he shouted loudly, "Yunjing, I want to eat a midnight snack, even if it's to celebrate Kuina's breakthrough as a swordsman." Upon hearing the word midnight snack, Luffy immediately jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Great, great! Brother Yunjing, meet!" Meat. I want to eat meat. His eyes sparkled as if he could already smell the aroma of grilled meat. For Luffy, delicious food was always one of the most appealing things. Yunjing nodded and smiled, saying, "All right, let's have a barbecue to celebrate Guena's breakthrough as a swordsman." He stepped with his right foot, and the wall that Zoro had knocked down was instantly repaired. Yunjing looked at the noisy Zoro and Luffy fighting over the barbecue in front of him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He turned to glance at Guena, who was quietly eating barbecue beside him, and a sense of tranquility washed over him. However, this feeling did not last long. After a moment, Yunjing gently shook his head, as if trying to drive this sentiment from his mind. He murmured to himself, "The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard." Nowadays, the positions of the three emperors of the sea are already solidified, with only the fourth emperor, Shanks, yet to take his place. In this tumultuous era, the pirates of the New World will undoubtedly engage in fierce competition to become the new rulers, even at the cost of bloodshed. Surely, to become the new ruler, they must break their skulls. This world needs someone to save it, but Luffy is still young, only 9 years old. The clone Yunjing sighed deeply, thinking, "Let fate take its course. I am just a clone." The heavy responsibility of saving the world should still be entrusted to the main body. Perhaps I should let the main body send another clone over. After all, a month has passed, and the main body's strength and methods must have improved. He decided to wait until he collected Luffy's blood before proceeding. After adjusting his emotions, he joined Luffy and Zoro in their game of competing for food. In the dead of night, Luffy had already fallen into a deep sleep, while Zoro and Guena continued to diligently practice their internal skills. At this time, the clone Yunjing was contemplating how to continue training Luffy. Luffy had already mastered the Iron Shirt technique, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective against him. Originally, Yunjing expected the enhanced monkey group to keep him occupied for at least 10 days or half a month, but unexpectedly, on the first day, the monkey group's strange pressure caused Luffy to directly break through. Is this what they call the child of destiny? It's simply unreasonable. Fortunately, he is on our side. After careful consideration, Yunjing finally confirmed a new training plan. He then began to meditate and cultivate his internal energy at his level. He could basically replace sleep with meditation to replenish his energy, as he was a clone and not the main body. The next morning, after absorbing the purple light of the sunrise, the clone Yunjing called the main body Yunjing and began to lay out his plan, instantly disappearing from the courtyard. When Luffy and the others finished their training, Yunjing returned from outside, taking out 2 huge roasted fish from the shopping mall space. The enticing aroma immediately attracted the 3 little ones. After a hearty meal, Yunjing patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. He turned to Luffy and smiled, saying, "Luffy, you don't need to train with the monkey group today. Come with me instead." Luffy, leisurely picking his teeth, nodded without hesitation and replied, "Okay." Saying this, he tossed the bone in his hand onto the ground and followed Yunjing out of the courtyard. Yunjing directly buried the bones underground and quickly moved in a certain direction towards the forest after leaving the courtyard. Luffy, on the other hand, nimbly weaved through the trees, sometimes mimicking Tarzan's way of moving and sometimes mimicking Spider-Man, having a great time. After about 10 minutes, the two had ventured over 10 miles into the forest and arrived at a massive tree in front of a giant tree hole. Luffy curiously examined the tree, which was several meters thick and hundreds of meters tall, filled with questions in his mind. He couldn't help but scratch his head and ask Brother Yunjing, "What kind of training have you brought me here for?" However, Yunjing ignored Luffy's question and shouted loudly at the tree hole, "Bear Big and Bear 2. Come out to entertain guests." Luffy looked bewildered and muttered to himself, "Bear Big? Bear 2? What are those?" Just then, a huge noise suddenly came from the tree hole. Immediately after, a strong sense of threat surged in Luffy's heart, making him vigilant. After a few seconds, 2 giant bears, one black and one yellow, appeared at the entrance of the tree hole, with some honey-roasted meat crumbs around their mouths. Seeing Bear Big and Bear 2 come out, Yunjing smiled slightly and then turned to Luffy, saying, "Luffy, from today onwards, they will become your opponents. You must face them head-on until one day you can defeat them without relying on the gum-gum fruit. Only then will you truly graduate from this training. But for now, you only need to deal with Bear 2. After saying that, he pointed to the yellow giant bear. As soon as Bear Big and Bear 2 came out of the tree hole, they looked around for signs. When they heard Yunjing's voice, they immediately looked towards Yunjing and Luffy in the distance. Upon smelling the familiar scent on Yunjing, Bear Big felt a slight headache and couldn't help but stick out its tongue to lick its mouth, reminiscing about the delicious honey-roasted meat from earlier. In the early morning, the two bears were quietly sleeping in their den when suddenly a little hairless monkey barged in, unceremoniously kicking each bear and driving them out of the cave. The two bears were furious and prepared to teach the little monkey a lesson while also filling their empty bellies. As a result, under the massage of Yunjing's golden glowing hands, the two bears comfortably collapsed at what they thought was the monkey's feet. The big stick was displayed, and next came the red dates, as a giant piece of honey-roasted meat was taken out from the mall space. The two giant bears lying on the ground immediately propped themselves up, their noses sniffing around, and finally, both bears had their noses almost touching the roasted meat. When they opened their eyes and saw the hairless monkey holding the roasted meat, they quickly moved back away from Yunjing, their eyes never leaving that piece of honey-roasted meat. Watching the two bears looking pitiful, wanting something they dared not ask for, Yunjing burst into laughter and tossed the 1 to 2 meter long honey-roasted meat over. The larger black bear quickly caught the roasted meat, preparing to take a bite, but felt the smaller bear looking at it eagerly from behind. The black bear glanced at the roasted meat in its hands and directly placed it in front of the smaller bear. Seeing the meat, the yellow giant bear immediately swallowed it whole. The black bear's actions reminded Yunjing of an animated show he had watched before, but unfortunately, it was missing a bald head that needed to chop down trees. Yunjing smiled, took out a few pieces of honey-roasted meat, and forcibly named the two bears Xiongda and Xiong'er. After gesturing with his golden glowing hands to confirm everything was fine, he left some roasted meat behind and departed. Luffy looked at the two giant bears in front of him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He didn't know why Yunjing had brought him here and wondered if these two bears would become his training opponents. However, he knew that Yunjing wouldn't harm him, so he decided to follow Yunjing's arrangements. Yunjing smiled at Xiongda and Xiong'er and said, "Don't be nervous. I brought Luffy here just to let him spar with you and see if it can stimulate his potential." Upon hearing this, Xiongda's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. It felt that this little guy could never be its opponent. After all, they were the rulers of the forest, possessing powerful strength and combat skills. Luffy, on the other hand, looked like just an ordinary hairless monkey, with nothing special about him. However, Xiongda did not underestimate Luffy, because it knew that in this forest, any creature might hide unknown strength. But in front of Yunjing, it dared not lose its temper easily, otherwise, it might end up getting massaged again. It could only roar a couple of times at its younger brother Xiong'er, forcing him to come out reluctantly. You see, Xiong'er had just been indulging in delicious honey-roasted meat. When Xiong'er stepped out, Yunjing turned to Luffy and said, "Luffy, you need to hold out for at least 30 minutes against Xiong'er. If you can't last those 30 minutes, there won't be any roasted meat for your lunch. But if you can last for 30 minutes, for every extra 10 minutes, I'll reward you with an additional piece of roasted meat." Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately became full of fighting spirit and shouted, "Don't worry, I can definitely last more than 30 minutes. Yunjing smiled slightly, not saying much more, but instead took out an hourglass from his pocket, shook it in front of Luffy, and placed it aside. Seeing this, Luffy jumped down from the tree without hesitation. Tempted by the barbecue, he took the initiative to attack Bear 2, who was about 8 or 9 meters tall, showcasing his agile skills and tremendous strength. From the very beginning, Yunjing had stipulated that Luffy must face his opponent head-on. Therefore, when Luffy saw Bear 2, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he chose to charge straight ahead. Bear 2, fixated on the charging little monkey, unceremoniously planted all 4 limbs on the ground and dashed towards Luffy with astonishing speed. Just as the two were about to collide, Bear 2 suddenly slammed to a stop, his left front paw swiping upward to strike Luffy. Luffy was surprised to find that even with all 4 limbs on the ground, Bear 2 was taller than him. Faced with this sudden paw strike from Bear 2, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him, causing his skin to ripple and his straw hat to rustle behind him. A warning instinct inside Luffy frantically reminded him that he absolutely could not take this hit head-on. However, out of respect and trust for Yunjing's requirements, he decided to take the risk. Luffy quickly halted his steps, fully activated his iron cloth technique, and in an instant his whole body shimmered with golden light, resembling a small golden statue. However, in the next moment, a loud bang echoed, and Luffy ultimately could not withstand Bear 2's strength. He was sent flying with a single paw strike, disappearing into the dense jungle in less than 3 seconds. Yunjing stared intently at Luffy, watching as the blood he sprayed splattered in the air, blown towards him by the powerful wind pressure created by Kuma. He immediately exhaled, forming a whirlwind that sucked all the blood in the air into it. He thought to himself, this blood must not be wasted in the slightest. Soon Luffy, covered in wounds, returned to Yunjing's side. Yunjing quickly performed the dual healing technique and fed Luffy several precious body-refining pills. Then he shouted loudly as decided Luffy, go fight now. Upon hearing this, Luffy rushed towards the battlefield without hesitation. However, this time, Xiong did not charge forward as before, but stood firmly in place, staring blankly at the approaching Luffy. As Luffy got closer, it suddenly swung a paw and struck Luffy hard. With a loud bang, Luffy was sent flying like a cannonball, disappearing into the air after tracing an arc. Thus, Luffy and Xiong exchanged blows, colliding fiercely. Each time, Luffy was ruthlessly knocked back, and Xiong, finding the battle boring, turned around and went back to the cave to rest. Xiong thought about leaving, but just as it was about to retreat, Yunjing suddenly stood up, and his right hand glowed with dazzling golden light. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Yunjing, Xiong became fearful and had to obediently squat down, not daring to think about retreating anymore. After seeing Xiong squatting back down, Yunjing thought for a moment, took out a piece of roasted meat from his space ring, and tossed it to Xiong. Upon seeing the roasted meat, Xiong eyes lit up, excitedly catching it and eagerly chewing it. After finishing, it licked its paw, still savoring the taste. With something to eat, it no longer felt bored. It could just treat it as playtime. While Xiong enjoyed the food, the clone of Yunjing had quietly completed the task of collecting blood from Luffy. After several collisions, the blood needed for the cultivation technique had been collected. In the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, Yu Buchuan spent 3 days reaching the capital, found an inn to tidy up, had a meal, and inquired about the location of the leper mansion. Late at night, after finishing his training in the marketplace, Yu Buchuan opened the window and jumped out. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived near the leopard mansion located in the northwest of the imperial city, glanced at the patrolling soldiers, and took advantage of the night to directly ascend to the roof of the leopard mansion's palace group. While investigating the emperor's location, Yu Buchuan suddenly sensed a steady breath approaching him quickly. Yu Buchuan squinted and thought, just when I was worried about not finding it. A white-haired old eunuch dressed in eunuch attire swiftly moved across from another palace rooftop. The old eunuch glanced at Yu Buchuan in the dim light of the leper mansion, his eyes flashing with a hint of doubt and vigilance, and then said in surprise, I thought it was that little thief without eyes. But it turns out to be the famous Huashan sect leader, Yu Buchuan. The court usually has no dealings with the martial world. I wonder what brings sect leader Yu to the inner palace this time. Yu Buchuan, seeing that the old eunuch had a long breath, was a mid-stage innate expert. Couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The royal family was indeed not simple. There are not many innate experts in the entire martial world, and he encountered one as soon as he arrived at the leopard mansion. He maintained his composure and said, May I ask your esteemed name? Eunuch? The old eunuch sensed Yu Buchuan's strength and found that his aura was erratic and clearly higher than his own. Had it not been for the fact that he hadn't concealed his aura when he came, he probably wouldn't have been discovered. However, he was not afraid since this was his territory. If there was a conflict, help would arrive shortly, and besides, there was an ancestor stationed in the palace. Who would dare to cause trouble in the inner palace? After hearing Yu Buchuan's words, the old eunuch replied calmly, I am a disciple under the ancestor, known as Eunuch Hai. Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan's pupils contracted. Ancestor? Although he was surprised by the royal family's background, he was not afraid. He clasped his fist towards Eunuch Hai and said, I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty, and I also have a treasure to present. I hope Eunuch Hai can relay the message. The old eunuch frowned and asked doubtfully, Sect leader Yu, do you know where this place is? The inner palace is not a place anyone can enter casually. If you have urgent matters, you should report through the official channels of the court. Not intrude into the inner palace privately. Yu Buchuan shook his head helplessly, explaining, Eunuch, you don't understand. This matter is of great importance. Concerning the stability of the martial world and the court, it must be discussed face-to-face with His Majesty. The old eunuch hesitated for a moment, as if judging the significance of what Yu Buchuan said. After all, Yu Buchuan also held a certain status in the martial world. If there was indeed something important that needed to be reported to the emperor, perhaps he could consider giving him a chance. So, the old eunuch nodded in agreement to relay the message. However, he still reminded Yu Buchuan, all right, since that's the case, I will relay your message. But let me say this first. If His Majesty is unwilling to meet you, or if what you say is not of importance, the consequences will be yours to bear. After thanking the old eunuch, Yu Buchuan quietly waited. As they spoke, Yu Buchuan sensed the presence of several innate experts surrounding the Great Hall, and he became secretly vigilant while also discreetly forming several hand seals in case of emergency. After hearing Yu Buchuan's words, Eunuch Hai's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. Yu Buchuan was startled. He knew this was a high-level martial arts technique for silent communication. He saw one of the individuals below quickly leave, evidently to report to his superior. Yu Buchuan guessed that this person was likely Eunuch Hai's confidant or subordinate. After this person left, Eunuch Hai waved his dust and said to Yu Buchuan, "Sect leader Yu, the wind is strong here. Why not come down with me for a cup of hot tea to avoid others saying I am not hospitable?" Yu Buchuan thought for a moment, deciding that since it was this way, he might as well follow him down to see how things were. So he replied with a smile, "Then I will trouble Eunuch Hai." Upon hearing this, Eunuch Hai took a few agile steps down. Yu Buchuan, seeing this, did not dare to be slow and immediately followed closely, using his lightness skill to leap down. As soon as the two landed, a team of guards nearby noticed the unusual situation and quickly surrounded them. Seeing this, Eunuch Hai said to the leading captain, "This is an esteemed guest. Everyone retreat." The captain, upon hearing this, slightly bowed and respectfully saluted Eunuch Hai, then replied, "Yes." He then led the others to continue patrolling elsewhere. Yu Buchuan keenly noticed that several innate experts in other areas were quietly following them. When Eunuch Hai entered a room, several palace maids immediately came forward with tea and snacks. Eunuch Hai picked up a cup of tea first, took a gentle sip, and then said to Yu Buchuan, "Sect leader Yu, please enjoy your tea." Yu Buchuan smiled, picked up the teacup, and politely responded, "Eunuch Hai is too kind." After saying this, he elegantly took a sip of the tea, but in reality, he wrapped the tea with his inner strength and quietly tossed it into his ring space. After drinking the tea, Eunuch Hai began to chat warmly with Yu Buchuan, showing that he was indeed skilled in social interactions. Yu Buchuan found the conversation very pleasant. However, not long after, he sensed the breath of the innate expert who had just left was gradually approaching. Shortly after, another white-haired old eunuch entered the room, first nodding to Eunuch Hai, then turning to Yu Buchuan and saying solemnly, "Sect leader Yu, His Majesty requests your presence." Following the two eunuchs through the winding palace corridors, they finally arrived at a palace. Eunuch Hai gestured for Yu Buchuan to wait, while the other eunuch approached the door and announced, "Your Majesty, Master Yu is waiting at the entrance." A voice from within the palace called out, "Summon Yu Buchuan for an audience." The two eunuchs then led Yu Buchuan into the palace, and after taking a few steps inside, they bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Having studied Confucianism since childhood, Yu Buchuan adhered to the rituals fairly well. Upon entering, he did not look around but respectfully performed a kneeling salute and said, "Commoner Yu Buchuan pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." On the dragon throne sat Zhu Zhao, whose face resembled that of a well-known figure, but he appeared emaciated and weak. He cleared his throat and said in a feeble voice, "Rise." Only then did Yu Buchuan stand up to observe Zhu Zhao. Noticing that he looked as if his days were numbered, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems the rumors in the market are true. Since arriving in the capital, Yu Buchuan had learned that Zhu Zhao had fallen into a water pool while fishing at a site called Changjingsong in Huai Prefecture, and though rescued by his attendants, he had since fallen ill. Furthermore, during a sacrificial ceremony, he had coughed up blood and fainted during his first offering. Since then, Zhu Zhao had been recuperating in the leopard room. However, even during his recovery, he remained obsessed with women and could not extricate himself. Seeing Zhu Zhao in such a state, Yu Buchuan felt secretly pleased, believing this was the perfect opportunity for him to execute his plan. At that moment, Zhu Zhao asked, "I hear you have a precious treasure to present to me?" Yu Buchuan cupped his hands in salute and replied, "Indeed, I have a precious treasure for your Majesty. Please allow me to fetch it." Without hesitation, Yu Buchuan opened a portal to the shopping mall right in front of Zhu Zhao and stepped inside. Zhu Zhao, lying on the dragon throne, watched in surprise as the portal appeared. Meanwhile, Su Jin, standing beside the dragon throne, changed color and quickly stepped forward to block Zhu Zhao, shouting, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" At the same time, Eunuch Hai and the other eunuch swiftly jumped to the front of the throne, fingers poised in a defensive gesture, vigilantly guarding Zhu Zhao. Hearing the commotion, the guards outside rushed into the palace with their weapons drawn, while the hidden eunuchs around also revealed themselves and quickly rushed toward the palace. The atmosphere instantly became tense and grave. Once the guards and several skilled fighters entered, Eunuch Hai and Eunuch Yin went directly to the spot where Yu Buchuan had just vanished, searching for any mechanisms or illusions, with Eunuch Hai even leaping onto the beams to look around. After entering the shopping mall, Yu Buchuan promptly purchased 2 devil fruits and placed one into a prepared brocade box. However, he did not leave the mall immediately, but chose to wait patiently inside. Eunuch Hai and Eunuch Yin conducted a thorough search of Yu Buchuan's last known location, but their efforts yielded nothing, leaving them disappointed. They exchanged a helpless glance and shook their heads, indicating their inability to find anything. At this moment, Eunuch Hai stepped forward and respectfully reported to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, please forgive this old servant's incompetence. We found nothing." Hearing this, Zhu Hozhao showed a hint of disappointment on his face. However, he quickly regained his enthusiasm and smiled, saying, "It's all right. Since Master Yu came to present me with a treasure, he will surely appear again. I can wait for him. You may all leave now." Zhu Hozhao instructed the palace guards and experts who had just entered. Seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly stepped forward to advise, "Your Majesty, you must not. If Yu Buchuan harbors ill intentions and seeks to harm you, should an accident occur, even if we die 1,000 times, we could never make amends." Zhu Hozhao shook his head, saying, "I believe Master Yu is not such a person. Besides, did you not say he is known as the gentleman's sword in the martial world?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin ceased to obstruct him, and the guards and royal experts gradually retreated, not straying too far, remaining on guard near the palace. Eunuch Hai and Eunuch Yin also took their positions beside the dragon throne to protect Zhu Hozhao. Within a short time, Yu Buchuan reopened the portal and exited the shopping mall. Inside the hall, Zhu Hozhao and the others exhibited varying reactions upon seeing the white light portal reappear. Zhu Hozhao appeared delighted, while the others remained vigilant. When Zhu Hozhao saw Yu Buchuan emerge, he pointed to the light portal and asked, "Master Yu, what is the explanation for this item?" Yu Buchuan held up the gift box and replied, "I am fortunate to have received the blessing of my ancestor, with the chance to meet a celestial being. This portal leads to a mysterious place where, under the witness of the celestial being, one can communicate with people from other worlds." Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's explanation, Zhu Hozhao's eyes brightened, as he privately speculated whether this so-called mysterious place was the legendary celestial realm. Although Zhu Hozhao was interested in matters of immortality, he had not delved deeply into the subject, having only heard of it through some martial legends and folk tales. Zhu Hozhao said with interest, "So, the precious treasure you mentioned earlier is a celestial item?" Yu Buchuan nodded and replied, "Indeed." Zhu Hozhao's thoughts shifted as he understood his own condition. If he could truly find a celestial being to assist him, perhaps he could extend his life for a few more years, and thus he eagerly asked, "What effects does this celestial item have?" Yu Buchuan smiled and explained, "This item is called the devil fruit. Eating it will significantly enhance various fundamental qualities, with the most direct improvements being physical condition, strength, speed, and recovery ability. Additionally, it grants the ability to transform into a dog, which is quite similar to the transformation techniques spoken of in Taoism." After saying this, Yu Buchuan opened the brocade box and presented the devil fruit to Zhu Hozhao. Unfortunately, it was night, and despite the palace's brightness, the weak Zhu Hozhao could not see it clearly. Su Jin immediately stepped forward to take the brocade box. Examining the oddly shaped peach inside, his heart raced. After carefully inspecting the box and finding no issues, he turned and returned to the dragon throne, presenting the box to Zhu Hozhao for viewing. Eunuch Hai, observing the black and white fruit with strange patterns, furrowed his brow and directly questioned Yu Buchuan, "Master Yu, if this is a celestial item, why does this fruit appear so strange and bear such an odd name? Are you attempting to deceive the emperor?" Hearing this, Zhu Hozhao also ceased his observation of the devil fruit and turned to look at Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan smiled slightly and explained, "This item was taken by a celestial being from a world called One Piece, and the name of this fruit was designated by that world as one of their treasures. The celestial being compassionate, did not wish to change its name." He added, "Furthermore, this fruit can only be eaten separately, and only the first person to eat it will gain its effects." Hearing the term pirate, everyone present was familiar with it. Since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor, a strict maritime ban policy had been implemented, primarily due to the rampant activities of Japanese pirates and sea robbers. Although the eunuch Zheng, he had made 7 voyages to the western seas, this merely opened the tribute routes for various countries. However, the current emperor is wise and astute, having adopted the suggestion of Wu Tingju, the right minister of Guangdong. to restore the system of the Song dynasty and implement a tax-sharing system on the goods carried by tribute envoys, which entails a 20 transaction tax. From then on, the court began to collect customs duties. This measure not only increased the court's financial revenue, but also greatly promoted trade prosperity. The maritime ban had effectively been relaxed. As long as taxes were paid, free trade with the Ming dynasty was permitted. Consequently, foreign ships continuously arrived at the ports, and various foreign traders crowded the cities, with Ming merchants engaging in large-scale maritime trade, bringing substantial tax revenue to the court. However, regrettably, this measure touched the interests of some individuals. Recently, many officials submitted petitions, accusing this move of violating ancestral policies and advising His Majesty to implement the inherited maritime ban strictly prohibiting private maritime commerce. Due to his poor health, Zhu Hozhao's attitude began to waver. Zhu Hozhao was not particularly concerned about these matters, but when he heard that consuming this particular fruit could greatly enhance his physical condition and recovery, his eyes lit up with excitement. However, looking at the strange fruit before him, he couldn't help but feel some worry. Yu Buchuan noticed the expression on Zhu Hozhao's face and immediately understood his concerns. So he proactively said, "Your Majesty, I have another fruit here that can be tested by Your Majesty first." After saying this, he took out another era fruit from his bosom and was about to put it in his mouth. At that moment, Eunuch Hai suddenly stepped forward and loudly called out, "Wait, Master Yu, please hold on." Yu Buchuan's actions halted instantly, and he looked at Eunuch Hai with a doubtful expression, asking in confusion, "I wonder if Eunuch Hai has any questions?" A smile appeared on Eunuch Hai's face as he said, "Master Yu is fortunate to possess such a precious treasure and is even willing to offer it to His Majesty. This is truly admirable. However, His Majesty's health concerns the welfare of all the people in the world, and there must be no deviation whatsoever. I wonder if Master Yu would be willing to choose another fruit for personal use?" Although Eunuch Hai spoke in a tone of negotiation, there was no hint of negotiation in his tone. Yu Buchuan smiled slightly and replied, "The safety of His Majesty is of utmost importance. I have no objections." After saying this, he handed over the fruit in his hand. Yu Buchuan certainly did not wish for Zhu Hozhao to die. Otherwise, the new emperor would take time to ascend the throne and grasp power, and he did not want to waste too much time on this matter. After receiving the fruit, Eunuch Hai bowed to Zhu Hozhao and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I have overstepped." Zhu Hozhao gently shook his head, signaling Su Jin to hand the brocade box to Eunuch Hai. Eunuch Hai picked up the devil fruit from the box, carefully scrutinizing it, and found that the appearance of the two fruits was indistinguishable. When he tested its internal structure with his internal energy, he also did not detect any anomalies. Eunuch Hai turned his back to Yu Buchuan and quickly switched the positions of the fruits, completing the action in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Eunuch Hai walked to Yu Buchuan with two fruits in hand and smiled, saying, "Please, Master Yu, choose one to taste." Yu Buchuan did not hesitate and casually selected one. Eunuch Hai immediately split the fruit in half and handed half of it to Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan took the fruit and without any hesitation, directly put it into his mouth and began to chew. In fact, he had long been eager to try it. If it weren't for wanting to quickly gain the emperor's trust and support, he would have eaten the fruit on the way here and started cultivating the evil spirit's 72 transformations. After Yu Buchuan swallowed half of the fruit, Zhu Hozhao and the others all focused their attention on him, closely observing his reaction. Soon, Yu Buchuan's figure gradually became blurred, and then a cute era appeared in the center of the palace. The transformed Yu Buchuan strolled leisurely around the palace, and everyone was astonished by this miraculous change. Zhu Hozhao couldn't help but curiously ask, "Master Yu, is this the transformation technique you mentioned?" Still in era form, Yu Buchuan adorably replied, "Yes." At this point, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. However, being in the palace made it inconvenient to test these changes with actions. Nevertheless, based on the prompts in his mind, Yu Buchuan decided to try the beast human form. The era began to change shape, and in the blink of an eye, a Yu Buchuan, about 2 meters tall, resembling a western werewolf with a long beard, appeared behind the palace. Everyone was amazed again, especially Zhu Hozhao, who was the first to ask, "Master Yu, what is happening?" The werewolf Yu Buchuan, stroking his beard, said proudly, "This is the transformation technique that comes with the devil fruit, called beast human form." He then explained in detail the 3 forms of the devil fruit to everyone. After finishing the explanation, Yu Buchuan returned to his human form. Fortunately, his clothes also changed along with his physique. Otherwise, Yu Buchuan might have had an embarrassing scene akin to a gentleman exposing himself. while a rogue conceals himself. Seeing Yu Buchuan become so miraculous after eating the fruit, Zhu Hozhao couldn't help but feel anxious, wishing he could immediately taste the fruit himself. However, Eunuch Hai, considering caution, first ate the other half of the fruit that Yu Buchuan had presented. Aside from its peculiar taste, he did not gain any transformative abilities or any unusual effects. With no choice, they could only choose to believe that Yu Buchuan's words were true. Subsequently, Eunuch Hai handed the remaining devil fruit to Zhu Hozhao. Zhu Hozhao excitedly took the fruit and ate it without hesitation. Soon, another era appeared on the dragon bed. However, unlike Yu Buchuan, this era looked quite weak. The era Zhu Hozhao anxiously looked at Yu Buchuan and asked, "Master Yu, why can't I transform into the beast human form like you?" While saying this, he anxiously paced back and forth on the dragon bed, his mouth constantly tearing at the pillow on the bed. Yu Buchuan quickly explained, "It may be because your majesty is currently weak and lacks internal energy. As long as your majesty's physical condition improves, or if you gain a deeper understanding of this ability, you should be able to transform into the beast human form naturally." The era Zhu Hozhao nodded and continued to gnaw at the pillow. However, not long after, his stamina gradually depleted, and he reverted to human form. Zhu Hozhao panted heavily, carefully feeling the changes in his body, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the weakness caused by falling into the water had disappeared, leaving only fatigue from excessive exertion. He immediately summoned Su Jin to bring him some food. Zhu Hozhao wolfed down several pieces of cake, rapidly restoring his stamina. At this point, he remembered to grant a seat to Yu Buchuan. Under Su Jin's direction, two young eunuchs brought a chair for Yu Buchuan. After Yu Buchuan sat down, Zhu Hozhao showed a satisfied smile, and then looked at Yu Buchuan, asking, "Master Yu, is there anything special about this mysterious place?" Yu Buchuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Your Majesty, according to the immortal, this mysterious place is formed by the convergence of many worlds. Currently, there are 3 worlds, including our own. It contains various rare treasures and marvelous techniques. As long as a fated person can enter, they can gain endless benefits." After hearing this, Zhu Hozhao was filled with longing and couldn't help but exclaim, "There's indeed such a magical place in the world. Master Yu, I wonder if you could take me along?" Yu Buchuan gently shook his head and answered, "Your Majesty, my wife and I have already tried. This door can only be entered by me alone. Your Majesty might as well try it yourself." As he spoke, he opened the light door in the center of the hall. Eunuch Yin, at Zhu Hozhao's gesture, cautiously approached the light door and then stepped in according to Yu Buchuan's earlier method. However, strangely, he felt as if he had passed through the air, and the light door had no reaction to him. Seeing this, Eunuch Hai and Su Jin couldn't help but try it themselves, but the result was the same. Finally, Zhu Hozhao stepped forward to give it a try, only to confirm that this door seemed to allow only Yu Buchuan to enter. Thus, he turned to ask Master Yu, "Since you have obtained the immortal's favor, do you have any understanding of the legendary path of immortality?" Yu Buchuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, to my knowledge, there is no method of immortality in the mysterious place. From my observations over this time, the immortal seems not to intend to pass down the methods of immortality to us, or we are unable to provide sufficiently valuable items to exchange with the immortal." Zhu Hozhao couldn't help but frown and said, "Exchange?" Yu Buchuan nodded, "Precisely, Your Majesty. The mysterious place is like a large shop in our country, where all items have their own value. We are like customers, able to purchase or exchange items based on our needs. So far, no method of longevity has appeared, perhaps because we lack the corresponding bargaining chips." Zhu Hozhao slightly nodded and fell into deep thought. Only after a long while did he speak. "Earlier, Master, you mentioned that you had important matters to discuss with me. May I know what they are?" Yu Buchuan answered without hesitation, "Your Majesty, I have previously explained that under the witness of the immortal in the mysterious place, I can communicate with people from other worlds. Because of this, I have obtained a technology called electricity from other worlds. If this technology is used properly, it will become a significant benefit to the country and the people." He then detailed to Zhu Hozhao the phenomena and applications of electricity that he had observed from Tian and Zishiming. After listening, Zhu Hozhao fell into contemplation and slowly said, "If what you say is correct, then this technology is indeed a great benefit to the country and the people." Zhu Hozhao closed his eyes, seriously thought for a moment, then spoke, "You have made such a great contribution. I wonder what kind of reward you wish for?" Yu Buchuan felt secretly delighted, thinking that he had finally reached the moment of reward. He stood up from his chair, respectfully bowed to Zhu Hozhao and said, "Your Majesty, I dare to request to enter the royal library for a look." Zhu Hozhao thought for a moment and then responded, "Do you wish to use the wisdom crystallized by the sages of past dynasties to exchange for precious items from other worlds?" Yu Buchuan slightly nodded and replied, "Exactly. The immortal once told me that there are countless worlds in existence, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Some of these worlds are similar, and it is even possible that in one of those worlds, our ancestor is still alive. However, knowledge is unique. If new worlds join in, and they're highly similar to ours, if they take the lead in selling or exchanging those classics and techniques, then the techniques and classics of our world will become worthless." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao's eyes narrowed as he pondered. He knew that what Yu Buchuan sought was of great significance, but at the same time, he wanted to seize this opportunity to gain more benefits. Thus, he slowly said, "I can grant you permission to go to the royal library, but this requires you to pay a greater price. Merely some information and a devil fruit are not enough. After all, the books in the royal library are extremely precious." Upon hearing Zhu Hozhao's words, Yu Buchuan felt a surge of joy. He knew he had successfully piqued the emperor's interest. Now he just needed to further demonstrate his sincerity. Therefore, he respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the immortal once said, 'The human mind is infinite.' At first, I did not understand the profound meaning of this sentence, but as time passed, I gradually understood its reasoning. Our ancestors created countless techniques and classics from nothing, relying on endless wisdom. Since this is the case as descendants, we should continue to innovate on the foundation laid by our predecessors, forge ahead, and create more knowledge and wealth." After listening to Yu Buchuan's words, Zhu Hozhao couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the immortal's words. He curiously asked, "What do you think should be done to achieve this goal?" Yu Buchuan quickly replied, "Currently, there are constant disputes in the martial world, with various sects fighting endlessly. This is a calamity for the martial arts. Therefore, I wish to leverage the power of the court to first integrate the righteous and demonic paths to reduce conflicts in the martial world. Additionally, I plan to use the items acquired from the immortal as rewards to inspire the creativity of everyone, encouraging them to actively explore new paths in martial arts. The wisdom created will become the foundation of the Ming dynasty." Zhu Hozhao sighed deeply in his heart, shook his head, thinking that Yu Buchuan was merely the head of a sect and too naive. He shook his head and said, "Master Yu, this statement is incorrect." Suddenly, he changed the subject and asked, "However, when do you plan to go to the royal library?" Although Yu Buchuan was somewhat puzzled by Zhu Hozhao's words, being able to go to the royal library was something he was eager for, so he replied, "I can go at any time." Zhu Hozhao waved his hand and smiled. "In that case, Master Yu, take your time to read the classics of the sages. Go." Eunuch Yin, upon hearing this, immediately bowed respectfully to Zhu Hozhao and then left with Yu Buchuan. Watching Yu Buchuan's departing figure, Zhu Hozhao showed a contemplative expression on his face. After a moment, he turned to Su Jin beside him and said, "Convey my decree. Summon the cabinet ministers to meet." Su Jin immediately bowed and replied, "Yes." Zhu Hozhao nodded and continued, "There is one more thing. Arrange a time to test Master Yu's strength." Eunuch Hai, who was standing nearby, also bowed and left. Yu Buchuan followed Eunuch Yin, but his mind was racing with thoughts. He was somewhat bewildered by Zhu Hozhao's last remark. However, he carefully pondered its meaning and could only roughly guess that his plan to integrate the righteous and demonic paths might be a bit flawed. Despite his doubts, Yu Buchuan quickly cast these thoughts aside. After all, the most important thing now was to enter the royal library and search for those long-lost martial arts manuals. Before long, the two arrived in front of a magnificent building. Eunuch Yin stopped and smiled at Yu Buchuan, saying, "Master Yu, the royal library is just ahead. I will take my leave here. If you need anything, you can directly instruct someone at the door, and there will be arrangements made for you." After explaining the rules of the royal library, he turned and left. Yu Buchuan gazed at the seemingly endless collection of books and sighed to himself. This is going to be a great opportunity. In Frost Moon Village, Yunjing couldn't wait to enter the space after sensing that Luffy's blood was intact. He extracted the remaining blood of Luffy and threw it into the technique device. Half an hour later, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the weakened version of the Earthly Fiend's 72 Transformations General Outline. Upon hearing this voice, Yunjing raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly puzzled in his heart. Is the human fruit corresponding to the general outline? He curiously asked the system, "What will happen if I obtain other human fruits?" The system replied mysteriously, "The truth will reveal itself in due time." Yunjing shook his head helplessly, thinking, it seems I can only practice for now, as there are no more clues to refer to, and I can only wait for future developments. So, Yunjing began to cultivate the Earth Sha 72 transformations general outline. 2 days later, at the back mountain of Windmill Village. After 2 days of hard training, Luffy was already able to withstand several rounds of attacks for Bear 2, and the golden light on his body had become much more intense. At this moment, the clone Yunjing was communicating with the main body about the newly planned training schedule for Luffy and the arrangement for the clone. The reply received was to wait until the new clone arrived before dispelling the transported clone. Meanwhile, it was also learned that Garp was about to arrive in Windmill Village, as Luffy transformed again into a shooting star in the sky, shouting, I will definitely come back, Bear 2. A person appeared next to Yunjing. Yunjing, shouldn't you be in Seymour Jichi Village? How did you come to Windmill Village before me? Garp's loud voice rang in his ears. Old man Garp, this is just a clone. After receiving relevant information about Garp from the main body, the clone Yunjing naturally knew how to handle it. Oh, no wonder I can perceive you with observation haki now, Garp said in surprise. Looking at Luffy flying back from a distance, Garp said, thank you for your help during this time. That brat Luffy hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? After nodding and then shaking his head, the clone Yunjing said, I was just training him a bit. The main purpose is to help Zoro and Kuina. However, both of them have clear mentors, so I don't need to worry too much. Plus, Luffy is quite a qualified target. I'm just trying to make him even more competent. Garp laughed heartily. Anyway, I still have to thank you. Ha. Just as the clone Yunjing was about to say something, Luffy, who had been sent flying, came back, ready to find the clone Yunjing for some healing before going back to battle. However, upon seeing Garp next to Yunjing, his hand suddenly went weak, and he lost his grip on the tree. Then, due to miscalculation in his landing, he crashed directly into the tree beneath Yunjing's feet. Bang! Yunjing and Garp felt a distinct tremor. After Luffy fell to the ground, he immediately realized that he was no longer a pirate, and his grandpa had no reason to hit him. So he bounced up, using his rubber-like body to leap onto a branch, and said to Garp, Grandpa, why are you back? Garp grinned and replied, just came to see if you were slacking off. TCH, I wasn't. Luffy pouted, then continued to ask, what about Ace? Did he come back with you? I've become super strong now. I want to challenge Ace. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves to show off the little muscles on his arms. Garp's expression darkened at this, and, without hesitation, he punched Luffy, who instinctively activated his iron body technique, creating a flash of golden light, clang. It was only then that Luffy realized his grandpa had hit him and suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Hey, Grandpa, you can't hurt me anymore. He then began to dance around. Garp directly slapped him and sent him flying in front of Bear 2. Indeed, he was his biological grandson. What a grudge to send him flying over 100 meters with a single slap. Yunjing, who was in a clone form, felt a twitch in his eyelids, while the fallen Luffy shouted at Garp, Damn it, Grandpa, why did you ambush me? Just as he finished speaking, Bear 2 charged at him, forcing Luffy to defend himself. Garp watched Luffy battling Bear 2 below, his brows furrowed, and said sternly, Why are you teaching Luffy haki so early? What you're doing is harming him. He then turned around and grabbed Yunjing by the collar, lifting him up entirely. I just want him to become stronger, Yunjing said, showing no sign of fear as Garp held him. Garp snorted coldly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Do you know that early exposure to haki can put a tremendous burden on his body and may even affect his future growth? Yunjing rolled his eyes and said, Old man, calm down. Make sure you see clearly before you speak. Don't wrong me. I didn't teach Luffy haki. I can't even use it myself. How could I teach him? Upon hearing this, Garp quickly put Yunjing down and carefully used his observation haki to sense Luffy's condition. When he saw the collision between Luffy and Kuma, he noticed that Luffy was using Iron Body, and, after observing a few more times, he indeed did not sense any fluctuations of haki. At this moment, the clone Yunjing, who had been put down, helplessly patted his chest and stood by with a sense of disillusionment. After Garp confirmed this multiple times, he finally understood the effect of Luffy's ability, which was similar to haki. He scratched his head, awkwardly patted Yunjing's shoulder, and said, Sorry, Kid Yunjing, I wronged you. I'll treat you to a meal later as an apology. However, the clone Yunjing looked at Garp with a speechless expression, thinking, who treats whom to a meal later is still uncertain. At most, it's just a meal at Makino's tavern. Just then, Garp suddenly asked, Kid Yunjing, is this ability that Luffy is using now also obtained by trading a fruit from another world? Yunjing nodded and replied, That's right. Garp cautiously asked, Can your trading fruit trade with other worlds? In the past 2 days on the ship, Sengoku had also communicated via phone, and despite searching through all the materials, he couldn't find any useful information about Naruto Village. It was Sengoku who, while discussing with Zifa and a few others, inadvertently remarked, "The things Yunjing has don't seem to belong to this world at all." This statement alerted Sengoku and Crane, suggesting that sometimes the least likely option might actually be the final answer. Hence, Carp asked this question. The clone of Yunjing looked at Carp in surprise and exclaimed, "You actually guessed it." Carp's eyes widened. It turned out that the trading fruit could indeed trade with people from other worlds. When Sengoku first told him about this, he had mocked Sengoku for his fanciful thinking. Unexpectedly, this made Sengoku seem to be on cloud nine, while he himself appeared to be a joke from start to finish. Carp thought to himself, are young people really this exaggerated these days? According to Sengoku, Yunjing had obtained the trading fruit for only a year and a half, and he had already developed the ability to communicate with other worlds. Genius was no longer enough to describe his talent. Moreover, considering that Yunjing had gone from being an ordinary person to an elite general in just a year and a half, it made Carp feel as if he had lived like a dog all this time. Lost in thought, Carp suddenly felt a bit emo. But soon, he steadied his mindset and continued to ask, can the things you traded from the other world be traded with our Navy again? Especially the training methods for those ninjutsu you used earlier, and of course, the one Luffy used too. The clone of Yunjing thought for a moment and found the question somewhat tricky, but still replied, I can't be sure about that, because I'm just a clone and can't make decisions. However, you can have Admiral Sengoku communicate with my main body. There might be some possibilities. After hearing this, Carp nodded in understanding. After discussing, they were just about to observe Luffy's battle situation when they looked over and saw Luffy being sent flying once again by Kuma's punch, becoming an airborne figure. Carp watched the scene before him, his mouth twitching involuntarily, thinking that this kid really was a handful. In the evening, the setting sun gradually sank in the west, and Yunjing's restaurant became increasingly busy. At this moment, Yunjing was leisurely lying on a comfortable lounge chair, dressed in a loose white robe, with his eyes slightly closed and a faint smile on his lips, appearing very content. Indeed, relaxing was the most comfortable. However, just then, a series of buzzing sounds broke this tranquility. The telephone bug placed on the table beside him suddenly rang. Yunjing slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the ringing telephone bug, and then reached out to gently pick up the receiver. He did not speak immediately, but quietly waited for the other party to start first. A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Yunjing, hello? This is Zhanghua. Upon hearing this name, a knowing smile appeared on Yunjing's face, and he softly replied, Mr. Zhanghua, you must be here to discuss the transaction, right? Zhanghua's tone became serious. Indeed, but I wonder if Mr. Yunjing is still willing to continue this transaction with our Navy? Yunjing's lips curled up slightly, and with a hint of mockery, he replied, of course I'm willing. But I'm afraid, Lord Warring States, you might be reluctant to pay the necessary price. After hearing this, Warring States fell silent for a moment, then stared at the phone bug in front of him and asked thoughtfully, so, what kind of items do you need to agree to trade with our Navy? Yunjing answered without hesitation. It's simple. What I provide to you are all kinds of precious cultivation techniques that can help your soldiers quickly improve their strength. Therefore, what I hope to receive in exchange is items of equivalent value. Equivalent value items? The Warring States frowned and said slowly, what exactly do you want? As long as you're interested, I can get what I want. Yunjing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a confident smile as he slowly said, the secrets of the Navy's 6 styles and the return of life, the training methods of the 2-color hockey, as well as the blood of devil fruit users. Sengoku furrowed his brows upon hearing about the blood of devil fruit users, and the experimental scenes of Vegapunk and others immediately flashed in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, are you also interested in the lineage factor? Yunjing quickly shook his head and denied. I'm not a scientist and have no interest in such things. I only have other uses for it. Sengoku fell silent for a while, secretly pondering Yunjing's true intentions. He knew very well that Yunjing was not a simple character, and if he did not agree to his request, he would likely lose this rare opportunity. On the other hand, if he agreed, it might really bring great benefits to the Navy. In the end, Sengoku remained silent for a while, but eventually yielded. He was too eager for progress and too keen for the Navy's strength to grow stronger. Ever since he took over as Fleet Admiral, he had been treading carefully, and this time he had a premonition that whether the Navy's justice could reach the other shore depended on this opportunity presented by Yunjing. After Sengoku gained a deeper understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of both internal energy and chakra cultivation methods from Yunjing, he took a deep breath and said firmly, "All right, I agree to your conditions, but I hope you can keep your promise and not let Captain Carp down." Yunjing's eyes flashed with surprise as he smiled and nodded in agreement. After a friendly and in-depth discussion, both parties finally reached a basic agreement. This agreement would become the cornerstone of their future cooperation, pursuing their respective goals together. In the world of One Piece, strong individuals typically have three paths to become even more powerful. The first is to practice swordsmanship, or knife skills. The second is to cultivate physical martial arts and master haki. And the third is to consume devil fruits to gain special abilities. Of course, there are also masters like Jesus Burgess who rely on firearms. However, they still need to utilize haki to enhance their strength. In contrast, the sword techniques from Smiling Proud Wanderer don't have much practical use for the strong in this world, at most serving as a reference. However, for the Navy, which has a large base of soldiers, the situation is different. Each martial art they master increases their chances of victory when fighting pirates. In fact, for those of mid to high-level strength, the most practical skills are often simple and direct combat techniques. These skills enable them to maximize their effectiveness in battle. In a world where nearly everyone is illiterate, the available martial arts techniques in One Piece are quite limited, and combat is mostly based on self-taught moves, with the rest relying on brute strength. Although these methods are very much suited to their nature, they remain unrefined. Aside from the world government's Black Army and a few major countries that have their own legacies, most people can only learn the training methods of swordsmen. In everyday combat, people often rely on sheer strength. Those with better physical fitness who can withstand more hits tend to last longer. Moreover, various hard techniques are also very relevant to the training methods suited for the One Piece world. Before mastering haki, many people rely on their strong physiques to withstand enemy attacks. Although the iron block from the Navy's 6 powers is considered a defensive skill, having an additional martial art provides more options, and training also requires aptitude. Ultimately, Yunjing successfully made a deal with Sengoku using the One Piece version of the Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth and the Nine Manual's Nine White Bone Claw, in exchange for the Navy's 6 powers and other secret training methods, like Life Return. Although the One Piece version of the Dragon's Roar Iron Cloth cannot compare to what Luffy has trained in, it only lacks the rebound and external defense characteristics. However, its defensive power remains formidable, comparable to haki. More importantly, this skill is very easy to cultivate, requiring only continuous exposure to hits. The choice to use the 9 White Bone Claw as a trade was due to its excellent ability to break defenses and to stir the mind. In a world like One Piece, where everyone generally has high defense and health, the 9 White Bone Claw undoubtedly becomes an indispensable skill. Although the training method is relatively eerie and terrifying, it offers the advantage of rapid training speed, fully meeting Sengoku's needs. Unfortunately, at this time, Ubuchuan has not yet succeeded in obtaining the Shaolin Temple's martial arts. Otherwise, combining the Shaolin Temple's 72 ultimate skills with Sengoku's human fruit, Buddha form, would surely produce unparalleled effects, possibly even allowing him to obtain Sengoku's blood directly. The remaining aspect is ninjutsu. The upper limit of internal strength is always limited. Unlike in high martial arts worlds where there are advanced training methods like true chi and true essence. However, chakra is different, possessing attributes and high destructive power. Furthermore, if the exceptionally strong humans in One Piece practiced the local version of chakra extraction methods, they could definitely exceed the average chakra amount. Therefore, Yunjing had Sengoku use more precious devil fruits and the blood of devil fruit users for exchange. To this end, he deliberately raised the price of devil fruits, hoping Sengoku would use more blood from devil fruit users in exchange. However, he estimated that the Navy might not have many devil fruits left, as once consumed, their combat power could significantly increase in a short time. Given the current situation, the Navy would prioritize distributing the devil fruits to their own personnel to enhance their strength, with any remaining fruits likely being reserved as rewards. Finally, after some bargaining, Yunjing managed to obtain a One Piece version of the chakra extraction method for the price of 3 Zoan-type devil fruits or 9 portions of blood from Zoan devil fruit users. This means 1 devil fruit is equivalent to 3 portions of the same type of blood, highlighting the great value of the devil fruits. After all, in the One Piece world, the applications needed are quite limited. It's not like a fantasy world where curses can be used, or in Naruto, where it's used to crack personal information. Of course, the provided blood must be sufficient. If not, more will need to be added. Yunjing also provided one ninjutsu of each of the 5 attributes and the 3-body technique. To obtain more ninjutsu, one will need to exchange it for devil fruit or blood. According to the ninjutsu ranking in Naruto, starting from D rank, the blood of an animal devil fruit user can be exchanged for 10D rank ninjutsu, or 5C rank ninjutsu, or 1B rank ninjutsu. The actual prices for ancient types, mythical beasts, superhuman types, and natural types can be negotiated. It can only be said that cross-border monopoly business is indeed easy to do. Both Yunjing and Sengoku, with difficulty on their faces, had their voices hoarse, yet were truly ecstatic inside. At the end of the negotiations, Sengoku requested Yunjing to provide a list of all ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu he provided must be chosen by the Navy. This small request was easily agreed upon by Yunjing in light of the enormous benefits. After both parties reached an agreement, Sengoku expressed the need to review the list and discuss how much to order before hanging up the phone. Once the call ended, Yunjing could no longer hide the smile on his face and ran to the mall, laughing wildly. The reason for choosing the mall instead of outside was that he was worried about being thought to have a seizure by the villagers. On the other end of the call, Sengoku was equally excited. Being able to possess the cultivation techniques and inner strength of both worlds along with ninjutsu held value far exceeding the cost. Sometimes, the result of 1 + 1 may not simply be 2, perhaps under the inspiration of drawing parallels. These old fellows who have reached their limits might once again rejuvenate with new vitality. Yunjing is full of expectation for the combat power that ninjutsu chakra can bring. On the other hand, the Warring States period places more emphasis on the influence of inner strength on people who are already advanced in age. After enjoying laughter in the mall, Yunjing quickly generated a list of ninjutsu with various attributes and levels. This list is thanks to Kakashi, the first technician of Konoha Village, who enriched the entire mall's offerings on his own. However, most of these ninjutsu are C and D rank, with only a handful of B rank, and there are none at A rank. After all, he is destined to become the 6th Hokage, so he has a basic political awareness. Even if he trusts Guy and Tintin and has a high demand for body refinement pills, he wouldn't easily exchange high-level ninjutsu. Therefore, he only released some leftover ninjutsu, but this did not affect Yunjing's ability to make money. After leaving the mall, Yunjing called his shadow clone in the Windmill Village, asking him to deliver the list to Cap and requesting Cap to help pass it on. Then, Yunjing thought for a moment and dialed Long's phone bug. The phone bug was quickly connected, and Long's calm voice came from the other side. "It's rare for you to call me, Mr. Yunjing. I wonder what important matter you have this time?" Yunjing straightforwardly replied, "Mr. Long, I have some good things here. I wonder if you're interested?" Long smiled and said, "Mr. Yun's elixirs have greatly benefited our Chamber of Commerce in the past. Since you have new products, I am naturally very interested. I just wonder what the uses of these new products are." Over the past year, through transactions with Yunjing, they had obtained 3 types of elixirs, which had doubled the strength of the core forces of the Revolutionary Army, making their operations in various regions much smoother. Unfortunately, they had also attracted a stronger manhunt from the world government. However, for him and the Revolutionary Army, this was merely a bit of hardship. After all, they had long been prepared to dedicate themselves to the revolutionary cause. Yunjing recounted the words he had previously told the dragon without any alterations. The dragon, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked, "What is the price?" At this moment, Yunjing suddenly remembered that the Revolutionary Army seemed to be quite poor, and it was a principled kind of poverty. Currently, the trade of pills was based on barter, so it wasn't much of an issue for the Revolutionary Army. However, Yunjing didn't dwell on this problem too much, as there was no point in worrying if the customers couldn't afford to buy. So he said, "My items can only be exchanged for cultivation methods, devil fruits, and the blood of devil fruit users." The blood of devil fruit users? The dragon immediately thought of his friend Vegapunk. He had met Vegapunk at the O'Hara ruins and learned that they had researched devil fruits and the genetic factors of devil fruit users. However, adhering to the principle of saying less to avoid mistakes, the dragon nodded and said, "That's feasible. But what is the specific exchange ratio?" Yunjing was too lazy to negotiate, so he directly quoted the Navy's price. After a moment, Long suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Yunjing, I presume I'm not your first customer for this deal, am I?" The price revealed by the cloud scene was very close to his bottom line, and Long instantly realized that this transaction must have already taken place. Yunjing did not hide it and nodded in response. "Indeed, I just made a deal with Admiral Sengoku of the Navy." Long listened and, after a sigh of realization, directly said, "I'll take this deal. Next time for the pill transaction, Mr. Yunjing, Please hand over the list of goods to Xiong, and our trading company will discuss it before making a decision. Yunjing suddenly remembered something, smiled and nodded, saying, of course, no problem at all. By the way, I have a small request. I hope there won't be any private transactions between my customers, because such behavior might affect our relationship. Mr. Long, what do you think? After speaking, Yunjing slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a barely noticeable smile. In fact, Yunjing had just thought of an important issue. If this approach continued, the strength of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy would significantly increase. More critically, from a certain perspective, their goals did not conflict. If these two forces collaborated now and circulated various techniques and ninjutsu internally, it would clearly not be in his best interest. Therefore, he specifically reminded Long. Upon hearing Yunjing's slightly warning tone, Long naturally understood and immediately said, Mr. Yunjing, rest assured, our guild is not so short-sighted. As for the future, it doesn't matter. After all, by then, most of the devil fruits in One Piece should have been collected by him. He might even have opened up a large number of worlds. At that time, he would just need to casually throw out a customer token to anyone. After discussing business with Long, the two chatted for a bit before hanging up the phone. Teacher Kai, are there any suitable tasks for us during the Chunin exam in the Land of Sand? Tian found Might Guy, who was exercising. Might Guy was leaping up while doing handstand running with Shaoli. After thinking for a moment, he said, in the past, we always had tasks when going to other hidden villages, and there were also spots for Jinin to watch the matches. Tian, why did you suddenly want to go to the Chunin exam? Tian's eyes sparkled as she seriously replied, Teacher Kai, even though we are not participating in the Chunin exam this time, I think it's a rare opportunity. It can help us better understand the strength and fighting styles of other ninjas, and also help us adapt to the tense competition atmosphere in advance. This way, when we participate in the Chunin exam ourselves, we can respond more calmly. Kai gave her a thumbs up and smiled broadly. Tian, you are such a smart kid. I always believed you would become excellent ninjas. Now it seems you truly are my student, full of enthusiasm. Youth will not betray us. However, regarding whether there were suitable tasks for this trip to the Land of Sand, they would have to check with the mission hall in the Hokage building. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the Hokage building. Tian ignored the dazzling reflection on Might Guy's teeth, smiled politely, and thanked him. Arigato, Teacher Kai. Might Guy waved his hand carelessly, turning his attention to Shaoli, who had stopped to talk to Tian and was doing push-ups like crazy, enthusiastically calling out, Shaoli, let's feel the power of youth together. Now, let's have an exciting challenge. Frog jump to the Hokage building and see who can reach the destination first. The loser will face punishment, which is to frog jump 3 laps around the village. Upon hearing this proposal, Shaoli immediately stopped his actions and excitedly responded, Hi, Teacher Kai. He quickly adjusted his posture, preparing for the challenge. However, just as he got ready, he found that Kai had already jumped ahead impatiently. Shaoli couldn't help but widen his eyes and anxiously shouted, Teacher Kai, you are so cunning. You started without warning. Ahead, Might Guy laughed heartily, turning back to tease. Shaoli, life is full of surprises. Not everything can be prepared in advance. That is true youth. Facing Might Guy's teaching, Shaoli, while excitedly crying, hurriedly increased his frog jump speed and loudly responded, Ska, Ni, Teacher Kai. Watching these two lively individuals, Tian shook her head helplessly and turned to leave. She knew that being with them was always so joyful and full of energy. The reason Tian changed her mind was entirely because of the mysterious scroll brought back by her shadow clone earlier. Just last night, Tian unexpectedly caught the shopkeeper slacking off in the mall. She then cleaned up the random items she had on her, and the most important of which was that scroll. Dragon Vein Energy, 20 points of treasure points, 1 card, item details, the last Dragon Vein of the ninja world, mixed with time and space energy not belonging to this world, has a beacon effect. After inquiring in detail with Yunjing, the system, Tian finally understood the truth. The Otsutsuki clan could accurately locate the ninja world from the distant starry sky, precisely because of the existence of the Lulan Dragon Vein. Whether out of a desire for treasure points or to delay the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan to the ninja world, Tian ultimately made up her mind to personally handle this matter. The Lulan ruins are located near the Land of Sand, close to the Land of Birds. One of her shadow clones had been out for over a month without any news, and this was a good opportunity to go investigate. Tian often regretted that she should have asked the shopkeeper earlier if there were any more telephone bugs. The pair of telephone bugs that Yunjing had cultivated and matured was bought by Yubuchuan, and no new telephone bugs had matured, so none were available for sale. And Tian missed the chance to buy them. Therefore, the clone that went out did not have any additional means of contact with her main body. Unless the shadow clone dispelled and returned the memories, she wouldn't know what this shadow clone was doing now. However, Tian was not overly anxious about this. She knew that the shadow clone had its own judgment and abilities, and she believed it would make the right decision. Moreover, she was confident that the shadow clone would complete the task and return safely, just feeling a bit anxious at the moment. Before long, Might Guy returned from the Hokage building. Tian noticed that Shaoli was not around and guessed that he might have gone frog jumping around the village again. Might Guy told Tian that after communicating with the staff in the Hokage building's mission hall, they had obtained an important B-rank mission. This time, we are responsible for escorting the representative team of Konoha Village to the Land of Sand. Might Guy said excitedly. According to Kai, this task was originally not suitable for their newly graduated team to take on, but with Kai's persuasive skills, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi still entrusted this task to him. Tian speculated that this task was likely not very dangerous. After all, there is an unwritten rule in the ninja world that during the joint Chunin exam, one must not take action against the participating ninjas. Furthermore, it was a time of peace and to prevent accidents. The Sand Ninja Village would certainly arrange personnel to protect them. The key was that Might Guy, who possessed the 8 gates, had strength comparable to that of a Kage. So it was reassuring for Hiruzen Sarutobi to assign this protective task to Kai. After receiving the accurate information, Tian eagerly asked, "Teacher Kai, when does the mission start?" Might Guy replied seriously, 3 days later. "I won't be taking on any D-rank missions from the Hokage building these days, so you all should rest at home. I'll go inform Niji." Tian quickly took out 2 space sealing scrolls and said with a smile, "Teacher Kai, this is the medicinal herbs and meat prepared for you and Shaoli for your training these days. Also, could you please help me deliver this other portion to Niji?" Kai did not refuse and accepted it directly. After all, it had been like this for the past few months, and he, Might Guy, would definitely protect this lovely student well. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window as Tian got up early and carefully placed a large number of prepared space sealing scrolls in her ninja tool bag. She tiptoed out of her room. When she arrived at the Konoha Gate, she saw the Konoha Gate guardians, Kamizuki Izumo and Tetsu, standing there. Their attention was drawn to Might Guy and Shaoli, who were competing and doing push-ups at the entrance. Kamizuki Izumo smiled and said to Might Guy, "Kai, you two are really full of energy. Aren't you going to rest a bit before heading out for the mission?" Might Guy looked up and revealed a radiant smile. "We are the embodiment of youth. What is this little exercise?" After saying that, he lowered his head and continued doing push-ups. Tetsu shook his head helplessly. "You two are really full of energy. By the way, the leading jonin for this Chunin exam is that special jonin, Nara Shikamaru, right?" Kamizuki Izumo nodded and said, "Yes, their Shikamaru team has been dispatched." Tian quietly listened to their conversation, pondering in her heart. She had already gathered information about the specifics of this Chunin exam, including the leading jonin and accompanying personnel. Besides Nara Shikamaru, there were also ninjutsu experts, ninjutsu, and IWA, and a total of 18 genin would participate in this exam. However, Tian was not familiar with these genin who would be heading to the exam venue together. Most of them were just regular customers at her store, and they had only exchanged glances. Looking at the 3 energetic people in front of her, Tian suddenly understood the good intentions of the third Hokage. He clearly considered Might Guy's exceptional strength and thought that with him around, there was no need to dispatch other jonin. After all, if it weren't for Might Guy's poor communication skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably wouldn't have arranged for Shikamaru's team to come. With this thought in mind, Tian was filled with anticipation for the upcoming Chunin exam. With the current lineup, no matter who wanted to target the people of Konoha, all they needed was for Kai to take action, and these 3 could activate the Flying Thunder God technique to directly teleport all important individuals back to Konoha Village. At exactly 7 o'clock, everyone had gathered at the Konoha Gate, and what Tian did not expect was that Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually appeared. Upon seeing him, everyone quickly bowed and shouted. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in his Hokage robes, looked kindly at the group before him, his eyes flickering with a hint of gratification and pride, and he smiled warmly as he said, "There's no need to be so formal. On this trip, you represent not only the dignity of the Land of Fire, but also the image of the Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, I hope you can maintain a high fighting spirit and do your best to bring honor to Konoha." Upon hearing this, The genin were filled with a strong sense of mission. They straightened their backs and shouted in unison. Yes, third Hokage. We will do our utmost to pass this exam and become qualified Chunin, bringing supreme glory to Konoha. Their voices were passionate and powerful, as if they wanted to shake the entire world. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, looking at this group of passionate and energetic young people, and could not help but proclaim the will of fire. Wherever Konoha flies, the fire will continue to thrive. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. These words, like a spring breeze, nourished everyone's hearts, making them feel incredibly warm. The group was immersed in this atmosphere, their emotions soaring. However, time was tight, and they were about to embark on their journey. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the children in front of him with lingering thoughts, and earnestly reminded them, "You are all the new sprouts of Konoha and the hope for the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must persevere. But at the same time, you must learn to protect your own lives. Only by staying alive can you contribute more and greater things to Konoha." After finishing, he smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to set off. The excited group looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with fervent eyes, shouting loudly, "Yes, third Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with authority and confidence, surveying the surroundings and locking eyes with each genin participating in the exam. His gaze seemed to contain an inexplicable power that encouraged the genin present. Finally, he said in a firm tone, "I wish you all a smooth journey." This sentence swept over everyone's hearts like a spring breeze, filling them with anticipation and confidence for this mission. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to the three members of Shikamaru's team and Might Guy, saying solemnly, "They are in your hands." Nara Shikamaru respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes. Third Hokage, I will definitely protect them." His voice revealed immense loyalty and determination. Meanwhile, Might Guy remained silent, only patting his solid chest vigorously, then giving a thumbs up to Sarutobi Hiruzen while flashing a radiant smile, briefly blinding him. After the instructions were given, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. He secretly thought about returning to the office early to use the crystal ball to check on the health of the women in Konoha. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Nara Shikamaru shouted, "Silence. Let's organize our gear now." The genin, who had been arguing over being glanced at by Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately quieted down and quickly assembled according to their usual team size. Once everyone was ready, Nara Shikamaru shouted, "Set off," and led the way, with the genin following closely behind. Ninjutsu and IWA were guarding on either side, while Might Guy brought up the rear with Tion Tion, Niji, and Shaoli. The journey was silent. Everyone was quietly on their way, only stopping for meals, drinks, and rest. By noon on the third day, they finally arrived near the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. The night before, Tion Tion had found a gap to sneak out of the team and sent 2 shadow clones out, giving one of her maul pendants to her clone. This was something she discovered by accident. The maul pendant could not be lost or misplaced. As long as it exceeded a distance of 5 meters, it would automatically reappear on her. However, when held by a clone, the pendant was not considered lost. Moreover, as a ticket to enter the mall, the clone holding the pendant was granted the right to enter. Therefore, the main body without the maul pendant could not enter the mall, which was why Tion Tion carried a large number of sealing scrolls every time she went out. According to the information Tion Tion had gathered, the specifics of each Chunin exam varied. The time required is roughly similar, about a month. Therefore, she needs to prepare enough auxiliary resources for 3 people to use for more than a month in advance. Welcoming them between the borders of the 2 countries is a jonin from Sunagakure, Yamamoto Shoda. For this person, 1010 doesn't have much of an impression. Next, he will lead a small team to escort the lower ninjas from the land of fire to Sunagakure to participate in the Chunin exams and ensure their safety along the way. After separating from the team, 1010 immediately set out to act. One of her shadow clones, clone number 2, headed straight for the ruins of the ancient city of Lulan along the route she remembered. To avoid attracting attention, she was careful all the way and took a full 5 days to reach the destination, the ruins of Lulan. Upon arriving at the ruins, clone number 2 wasted no time and immediately rushed to the place where the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, once sealed the dragon vein. After carefully checking the arrangements she had previously set up and confirming that there was no damage, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, she still felt some worry, fearing that Lushan might suddenly appear. After all, although the 4th seal appeared intact on the surface, the power of the last dragon vein in the ninja world was not that simple. In fact, The energy of the dragon vein had long since begun to leak slowly from the bottom of the seal. At that time, 1010 sent a clone to this place simply to follow Buchiyuan's suggestion to check the situation and see if she could obtain the energy of the dragon vein as a commodity for purchase. After all, possessing the nine-tailed beast with endless energy was something 1010 currently had no way to obtain. Therefore, facing this unguarded dragon vein, which only she knew the exact location of, 1010 naturally regarded it as her primary target. After all, 1010's main area of activity was currently Konoha. If she didn't do this, even if she learned the Hokage version of the star absorption technique, it would be difficult to absorb other chakra to sell in the marketplace. All the way, she carefully eliminated any traces she left behind to avoid being tracked by others. Finally, 1010 successfully reached the bottom of the dragon vein seal. This was a hidden place that few people would notice. In a pile of collapsed building debris, 1010 found a concealed corner. Then she moved aside a few wall fragments that served as cover, shrank her body, and squeezed into this space before the fragments returned to their original positions. Once inside, she was greeted by an energy absorption sealing array. This sealing array was specifically designed to absorb various energies, and the energy of the dragon vein was one of them. This type of simple sealing technique was very common in Konoha. It could help Konoha absorb chakra from spies or collect it while waiting for enemies, which was also an important means of carrying out missions. Moreover, Konoha's sealing alert formation could distinguish between friend and foe, benefiting from the absorption records of all Konoha ninjas' chakra to identify enemies. Next to the sealing array, there was a pile of sealing scrolls used to store the absorbed dragon vein energy. 1010 carefully checked these sealing scrolls and found that they were not full. She gathered the dragon vein energy and stored it in a new sealing scroll. After putting away all the sealing scrolls, 1010 looked at the energy absorption sealing array and redrew it. This was something 1010 had learned at a great cost from Kakashi. More powerful than those ordinary energy absorption sealing arrays, with a faster energy absorption rate. Once the sealing array was completed, 1010 began to set up special sealing scrolls to ensure that when the lower sealing scrolls disappeared, the upper sealing scrolls would replenish in order. These sealing scrolls were processed by her father, Tian Shoyun, and the summoning marks engraved on them allowed 1010 to use summoning techniques remotely to summon directly. This arrangement allowed 1010 to automatically replenish the upper sealing scrolls after the lower sealing scrolls were filled and summoned away. After staying at the bottom of the dragon vein for a day to confirm the storage time of a sealing scroll, clone number 2 checked the surrounding hidden energy chakra techniques, found no issues, and then directly dispelled the shadow clone technique, disappearing with a bang, while the main body, 1010, gained many memories in her mind. Meanwhile, another clone of 1010, clone number 3, rushed towards the direction of the Land of Rice. Initially, 1010 planned to meet with the Akatsuki organization. However, after some analysis from Buchiyuan, she realized that she did not have enough strength to deal with them. Therefore, she changed her plan and decided to search for Orochimaru first. Throughout her understanding of the situation, Orochimaru was truly a neutral party, doing everything for the sake of immortality, and 1010 just happened to have information or possibilities regarding immortality. During her hurried journey, 1010 suddenly discovered a mark in a town. This mark was set by 1010 herself. So she followed its guidance and eventually found a sealing scroll deeply buried in the wild. When she opened the scroll, the information left on it made her understand why the previous clone, clone number 1, had not reported back for so long. It turned out that clone number 1 had encountered a ninja team from the Land of Grass while on the way to find Orochimaru. Among this team was a special member. She was actually a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan possessed powerful vitality and chakra and was one of the legendary families in the ninja world. However, due to various reasons, the Uzumaki clan had suffered a genocide, and only a few survivors remained. The clone 1010, who understood the plot, immediately realized that this person was the mother of Uzumaki Xiangling and sensed something was wrong with her condition. Therefore, she changed her initial intention of going to the Land of Rice and instead decided to track the ninjas from the Land of Grass, predicting that the main body would send someone out. Thus, she left information in a conspicuous position in the town. The third clone, upon receiving this information, stayed there for a while and at the designated time, for convenient communication, dialed the main body's phone insect, informing her of the news. Since clone number 1 had limited supplies when leaving, to prevent the mother of Uzumaki Xiangling from encountering any accidents, the main body 1010 directly instructed clone number 3 to go to Kusagakure to check the situation. Following the marks left by clone number 1, 2 days later, Clone number 3 entered Kyuzugakure and found the first clone playing the role of a cook. Phew! Clone number 3 breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad I made it in time. Clone number 1 nodded and said, yeah, if I had come a few days later, Uzumaki Xiangling's mother might really have been beyond saving. How is she doing now? Clone number 3 hurriedly asked. Clone number 1 sighed and said, the situation is not optimistic. She's already on the brink of death. If I hadn't been secretly adding body refining pills to the meals I delivered to the mother and daughter every day, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Clone number 3 frowned and asked, how could this happen? Doesn't Kyuzugakure provide food? Clone number 1 shook her head and said, no, they only give some leftovers and often scold and beat them. Whenever they suffer, even a minor injury, they come to bite and treat the mother and daughter. Clone number 3 said angrily, these people from Kyuzugakure are too much. Should we just rush in and rescue them? The first clone smiled wryly and said, no, that would only alert the snake, and our strength is still not enough to confront the entire Grass Ninja village. The third clone thought for a moment and asked, then what should we do? We can't just watch, can we? The first clone smiled mysteriously and replied, don't worry. I already have a plan. I've been thinking about how to help Uzumaki Xiangling's mother leave Grass Ninja Village safely, and I came up with an idea. What idea? The third clone asked curiously. The first clone said proudly, I taught her a version of the turtle breathing technique from the ninja world, which allows her to temporarily stop her breathing and heartbeat, then use a sealing technique to put her body into a state similar to death. Once the Grass Ninja Village buries her, we can secretly dig her up. However, I haven't figured out how to take Xiangling away yet. The third clone gasped, that's amazing. You actually thought of such a method? The first clone chuckled and said, well, it can't be helped. Our strength isn't strong enough, so we can only protect them this way. But while this method is good, it also carries certain risks. If we get discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The third clone patted its chest and assured, that's not a big problem. This time I brought the store pendant, so later I will ask the shopkeeper or mister you in the store to see if they have any ideas. The first clone gave a look of there's another way, and then began to explain its plan. After discussing for a while, they finalized the action plan. In the following days, the first clone continued to play the role of the cook, while the third clone hid in the shadows, always alert to the movements around them, ready to respond to any emergencies. After some time, the first clone successfully taught Uzumaki Xiangling's mother the turtle breathing technique. One night, when everyone was asleep, the first clone quietly entered the room where Xiangling and her mother were, signaling to Hinata to perform the turtle breathing technique and sealing technique to put her body into a state of apparent death. Of course, to deceive the Grass Ninja. This plan was not disclosed to Xiangling. As dawn broke, Xiangling slowly woke up to find her mother's body already cold. The Grass Ninja on guard outside came in to check and discovered Hinata's death. In the end, they had no choice but to report the matter to the higher-ups of Grass Ninja Village. Upon receiving the news, the higher-ups immediately arranged for an inspection. It was confirmed that she was indeed dead, and the body, deemed of no value, was simply thrown onto a grass mat for Xiangling to bury herself. With the help of the first clone disguised as the cook, Hinata was buried in a mass grave outside Grass Ninja Village. However, due to Hinata's death, Grass Ninja Village intensified its surveillance on Xiangling, assigning 2 Chunin to guard her, as moving a bloodline vessel could not be taken lightly. Now, the 2 clones had no good way to save Xiangling temporarily. Although they could take out the 2 Chunin, there would definitely be commotion during the process. Once other ninja from Grass Ninja Village arrived, the situation would become even more troublesome, with no way to save Xiangling for the time being. The first clone had been persuading Hinata to leave first. After all, Xiangling wouldn't run into problems in the short term. From the knowledge of destiny, it was learned that Uzumaki Xiangling would participate in the Chunin exam a year later, and since the ninja world was still in a state of peace. With the first clone watching over, Xiangling wouldn't encounter any accidents for a while. Every day, upon entering the store, the third clone saw the shopkeeper clone trading with Mr. Yu. This scene reminded her of when she last saw Yun Jing. At that time, she noticed that Yun Jing was often absent from the store, and after finally catching him once, she couldn't help but complain, Yun Jing is such an incompetent shopkeeper. Since he is busy, why doesn't he send a clone to the store to handle transactions? At that moment, Yun Jing suddenly realized and immediately sent a clone to stay in the store. Since then, Mr. Yu began to frequently visit the Royal Library, collecting a large number of precious martial arts manuals, including The Great Shift of the Universe, Nine Yang Divine Skill, and others. These manuals originally belonged to the Ming sect and were later acquired by Zhu Yuanzhang and passed down. In addition, There were many unique skills from various sections. Under Zhu Houjiao's careful planning, Mr. Yu engaged in fierce competition with Eunuch Hai and the ancestor of the sunflower. Facing the small calamity of Eunuch Hai, Mr. Yu simply stood there, allowing Eunuch Hai to launch 360 needle attacks, which could not penetrate his defenses. Zhu Houjiao watched the battle before him with a bored expression. He sighed inwardly, finding the fight exceedingly dull. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to the person beside him, saying softly, "Let the ancestor come out too. He should bring some different excitement to this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before everyone like a ghost. This person was the sunflower ancestor, who had been passed down since the establishment of the Ming dynasty. Since entering the capital, especially in the Leopard House and the palace, he realized how much the so-called number one in the martial world, Dongfeng Bubi, was inflated. Mr. Yu's eyes widened. He finally met this legendary number one in the martial world, the sunflower ancestor. He felt a strong aura emanating from the other party and couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. The sunflower ancestor's strength was unfathomable. He had reached the peak of innate level, just one step away from the master realm. His sunflower manual had been cultivated to the half-step pinnacle level and was about to reach the realm of transformation into the heavenly human. At this moment, the sunflower ancestor seemed to have merged with nature, his every move full of profound meaning. However, the reason the sunflower ancestor personally stepped in was not just to showcase his strength. In fact, he had been stuck at his current bottleneck and could not break through. This time, he hoped to find some inspiration through the confrontation with Mr. Yu, in hopes of breaking his own limits. As both sensed each other's aura, they knew that the palace was not a battlefield. So, they used lightness skills to travel to an abandoned valley outside the capital. The moment they clashed, Mr. Yu immediately felt the exquisite nature of the sunflower ancestor's techniques. Every move and stance was like a masterful work, but unfortunately, he was constrained by the rules of this world. Mr. Yu knew that his cultivation was slightly inferior to that of the sunflower ancestor. However, he possessed power from two other worlds. With the peculiar abilities of ninjutsu and devil fruits, he gradually gained the upper hand in the clash with the sunflower ancestor. Although the process was very difficult and awkward, he ultimately defeated his opponent. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to his own injury, Zhu Houjiao chose not to watch the battle in person after chasing out of the capital. Instead, he wisely waited outside the mountain with the accompanying eunuchs and guards, as well as the imperial guards for the result. However, despite this, he could still clearly hear the sounds of massive explosions coming from the valley, which were the tremors produced when inner strength techniques clashed against the ground. The occasional flashes of lightning, which were the light emitted when the lightning release skill was activated. The sounds of flames bursting, which were caused by the fire release skill. And finally, the sounds of rolling water waves, which were caused by the water release skill. The sounds left everyone present in shock. The Jinui dispatched to protect Zhu Houjiao were all frightened by the scene before them, marveling at the fierce duel between the two extraordinary masters. Half a day later, when the sounds in the valley gradually faded, Zhu Houjiao began to consider sending someone into the valley to check the situation. He thought to himself, both this old ancestor and Minister Yu are so powerful. I wonder who won. Just then, Yu Buchuan suddenly rushed in from the direction of the capital and announced to everyone that the contest had ended. In fact, during their intense competition, their clothes had already been tattered, especially the Kuehua old ancestor, who became disheveled after enduring various escape techniques, was difficult to show himself. Therefore, the Kuehua old ancestor directly returned to the palace, unwilling to appear again. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan hurried back to the capital to find a new set of clothes, then returned to the scene to convey the news of the contest's conclusion. Out of curiosity, Zhu Houjiao stealthily brought several Jinui into the valley. As soon as they entered, the scene before them shocked them greatly. The valley was filled with cracked ground, with some places even emitting smoke, clearly due to Yu Buchuan's sword energy. There are also huge pits, created by the Kuehua old ancestors' techniques. The inexplicable stone walls that appeared in the valley were also in ruins, with some areas even having strange ponds and waterholes. Most astonishingly, many trees had been burned to ashes, and some areas of land had turned blackened. Seeing these scenes, Zhu Houjiao and the others were left dumbfounded. After demonstrating his strength, Yu Buchuan's status in the palace and the leopard room significantly improved, and his treatment became better. Meanwhile, after the Kuehua old ancestor recovered his health, he often came to discuss martial arts and the secrets of the Jianghu with Yu Buchuan. Through conversations with the Kuehua old ancestor, Yu Buchuan learned many secrets of the Jianghu. The most shocking to him was that the Sun Moon Holy Cult was actually under the control of the Imperial Court, aimed at preventing the Jianghu forces from becoming too powerful and adversely affecting the court. According to the Kuehua Old Ancestor, the current leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, Dongfang Bubi, was specifically placed there by the court. Otherwise, how could the Sun Moon Holy Cult have obtained the Kuehua Sutra? Of course, this was also related to the Sun Moon Holy Cult's predecessor, the Ming Cult. Decades ago, both the righteous and demonic sects were flourishing. This led to the incident of the 10 elders of the demonic cult ascending Mount Hua, due to Ren Wuxing's ambitious plans. Dongfang Bubi usurped Ren Wuxing's position as the leader. Lin Yuan-tu, originally a member of the Inner Court, was sent to Fujian's Fujian Shaolin Temple to become a monk under orders from the Inner Court. On the surface, he appeared to be becoming a monk, but in reality, he was secretly plotting to incite conflict between the southern and northern Shaolin, thereby weakening the righteous sect's power. However, man proposes, but heaven disposes. The Kuehua Sutra, which was supposed to be under his control, accidentally fell into the hands of Master Hongye. Ultimately, Master Hongye lent the sutra to Yu Su and Kai Zifeng of the Huashan sect, triggering a competition of sword energy that led to the decline of the Huashan sect. Although the development of events was beyond Lin Yuan-tu's expectations, the results showed that the strength of the righteous sect had indeed been greatly weakened, and his mission was considered accomplished. Thus, Lin Yuan-tu returned to secular life and established the Fue Escort Agency, creating the Bixie sword technique based on his understanding of the Kuehua Sutra, becoming a well-known master in the Jianghu. With the secret support of the court, the Fue Escort Agency gradually grew, providing substantial funding to the Inner Court. Unfortunately, after Lin Yuan-tu's death, in accordance with his last wishes, the Inner Court severed ties with the Fue Escort Agency. Otherwise, with the court's strength and influence, even later figures like Yu Songhai and Mu Gaofeng, who coveted the Lin family's Bixie sword manual, would not dare to act rashly. After all, with the court as a backing, who wouldn't be cautious? Previously, Lu Jingfeng's retirement from the martial world was actually a pawn arranged by the court. Based on the information at hand, the court judged that the Songzhan sect had sufficient strength and willingness to merge the 5 mountain sword sects and would definitely take action against Lu Jingfeng. If the Songzhan sect successfully merged the 5 mountain sword sects and strengthened its own power without triggering a large-scale war between the righteous and demonic paths, then the court could find legitimate reasons to strike against the Songzhan sect, thereby weakening the righteous sect's power. After learning all this, Yu Buqian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He realized that his lifelong schemes were merely a pawn of the court, without him being aware. In the knowledge of destiny, the court had never made a direct appearance, only revealing itself during Lu Zhengfeng's retirement. But now it seemed that they had been secretly manipulating the situation in the Jianghu all along. It was likely that the court had not anticipated that under Yu Buqian's long-standing obsession, he would practice the Bixie sword manual, directly disrupting the Jianghu and achieving the goal of weakening its power without the court having to act. At this moment, Yu Buqian finally understood that the righteous and demonic paths in the Jianghu had always been under the strict control of the court. Reflecting on that night, when Zhu Hozhao said he wanted to unify the righteous and demonic paths, he finally understood the meaning behind those strange words. The Kuehua Old Ancestor asked Yu Buqian a question. When do you think has been the fastest period of progress for our grand Chinese civilization throughout history? Yu Buqian thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I do not know. The Kuehua Old Ancestor glanced at Yu Buqian and said, it was during the Warring States period when the 100 schools of thought were flourishing. Yu Buqian nodded in agreement with this statement and suddenly had an epiphany, saying, are you saying that His Majesty's intention is not to unify the righteous and demonic paths, but to promote their opposition, creating competition that is more beneficial for the development of martial arts? The Kuehua Old Ancestor nodded. Yu Buqian, puzzled, said, the Jianghu is in such a situation now, but according to my sect's records, the current martial arts in the Jianghu are gradually declining, and many profound martial arts have already been lost. The Kuehua Old Ancestor smiled slightly and said slowly, that is only because the mainstream thoughts in today's Jianghu still revolve around power struggles, and there is nothing that truly makes them yearn. If one day we can present something that the entire Jianghu, even the world, desires, then everyone in the Jianghu will begin to train hard and innovate martial arts. At that time, martial arts will usher in a new peak. After hearing this, Yu Buqian fell into deep thought. He began to understand that Zhu Hozhao's intention was not to dominate the righteous and demonic paths, but to allow them to grow through competition. Only in this way could martial arts be better inherited and developed. With this thought, Yu Buchuan couldn't help but feel admiration for Zhu Zhao, who could think of so much in such a short time of communication with him. After pondering for a moment, Yu Buchuan said, "Then how will His Majesty promote this matter?" The Kuehua old ancestor, with a faint smile on his face, calmly replied, "These matters are for His Majesty to decide. The court officials are not idle. You only need to show His Majesty and the people of the world the things they are interested in, and naturally, someone will solve these trivial matters for you." Yu Buchuan suddenly frowned and said to the Kuehua old ancestor, "Why tell me this? You should be well aware that much of the information you mentioned is related to the decline of the Huashan sect, and the inner court does not play a glorious role in this matter, right?" The Kuehua old ancestor slowly shook his head, looking firmly at Yu Buchuan, and said, "Since ancient times, chivalry has disrupted the prohibition with martial arts. As the leader of the Yu sect, you must be well aware of this. Moreover, a momentary rise and fall does not represent everything. Now that you are qualified to become a chess player, you should understand the principles behind it. As it is, you will eventually hear this news, so it's better to discuss it now to avoid any gaps between us later." Yu Buchuan fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time. After a while, the ancestor of the sunflower saw a glimmer of fervor in his eyes and continued, "Master Yu, this is a brand new era. Because of you, the Huashan sect is destined to welcome unprecedented glory. You should now think about how to make the most of the resources at hand to strengthen the Huashan sect, rather than dwelling in the shadows of the past. In the future, His Majesty will definitely support your Huashan sect." Only then did Yu Buchuan gradually feel relieved. Yun Jing and San Hao, Fen Shun Tian have just realized that Yu Buchuan has had quite a rich experience during this period. They couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really a big revelation." They never expected that the court's layout was so vast, having controlled the entire martial arts world for 100 years without ever being discovered. After marveling at Yu Buchuan's experiences, Tian began to recount her own. In the end, she turned to the two and asked, "What should I do now?" Yun Jing pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "Using a knife to kill someone." Tian looked at him with some confusion, not understanding his meaning. Yun Jing had no choice but to explain. "Do you remember what you set out to do this time?" Tian replied with a puzzled expression, "To collaborate with the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." Yun Jing nodded and smiled, choosing not to say anything further. Seeing this, Yu Buchuan directly told Tian, "The shopkeeper means that you can definitely leverage Orochimaru's power to rescue Uzumaki Xiangling. With Orochimaru's character, if he learns that there are descendants of the Uzumaki clan, he will surely be interested in researching them. Moreover, with you acting as the intermediary, he will definitely be willing to lend a hand." It was then that Tian realized the meaning behind Yun Jing's phrase borrowing a knife to kill. After some negotiations, Yu Buchuan and Tian left one after the other. After exiting the mall, the third clone of Tian discussed with the first clone and Uzumaki Hinata, then secretly left the grass ninja village after leaving enough body refining pills and meat. 7 days later, using the turtle breathing technique to conceal his aura and then transforming into Yu Buchuan, Tian entered the Sound Ninja Village located in the central part of the Land of Rice. After gathering information on where to post missions in the Sound Ninja Village, Tian directly entered the mission hall's posting room. Calmly, he revealed the information about the Konoha rogue ninja Bairu, repeatedly mentioning that Bairu is a friend of the legendary 3 ninjas from Konoha, while also mentioning the effects of the forbidden technique he developed, the Demon Bud technique, and requested the capture of Bairu. The Sound Ninja who received the mission was taken aback, and after Tian finished conveying the information, the receiving ninja said directly, "I can't evaluate the level of this task for now. I need some time. Please leave your name and address. After we confirm the information and level, we will notify you." Tian nodded and said, "No problem, but I hope it can be quick." Saying this, he provided an address. Tian left the name Yu Buchuan and the room number of the inn he was staying at in the Sound Ninja Village. After handling these matters, Tian turned and left. The receiving ninja immediately reported this matter to his superiors, and the capture mission was eventually passed up the chain of command, ultimately reaching Orochimaru. Looking at the effects of the Demon Bud technique, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest as he thought, "My old friend, I didn't expect you to come this far. It truly surprises me. However, this forbidden technique indeed piques my interest." Thinking about the immense potential of the Demon Bud technique, Orochimaru couldn't help but extend his tongue, which captivated wealthy women, to lick his slightly dry lips and then he burst into loud laughter. In this eerie laboratory, the formaldehyde-soaked biological organs filled the entire scene with an atmosphere of the bizarre and the terrifying. After a while, Orochimaru gradually regained his composure, staring at the name Ubuchuan on the intelligence in his hand, and gently shook his head. He then recalled some details reported by his subordinates and murmured to himself, "It should be coming from me, but which side are they from? How do they know my true identity? Could be that old guy Danzo? Unlikely. If it were him, I probably wouldn't need to act personally, and he wouldn't resort to such lowly tactics. It seems I must return to meet them and find out." The last time he saw Bruhu was when he was executing his master's orders, chasing him down with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Unfortunately, he ultimately escaped. If it weren't for his full commitment to the research on the first Hokage cells at that time, perhaps he would have noticed the forbidden technique Bruhu was studying. However, knowing now is not too late. The fact that Bruhu's forbidden technique can ultimately achieve immortality raises the question of how this immortality differs from his ideal of eternal life. After tidying up the laboratory, Orochimaru headed directly for the Sound Ninja village. Late at night, everything was silent, and the moonlight poured down like water onto the earth. The third clone was sitting on the tatami, with his 5 hearts directed towards the sky, eyes closed in meditation. He emitted faint waves of internal energy that spread like ripples. Suddenly, he sensed the surrounding air growing cold, and a chill gradually seeped into the room. He frowned slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and a glint of vigilance flashed in them. The third clone sighed gently and said, "Could it be that the esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, is such a sneaky person?" As his words fell, a shadow slowly emerged from the corner, gradually revealing a figure. It was Orochimaru, clad in a black robe, with a sinister smile on his face, his tongue occasionally licking his lips, making a hiss sound. Orochimaru looked at the third clone, his eyes gleaming with greed, and said softly, "You truly have remarkable skills. I thought my concealment technique was flawless, but I didn't expect to be discovered as soon as I entered." The third clone ignored Orochimaru's praise, calmly stood up, walked to the table, picked up the teacup and teapot, and poured 2 cups of water. He then pushed 1 cup towards Orochimaru, saying in a flat tone, "Please." Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, then laughed, a hint of eeriness in his laughter. He slowly approached, unafraid, sat down, and gently took a sip of water from the cup. His movements were graceful and slow, as if what he held was not ordinary water, but a rare fine wine. He savored the taste of the water with a satisfied smile on his lips. Time passed second by second, and both remained silent, the atmosphere feeling somewhat tense. Finally, the young third clone couldn't help but break the silence, looking at Orochimaru and asking, "I wonder what important matter brings you to visit late at night, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru put down the teacup, smiled slightly, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes, and said, "A suspected old acquaintance has come. It is only right to meet." What a pity, his voice filled with regret. After each had spoken, the scene fell silent again. Only the sound of sipping water could be heard. The third clone had to say, "If Orochimaru has no other business, then I shall be going to sleep." Orochimaru did not expect the person before him to not play by the rules and directly send him away. So he said, "I wonder if the information you provided about Bairuhu is true?" The third clone replied, "Isn't it for you to determine, Orochimaru? Why ask me?" Orochimaru glanced at the third clone and asked, "Then what is your purpose in coming here?" The third clone did not directly answer this question, but said, "I have a story that I hope Orochimaru can appreciate." Orochimaru maintained his calm demeanor and said, "I am all ears." The third clone took out several sealed scrolls and set up a chakra sealing array within the room. Watching the third clone's actions, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched, his mind racing with doubt. Just to hear a story, is it necessary to make such a big deal? But he did not voice his thoughts, merely watching quietly. Once the third clone set everything up, he began to tell the story he wanted to share. Long ago, 1,000 years before the ninja world, a mysterious figure named Kaguya Otsutsuki appeared. She came to the land of ancestors in the ninja world and encountered the highest ruler of that land, the emperor. Upon seeing her beauty, the emperor fell in love and took her as his wife. Together, they planted the seed of the divine tree brought by Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, things were not that simple. The vermilion, bird-and-black, tortoise ministers of the neighboring country, the land of the sun, had ulterior motives and deliberately invaded the land of ancestors under the pretense that an important lake belonged to their country. Their true goal, however, was to obtain Kaguya. Faced with this sudden crisis, Kaguya Otsutsuki resolutely consumed the fruit of the god tree in order to quell the war. This fruit contained endless power, making Kagaya's strength immensely formidable. In the end, she successfully repelled the enemy, allowing the Land of Ancestors to unify the entire ninja world. From then on, Kagaya was revered as the goddess of the moon, becoming an object of admiration for the people. After the war, Kagaya became pregnant and gave birth to twins, Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki. When Orochimaru heard the name Hagoromo Otsutsuki, his pupils constricted sharply. He knew that this name represented something extraordinary, as it was the only sage in history. After the twins reached adulthood, Kagaya's personality underwent an inexplicable change. She was no longer the calm and composed goddess of the moon, but became exceedingly greedy. She attempted to envelop the entire ninja world with the infinite Tsukuyami technique, creating a large number of white zetsu to satisfy her desires. This left Orochimaru shocked and puzzled. However, what surprised him even more lay ahead. Hagoromo, with his mother's Rinnegan, realized his mother Kagaya's madness under the guidance of the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. To stop her, Hagoromo teamed up with his brother Hamura, using the planetary devastation technique to seal their mother Kagaya along with the Ten Tails husk and the Outer Path's golem in a moon formed by rocks. After that, Hagoromo divided the Ten Tails chakra into 9 parts and, using the power of yin-yang release, created 9-tailed beasts from it. He thus became the first Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and the first person to unravel the true essence of chakra. Hagoromo took it upon himself to maintain peace, dedicating himself to preserving the world's tranquility and order. His great achievements and noble character earned him the respect of the world, and people referred to him as the Sage of Six Paths. Hamura, as Kagaya's second son, perfectly inherited his mother's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. After Kagaya was sealed, Hamura led a portion of the Otsutsuki clan to migrate to the moon to guard the Outer Path's golem. However, what they did not know was that at the moment of her sealing, Kagaya used her last strength to give birth to Black Zetsu. Upon his birth, Black Zetsu was like a puddle of water, able to freely burrow underground. Since the leftover Black Zetsu had no power, he could only lurk in the darkness, carefully plotting to revive his mother Kagaya. Meanwhile, Hagoromo, who was completely unaware of all this, had 2 sons, Indra and Azura, and established the ninja sect. Unfortunately, the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura did not inherit the Otsutsuki clan's ability for immortality due to their bloodline. However, at the moment of his death, Hagoromo scattered the tailed beasts to various corners of the world. Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, was born with the incredibly powerful Sage's Eye, perfectly inheriting the Sage's extraordinary talent. He was also the first human to engage in fierce battles using chakra, and his abilities were astonishing. Azura, on the other hand, was Hagoromo's second son and the second leader of the ninja sect. He inherited the Sage's robust physique and believed that true peace could only be achieved through love. Although Azura's talents were relatively low in his childhood, he often struggled when alone. However, through his relentless efforts and the enthusiastic help of others, he gradually became strong enough to rival Indra. At the same time, he deeply understood the importance of love in maintaining peace. However, due to the significant ideological differences between the two, Hagoromo chose Azura as the leader of the ninja sect before his death, while hoping Indra would assist his brother in governance. This decision was difficult for Indra to accept, and coupled with Black Zetsu's instigation, he resolutely severed the connection between their hearts within the ninja sect and created ninjutsu, using chakra as a weapon, thus plunging into a protracted battle with his brother Azura. This conflict between the brothers brought endless turmoil and chaos to the entire world. After Indra's death, the Uchiha clan was left behind, while Azura left behind the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Otsutsuki bloodline had already spread throughout the ninja world, forming numerous ninja clans of varying sizes. However, the struggle between Azura and Indra did not cease. Instead, under the manipulation of the Sage of Six Paths, they were continually reincarnated through chakra. Regrettably, under Black Zetsu's covert instigation, the battle between Indra and Azura never ended. Although their bloodline gradually diluted, descendants from both sides continued to engage in endless conflicts, until the last chakra reincarnations, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, finally ended the Warring States period, leading the ninja world into the era of the ninja villages. Unfortunately, Hashirama ultimately chose to give up the opportunity to unify the ninja world. Otherwise, the ninja world might have already entered an era of peace by now. However, influenced by Black Zetsu, Madara ultimately went against Konoha. The battle at the Valley of the End resulted in a significant divergence in their fates, one dying and one surviving, with the seemingly dead Madara completely fading from public view, quietly plotting a larger conspiracy in the shadows. At this point, the third clone took a sip of water and stopped narrating the rest of the story. Then, the two stared at each other, and after a while, Orochimaru murmured, "What happens next?" The third clone looked at Orochimaru in surprise and said, "There's nothing more." He had originally anticipated more plot developments in this story, but now he only received such a simple response. Orochimaru frowned, a surge of anger rising in his heart. He felt he had been made a fool, as if someone were toying with him. Yet, he still tried to remain calm, attempting to understand the third clone's intentions. "What do you mean? Shouldn't you tell the complete story?" Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of displeasure. The third clone shrugged, seemingly surprised by Orochimaru's reaction. "I already said, there's nothing more." His tone was calm and firm, showing no signs of concession. Orochimaru widened his eyes, a hint of anger appearing on his previously calm face. He had never encountered such shamelessness, stopping the story halfway and saying there was nothing more. In an instant, he had the thought of wanting to eliminate the third clone. He gritted his teeth, trying hard to control his emotions. After all, he needed to get information from the third clone and couldn't afford to lose his composure. Orochimaru took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He began to recall the story he had just heard, hoping to find some clues or insights within it. Although the story abruptly ended in the early days of Konoha, it indeed contained many elements he was familiar with. In particular, the mention of the Tsutsuki bloodline granting immortality piqued his interest greatly. He pondered to himself that if the story was true, then the Tsutsuki bloodline might hold endless potential and possibilities. For Orochimaru, who sought immortality and great power, this was undoubtedly an enticing goal. However, he also understood that achieving this goal would not be easy and would require further exploration and research. Orochimaru opened his eyes, his gaze returning to the third clone. Despite still feeling a bit irritated, he decided to set aside his personal emotions for the time being and continue communicating with the third clone. After all, he still had many questions that needed answers, and the third clone might possess the key information. Orochimaru made an effort to calm his voice. "Well, since you are unwilling to continue, let's talk about something else. For example, how do you know these stories? Did they really happen?" His eyes were fixed on the third clone, trying to catch any useful clues from its expression and words. The third clone calmly replied, "I believe that Lord Orochimaru possesses keen insight and judgment. This is valuable intelligence. Consider it a mark of respect from our organization. Of course, whether you can extract more value from it depends on your abilities." Organization? Orochimaru's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask, "Which organization do you belong to? What is the purpose of your organization?" The third clone smiled mysteriously and softly answered, "All darkness will eventually be dispelled, and dawn will lead the way to the future." After a pause, he continued, "Our organization is called Dawn. As for our goals, the world is filled with ignorance and folly. We simply hope to gather those with potential, ability, and shared ideals." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of caution. "So, you have your sights set on Obito?" The third clone shook his head gently, denying Obito's vision is too narrow. He still needs further observation. Then, he stared at Orochimaru, a meaningful smile on his lips, but he fell silent. Orochimaru responded lightly, "Attempting to win me over with just this information seems to show a lack of sincerity. If Lord Orochimaru is interested in joining our organization, there is plenty within to satisfy you." The third clone smiled and said, "It's late. We have talked enough. I need a rest. Lord Orochimaru, please." Orochimaru stared at the third clone, and after a moment of silence, formed a hand sign. With a soft sound, he instantly vanished without a trace. The third clone was not surprised by this situation. Instead, it continued to leisurely savor the tea in its hand. At that moment, far away in the office of the Sound Ninja building, Orochimaru was receiving important information transmitted from his clone. He quietly sat in a chair, lost in thought. Kagaya, Tsutsuki, the God Tree, the Sage of Six Paths, the Outer Path, the Moon Seal, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, Senju Hashirama, Uchimadura, the Uzumaki clan, and the mysterious organization Dawn. These key elements intertwined in Orochimaru's mind, sketching a complex picture. It seemed that this era's reincarnation of Indra was likely either Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke. But who would be the reincarnation of Ashura? Now, the Senju clan had only Tsunade left, and the Uzumaki clan had gradually faded away after the fall of the Land Whirlpool. Could it be that the reincarnation of Ashura was him, but his hair color was wrong. Could it be due to impure bloodlines? Orochimaru pondered silently. Moreover, what made Orochimaru wary was the astonishing similarity between this organization named Dawn and the Akatsuki organization. What kind of connection existed between them? Orochimaru decided to keep a close watch on this organization's movements, just in case. After a long time, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with excitement. He summoned several ninjas hidden in the shadows and quietly instructed them on some matters. The ninjas nodded expressionlessly and then instantly disappeared from the room. Orochimaru stood up, feeling a sense of anticipation as he walked towards his laboratory. The information the third clone provided about the Tsutsuki bloodline had sparked new inspiration and ideas in him, and he couldn't wait to delve deeper into this mysterious and powerful force. Since Orochimaru left the room, everything that transpired in the office had been reflected in the eyes of the third clone, which silently observed Orochimaru's every move, imprinting all the information deeply in its mind. As Orochimaru departed, the veins around the third clone's eyes gradually subsided, returning to calm. Afterwards, the third clone returned to its tatama mat and continued cultivating internal energy. Although it knew that cultivating chakra would make it stronger, it understood that excessive extraction of chakra could harm a body. In contrast, internal energy cultivation was relatively safe, as long as the methods were correct and it did not practice any special techniques that could harm the body. Moreover, internal energy cultivation emphasized a peaceful state of mind. As long as one maintained a good mentality, it was less likely to go astray. As days passed, the Nin exams in Sunagakure continued as scheduled. The main body in Sunagakure was basically training chakra and internal energy alongside Niji. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Rock Lee completely ignored the strange gazes from the people of Sunagakure, loudly proclaiming their youth, blinding people left and right, while also showcasing their nearly lethal physical training in front of villagers and ninjas. However, surprisingly, even though they were exhausted by the end of the first day, by the next morning, the two were still full of energy and continued their training, as if yesterday's fatigue had never occurred. Initially, the villagers and ninjas of Sunagakure paid no attention to these two strange individuals. But when people learned of Kai's great reputation, some began to try to imitate him. Unfortunately, due to a lack of proper methods, these individuals could only drift further away on the path of becoming muscular brutes. The third clone was similar, enjoying food and drink in the Sound Ninja village every day, practicing inner strength and chakra with ease. As for Yu Buchuan, he seemed much more relaxed. He only needed to accompany the Sunflower Ancestor to discuss scriptures and Taoist principles daily, occasionally taking out some techniques and elixirs optimized and synthesized by Yun Jing from the shop for the Sunflower Ancestor and the Imperial Palace staff to study. In the process, he also gained quite a few secret recipes and precious medicine formulas from the Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, only one item, the Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone Pill, which enhances muscle and bone efficacy, was recorded in the shop. The main ingredient was the spine bone of a tiger, which was scarce in the shop. So Yunjing dealt with a prehistoric saber-toothed tiger that dominated the back mountain of Windmill Village. As for other auxiliary materials like several hundred-year-old ginseng, Yunjing had no shortage. He directly used the alchemy furnace to begin refining, and in just a few minutes it was completed. Item name: Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone Pill. Value: 2 treasure points. Effect: enhances muscle and bone efficacy for body refining level practitioners with limitations. However, when Yunjing saw the refined elixir, he immediately lost interest, as it was of no use to him. Therefore, he unhesitatingly threw the entire saber-toothed tiger's spine into the alchemy furnace to continue refining. Then, he took some of the refined elixirs to the outside world, while the remaining portion was directly listed in the shop. Finally, he casually tossed the Dragon Muscle Tiger Bone Pills to Zoro and Kuina to consume, but did not offer the same treatment to Luffy. Thus, a month passed, and the world announcement that Yunjing had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared, to the point where even the Navy's 6 forms and life return that Carp had taught him no longer seemed so appealing. As usual, Yunjing activated the system's search function and then ignored it, continuing to focus on cultivating life return. For him, the Navy 6 forms were simply too easy. After some in-depth research, with Carp's careful guidance, he quickly grasped the paper drawing technique with the assistance of a shrinking bone technique. This was the first time Yunjing successfully learned a technique relying on his own strength, even though it was standing on the shoulders of giants. During this time, Dragon sent him Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu through Kuma. For this, Yunjing spent some treasure points to learn, as these 2 skills were very practical. especially with their water control abilities, which complemented water release perfectly. Another half-month passed, and Kizaru suddenly appeared at Yunjing's restaurant as a delivery man, placing a huge box on the table. Then he smiled and greeted Yunjing. "Yo, Yunjing, this box is entrusted to me by Lord Sengoku to deliver to you." After saying this, he also took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Yunjing. After reading the letter, Yunjing directly notified the clone in the shop, and shortly, a spatial sealing scroll appeared in the space. After handing the spatial sealing scroll to Kizaru, Yunjing noticed that he stood there for a long time without any movement, which made him feel a bit surprised, and he asked, "Admiral Kizaru, why haven't you left yet?" Kizaru looked at Yunjing with a slightly resentful expression and slowly said, "Yunjing, you are really heartless. I came all this way, and you don't plan to treat me to a meal?" Upon hearing this, Yunjing's eyelids twitched slightly, and he secretly muttered, "This Admiral Kizaru really knows how to take advantage of the situation." But on the surface, he still calmly responded, "Doesn't the Navy take care of meals?" Kizaru showed a playful expression, smiling and saying, "That's not the same." Yunjing couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and turned to walk towards his backyard. Seeing this, Huang Yuan quickly shouted, "Brother Yunjing, if you don't want to invite me to dinner, do you have any spare body refinement pills to sell me? I was just about to buy some." Yunjing stopped, turned around, and calmly asked, "How much are you planning to buy?" Huang Yuan chuckled, took out a large gold bar from his pocket, shook it in his hand, and said with a smile, "Little brother, how many body refining pills can this gold bar be exchanged for?" Yunjing carefully scanned the gold bar in front of him. It weighed a full 10 pounds. This was quite a fortune, worth at least 30 million berries according to market prices. He pondered for a moment and then said to Kizaru, "How about this? This gold could be exchanged for 150 body refining pills. However, next time you come, remember to bring me some sea king meat." Although from the actual value of gold in the mall, this trade seemed quite unprofitable, it was still acceptable when converted to berries. Moreover, Yunjing specifically requested to add sea king meat as an extra condition. Kizaru nodded slightly in agreement. This request was not difficult for him, as he already had a rough estimate in mind. As for the sea king meat, that was even easier. Nowadays, the factories in Vegapunk's area needed to capture a sea king every so often, and it would be easy to grab a little bit when the time came. Yunjing took out a space sealing scroll from his pocket. It was a large scroll with a capacity of 5 cubic meters. He handed it to Huang Yuan and said, "This scroll is a gift for you. In the future, if you want to buy body training pills, just fill it up and bring it back." Huang Yuan took the scroll, checked it briefly, and after confirming there were no issues, turned and left. Yunjing directly carried the box and gold to the mall. He casually tossed the gold into his space, and then placed the box steadily on the table. He gently opened the box and saw it filled with numerous blood vials. These blood vials seemed to use some sort of advanced technology, as the blood inside looked as if it had just been freshly drawn. Each vial had a label, containing a total of 15 vials of blood from devil fruit users, of which 9 were for purchasing chakra extraction methods, while the other 6 were for purchasing ninjutsu. Yunjing unhesitatingly tossed all the necessary items into the cultivation instrument. Then he noticed a note placed beside the box. Curiously, he opened the note and found a detailed introduction to the blood of these 15 devil fruit users. It turned out that 5 of the blood samples belonged to Paramecia-type devil fruits, while the remaining 10 came from Zoan-type devil fruits. Specifically, the 5 samples of Paramecia-type users' blood were from the Dowda fruit, the Kankin fruit, the Chi-Chi fruit, the Chiluan fruit, and the Xiaoxiao fruit. The 10 samples of Zoan-type devil fruit users' blood were from the 5 great jailer beasts: the Inu fruit, spotted dog form; the Inu fruit, sausage dog form; the Nyonyo fruit, water buffalo form; the Nico fruit, lion form; and the Long fruit, ancient type, stegosaurus form. Yunjing looked at these devil fruits and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Apart from the dragon fruit and the rust fruit, the others were truly hard to look at. It's important to note that the Zoan-type devil fruits can extract the earthly subduing 72 transformations. However, he felt speechless about the wheel fruit. If he were to eat this fruit himself, he wouldn't even know how to develop it. However, the ride fruit was somewhat interesting. After all, with it, he could drive a high-end vehicle without needing to learn, which piqued his interest a bit. Exhausted, Yunjing leaned back in his chair, too lazy to speak. After more than half an hour, the system finally brought good news. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Cow! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Bear! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the 72 earthly subduing techniques. Divine movement. Remnant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the 36 heavenly gang techniques. Being soldiers. Remnant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Horse. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the 72 earthly subduing techniques. Fractured. Remnant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Dog. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Rhinoceros. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the earthly subduing 72 transformations. Dinosaur. At that moment, in a daze, Yin Jing seemed to have heard something incredible and suddenly woke up. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the panel in front of him that reminded him of the 36 heavenly gang techniques and the 72 earthly subduing techniques. My God, he even doubted whether he was dreaming. This was simply unbelievable. The earthly subduing 72 transformations already felt like a huge blessing to him. But this kind of divine power was simply unimaginable. Could this really be something from One Piece? The system seemed to sense Yun Jing's shock and confusion and took the initiative to explain. Existence is reasonable. Let's put it this way. If you compare the power or function of this weakened version to the number 1, then the authentic version would at least start from 10,000. After hearing Yun Jing, he couldn't help but pat his chest and breathe a sigh of relief, saying, that's good, that's good. Otherwise, I would really think that this world of One Piece is a small world under some great deity. At the same time, Kizaru was running wildly with something in hand, arriving at the Marine headquarters and directly walked to Sengoku's office. Kizaru stood in front of Sengoku's office, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. After hearing Sengoku's voice from inside, he pushed open the door and walked in. Sengoku had already calculated the time, and at this moment, the kettle on the desk was making bubbling sounds, indicating that the tea was boiling. Seeing Sengoku's leisurely demeanor, Kizaru understood that he probably wouldn't be able to leave for a short while today. Well, I guess I can only continue working overtime. He sighed helplessly, sat down opposite Sengoku, and casually placed a scroll in front of him. Sengoku picked up the scroll, glanced at it, and asked Borsalino, how's the situation at the factory? Kizaru replied, when I left, the factory had already started production. Sengoku nodded, indicating that he was aware of this news. In fact, more than a month ago, Vegapunk had received the 3 types of elixirs brought by Kizaru, the space sealing scroll, and many precious medicinal materials. At Sengoku's request, Vegapunk immediately began researching the 3 types of elixirs and the numerous medicinal materials. In just 7 days, he successfully deciphered the components of the 3 elixirs. The components of these 3 elixirs were not complicated. They mainly consisted of the nutrients found in the meat of the One Piece world, along with the mysterious energy absorbed during the refining process in the alchemy furnace. In fact, it only took 3 days to study the elixir components, while the remaining 4 days were spent exploring this mysterious energy. Unfortunately, despite Vegapunk trying various methods to synthesize the substances contained in those medicinal materials, he could never create that mysterious energy. However, as the saying goes, when you lose something in the East, you gain something in the mulberry. Vegapunk inadvertently discovered that certain substances in these medicinal materials had special effects on the human body, combined with the abundant nutritional components in Sea King's meat. He finally succeeded in inventing a pill that could rapidly restore physical strength and had healing properties. Due to the potent effects of the medicinal materials, taking it could slightly enhance physical fitness. But in reality, it was quite similar to the effects of the body refining pill. Vegapunk named this pill the Energy Pill, a name that succinctly summarized its efficacy. When Sengoku learned of this situation, he expressed understanding, previously speculating that these elixirs might come from another world. Therefore, it was reasonable that the components could not be completely analyzed. Now that Vegapunk had successfully developed a type of elixir, it could be considered an explanation for the previous events. Sengoku urged Vegapunk to achieve mass production as soon as possible while calling in Tsuru to discuss the matter. Soon, the entire Navy and even the world government received a piece of news. The great scientist Vegapunk had recently developed a medicine that not only could rapidly restore physical strength and had healing functions, but also slightly enhanced the physical fitness of soldiers below the school level. Secret verification had already been conducted with significant effects, and mass production was expected to be realized soon. In the Elder Star's office more than half a month ago, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Jagurushia, Satan, was flipping through the documents in his hand, frowning and saying, CP9 just sent a report pointing out that a portion of people in the Navy have experienced an unusually strange increase in strength. There seems to be no connection between these individuals, except that they have all been to Vice Admiral Tsuru's psychological counseling room. Upon hearing this news, the other 4 Elder Stars fell into deep thought. After a while, Shepherd 10 Peter broke the silence, slowly saying, now that pirates are becoming increasingly arrogant, if the Navy can enhance its strength, it would also be a good thing for us. After all, they need to combat those increasingly powerful pirate crews. However, Jagurushia Satan did not fully agree with this viewpoint. He frowned and asked, are we just going to let it go? If these people's strength continues to grow at this rate, it may exceed our control. At this moment, Topman Vacheli shook his head in disagreement. He calmly analyzed, we can't let the Navy's strength become too strong. Otherwise, they might pose a threat to the world government. Therefore, I suggest sending CP9 to secretly investigate the specific reasons for these people's strength increase. At the same time, we must closely monitor their actions to ensure everything remains under our control. Marcus Maz nodded in agreement and added, regardless of the reasons behind their strength increase. As long as we can limit the Navy's funding sources and cut off their economic support, then the Navy naturally cannot continue to expand its influence. Ultimately, they will still obediently listen to our commands. After discussion, the 5 Elder Stars decided to have CP9 conduct a secret investigation to determine the true reasons behind the Navy's strength increase. At the same time, they needed to remain vigilant to prevent the Navy's power from excessively swelling, ensuring that the world government always held the highest authority. Just then, the Elder Stars received another message from CP9. They learned about the miraculous effects of the energy pill and immediately decided to terminate the investigation into it. After all, in the world of One Piece, rapidly increasing strength through continuous training was not uncommon. With a magical energy pill, people could avoid hidden dangers from overtraining while having more time to devote to training. Therefore, it was reasonable for some to accelerate their growth and surpass other strong individuals with the energy pill. The previous investigation was due to the emergence of uncontrollable factors in the Navy, but now that the cause and effect were clear, there was no need to continue consuming manpower for the investigation. The world was currently in turmoil, and there were too many places needing manpower. CP9, as a capable assistant, was particularly short-staffed. After discussion and consideration, Jagurushia Satan ultimately made the decision. Let CP9 go to Egghead. We need to obtain relevant information from Vegapunk and conveniently send a portion of the energy pill's share to Ganho Island. His voice was steady and firm, as if he had already seen the future development of the situation. After Sengoku and Kizaru finished discussing the energy pill, Sengoku opened the nearby sealing scroll and took everything out. These items were divided into 3 piles, 3 boxes, a pile of scrolls, and a pile of papers and letters. Sengoku took out a portion of the elixirs from the boxes and handed them to Kizaru, saying, this is your share for this period. Kizaru took the elixirs without hesitation and placed them into his space scroll in front of Sengoku. Then, Sengoku took out several dozen from the pile of ninjutsu scrolls, including 8 groups, each containing a chakra extraction technique, a 5-element ninjutsu, and 3 body duplication techniques. In addition, there was an ancient type of animal fruit and 5 superhuman-type ninjutsu obtained in exchange, including 4 D-class 5-element ninjutsu each, 1 C-class 5-element ninjutsu each, and 1 B-class water-release ninjutsu that particularly restrained the devil fruits in the One Piece world. As for why this water, generated from chakra, could restrain the devil fruits, it was because Yunjing once used water release on Luffy, and as a result, Luffy instantly fell to the ground. It must be said that Luffy, as a test subject, was really too useful. After all, what could provide more accurate results than using the Son of Destiny from a world for an experiment? The last item is the essential sealing scroll for practicing ninjutsu, totaling 30 in number. Sengoku carefully checked all the ninjutsu scrolls, then picked up a stack of papers and the letter. Opening the letter, it detailed various precautions regarding chakra and introduced the concepts of chakra attribute weaknesses and the function of chakra paper. The information about chakra attribute weaknesses should have been conveyed to Sengoku by Carp last time, but Yun Jing accidentally forgot, so it was included this time. Additionally, the chakra paper was a complimentary item this time. In the future, if needed, it would cost 500 berries per sheet. After reading it, Sengoku couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chakra is divided into 5 attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. These 5 attributes counter each other in pairs. Fire counters wind, wind counters lightning, lightning counters earth, earth counters water, and water counters fire. Chakra paper can detect the attributes of a ninja's chakra. The results of the 5-element attribute test are as follows. Fire. The paper will catch fire. Wind. The paper will split in the middle. Lightning. The paper will wrinkle. Water. The paper will become wet. Earth. The paper will crumble. If a ninja possesses all 5 attributes, there will be areas that are on fire, split, wrinkled, wet, and crumbling. Note, the degree of change in the paper depends on the amount of chakra the ninja possesses. The hidden attributes are yin and yang, symbolizing mental and physical strength, respectively. These 2 forces cannot be tested by chakra paper. A preliminary judgment suggests that, in a certain sense, the Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki in the 3-color Haki correspond to the yin attribute, while the Navy's 6 powers, particularly the life return technique and armament Haki, correspond to the yang attribute. The last statement is purely Yun Jing speculation based on actual circumstances, but it holds some correctness. It's worth noting that in the Naruto world, the most significant representative of the yang attribute, which symbolizes physical strength, is the Uzumaki clan, known for their powerful vitality and endurance, allowing them to possess more chakra than normal people. The Akimichi clan also exhibits this, primarily by using fat as a substitute for chakra storage. Additionally, the average lifespan of the Uzumaki clan is generally longer than that of other ninja clans, indicating the influence of the yang attribute on lifespan. Similarly, in the martial arts world, the yang attribute manifests as internal energy. Internal energy can not only enhance a martial artist's attack and defense, but also prolong life, keeping the martial artist healthy and vigorous. Carp's ability not to suffer a decline in strength due to aging is precisely because he has trained the life return technique to an instinctual level. In gaming terms, he has successfully turned a skill that originally required active activation into a passive triggered skill. Furthermore, the energy from the food Carp consumes daily is also stored and silently replaces the essence consumed over time. This self-repair mechanism prevents his strength from declining due to aging. If it weren't for the frequent need to participate in battles, Carp's lifespan could far exceed the average person's expectations. As mentioned earlier, due to the existence of deviations and diversity in the world, the same power can develop differently in different environments. In the tumultuous world of One Piece, people generally pursue the enhancement of power. Naturally, the yang attribute, which symbolizes physical strength, develops toward aggression. Sengoku set aside all other matters and said seriously to Kazu, "Borsellino, your speed is fast. Hurry up and copy these scrolls." "What? Lord Sengoku, are you not aware of the situation? Although I have the ability of the Pika Pika no Mi, I am not the Flash. My speed doesn't mean I can do everything quickly." Kitaru, leisureli sippingtea, nearly spat it out in frustration at Sengoku, feeling like he had been trampled by thousands of alpacas. He looked at Sengoku expressionlessly and then pointed to the nearby photocopier, asking, "Lord Sengoku, if that's the case, why don't we use the photocopier? It's much more efficient." Sengoku awkwardly replied, "This is for safety reasons." Kizaru made a helpless expression, secretly muttering, "Aren't you just messing with me?" He sighed and then asked, "So how many copies do you need?" Sengoku thought for a moment and replied, "Let's prepare 10 copies for now." Upon hearing this number, Kizaru immediately stood up, swiftly unrolling each scroll and placing them on the photocopier to start the copying process. About an hour later, the copying was finally completed. Kizaru extended his finger, a flash of light passed, and then the area where the photocopier was located instantly became empty, leaving only a pile of char marks. Then Kizaru turned to Sengoku and said, "Lord Sengoku, it's all done now. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Sengoku pulled out a copy of the chakra extraction technique and a piece of chakra paper from a stack of copied documents and handed them to Kizaru, earnestly reminding him, "Remember to practice seriously when you get back." Kizaru had frequent interactions with Yin Jing and could be considered familiar with him. Time flows endlessly, and the world changes unpredictably, but only powerful strength remains the eternal pass. For this reason, Kizaru, who usually has a laid-back attitude towards work and enjoys slacking off, willingly accepted Sengoku's demands. working overtime continuously. Moreover, Kizaru keenly sensed the unique atmosphere brought about by the shift in the era through Yunjing. The private purchase of body training pills was Kizaru's first step in his desire to keep pace with the times. While the chakra extraction technique he now held was undoubtedly the crucial second step towards a new era. After Sengoku properly handled the matters on his desk, he went straight to knock on Crane's door in the quiet of the night. After a secret meeting lasting more than 10 minutes, Sengoku set off on his way home. Upon returning home and sitting by the bed, he was immediately greeted by the sight of the chakra extraction technique copy paper. Both individuals with the potential of a general. Facing this method of chakra extraction that aligns with the world of One Piece would naturally have an extraordinary training speed. Moreover, they already possessed top-tier physical and mental strength. In just one night, they successfully refined a considerable amount of chakra. Kizaru carefully took out a piece of chakra paper from his pocket, took a deep breath, and infused his chakra into it. Moments later, the chakra paper displayed two results. One area caught fire while another crumpled. This indicated that Kizaru possessed both fire and lightning attributes simultaneously. In the Warring States period, Zhanghua took out a chakra paper for testing, which indicated that he possessed earth attributes. Nevertheless, Zhanghua did not feel discouraged. Previously, Yunjing had mentioned that as long as a practitioner reaches a certain level, they can attempt to cultivate other attributes. It was just that this time he did not obtain the long-desired water attribute. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. Kizaru arrived early at Zhanghua's office door and gently knocked. When Zhanghua answered and opened the door, Kizaru eagerly asked him for the ninjutsu manual on fire and lightning attributes. While extracting chakra was quick, they soon discovered a problem. For those who were accustomed to a bold and aggressive fighting style, manipulating ninjutsu that required precise control was incredibly difficult. Even though they had extraordinary physical control abilities, mastering the complex and variable hand-sealing techniques was not something that could be achieved overnight. Thanks to Yang Jian, who loves chicken thighs, user 155659090, Yuguang, who loves shrimp and ribs, Suwuche Hongmeng, I am who I am, Chuan, who likes cranberries, Fisher and I Air, Sa, Ao Ding, The Lurking Shadow, The Boundless Yin Shu, Formatting, Yu, Jin Jia Huang Wang, After the Rain, The Sky is Clear, Xing Hai Wan Qing Ming, Huazai Wei Wu, The Bewitched Ignitz, Pofik, The Spirit Sparrow of Yuling Qi, Yu Dain Shan Yu, Rin Ping Shang of the Summer Ding Tomb, Brother Feng, and the gifts from user 105298847. Yun Jing stared wide-eyed at the prompt on the panel, his face filled with disbelief. But the reality was right in front of him, leaving no room for doubt. Although he still had countless questions in his heart, since the benefits had already fallen into his lap, he could only accept them calmly. After calming down and asking detailed questions, he finally understood that this so-called CN was indeed true to its name. The 36 Heavenly Gang techniques and the 72 Earth Fiend techniques were practically useless, like a chicken rib. If he hadn't consumed the devil fruits, they might have been barely useful. But now they seem to be nothing more than a flashy decoration. Especially the 36 Heavenly Gang technique, sowing beans to create soldiers, which was formed by merging the dodo fruit and the cancan fruit, was particularly disappointing. To perform this technique, the only available magical materials were limited to his own body tissues, and the required quantity was enormous. With just Yun Jing's hair and fingernails, he probably wouldn't even be able to make 2 puppets. Even if he could succeed in creating them, their quality would likely be extremely poor, at most serving as scarecrows in the rice fields. However, if he had swallowed these 2 fruits beforehand, the situation would be different. At that time, he could first use the power of the cancan fruit to create a large number of fences, and then use the dodo fruit to convert them into beans and further refine them. In this way, while he couldn't compare to the legendary yellow turban warriors, at least it would still look somewhat like those brain-dead robots of later times. The divine movement skill among the 72 Earth Fiend techniques was derived from a merging of the wheel fruit and the ride fruit. This was indeed practical, as it could accelerate his speed. As for the fragmentation technique, it was extracted from the rusty fruit. Well, it could at least serve as a nail clipper or a paper shredder. At this moment, even without the system saying much, Yun Jing's mind was as clear as a mirror. He was very aware that the reason these abilities could be successfully extracted was largely due to the compatibility or congruence among them. In other words, it was necessary to gather the characteristics of several fruits together to piece together a unique technique. If he had Buggy's split fruit as auxiliary materials at this time, then without a doubt, the fragmentation technique would definitely have a high completion rate. Yunjing gazed at his treasure point balance. A wave of sadness surged in his heart, and his eyes instantly became moist, tears flowing uncontrollably. Just not long ago, he had spent a fortune to consume a priceless superhuman rubber fruit. Oh no, to be precise. It should be the even rarer human fruit, mythical type, Nika form, coupled with the treasure points required to directly learn the essence of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. This series of expenses had turned his once considerable savings into a state of barely making ends meet. What's worse, several of his clones were continuously using the incredibly expensive training rooms. As a result, his pockets were now emptier than his handsome face. The human fruit, mythical type, Nika form, 2,000 treasure points, and the essence of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations actually required 300 treasure points to learn directly. After adding these two expenses and considering the treasure points spent on frequently purchasing devil fruits with Yubuchuan, he was left with a pitiful 700 points. If it weren't for trading items with Yubuchuan daily to make ends meet, he might even struggle to support his daily training. However, the outcome of such a high price paid was equally astonishing. The most significant effect of the essence of the 72 transformations was that it could greatly enhance the training progress of other techniques. Now, not only had the essence been cultivated to a small success, but even the dog transformation had successfully broken through its bottleneck and reached a small success. Without further ado, it was time to integrate the brand new 72 transformations. As for training, without the devil fruit, he could only observe. Thus, the earthly fiend's 72 transformations now cover the essence, dog, cow, bear, horse, dinosaur, and rhino, totaling 7 transformation forms. Meanwhile, the shop had added up to 21 new powerful products, while the 3 incomplete spells were not put on display due to their unsatisfactory actual effects. The price of ordinary animal type devil fruits, 600,100 treasure points. Dragon fruit, ancient type, stegosaurus form, 1,200 treasure points. Supplément type, des villes fruits priced, 600 à 1,500 treasure points. Rust fruit, 1,500 points. Will fruit, 600 points. At this moment, Yubuchuan and Tian were completely stunned, as so many devil fruits were suddenly listed. Yubuchuan had taken over the entire royal library, causing his treasure point balance to soar to an astonishing 8,848 points. However, at this moment, his own strength had stagnated at a peak state like that of the sunflower ancestor. If he did not encounter something extraordinary, it would be difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Because of this, his desire to spend had also diminished significantly. On the other hand, Tian had made a fortune with the hundreds of ninja technique manuals, especially the remarkable 8 Gates Duanjia technique. Unfortunately, despite carrying the burden of supporting many people's training alone, her current treasure point balance was only 6,666 points. Even more regrettably, they were currently in an external environment where confidentiality was indeed concerning. Otherwise, she would have longed to purchase several devil fruits to gift to Mike Guy, Rock Lee, and Niji Hyuga. On the mention of the 8 Gates Duanjia, some may wonder why Yunjing didn't use this technique when fighting Carp. The answer is simple. It was just a matter of pain. After all, it wasn't a life or death situation, so why torture himself like that? On this day, the third clone suddenly received a message through the communication snail from the main body, informing that the Chunin exams had concluded and inquiring about Orochimaru's current situation. The third clone softly said, Orochimaru is still delving into the information we provided, but I think the time should be about right. Tian nodded slightly in agreement and decisively hung up the communication snail. As night fell and all was silent, while the third clone was focused on cultivating his inner power, a familiar and chilling aura quietly emerged again. The third clone stood up and suddenly exhaled a burst of flames, instantly boiling the tea that had cooled in the teapot set aside. Then, he skillfully poured 2 cups of hot tea, as if everything was under control. As expected, with the steaming aroma of tea wafting through the air, Orochimaru suddenly appeared like a ghost and naturally took a seat at the table. The third clone's gaze was sharp as a knife, staring intently at the person before him, and spoke softly. What is the situation? After such a long time, you must have investigated the things I provided almost thoroughly, right? Orochimaru slightly closed his eyes, and various clues and information that his subordinates had painstakingly gathered flashed through his mind. The major ninja villages were heavily guarded, making it not easy to infiltrate them. In stark contrast, the residences of the daimyos within various countries were relatively easy to enter. Moreover, the places where relevant historical documents were stored were not considered precious items, and their defensive power was also relatively weak. Thus, he could easily traverse between many noble homes in the 5 great countries, and even numerous folklore stories circulating among the people were delivered to him without omission. Thanks to the convenience of the shadow clone technique, he was able to browse through a wealth of materials. In just about 2 months, combined with the intelligence he gathered from the White Snake Sage in the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru had successfully pieced together a significant portion of the historical tapestry of the ninja world. The first thing that caught his eye was the renowned Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and Uzumaki clan. These 4 clans rose to prominence almost simultaneously, shining like 4 brilliant stars at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Hence, the records regarding them were relatively complete. What was surprising was that over the past few hundred years, whenever the Senju and Uchiha clans attempted to cease hostilities and achieve peace, they would always reignite the flames of war due to various unbelievable reasons, as if they were being toyed with by fate. Looking at those so-called noble powers, their rise and fall were filled with drama. Whenever a certain power grew strong enough to hope for unification, it would be like being cursed, experiencing internal division and collapse, ultimately leading to decline and downfall. However, up to this day, there was still no information regarding Uchiha Madara's meticulously planned schemes and mysterious Dawn organization, hidden behind layers of fog, making it difficult to glimpse the truth within. Orochimaru took a sip of tea, then spoke leisurely. Your organization is hidden so deeply that I can't find any clues at all. At this moment, the 3rd clone secretly thought to himself, if you could find a trace, that would truly be strange. Currently, this organization essentially only has me, even counting the shopkeeper and Master Yu. There are only 3 people in total. Is it possible that your intelligence network can reach places that don't exist in the world? That's just a dream. However, he responded on the surface. Our organization has a means of communication that is absolutely confidential and never reveals itself in the name of the organization. If you can uncover any clues, that would indeed be a rare event. When the 3rd clone mentioned this statement, Orochimaru instantly thought of the illusion technique that the Akatsuki organization is skilled at. If the Akatsuki intended to hide between a mortal realm, this technique would undoubtedly help them achieve their goals with ease. However, Orochimaru was still clueless about what kind of methods this mysterious Dawn organization was using to carry out such secretive actions. The 3rd clone paused for a moment and then continued, so, Orochimaru, how are you thinking now? Have you made a decision? Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he softly responded, well, let me first understand what benefits I could gain if I choose to join your mysterious organization. Also, what exactly is the nature of your organization? Once I become a member, what responsibilities and obligations must I bear? And what can I gain from this? In response to Orochimaru's series of questions, the 3rd clone displayed an inscrutable expression, answering with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Orochimaru, you should remember when you joined the Akatsuki back then, right? At that time, Zero did not promise you any special benefits. However, rest assured, our Dawn organization is completely different from the violent groups like the Akatsuki. We place great importance on cooperation and support among members, and it's quite harmonious here. Regarding the nature of the organization, you might consider an association that advocates equality and mutual assistance. There are people from various backgrounds and identities here, but everyone can showcase their strengths and pursue their ideals together. You just need to focus on doing what you truly desire. After all, that's the key reason we sought you out and invited you to join. However, while you strive to achieve your own goals, you will also be helping to complete some tasks assigned by the organization. Of course, in return, the organization will not neglect you and will provide you with the rewards you deserve. After saying this, the 3rd clone quietly looked at Orochimaru, seemingly waiting for him to make a final decision. After deep contemplation, the 3rd clone finally spoke. Well, since you're the first person I invited, if you decide to join our organization, I am willing to give you a piece of confidential information as a gift. Hearing this, Orochimaru's smile grew even more pronounced as he replied, I hope you will not hesitate to provide guidance in the future. The 3rd clone nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued. In that case, you may address me by the codename master within the organization. As for you, you might as well choose a codename for yourself. Additionally, here is a communication device for you to use within the organization. With that, the 3rd clone reached into his bosom and pulled out a peculiar creature that turned out to be a telephone worm. This telephone worm was somewhat different from the usual ones. It was a directional telephone worm. Such telephone worms did not have specific numbers. Their function was limited to receiving or dialing calls from specific other telephone worms, specially crafted by the warring states for Cloudscape, designed to eliminate any potential eavesdropping. Taking this opportunity, Cloudscape also asked the warring states for various types of telephone worms, such as white telephone worms, imaging telephone worms, and projection telephone worms. At this moment, Orochimaru was staring intently at this strange creature, filled with doubts and curiosity. The third clone calmly stated, "This is a telephone worm, a magical creature that can be used for communication. You just need to feed it some vegetables or similar food daily. As for its usage, it's quite simple, not much different from a regular landline. The only difference is that this thing is a living creature." After saying this, the third clone took out a corresponding telephone worm and personally demonstrated the operation process to Orochimaru. Once the demonstration was complete, the third clone put away the telephone worm and asked, "So, have you thought a codename for yourself?" Holding the telephone worm, Orochimaru examined it carefully, and after listening to the third clone, he replied, "Let's call it Eternal Life. Since I have successfully joined your organization, may I ask where the leader of our organization is? How many members are there? Have there been any events like offline meetings?" Hearing this, the third clone's expression darkened, and he answered sternly, "At present, you are merely a newcomer and an outer member. These matters are not within your scope to inquire about. At this stage, the only core member you can interact with is me. One day, in the future, when you truly advance to a formal member of the organization, you will naturally know everything." Orochimaru slightly lowered his eyelids and scrutinized the information before him, committing to memory the current levels exposed to the outside, outer members, formal members, and the existence of core members. He nodded gently, indicating his understanding. Then he raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at the third clone, and slowly spoke. "Regarding the intelligence you mentioned earlier." The third clone responded without hesitation. "A descendant of the Uzumaki clan has appeared in the Grass Ninja Village." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. In the past, he might not have paid much attention to the Uzumaki clan, but the situation was now different. Since learning about the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan and discovering that the Uzumaki clan is indeed a bloodline descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, their status in Orochimaru's eyes had instantly risen, almost comparable to the powerful Uchiha clan. Orochimaru took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions and then said, "So, this intelligence is very much to my liking, Master. Now, regarding the task of recruiting Baloo, should we continue with the relevant tasks?" The third clone answered straightforwardly, "That's right. This is your first task after joining our organization. Find a way to recruit Baloo and make him a preparatory member of the organization. Upon completing this task, you will receive a special reward granting you purchasing rights for items within the organization." Orochimaru silently committed this new level preparatory member to memory and inferred from previous information that this was likely the lowest level within the organization. He thought to himself, granting a purchasing right for items within the organization? That's a good opportunity to delve deeper into the organization's operational model. Moreover, as the master said, once I learn about Baloo's forbidden technique, I will certainly find it hard to resist the desire to gain insight into this forbidden technique. In fact, over the past 2 months, Orochimaru had not merely sent people to search for those historical legends. Major ninja villages and exchange markets were filled with his carefully planted spies, who were constantly focused on gathering any information related to ninjas with bloodline limits. With this in mind, since both parties had a common goal, Orochimaru naturally did not mind taking on such a task. Thus, he responded without hesitation, "All right, I accept this task." The third clone nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then said, "In that case, this matter is settled, and I will take my leave. I hope you can fulfill my wishes and not disappoint me." After finishing speaking, the third clone performed the shadow clone jutsu in front of Orochimaru, and the invisible shop pendant returned to its original body as the shadow clone dissipated. In the middle of the night, while resting, Tian was suddenly awakened by the memories that appeared in her mind. After receiving all the information from the third clone, she thought for a moment and then got up directly. Niji, who was on night watch, looked over, and after Tian gestured, Niji nodded and did not pay further attention to her. A moment later, in a hidden place, Tian divided off another clone resembling Ubuchuan and took the shop pendant away again. 2 days later, the group that went out to participate in the Chunin exam finally returned. Might Guy let the 3 go back to rest first and went alone to the Hokage building to report the mission. That night, at the familiar riverside, after a big meal, Might Guy told everyone to rest for 2 days before taking on another C-rank mission to eliminate bandits outside the village. After clearing the bandits, Tian took out 3 animal-type devil fruits, specifically the bear fruit and the koala form. Although the 3 had some doubts about this strange-looking fruit, they still ate it. Tian looked at the 3 after they ate and said, "After transforming, you must control yourselves." The 3 didn't quite understand the sentence, but soon realized it. After eating, a surge of energy suddenly erupted from their bodies, and when they instinctively touched it, 3 koalas appeared in the square. That day, the Yunjing restaurant was bustling with activity. People sat around, chatting and laughing, enjoying delicious food and happy times. Suddenly, a voice broke the calm. Hey, have you heard? Recently, a group of fishmen was caught near Cocoa West Village. Did you know? The speaker was Villager A, who had a mysterious expression on his face, as if he possessed some great secret. Villager B, sitting nearby, became interested upon hearing this. However, seeing Villager A deliberately teasing them, he felt somewhat dissatisfied and said irritably, "Kelly, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us already. If you don't, I'll go back and tell your wife that you're out drinking again." As he spoke, he waved his wine glass as if threatening him. Upon hearing this, Kelly's expression instantly turned ugly. He widened his eyes at Villager B and stammered, "Kiguxi, can't you just act like a decent person? Besides, I'm not afraid of my wife. I respect her, love her, and just don't want to make her angry." After saying this, he puffed out his chest, trying to show that he was not a weak person. However, Kiguxi didn't buy it and only scoffed dismissively. After all, Kelly's fear of his wife was already a well-known fact in the village, and everyone was aware of it. But he didn't continue to provoke Kelly. After all, jokes are jokes. If he really pushed Kelly too hard, he might actually keep quiet, which would be too boring. So, Kiguxi changed his tone and smiled at Kelly, saying, all right, let us just say I misspoke. Hurry up and tell us what is going on. Otherwise, this meal won't be interesting at all. I can at least cover for you when we go back. Seymour's Ziji village was established by warriors from the Land of Harmony. This village adheres to the long-standing principles of the Land of Harmony, and its people are extremely simple and kind-hearted, due to very little contact with the outside world. Even the newsbirds that relay information rarely visit this place. On ordinary days, villagers can only rely on chatting and joking with each other to pass the time. Therefore, when they heard that Yunjing had failed to train as a swordsman at the Isen Dojo, everyone eagerly urged him to reopen the restaurant. Most of the information that villagers received came from the occasional visiting merchant ships or passenger ships that docked at the port. Among these people, Kelly was the most well-informed in the village. He not only worked at the dock handling cargo, but also used this job advantage to access information from the outside world and learn about various strange occurrences. That morning, sunlight spilled onto the shimmering sea surface as Kelly arrived early at the dock, as usual, to help the crew unload cargo. Amidst the hustle, he accidentally overheard a sailor discussing an eye-catching piece of news. It turned out that a fisherman gang called the Evil Dragon Pirates had escaped from the distant Grand Line to the East Sea and was wreaking havoc on an island. However, fortunately, this gang of fishmen encountered the Navy passing through and was ultimately defeated. Hearing this, the villagers present were all extremely surprised, and Kelly captured the villagers' attention. One villager, who claimed to be knowledgeable, couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean once you enter the Grand Line, you can't return?" Just as everyone fell into thought, another villager named Bing suddenly interjected, "Aren't they fishmen? They might have swum over directly." This remark immediately caused an uproar, with one villager, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Hey, did you know? I heard from someone that mermaids are the most beautiful creatures in the sea. How wonderful it would be to marry one and bring her home." Another villager immediately retorted, "Come on, look at yourself. Even fishmen probably would look at you." The earlier speaking villager huffed in dissatisfaction. "What is wrong with fantasizing a little?" He then asked, "By the way, what do you think these fishmen look like? Do they have fish-like upper bodies and human legs?" The crowd shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. At this time, someone turned their gaze to Kelly and asked, "Hey, Kelly, do you know what fishmen look like?" Thus, the topic about the capture of the fishermen pirates quickly shifted to a lively discussion about their physical characteristics. Meanwhile, Yun Jing, who was lazily dozing by the cash register, initially felt quite curious about these fishmen. After all, according to the timeline, it seemed to be the time when the evil dragon was coming to the East Sea. He wondered which island they had been caught on and whether Nami-S Island had been affected. He was thinking of getting closer to join in the conversation, but he saw that the villagers' discussions were becoming increasingly distorted. Yun Jing sometimes feels that he is really not perverse enough and feels somewhat out of place with them. Therefore, he helplessly shook his head and decided to go with the flow, no longer forcing it. In his mind, he thought about how, under his influence, Karp was now enjoying retirement in Windmill Village, and Bogart was wandering around the East Sea, trying to combat pirates and striving to make the East Sea the safest maritime area in the world to promote the justice of the Navy. Looking at the increasingly uncontrollable scene before him, Yun Jing felt a bit irritated and prepared to go to the backyard to fish. Just as he was getting up, a notification sounded. Ding, congratulations, host has found a small thousand world. Would the host like to choose observer mode or directly deploy a customer token? Yun Jing quickly ran to the backyard and entered the mall, saying, select observer mode. As Yun Jing stepped into the mall, his consciousness immediately switched to observer mode. The scene before him unfolded like a vibrant and colorful painting. The first scene that caught his eye was a magnificent view, rolling mountains shrouded in mist, with an exquisite pavilion rising majestically amidst the gaps. A grand waterfall cascaded down, and below it, a massive water wheel slowly turned. Unfortunately, before Yun Jing could carefully examine the other scenery, the image quickly shifted. Next, he arrived at the second scene, surrounded by mountains once again, but this time bathed in sunlight. In those steep areas, a group of laborers and stonemasons were busily working to quarry stones and build the city walls. From a distance, the wall resembled a winding dragon coiling between the peaks, imposing and breathtaking. However, just as Yun Jing wanted to explore further, the perspective changed again. The third scene presented a wide valley, where many laborers and stonemasons were still hard at work. They were either chiseling stones or leveling the land, each person focused on their tasks. Meanwhile, not far away, several kiln openings burned brightly, with thick smoke billowing upwards. On an adjacent open ground, rows of lifelike statues stood tall. The fourth scene brought Yun Jing's view to the sky. Looking down from above, he saw a grand palace complex, resplendent and dazzling. In the center of this complex was a spacious square adorned with 12 towering bronze statues reaching for the clouds. The fifth scene slowly unfolded, revealing a magnificent palace, grand and glorious. The interior was spacious and solemn. His gaze first fell upon a middle-aged man wearing a 12-crest crown. He stood tall and imposing, with a handsome face that exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Just a glance was enough to evoke a sense of awe and fear. At that moment, the middle-aged man was holding a delicate carving knife, intently reading a bamboo slip placed on his desk. Beside him stood a man dressed in eunuch attire, with his head bowed, respectfully standing by without daring to make a sound. As Yun Jing's gaze moved past them, he noticed a gigantic balance placed beneath the palace walls. On one side of the balance were several heavy metal ingots, while the other side neatly held dozens of bamboo slips. Just then, Yun Jing suddenly felt his vision becoming blurred. He immediately understood that this meant the designated time had arrived. Sure enough, in the next instant, his view quickly switched to the vast trading hall ahead. After witnessing the previous 5 scenes, Yun Jing already knew who the customer visiting this time was. Thinking of this made him feel a mix of excitement and anticipation, but he also speculated which version would appear this time. After all, as a historically renowned figure in his past life, various versions of his works were abundant. From here on, everything would depend on the other party's choice. After finishing a memorial, Ingzheng wearily handed it to the eunuch beside him. He had been reviewing memorials for quite some time, and his eyes felt a strain. Thus, he slightly nodded, extending his right hand to gently rub his eye corners, trying to alleviate the fatigue. However, just as he nodded and closed his eyes, and the eunuch turned to leave, a strange phenomenon quietly occurred. A mysterious token suddenly appeared out of thin air and slowly floated down onto the desk in front of him. Eventually, the token settled in the center of the desk like a light feather. The eunuch carefully placed the memorial on the balance, then quickly returned to his previous position, bowing his head respectfully and standing silently to the side. The entire process was quiet, as if not a single breeze had blown through. Due to fear, the eunuch did not dare to raise his head, naturally unaware of the suddenly appeared token. After a while, Ingzheng felt his eyes had become much more comfortable and prepared to resume reviewing the memorials. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he instinctively reached for the desk to pick up another memorial awaiting his review. But at that moment, he sharply sensed something extra on the table. Simultaneously, a crisp and mysterious voice suddenly echoed in the depths of Ingzheng's mind. Congratulations! You have been favored by the Multiverse Trading Mall. This token is your entry pass to the Multiverse Trading Mall. With it, you gain the right to step inside and freely browse and trade rare treasures from various worlds. Whether it is endless power, prolonged life, or an unknown future, Everything you desire is here. So, esteemed customer, do you wish to step into this magical multiverse trading mall? Please answer yes or no. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Ing Zhang's right hand instinctively retracted as if it had touched an electric current, and he quickly reached for the Tianwen sword placed beside him. At that moment, the large characters that had been clearly visible in his mind suddenly vanished without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find a token emitting a strange light placed on the desk before him. Ing Zhang quietly circulated the vast, innate, true qi within him, carefully sensing every change in his body, confirming that nothing was amiss. He then solemnly said, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadowy guard suddenly appeared in the previously empty hall, kneeling on one knee. The guard was agile, appearing like a ghost. Hadyating ashidinyoha. Ing Zhang fixed his sharp gaze on the kneeling guard and asked in a commanding tone, "Did anything unusual happen in the hall just now?" The guard hurriedly clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "Reporting to your majesty, I did not sense any disturbances." Ing Zhang slightly squinted, falling into a brief contemplation. He knew that with his peak master-level strength, his senses were extraordinarily sharp. If anything unusual had occurred, it would be impossible to escape his perception. However, at this moment, neither he nor the well-trained, loyal shadow guards had noticed even the slightest hint of anything amiss. This situation indeed raised doubts in his mind. After pondering for a moment, Ing Zhang finally made up his mind and commanded in a deep voice, "Quickly summon the moon goddess to see me." As soon as he finished speaking, one shadow guard swiftly flickered and vanished from the spot like a ghost. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a graceful figure slowly approached. The newcomer was the moon goddess from the Yin-Yang family. She walked lightly and elegantly, performing a solemn greeting to Ing Zhang on the high platform, gently asking, "Your Majesty, may I ask why you summoned me?" Ing Zhang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he looked at the person before him, and spoke softly, "You come to inspect for me, to see if I have been afflicted by some sort of curse." Upon hearing these words, the moon goddess couldn't help but show a look of astonishment, secretly perplexed. Firstly, let's not mention who would dare to cast a spell on Ing Zhang. How could the heavily guarded and elite-laden palace of Xianyang be a place that ordinary people could easily infiltrate? Moreover, Ing Zhang's strength is also among the top. Despite her heart full of doubts, the moon goddess did not dare to show any signs of negligence, as the will of the saint is hard to defy. She gracefully moved her lotus steps and ascended the high platform, first apologizing to Ing Zhang, and then began to carefully examine his physical condition, channeling the vigorous true energy within her. After a thorough investigation, the moon goddess found no abnormalities and replied, "Reporting to your majesty, I have not detected anything unusual about you." Ing Zhang's face was as somber as water, his gaze deep like a chasm, and his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of imperceptible authority as he asked lightly, "Really?" The moon goddess gently shook her head and replied, "In this world, the various spellcasting techniques are most proficiently mastered by my Yin-Yang family. Within my family, apart from the leader and the Eastern Lord, I possess the deepest attainments. It is impossible for these two to make a move against your majesty. Furthermore, I've already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Looking across the world, spells that could evade my discerning eyes are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It should be noted that in the realm of martial arts during the Qin dynasty, the divisions were clearly defined: acquired, innate, grandmaster, and celestial being. Among them, those in the celestial being realm are few and far between, considered to be unparalleled experts. As a peak grandmaster, the moon goddess's strength is already at the pinnacle of the world, sufficient to look down upon all heroes. A slight modification here. Karp's cultivation level is changed to transcendence. The cultivation level of physical martial artists will be slightly higher, while their combat power will be lower. The Yin-Yang family has a very close cooperation with the Qin dynasty, and Ing Zhang still trusts the Yin-Yang family quite a bit. However, he did not dismiss his doubts due to the moon goddess's words. His right hand continued to lightly rub the mysterious token on the table, his mind repeatedly recalling that perplexing phrase. After a moment, Ing Zhang ordered again, "Investigate thoroughly once more." Upon hearing this, the moon goddess couldn't help but frown slightly. But she knew Ing Zhang's meticulous mind, so she did not dare to slack off and began to examine him carefully again. After a short while, the moon goddess respectfully replied, "Reporting to your majesty, I have repeatedly checked many times and have found no abnormalities." Although there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her words, it was hard to conceal her confidence in her own judgment. After hearing this, Ying Zheng's expression instantly became dark and inscrutable, like the oppressive dark clouds in the sky. He fell silent, and as time passed second by second, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, making it hard to breathe. Finally, after a long wait, Ying Zheng suddenly reached out and grabbed the token beside him, holding it tightly in his hand. He then turned his gaze to the moon goddess and said solemnly, "You come and see for yourself if there is anything unusual about this token." The moon goddess was taken aback. She focused her gaze on Ying Zheng's empty palm, feeling puzzled inside. Although it seemed from Ying Zheng's gesture that he was indeed holding something, what lay before her was clearly empty, with no trace of the token at all. This was truly perplexing. How was she supposed to check it? With no other choice. The moon goddess could only show a hint of an awkward smile and softly respond, "Your Majesty, are you joking? There is no token here." Upon seeing this, Ying Zheng slightly furrowed his brow and turned to the eunuch standing nearby, asking in a deep voice, "You take a good look. Is there a token in my hand?" The eunuch did not dare to be negligent and quickly raised his head, swiftly glancing at Ying Zheng's hands, then replied, "Reporting to your Majesty. I do not see any token." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's gaze became even deeper, as if he had fallen into contemplation. After a moment, it seemed as if Ying Zheng had made a decision. He gently nodded and said, "In that case, I am afraid I will have to trouble the moon goddess to make a trip." At this moment, the moon goddess had already sensed Ying Zheng's intention to dismiss her. Thus, she very tactfully bowed to Ying Zheng to bid farewell and quietly left, her heart full of doubts. Left alone in place, Ying Zheng continued to ponder for a long time. Ultimately, he made up his mind to take the risk himself. With his strength, he did not believe anyone could easily harm him. Without hesitation, he extended his finger and firmly pressed the yes button that appeared in his mind, and after a sigh, he opened his panel. Host, Yunjing shop level, 0 cultivation level, peak pure level combat power level, mid-national level, according to the wise reader's opinion. Change to peak late middle school. The earlier part remains unchanged. I could write more with this time. Treasure points. 216 anchored world. The smiling, proud wanderer. The story of the 3 brothers saving their mother. The world of the bounty hunter boys against the heavens token. 0 customers. Yubuchuan daily mall functions. Item assessment. Fully automatic alchemy furnace. Training room. 3 live stone. Yun Jing stared wide-eyed at a line of text that appeared behind the anchored world. Reading wanted. The defiant path of the young criminal. A wave of shock and confusion surged within him, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. What on earth is this? How bizarre and strange. Well, never mind. It's better to wait patiently. Once someone steps in here, a glance at the 3 live stone will reveal which world they come from. Time passed second by second, and after about half an hour, Yun Jing finally received a notification from his system. A new guest is about to visit. Please prepare to welcome them. Ying Zheng did not hesitate to click the yes button, and in an instant, a portal shimmering with strange light suddenly appeared not far in front of the table. Almost simultaneously, 4 or 5 agile and well-trained shadow guards swiftly emerged before the portal like phantoms, forming a tight defensive formation. At the same time, 2 other shadow guards appeared at Ying Zheng's sides as if they had teleported. After Ying Zheng confirmed, the token in his hand immediately transmitted detailed information related to the portal. Through this information, Ying Zheng learned that the mysterious portal before him was a passage connecting the outside world to the trading mall, and under normal circumstances, others could not intrude without permission. However, before Ying Zheng could speak, Zhang Han, standing at the table between Ying Zheng and the portal, first bowed and reported seriously, "Your Majesty, this portal exudes an indescribable eerie aura. I humbly request Your Majesty to temporarily move elsewhere, just in case." Looking at the shadow guards standing around like statues, Ying Zheng maintained a calm expression and a determined gaze as he waved his wide sleeves and said in a deep voice, "There is no need to be nervous. All of you step back. I need to go out for a while, and today's events must be kept strictly confidential. Not a word should be leaked." Upon hearing this, Zhang Han hurriedly bowed and replied respectfully, "As you command, Your Majesty." After that, he led the shadow guards to swiftly retreat to the side, moving in perfect unison, well-trained. Ying Zheng did not hesitate to step over the table and walk directly toward the portal shimmering with mysterious light. Just as he stepped into the portal, a strange scene occurred. Both the portal and Ying Zheng suddenly vanished from the hall, as if they had never existed. Zhang Han witnessed this scene and did not dare to slack off. He immediately ordered loudly, "Seal off the Xianying Palace at once." Without the Emperor's command, no one is allowed to step into the Xianying Palace. Anyone who violates this will be severely punished. The shadow guards responded in unison, and then each took their positions, setting up tight defenses. Zhang Han also left the Xianying Palace to arrange for others to guard it. On the other side, after passing through the portal, Ying Zheng miraculously found himself before a magnificent trading hall. At the same time, a vast amount of information about the Celestial Trading Mall surged into his mind like a tide. Ying Zheng stood quietly in place, his eyes slightly closed, carefully sorting through the sudden influx of information. Time passed second by second, and, after a long while, he finally slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly, "I never expected that the immortal fate I have been seeking for many years would suddenly present itself before me. This is heaven's favor, destined for my Qin dynasty to last for thousands of generations, enjoying eternal peace." After saying this, Ying Zheng held his head high, took a big step, and resolutely walked toward the hall. Almost at the same moment that Ying Zheng entered the mall, Yin Jing, who was in the clouds, peered through the magical 3 live stone. With just a glance at Ying Zheng, he had already comprehended all of his information. Yun Jing pondered to himself. So it turns out to be the legend of Qin. Thinking back to the earlier name of the world he saw, the rebellious path of the fugitive boy, it seems quite fitting, as the main characters are all genuine fugitives. In the end, they even toppled the Qin dynasty, truly defying the heavens. Alas, it's such a pity. If only the first emperor could have lived for another 20 years, who knows what might have happened. Recalling his past life experiences, he was quite young then and could only watch a few episodes of this work on the old color TV at home. Later, when he entered university, he finally had the opportunity to enjoy it repeatedly from start to finish several times. However, it was regrettable that he never got to see the final conclusion of the story. Now, reuniting here can be considered the fulfillment of a long-held dream. In the scene presented by the 3 live stone, Yun Jing witnessed the scene of Ying Zheng being secretly plotted against and killed by Zhao Gao leading the Luo Wang forces. And he couldn't help but feel emotional and curse softly. It should be noted that the Luo Wang was one of the most trusted and powerful forces under Ying Zheng. But who could have predicted that this emperor, who dominated the world, would ultimately meet his demise at their hands? It's truly lamentable. Perhaps it was because Ying Zheng was overly arrogant, believing he could control everything in the world, yet never expected it would backfire on him. And that Zhao Gao was a ruthless person, hiding his true face until the last moment. At this moment, Yun Jing was sitting in the unique seat of the shopkeeper, his gaze closely following Ying Zheng as he walked toward him step by step. Faced with this ancestor who was both charming and imposing, he suddenly felt a sense of confusion, completely unsure how to handle the situation. From the moment Ying Zheng stepped into the Grand Hall, it was as if he was under an invisible mountain, and a heavy pressure came rushing at him. However, as an emperor of his time, that innate regal authority was like a powerful force supporting him, allowing him to step forward firmly against this pressure. Finally, Ying Zheng arrived in front of Yun Jing, gazing at this seemingly illusory yet truly existing figure. After a moment of contemplation, he slightly bent his body, clasped his hands in a fist, and respectfully said, "Zhao Xingzheng, pays respects to the shopkeeper." His voice was loud and powerful, revealing an undeniable authority. Yun Jing smiled and nodded slightly in response, and said softly, "Welcome, Your Majesty the First Emperor, to this mall. I am the shopkeeper, Yun Jing." Ying Zheng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, and he then asked, "Shopkeeper, I wish to know if your store has any methods for achieving immortality?" His words revealed a yearning and pursuit for eternal life. Yun Jing couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Ying Zheng's strength. He had already understood through the 3 live stone that he was at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Logically speaking, with Ying Zheng's profound cultivation, he should have no problem living to over 100 years. Moreover, the world they were in was not an ordinary historical timeline, but rather a fantastical one filled with colors from the Qin Shimingyu. As long as Ying Zheng did not recklessly consume those elixirs containing heavy metals, he naturally would not be troubled by illness. Furthermore, with the robust true energy within him for protection, he could extend his lifespan even further. Unfortunately, Ying Zheng ultimately fell prey to the treacherous Zhao Gao, leading to a tragic end, and Yun Jing could only say that he could not contend against fate, the destiny. However, it is fortunate that upon entering the mall, the so-called destiny could no longer bind our Zhengge. Yun Jing slowly shook his head and said softly, "Currently, the marketplace can only facilitate the circulation of the rare treasures that have already communicated with the world, and at most, I can optimize them. However, items for longevity are not scarce in the marketplace. There are already enough worlds for the marketplace to communicate with, and naturally, methods for eternal life will emerge." Upon hearing this, Ying did not feel discouraged, as he knew that as long as life remained, there would always be a glimmer of hope. Immediately afterward, Yunjing unhesitatingly opened the detailed lists for both Ying and the marketplace. Although Ying had some understanding of these items from the transmitted information, seeing them with his own eyes still stirred a hint of surprise within him. However, since he came from a world filled with extraordinary powers and had witnessed the moon goddess performing mysterious spells and astonishing astrology, his emotions did not fluctuate too greatly regarding what he saw. In the work Qin Shi Mingwei, character strengths are divided into 4 major stages: postnatal, innate, grandmaster, and celestial. Just before Ying stepped into the Great Hall, Yunjing had asked the system whether the celestial realm in Qin Shi Mingwei surpassed the level of mortals. The system's response was, not at all. On the surface, Qin Shi Mingwei seems to clearly differentiate cultivation levels into 4 tiers. In reality, the so-called celestial realm is merely a component of the grandmaster realm. Those experts in the celestial realm have only taken a small step forward and have not yet achieved complete transcendence. Name: Ying customer level, 0 treasure points, 0 cultivation level, transcendence level, late stage, combat power level, city level, mid stage. While Ying was viewing the list, Yunjing was also looking at Ying's list. National fortune, 8,910 points Emperor's Ultimate Qiankuan Formula, 400 points Path of the Emperor, 100 points Innate True Qi, 20 years 80 points Sky Inquiry Sword, 88 points in addition. The rest consisted of various miscellaneous items and different kinds of knowledge. To be honest, for Yunjing, this national fortune valued at 8,910 points was the first time he had seen something of such value. Ying's gaze slowly swept over each item listed on the list, focusing intently and seriously examining the detailed information attached to each item. Among them, the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations, Devil Fruit, Ninjutsu, and elixirs were all rare items that piqued his strong interest. Of course, regarding the martial arts manuals from the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, although most of them had no practical use for him, he still carefully selected a few representative ones to look over the summaries. After finishing all of this, the 2 particularly special items that caught Ying's eye and made his heart race were Knowing Destiny and the Yongle Encyclopedia. Ying did not believe in fate. Otherwise, he would not have progressed from being a hostage to becoming the first emperor. However, knowing Destiny could help him understand his own fate. Although he had always been guilt-free, knowing the potential reach of the empire he established would also be extremely beneficial. The Yongle Encyclopedia was even more remarkable, containing vast amounts of knowledge and profound techniques. Moreover, Ying intentionally flipped through the introduction of the records of the Grand Historian. Through the customer token, he had already learned about the real existence of parallel worlds and different time-space dimensions. The part of the Yongle Encyclopedia concerning the records of the Grand Historian even began its narrative from the Qin dynasty. It was only a short year since the Qin state completed its unification, and many policies and administrative orders were still in the exploratory phase. Since he now had the records of the Grand Historian as a ready-made standard answer before him, he could naturally gain valuable experience and avoid unnecessary detours. Knowing Destiny, 300 points Yongle Encyclopedia, complete set 3,000 points on Yunjing's suggestion, apart from the national fortune, Innate True Qi, and Sky Inquiry Sword. Ying traded everything to the marketplace, earning a total of 888 treasure points, just as Zhang Han issued orders to seal off the Xianying Palace. Only a short 2 minutes had passed, and almost all the influential figures in Xianyang City were aware of the situation in the palace, speculating wildly. The reason was simple. Ying had just summoned the moon goddess, and shortly after she left the palace, the Xianyang Palace quickly fell into a state of lockdown. At this moment, the moon goddess, sitting in the Jiang Palace, naturally realized that something significant must have happened in the Xianyang Palace after she stepped out. She decisively used her unique skill, astrology, in an attempt to uncover what had occurred. However, this time the divination result was as elusive as a flower in the fog, making it difficult to grasp. In the past, even though it was quite challenging to predict news directly related to Ying, she could at least obtain some fragmented hints. But now, she couldn't even gather a single clue. Faced with such a strange situation, the moon goddess couldn't help but feel anxious, her mind racing. After some careful consideration, she ultimately decided to relay an important piece of information to the leader, Dong Huang Tai. At the same time, in Hu Hai's palace, Zhao Gao, after hearing the report from the network, did not hesitate to apologize to Hu Hai, who was indulging in pleasure, and then hurriedly made his way to the Xianying Palace. It was as if a storm was about to sweep through this ancient palace, with various factions stirring and the situation becoming increasingly murky. Meanwhile, Fusu, Li Si, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and others, located in various parts of Xianyang City, received the news and simply waited for further updates, taking no special actions. Having successfully exchanged for treasure points, Ingzheng unhesitatingly chose the item Knowing Destiny. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually opened his deep, abyss-like eyes. However, at this moment, even he, who was well-versed in the art of royal strategy, could not help but feel a burning rage within him. All along, Ingzheng had firmly believed that the Qin Empire could endure for millennia. Yet reality had dealt him a heavy blow. The Qin had only lasted a mere 14 years before it crumbled. What was even more unbelievable was that the root cause of all this was someone he trusted deeply. Faced with such a cruel reality, even Ingzheng, with his lofty mindset and steadiness like a mountain, could hardly suppress the surging anger within him at this moment. Unable to contain his rage, Ingzheng nodded an apology to Yun Jing and resolutely turned to leave, striding out of the marketplace. At that moment, the time portal stood before him, and in an instant, the shadowy guards, previously concealed in the darkness, focused their sharp gazes on him. When they recognized that the familiar figure was their emperor, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then, in unison, knelt on one knee, respectfully paying their respects. After Ingzheng returned, he casually waved his hand, signaling everyone to rise and dismiss the formalities. Subsequently, these well-trained shadow guards vanished swiftly like phantoms. Meanwhile, outside the palace gate, Zhang Han and Zhao Gao, who were in a standoff, sharply sensed the unusual commotion inside the palace, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. In fact, half an hour earlier, Zhao Gao had arrived at the gate of Xianying Palace with 6 unparalleled swordsmen from the Luo network, attempting to force their way into the palace. However, Zhang Han, responsible for guarding the palace's safety, did not back down and decisively intervened, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. From a distance, Zhang Han noticed Zhao Gao approaching, and his heart sank, realizing that the arrival of the powerful Zhao Gao would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. However, Ingzheng's orders weighed heavily on him like Mount Tai. Even knowing the road ahead was fraught with difficulties, he had no choice but to brace himself and confront Zhao Gao. Without hesitation, Zhang Han quickly walked toward Zhao Gao, cupped his fists, bowed, and said loudly, "Master Zhao, please hold on. His Majesty has decreed that at this moment, no one is allowed to enter Xianying Palace, even a single step." At this moment, Zhao Gao happened to stop at a subtle distance, making it difficult for him to perceive the changes in Ingzheng's aura within the palace. Facing Zhang Han's obstruction, Zhao Gao's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low, authoritative tone. "Master Zhang, I hold an important position and need to present important matters to His Majesty. Clear the way for me." Although Zhang Han, as the head of the Shadow Guards, was somewhat inferior to Zhao Gao in terms of official rank and cultivation, the strange phenomenon in the palace and Ingzheng's sudden disappearance, along with the Emperor's own decree, made Zhang Han realize the seriousness of the situation. He could not allow others to know the inside story. Therefore, he stood firm against the pressure from Zhao Gao, straightened his posture, and replied resolutely, "His Majesty has spoken, ordering that at this moment, no one may enter Xianying Palace. I dare not disobey His Majesty's decree." Zhao Gao's sharp eyes fixed on Zhang Han, as if trying to see through him. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Zhang Han, if your obstruction causes a serious matter for His Majesty to be delayed, can you bear such a crime?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 ghostly sword servants stepped forward in unison. They tightly gripped their sword hilts, their surging true energy gathering like a flood breaking a dam, pressing directly toward Zhang Han. This powerful aura was like a mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, the shadow guard standing behind Zhang Han saw the situation, and some quickly drew their daggers, nimbly moving behind Zhang Han, gathering their full momentum in an attempt to resist. However, despite their exceptional skills, they still paled in comparison to the 6 formidable sword servants, achieving little effect. In the face of such a tense situation, Zhang Han remained remarkably calm. He gently waved his arm, signaling his subordinates to lower their weapons. Then, in a tone that was both authoritative and firm, he said, "His Majesty has decreed that at this moment, no one may intrude into Xianying Palace. Violators will face severe punishment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of treachery and cunning. He coldly stared at Zhang Han, a barely perceptible smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, "Good, this is truly wonderful." He then shook his head lightly, seemingly very satisfied with what was happening. With his motion, the 6 sword servants, who had been ready to strike, immediately retracted their fierce aura and stepped back. Although the standoff had temporarily ceased, the atmosphere on site still brimmed with tension, as if it could ignite at any moment. It should be noted that as 2 secret guard factions under Ing Zheng, the Shadow Guards and the Luo Network had always had a fierce competitive relationship. Especially in recent years, the Luo Network had consistently suppressed the Shadow Guards with its powerful strength and unpredictable methods. Therefore, whenever the 2 groups encountered each other, animosity would arise, let alone in today as confrontational scene. After stepping out of the marketplace, Ing Zheng continuously pondered the intelligence from Ji Tianming in his mind. As if the information were surging like a tide, he walked towards his dragon throne, a symbol of supreme power, and slowly sat down. At that moment, the elderly eunuch who had been serving him presented a cup of steaming fragrant tea at just the right moment. Ing Zheng picked up the teacup, took a few sips, trying to quell the burning anger within him with the tea. Once his emotions calmed slightly, Ing Zheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Han." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Han, who was guarding outside, immediately pushed open the door and quickly walked into the hall, respectfully bowing to Ing Zheng and responding loudly, "Your Majesty." However, at the moment Zhang Han opened the door, Ing Zheng's gaze happened to catch sight of Zhao Gao standing outside and the 6 sword servants behind him. In an instant, the aura within Ing Zheng became chaotic again, and the anger that had been barely suppressed began to flare up once more. At the same time, the perceptive Zhao Gao and the others immediately sensed the subtle change in Ing Zheng's aura. Before Ing Zheng could speak, Zhao Gao did not hesitate to bow at the door and said, "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Ing Zheng suppressed his anger, tightly clenched his fist, and decisively ordered, "Summon." After receiving permission, Zhao Gao stepped alone into Xianyang Palace, arriving before Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng stared at Zhao Gao, who appeared seemingly submissive, and secretly pondered his background. Upon reflection, Zhao Gao actually had a distant kinship with him. Back in the day, when the world was not yet unified, the nobility of various states often solidified their power through marriage alliances. Zhao Gao's lineage happened to have a certain degree of connection with Ing Zheng's family. Zhao Gao was a descendant of the royal family of Zhao. In the past, his father, as a hostage sent by Zhao to Qin, traveled far from home. In the foreign land of Qin, he married and had children, giving birth to Zhao Gao and several brothers. And Zhao Gao's father personally taught him the law of the prison. However, fate is often so cruel. When a relationship between Qin and Zhao broke down, a tragic change befell Zhao Gao's family. Zhao Gao's father was brutally murdered, and his mother faced severe punishment. Zhao Gao and his brothers suffered inhumane castration torture. Despite such a tragic fate, Zhao Gao did not become discouraged or depressed. On the contrary, with his exceptional talent and wit, he successfully entered the palace of a Qin king and became a eunuch. Within the court, Zhao Gao showcased extraordinary abilities and clever tactics, quickly winning the favor and trust of Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng entrusted him with important responsibilities, appointing him as the minister of the Central Carriage Department to lead the mysterious organization known as the Net, and even tasked him with teaching Hu Hai the methods of adjudication. Unfortunately, Ing Zheng had no idea that deep inside Zhao Gao, a fierce anger was burning. The tragic death of his father and the torment suffered by his brothers could not be quelled by any amount of favor Ing Zheng bestowed upon him. It only fueled the deep-seated hatred within him. He harbored resentment towards the Qin state, an emotion that corroded his soul like a malignant tumor. Meanwhile, due to Ing Zheng's lack of attention to the other princes aside from Fusu, Zhao Gao found the opportunity to gradually lead his beloved son Hu Hai astray, ultimately causing Hu Hai to become despondent and incompetent. Just as Ing Zheng was deep in thought over this matter, Zhao Gao entered the palace, respectfully bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, according to confidential intelligence from Annette, we have discovered clues about the whereabouts of Gai Nye in Handan." At that moment, Ing Zheng, who initially intended to execute Zhao Gao on the spot, suddenly felt a surge of chilling killing intent erupting from within him. However, this killing intent vanished like a meteor, quickly being reined in by Ing Zheng. Despite being so brief, Zhao Gao still keenly sensed that faint trace of killing intent. Startled, Zhao Gao quickly misguidedly assumed that this killing intent was directed not at him, but at Gainye, whom Ing Zheng detested the most. After all, Ing Zheng despised betrayal above all else. Thus, Zhao Gao did not hesitate to loudly proclaim, "I will immediately order the net to surround and eliminate Gainye, this traitor to the state." His voice was filled with determination and loyalty, as if to prove his unwavering allegiance to the empire, to Ing Zheng. However, upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, Ing Zheng, furious yet mocking, thought to himself, surrounding Gainye, he must be trying to use this opportunity to eliminate his rivals, so he can completely control the net. In the face of Zhao Gao's solemn vow, Ing Zheng said nothing more, merely gazing silently at him, his expressionless face resembling a towering mountain, exuding a suffocating imperial pressure. Zhao Gao felt an immense weight of pressure, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He realized he had just misspoken and, in that moment, had made a grave mistake. Earlier, standing at the door, an inexplicable wave of emotion had surged in his heart, causing him to momentarily lose his usual composure and sharpness, and now he regretted it deeply. He quickly tried to remedy his mistake, saying, "Your Majesty, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for speaking out of turn. Gainye's crimes are indeed too numerous to enumerate. As the greatest swordsman of the empire, your Majesty has shown him great favor, yet he fails to repay it and betrays the empire. I truly feel it is unjust for your Majesty and for the empire." Ing Zheng, with an expressionless gaze fixed on the seemingly righteous Zhao Gao below, spoke in a cold voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Tomorrow, Li Si will go to verify Hu Hai's methods of adjudication. You must prepare thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao first felt a slight sense of relief, but then he became tense again. He had not imposed too much constraint on Hu Hai's other studies, allowing him to develop freely. However, he had indeed put considerable effort into the methods of adjudication. The problem was that Li Si was the one responsible for the evaluation. Zhao Gao dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Maintaining a respectful posture, bowed his body, and replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will immediately inform His Highness, so he can prepare thoroughly." After saying this, he bowed again and hurriedly left while still bent over. Seeing this, Ing Zheng unhesitatingly issued an order. "Go, quickly convey my decree to Li Si, commanding him to examine Hu Hai's methods of adjudication tomorrow." The old eunuch beside him hurriedly bowed and accepted the order, then turned to leave. Once everyone had withdrawn, Ing Zheng sat quietly for a moment before suddenly standing up and said loudly, "Let us go. Follow me to the inner treasury and the storage room." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed out from the corner, revealing Zhang Han. He quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowed, and replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." After Ing Zheng left, Yun Jing could not wait to peruse the book on the Imperial Extreme Qian Kuanju that Ing Zheng had sold. This technique was unique to the Qin royal family, containing not only exquisite internal energy cultivation methods, but also astonishing swordsmanship practices. In the Warring States period, strict adherence to etiquette meant that the sword was the king of all weapons, a weapon of ritual. Thus, the greatest in the Qin era was the swordsman, while there were practitioners of other weapons, but none were as popular as the swordsman. However, for non-royalty members, this technique was not particularly useful, especially the swordsmanship, which was generally of mediocre power for ordinary people. This was because the core of this sword technique relied on the heart of the king as its driving force. Only with a sufficiently powerful royal momentum could the sword technique's true power be unleashed. However, Yun Jing's focus was not on the sword technique, but on the unique internal energy cultivation method. Prior to this, despite his many efforts, he had always struggled to break through to the transcendence level. He once thought it was due to insufficient foundation or that the timing was not yet mature, but upon witnessing the Imperial Extreme Qian Kuanju, he suddenly realized the truth of the saying, "True transmission is a single sentence. False transmission is 1,000 volumes of books." In the world of Qin, the innate realm was not even the threshold for becoming a master. At most, it could only be considered a medium level of power. For this reason, the royal family naturally had no reservations about their inherited techniques, generously sharing them. After careful study and deep contemplation, Yun Jing finally identified the root cause of his persistent inability to break through. It turned out to be due to the inherent limitations of internal energy itself, making it difficult to support a person in successfully transitioning from the innate realm to the master realm. So that is how it is. No wonder in the past life, the gap between the high martial world and the low martial world was even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. It seems that it is not merely a simple difference between the two worlds. It also involves a fundamental difference in the essence of power. Upon reflection, compared to chakra and haki, internal energy seems to have no advantages at all apart from maintaining health. After all, among the three elements of essence, chi and spirit, internal energy only contains the essence and chi parts. Even the so-called chi is merely a breath formed postnatally. However, chakra and haki are different. They not only possess essence and chi, but also contain the mysterious element of spirit. As for the advanced version of internal energy, true chi, it requires first converting postnatal internal energy into innate chi, and then further integrating the elements of spirit to ultimately achieve true innate true chi. By this reasoning, Zhuo Chan of the Songzhan sect must be considered a super genius. In order to counter Ren Wuxing's star absorption technique, he racked his brains to create the unique technique of ice true chi, which also bears some resemblance to innate true chi. If it weren't for the misfortunes he encountered along the way, leading to his untimely death, he might have truly become the first master-level expert in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. I hope that this talent can be recognized and utilized well by the old master Yu. Yun Jing was filled with doubts. Such a significant matter was completely unknown to anyone. Even the high-ranking members of the royal family were oblivious to it. He couldn't help but ponder whether it was due to some special edict issued by the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang after establishing the Ming dynasty. This edict might be similar to the widely circulated saying that no one was allowed to become a spirit after the nation was founded. Or perhaps the legendary incident of Liu Bowen slaying the dragon was intricately connected to this. Did that so-called dragon have some unknown issues? Just as Yun Jing was lost in thought, suddenly, it was as if a light bulb went off in his head. What a transformation of heaven and man. It turned out that the court had long left subtle hints for future generations, but unfortunately, no one could comprehend their profound meaning. In fact, it was telling future generations that at birth, humans contain innate energy, and to break through, one must transform acquired internal strength into innate energy, achieving breakthroughs in a mental aspect to reach the realm of a master, heavenly being. The term transformation of heaven and man, literally interpreted, can mean that heaven is like a mother giving birth to all things. For a long time, the eunuchs in the court had interpreted it as transforming yang into yin, realizing the unity of heaven and man to reach a higher realm. Of course, this might have been the result of desperation at the time, a final stubbornness of the ancestors. In fact, the true message it was meant to convey was, at birth, humans contain innate energy. If one wishes to make groundbreaking progress and achieve the realm of a master, heavenly being, one must find ways to transform acquired internal strength back into innate energy and achieve a qualitative leap on a mental level. After deep contemplation, Yun Jing finally understood the intricacies involved and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Chinese civilization has such a long history and profound depth. Our ancestors truly maximized the meaning contained in the written word." This made him involuntarily think of how later generations could innovate based on the intellects of Confucius, grasping a unique style of rhetoric. Just thinking about this made the corners of Yun Jing's mouth involuntarily rise, revealing a sly smile. Thanks to Yang Jian, who loves chicken but tips, user 155655090, I am who I am, Duan Hao who likes chicken tapeworms, Chu Wan who likes cranberries, Fisherman and I, Ersa Ao Ding. San Sheng Yuxing, 26, Shanghai Wan Qing Ming, only wanting to drunkenly rest on the beauty's lap. Single Bear, user 105298847, and the gift sent by Budweiser Pineapple Beer. Immediately, Yun Jing quickly integrated the Huangji Qinquanju into his own cultivation methods, optimized it into a specialized technique for refining qi, and then listed it in the shopping mall's product list, while also mending his previous internal cultivation methods. Moreover, he added the unique rhetorical style to the list and secretly set a special recommendation tag for Yingzheng. After all, the Qin dynasty was the closest to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. So the records of Confucius's deeds at that time would undoubtedly be more detailed than those of later generations. Thus, the credibility and influence of this rhetorical style would surely increase significantly. At this moment, Yun Jing was filled with anticipation, eagerly longing to witness the immense stir that the rhetorical style would cause among the people of the Qin dynasty. Just imagining such a scene made him feel incredibly excited and joyful, even though he realistically could not witness it himself. More than an hour later, Ing Zheng, satisfied with his full harvest, reappeared in the shopping mall. Just at that moment, he coincidentally encountered Yu Buchuan and Tian Tian, who had just finished their tasks and entered the mall. The three stood side by side in front of the trading store. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face before him, Yu Buchuan was momentarily startled but quickly regained his composure. He gazed at the seemingly young yet extraordinary man in front of him, cupped his hands in salute, and asked, "May I ask if you're a new esteemed guest of the mall?" Meanwhile, Tian Tian quietly hid behind Yu Buchuan, timidly stealing glances at the handsome uncle. She secretly thought that this uncle not only had a striking appearance, but also exuded a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. His attire was unique, making even the authority of the third Hokage seem dull by comparison. Ing Zheng had not expected to encounter others here. However, when he realized that they were also guests of the mall, he understood that these individuals were bound to achieve great things in the future. Thus, he wasted no time and immediately returned the salute, saying, "I am Ing Zheng. Pleased to meet you both." His words displayed the demeanor of a ruler. Yu Buchuan widened his eyes, staring intently at the person before him. He saw that the man wore an extraordinarily magnificent crown, a jet-black robe embroidered with exquisite golden dragon patterns that seemed lifelike, as if ready to soar at any moment. The ends of his sleeves were adorned with dazzling gold edges that sparkled. A sword hung at his waist. The whole person emanated an unparalleled, powerful aura, even surpassing Zhu Hozhao, whom he usually saw. Moreover, this person claimed to be Ing Zheng. If Yu Buchuan could not recall the true identity of the individual, then all those years of reading historical records would have been in vain. Especially not long ago, he had buried himself in the royal library to enhance his knowledge. To quickly finish the vast amount of books, Yu Buchuan had even resorted to using the technique of shadow clones to accelerate his reading process. Now, with the Qin dynasty being over 700 years away, there were no substantial conflicts or contradictions between them. Therefore, Yu Buchuan would not harbor any prejudice against Qin Shi Huang or judge his actions with a different perspective, unlike some others. After all, if the 7 major states of the spring and autumn and warring states periods were seen as sects, Qin Shi Huang was undoubtedly the one who unified them, aligning closely with Yu Buchuan's previous ideals. In comparison, the struggles between sects were merely minor skirmishes in front of him, much like the views of Zhu Hozhao and others. On the contrary, Yu Buchuan was filled with admiration for the 2 great projects completed by this historically renowned emperor, the Great Wall and the expressways, as well as Yangguang's Grand Canal, because these 2 feats could be deemed crimes of the present but merits for eternity, holding extremely important significance and value for the Ming dynasty. Thinking of this, Yu Buchuan couldn't help but swallow hard, and after a moment, he took a small step forward, deeply bending his body in a standardized and solemn manner, performing an almost perfect half-bow. At the same time, he spoke sincerely and humbly, saying, "Future generations' descendants, Yu Buchuan pays respects to your majesty, the first emperor." Ing Zheng did not expect that the person before him knew his identity. Slightly surprised, he quickly extended his hands to gently help Yu Buchuan up, saying softly, "No need for such courtesy. But may I ask which dynasty you are from?" Yu Buchuan straightened his body, cupped his hands, and replying to your majesty, "I am a person from the Ming dynasty, over 500 years after the Qin dynasty." Just then, Tian Tian, who had been sitting beside them, suddenly stood up, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked straight at Ing Zheng, excitedly saying, "Hello, you handsome and charming uncle. My name is Tian Tian, and I come from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire in the ninja world. Are you the one whom Uncle Yu often mentions, the one who unified the world and brought the concept of unification to future generations, the first emperor?" Uncle Yu said that if it were not for you setting a model for the subsequent dynasties, it is hard to imagine how much suffering the common people would have to endure from the wars. You are truly amazing. After hearing Tian Tian's words, Ing Zheng slightly squinted his eyes, a barely noticeable faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He was usually indifferent to others' opinions, but at this moment, hearing such high praise from future generations stirred an indescribable pleasure deep within him. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and responded, "Indeed, you speak well. Although I do not know if another Ing Zheng will appear in the mall in the future, I have indeed accomplished the great cause of unifying the world." Upon hearing this, Tian Tian, just like when she called Uncle Yu, asked, "Then can I call you Uncle Ing from now on?" Ing Zheng gazed at this girl, who was similar in age to his beloved daughter, and a rare look of affection flashed in his eyes as he slowly nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, He suddenly recalled the place or dynasty mentioned by Tian Tian, called the Ninja World and the Land of Fire, and a hint of confusion arose in his heart. Seeing this, Yu Buchuan quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands to Ing Zheng, saying, "Your Majesty, the world where Tian Tian resides is not from our land of China, but belongs to another realm. This is the information provided by them all, and I have only just learned of this." Hearing this, Ing Zheng furrowed his brows slightly and fell into deep thought. He had not expected to encounter such a completely unfamiliar world so quickly, which truly surprised him. However, after a moment, he regained his composure and nodded to indicate his understanding. He then shifted his gaze to Yu Buchuan and asked, "Is the Yongle Dadayan in the marketplace your work?" Yu Buchuan nodded slightly and replied respectfully, "Yes, your Majesty, is indeed so." Upon hearing Yu Buchuan refer to him in such a manner, Ing Zheng waved his hand and said loudly, "It is indeed fate that we two have the fortune to step into this marketplace together. As you seem to be older than I, there is no need to be overly concerned with status. Just call me Ing Zheng or Mr. Ing." Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan hesitated for a moment and then readily responded, "Mr. Ing." Just as he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly asked, "Mr. Ing, may I ask what year you are currently in?" Ing Zheng saw through Yu Buchuan's thoughts and straightforwardly replied, "The second year of the first emperor. I have already acquired the knowledge of the mandate of heaven." Yu Buchuan nodded lightly to show he understood. At this moment, Tian Tian, who had been quietly standing by, interjected, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Ing, we can't just stand here. Let's go inside." After saying this, the three of them stepped into the marketplace together. Once inside, Yu Buchuan and Tian Tian led Ing Zheng directly to a corner of the main hall, which was a reception room meticulously crafted by Yun Jing. In the past, when Yu Buchuan and Tian Tian needed to discuss matters, they would bring their own small tea table and stools, finding a corner outside the trading shop to chat. Later, when Yun Jing learned of this, he unhesitatingly used the powers granted to him by the marketplace to instantly create a whole row of exquisite and elegant reception rooms in a corner of the hall. Afterward, the three moved to the reception room, sat together, and began to openly exchange the information they had regarding the knowledge of the mandate of heaven. During this process, they gradually put aside their grudges and defenses, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious and amicable. Of course, most of the ideas shared were aimed at Ing Zheng and Tian Tian situations. After all, at this moment, nearly a whole year had passed since Yu Buchuan and Zhu Hozhao made that mysterious deal. Now, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the world of laughing proudly. During this time, the court had intervened both overtly and covertly, complicating the situation further. Ultimately, the Huashan sect had the fortune to be designated as the national religion, and its status soared to new heights. However, although many in the martial world expressed dissatisfaction and even disdain, these negative voices could not shake the foundation of Yu Buchuan and the entire Huashan sect in the slightest. As for Ren Wuxing, who had originally managed to escape, he had inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if he had completely disappeared from the world. But how could Dongfang Bubi, who had already received reminders from the palace, be caught off guard? Meanwhile, Ling Huchong, who had been trapped in prison, miraculously broke through the innate realm thanks to his unique understanding of the star-absorbing Great Method and successfully escaped from the heavily guarded Meijuan. Unfortunately, due to Ren Wuxing's prior efforts to erase the name of the star-absorbing Great Method, Ling Huchong was completely unaware of it. After traveling for more than a year, Ling Huchong finally achieved the goal he had originally set. At this moment, he was contentedly heading back to Huashan. Meanwhile, thanks to the detailed information provided by the Jinyui and the Eastern Factory, Yu Buchuan was able to secretly use the star-absorbing Great Method to absorb the inner power of numerous wicked individuals, making them disappear from the world entirely. During this time, the palace also discovered that there were a group of people like them who were trying to recruit and subdue rogue individuals, with a large number of evil sect figures mysteriously disappearing. This unusual phenomenon quickly drew the attention and vigilance of the entire demonic path. As expected, all suspicions pointed toward the so-called righteous path. Faced with such a situation, the various evil sects and individuals had no choice but to set aside past grievances and gradually move toward cooperation. Since they had reached a consensus on cooperation, forming a common alliance was a natural progression. However, due to the strength of the Sun and Moon God sect and the reputation of its leader Dongfang Bubi as the top expert in the current martial world, the people of the demonic path unanimously elected her as the leader of the demonic alliance. Although this was merely a symbolic gesture, The necessary ceremonial processes still had to be followed. Just as the demonic path was holding the alliance meeting, Ren Wuxing and his confidant Xiang Wentian suddenly appeared at the venue. With the three-corpse brain divine pill in hand, Ren Wuxing commanded a significant number of followers, exuding an imposing presence. Unfortunately, the good times were short-lived. Just when Ren Wuxing thought he was sure of victory, the palace experts had already discovered his whereabouts and were lying in wait. These palace experts were well-trained and highly skilled, far beyond what Ren Wuxing and his subordinates could contend with. Ultimately, both Ren Wuxing and Xiang Wentian were captured, not only having their inner power sealed, but also being escorted away from the scene. On the side of the Righteous Alliance, they naturally also followed the ancient tradition of selecting the leader of the martial world through martial arts competitions. Unfortunately, at this time, no one could match Yu Buchuan. Although Shaolin, Wudong, and Songzhan sect were unwilling and vehemently opposed, they ultimately could not stop Yu Buchuan from ascending to the position of leader. Under the pressure of this tense situation, a thrilling battle erupted between the righteous and demonic paths at Openinga. This battle lasted a full day and night, with both sides suffering significant losses. However, just as the battle entered its most heated phase on the second day, an unexpected event occurred. The eunuch Hai Gonggong, leading a group of innate realm experts and an elite unit, the Divine Machine Camp, pushed the red-clad cannon forward, surrounding Openinga like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. With a few deafening cannon blasts, the entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in smoke and dust. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, who would dare to act rashly? Under the suppression of the powerful military force, cannon, of the court, both the righteous and demonic factions had no choice but to temporarily halt large-scale conflicts. However, at the same time, the hatred between the two sides deepened, making it impossible to easily resolve their differences. Against this backdrop, the court intervened and summoned the leaders of both sides for a top-secret meeting. The atmosphere in the meeting was extremely tense, with swords drawn and arrows ready. Shockingly, Yu Buchuan, Feng Qingyang, and Dongfeng Bubi joined forces, using their extraordinary powers to forcibly suppress and injure all the core figures of both the righteous and demonic factions. This move undoubtedly left everyone present dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such a situation. At this moment, the leaders on both sides realized that the so-called righteous demonic war was merely a joke, and that the two leaders were actually in cahoots. However, those severely injured sect leaders and various leaders had already lost the strength to fight back. At this moment, Yu Buchuan suddenly transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. Then, he flew through the air with the moon step technique. Subsequently, he spewed out fierce flames, calling forth wind and rain, and finally unleashed thunder and lightning. This series of astonishing supernatural abilities left the injured onlookers shocked, and some even became delirious. From then on, Yu Buchuan used various miraculous techniques, mysterious ninjutsu, devil fruits containing strange powers, and invaluable elixirs as trading goods. With these rare resources and military power, he successfully forced both the righteous and demonic factions to reach an important covenant with the court and jointly establish a powerful alliance. This alliance strictly categorized the various sects, determining their ranking based on strength and number of members. Each sect was required to submit a certain number of new technique manuals to the alliance annually based on their ranking level. If any sect failed to fulfill this submission task for consecutive years, the alliance would mercilessly take action to disband that sect, causing it to lose the protection provided by the covenant and the various benefits brought by the alliance. Furthermore, the covenant explicitly stated that any sect or individual that could submit unpublished manuals would earn corresponding contribution points based on the value of those manuals. These contribution points could be used to purchase rare treasures from the alliance's treasury. In addition, the covenant strictly prohibited any sect from engaging in conflicts on their own. Anyone who violated this regulation would face severe punishment. Every year, at a specific time, the court would hold a grand and highly anticipated martial arts competition. This event was not only a stage for martial artists to showcase their strength and skills, but also a critical moment to determine the status of each sect in the martial world. On the eve of the competition, the court would rank the sects based on the contribution points accumulated by their members and the final results of the competition. The importance of this ranking was self-evident. The higher the rank, the more attractive the discounts on exchangeable items would be. Moreover, the competition provided a unique opportunity. If anyone wanted to settle personal grievances, they could apply to the court in advance. Once approved, they could face off in this fair and just setting, determining victory and defeat through martial arts. In short, the series of measures introduced by the court aimed to create a brand new system of martial arts and completely break the long-standing prejudices that had bound the martial world. Traditional large sects might still cling to their views, but this was of little consequence. With powerful forces like the Huashan sect and the Sun Moon Holy Cult leading the way, other sects would naturally choose to follow once they saw the immense benefits involved. For those large sects, in order to maintain their esteemed status in the martial world, they had no choice but to be drawn into this transformation. After all, every precious manual could only be used once, and as many sects have been established for years, there were bound to be some manuals lost over time. Once someone else used them, they would be rendered waste paper. Once all the sect leaders understood these rules, Ren Wuxing, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally made his appearance. At this moment, he bore the heavy responsibility entrusted by the court, taking on the role of the leader of the Three-Way Alliance, fully responsible for handling all alliance affairs. Now, Ren Wuxing was in a position that was not entangled with either the righteous or demonic factions, ensuring fairness after taking office. For him, becoming the leader of the Three-Way Alliance undoubtedly greatly satisfied his ambition to unify the world. Meanwhile, with the pressure and deterrence brought by Yu Buchuan and the court, Ren Wuxing also dared not have any ulterior motives, making him the most suitable choice. As for Dongfang Bubi and Yu Buchuan, they took on the roles of deputy leaders. To express gratitude for the cooperation of the sect leaders, Ren Wuxing, under Yu Buchuan's guidance, generously gifted each person present 2 manuals of the techniques Shave and Moon Step. Throughout history, soaring through the skies has been an eternal longing and desire deep within the human heart. In the world of the smiling, proud wanderer martial artists, apart from those hidden masters of concealed weapons, almost none possess long-range attack capabilities. Therefore, these manuals were often merely tools for survival and escape. As the saying goes, a monk can run away, but the temple cannot, so there was no need to worry that the sect leaders present would cause any trouble. The next scene was a fierce struggle among the attendees over the management positions within the alliance. One should know that once they successfully obtain a position, they would not only receive a generous salary, but, more importantly, also earn invaluable contribution points. Faced with such enticing temptations, how could anyone resist? Thus, the scene fell into chaos, with everyone using all their means to secure this rare opportunity. The Three-Way Alliance established 2 locations in the north and south, each guarded by a clone of Yu Buchuan for identifying manuals. Yu Buchuan's current source of treasure points came from the continuous supply of Bodhi Snake Oil, with manuals being at least the elixirs of Shaolin Temple. Thus, the development of the smiling, proud wanderer world had finally gotten on track. After understanding everything about smiling, proud wanderer, the 3 began to strategize for Ing Zheng and Tian Tian, with Ing Zheng taking the lead. As Yu Buchuan and Tian Tian combined could not compare to even a single finger of Ing Zheng. After helping Tian Tian and Yu Buchuan adjust their respective plans, Ing Zheng left the reception room. They headed straight to the location of Yunjing and began trading. It must be said that Qin Shi Mingwei is indeed a true high martial world. Back in the day, Ing Zheng swept through the 6 states, annihilating them all, thus acquiring most of the precious collections of the 6 states. Although many treasures have been distributed as rewards, all the martial arts manuals were preserved intact. In addition, many rare and unique treasures of the world also fell into his hands. As a result, Ing Zheng's treasure points skyrocketed to an astonishing 13,649 points. Furthermore, as the ruler of a nation, with the support of intelligence on a heavenly mandate, it is clear which talents should be cultivated. Thanks to Yang Jian, who loves chicken but tips, user 155655090, Duan Hao, who likes chicken tapeworms, Chu Huan, who enjoys cranberries, fisherman near Soding, Sanxing Yoxing 26, Shanghai Wan Qingming, who just wants to drunkenly lean on a beautiful person's lap, Dame Yu, who loves spicy fish heads, Angry Pineapple Cutter, Budweiser Pineapple Beer, light and fluffy big fat, Jean Jiahuang Wang, user 429655368, Stealthy Shadow, I Am Who I Am, The Bewitched Ignitz, The Materialistic Ning Shaoran, Single Bear, Mi Jia's Spicy Hot Pot, and a gift sent by user 105298847. As for what Ing Zheng has purchased, Yin Jing actually doesn't care much. However, when he caught sight of the balance of his treasure points, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised to find that it had accumulated to 9,782 points. This means that the goal of becoming a $10,000 household is now within reach. Originally, he was joyfully planning to taste a few more devil fruits and practice the remaining forms of the earthly transformation 72 changes. But thinking of that fourth world order, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. After all, waiting for new techniques to be available for purchase, Yu Buchuan and Tian Tian would definitely make some purchases. At that time, with the emergence of new worlds and new customers, the profits that would come in would likely be far more considerable than his current cultivation. Moreover, even with more cards up his sleeve, the improvement to his overall strength would be minimal. Instead, it would be better to calm down and take this opportunity to fully convert his internal energy into true qi. Who knows? He might be able to break through the shackles and step into the realm of transcending the ordinary. Thus, Yingzheng lingered in the mall for nearly an hour before finally collecting all the items he desired. His originally ample treasure points quickly dwindled, as if a dam had burst, reducing by a whole digit. After returning to the Xianyang Palace, Yingzheng immediately issued an order. Summon Bailey Qi and Gongshu Qiu to see me. It is known that among the various schools of thought, the Mo family had long been split into two major factions, Chu Mo and Qin Mo. During the long journey of the Qin state to unify the world and eliminate the other 6 states, the Mo family and the Gongshu family frequently clashed. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared like ghosts. They were the enigmatic shadow guards beside Yingzheng. The 2 respectfully bowed to Yingzheng and then turned to carry out their tasks. Following that, Yingzheng took out several invaluable ancient texts from the space of the mall ring he carried with him. These texts were from the renowned Yongle Encyclopedia, containing a wealth of knowledge about craftsmanship. In addition, there were detailed materials on steam trains from the ninja world and information related to electricity, along with precious data on the powerful red-coated cannons and firearms from the Ming Dynasty. Unfortunately, according to Tintian's earlier words, even though there were puppet techniques in the ninja world, this skill had significant limitations. The creation of puppets had to be completed in advance, even in intense battles. When Kakashi successfully copied his opponent's techniques and corresponding ninjutsu with his powerful Sharingan, it was still of no use. Because of this, there are currently no corresponding ninjutsu or production methods available in the mall. As Yu Buchuan said, although the developmental trajectories of the 2 worlds were different, they ultimately had countless connections. Thus, Yingzheng decided to take out the historical records treasured in the Yongle Encyclopedia. These texts were all written on paper, which made Yingzheng sigh at the advanced technology of later generations. Just the art of papermaking alone could be deemed extraordinary. Now, all of this belonged to the Qin Empire, and Yingzheng could not help but feel overjoyed. However, the good times were short-lived. Before Yingzheng could enjoy his happiness for long, when he flipped to the records concerning the Qin dynasty, he originally thought he understood the outcome of the Qin dynasty through the information from knowing the mandate of heaven. However, the facts proved that he had been overly presumptuous. It turned out that the so-called knowing the mandate of heaven had many omissions, and many key plot points were merely glossed over and incomplete. In contrast, the historical records were entirely different. Anything recorded and passed down was significant, even if mixed with some subjective opinions. Through verification and combining it with Yingzheng's own judgment, he could still find some clues. In an instant, Yingzheng saw that the table in front of him, which held memorials and tools, had all the items thrown out as if by the furious Yingzheng. How outrageous! It was simply infuriating. What a complete family annihilation. What a reversal of black and white. What a peasant uprising. My vast empire just vanished like smoke. Zhao Gao, Hu Hai, you 2 scoundrels really did a great job. And Fusu Meng Tian, you truly. Yingzheng roared in his heart. Following that, the mysterious ancient book he had purchased in the mall flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yingzheng was determined to find a person of both virtue and talent to offer guidance to Fusu. However, for a time, it was difficult to find a suitable candidate. Although his inner fire burned fiercely, Yingzheng still forced himself to calm down and slowly flipped through the historical texts. After all, anyone who could leave a mark in the long river of history, regardless of their fame, must possess a unique skill. Even if these talents could not be used for himself, they should not be neglected. They should contribute to the glory of the empire. About an hour passed, and under the cover of night, Bailey Qi and Gongshu Qiu, led by the shadow guards, arrived at the Grand Xianyang Palace. After a loud announcement, they entered and looked at the scattered memorials on the ground, feeling a sense of fear and secretly speculating whether they had committed some unforgivable crime. Thus, the 2 nervously bowed to Yingzheng, their voices trembling as they said, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Their words revealed their awe. Yingzheng finally slowly placed the heavy scroll of historical records on the table. However, His slightly hurried and somewhat heavy breathing clearly revealed that his inner turmoil was far from the calmness he appeared to show. Ing Zhang's gaze was sharp as lightning, staring intently at the mountain of documents piled before him. He pointed with a finger and firmly said, "You two will take these books away immediately. In 7 days. I must have a definite answer." The shadow guards standing nearby acted swiftly upon receiving the order, moving quickly and respectfully to approach, carefully taking the precious books and then turning to present them to Gongshu Qiu and Bailey Qi. Speaking of Gongshu Qiu, his real name was actually Gongshu Qing. Back in the day, young Gongshu Qing had apprenticed under the master craftsman ban. However, later on, due to master ban turning to the study of non-aggression machinery techniques, serious ideological differences gradually arose between them, leading them to part ways. Furthermore, they even engaged in a thrilling life-and-death duel in the capital of Qin. Unfortunately, in this fierce battle, Master Ban had the upper hand, resulting in Gongshu Qing suffering serious injuries, nearly crippling half of his body and his life hanging by a thread. With his half-destroyed body lying on the ground, he stretched out his trembling hand and weakly cried out, "I seek a gift." Fortunately, through his extraordinary mechanical skills, Gongshu Qing successfully rebuilt his damaged body. However, at the same time, the deep hatred for Master Ban had already left a profound mark in his heart. From then on, Gongshu Qing resolutely abandoned his original name and changed it to Gongshu Qiu as a declaration of his intent to avenge this deep-seated blood feud. Nevertheless, despite this, the relationship between the Gongshu family and the Mo family of the Qin state remained relatively harmonious. After all, over the years, both sides had maintained close cooperation. At this moment, the two exchanged glances, unclear of Qin Shi Huang's intentions, yet said nothing further and directly left with the inexplicable materials they had. A night passed without incident, and time quietly flowed into the next morning. The morning light streamed through the window into the sleeping quarters, illuminating a scene of tranquility and peace. At this time, the old eunuch led a group of well-trained palace maids into the room, holding various toiletries and exquisite garments, preparing to assist Ing Zheng in his washing and dressing. The old eunuch methodically directed everyone, with some palace maids quickly sweeping every corner of the palace and picking up scattered memorials, while others carefully attended to Ing Zheng, preparing hot water, changing his clothes, and meticulously combing his long hair. Suddenly, while being served by the maids, Ing Zheng called out loudly, "Zhang Han." His voice resonated throughout the palace like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Han appeared from a corner of the palace, quickly approaching Ing Zheng and bowing, saying, "Your Majesty." Ing Zheng slightly nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "Summon Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Meng Wu to come and see me after the court meeting." Zhang Han thought to himself, wondering why the emperor suddenly summoned these three highly respected lords. However, he did not ask further and respectfully accepted the order to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, Ing Zheng, ready for the day, rose and headed to the Zhangtai Palace. Once he sat on the dragon throne, the ministers below knelt and paid their respects, collectively shouting, "Long live your Majesty." Ing Zheng raised his hand to signal for everyone to rise and said in a loud voice, "All of you, please get up." Thereafter, discussions about state affairs began in the court. By this time, over a year had passed since the Qin dynasty was officially established. Yet many matters had not yet been fully settled. Important national policies, such as the implementation of the commandery and county system and the unification of writing and measurement, had only recently been finalized. Every day, countless trivial matters awaited resolution. Although the two chancellors, left and right, assisted in managing affairs, Ing Zheng still needed to personally intervene, consuming a great deal of his energy. Sitting high on the dragon throne, Ing Zheng's cold gaze looked down upon the ministers who were arguing heatedly over trivial matters, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. In the past, faced with such scenes, he might not have felt much. However, since he had immersed himself in studying the systems of future dynasties, he had increasingly recognized the inefficiency of the current court's deliberations, which was indeed a waste of precious time. At this moment, the Qin dynasty was at a critical turning point in historical change, with everyone groping forward like blind men feeling an elephant. The vast, boundless imperial territory strained human resources, coupled with the residual noble forces of the six states secretly undermining them. These intertwining factors made the situation complex and difficult to manage. As the ministers' debates began to calm and a rough conclusion emerged, Ing Zheng decisively made the final decision and announced the dismissal of the court. Watching the ministers orderly file out, Ing Zheng suddenly shouted, Feng Qiji, Li Si, Ming Yi, and Ying Feng stay. Once the other court officials had left, Ying Zheng turned his attention to Ying Feng and said solemnly, Ying Feng. An elderly man with graying hair, over 50 years old, stepped forward, bowing respectfully and saying, I am here, your majesty. His voice was deep and resonant, revealing a steadiness and determination shaped by the passage of time. Ying Zheng sat on the throne, gazing at the solitary figure standing below, the only remaining royal relative. A wave of helplessness and sighing welled up in his heart. Since the reforms of Shangyang, in order to set an example for the subjects, the royal family had to adopt a policy of semi-exclusion towards its relatives. The subsequent series of events, such as the rebellion of Chang'an Jun Changjiao and the turmoil involving Lao Ai and Zhao Ji, further fueled Ying Zheng's dissatisfaction with the Ying clan. Now, in the vast court, only Ying Feng remained as a royal relative. If Fu Su was counted, there were merely 2 of them. However, as time passed, Ying Zheng, having undergone the dual trials of understanding the will of heaven and the records of history, and with the hope of longevity for himself, began to have subtle changes in his views on the past. At this moment, he finally made up his mind to reinstate the Ying clan. He slowly spoke. You will return to the clan immediately and select 10 outstanding talents to come to Qinian Palace to see me this afternoon. I will surely make use of you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Initially stunned by these words, Ying Feng's face quickly broke into a joyful expression, and he hurriedly bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, your majesty, for your great favor. I will certainly do my utmost to live up to your majesty's hopes. Meanwhile, the 3 scholars standing by, Feng Qiji, Li Si, and Ming Yi, witnessed Ying Zheng's arrangement, and each had a multitude of thoughts in their minds. They speculated about the deeper meaning behind the emperor's actions and what considerations lay behind them. Was he seeking to consolidate power through the Ying clan? Or were there other ulterior motives? For a moment, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Ying Zheng, with a composed expression, looked straight ahead and decisively said, You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Ying Feng did not dare to hesitate, immediately bending down respectfully, bowing deeply, and then turned to leave with firm steps. At this time, the ministers who had already left Zhangtai Palace encountered Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and Meng Wu, who were quietly waiting to enter. Initially, they showed expressions of astonishment, as if witnessing something unbelievable. But they quickly regained their composure, stepped forward, and bowed to these 3 esteemed lords, saying in unison, We pay our respects to the 3 lords. Then, with their hearts full of suspicion, these ministers slowly left the palace. Along the way, they all speculated about what earth-shattering event had befallen the empire, prompting the emperor to mobilize such forces that even these 3 lords, long retired to the mountains, had been summoned. Could it be that a new war was about to break out? Or was it related to the distant Baiwei region? As Ying Feng stepped out of the gates of Zhangtai Palace, he happened to encounter the 3 lords entering the palace, hurriedly bowing before leaving. As the 3 lords entered, they held up placards reading, Request for free gifts, request for updates, request for attention. Upon entering the palace, among these 3 elderly lords, only Wang Jian appeared relatively spirited and in good health, while the other 2 revealed signs of illness, their faces somewhat haggard, as if suffering from ailments. In fact, these 3 elders were all nearing their 60s or 70s. However, given their peak strength as military masters, they should not have been in such a state. Unfortunately, they all came from a military background, and their martial arts contained strong malevolent energy. This malevolent energy itself would cause some degree of harm to their bodies, compounded by the profound and inscrutable levels of their cultivation. If it weren't for Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng spending enormous amounts of rare treasures to nurture their bodies, they would likely have been bedridden by now. Wang Jian, not one to hold back, was the first to speak. May I ask, your majesty, why have you summoned us here? We 3 ministers are now half disabled and fear we may delay your majesty's important matters. Ying Zheng gazed at Wang Jian, this slippery minister, and couldn't help but darken his expression slightly. Fortunately, he wore a crown, and those below could hardly notice the change in his demeanor. Ying Zheng ignored Wang Jian and turned to Feng Qiji, Li Si, and Ming Yi and solemnly instructed, Minister Feng, Minister Li, and Minister Ming, after I have selected suitable personnel this afternoon, you 3 shall go to Qinian Palace together. Upon hearing this, the 3 responded in unison, As you command, your majesty. They then turned to leave, after watching the 3 figures gradually disappear beyond the palace gates. Zheng slowly shifted his gaze back to the three veteran generals before him and spoke gravely. Now that our Qin Empire is newly established and its foundation is not yet stable, although I have spared the lives of those noble families from the 6 states to appease the hearts of the people, these fellows still harbor treacherous intentions, attempting to revive their old glory and restore their former territories. At this moment, the empire remains deeply mired in both internal and external troubles, and the future of our nation will still rely on your careful guidance and leadership. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's lips curled into a bitter smile as he sighed and replied, "We are all old and frail, Your Majesty. It is difficult for us to take on such heavy responsibilities." In fact, the three had already met on their way to the audience. Among them, Meng Wu was severely injured and nearly disabled. Although he still harbored aspirations to serve the country, he was powerless. Wei Liao had intended to resign and return to the countryside. As for Wang Jian himself, his achievements were so great that he was somewhat afraid, and even now, the emperor had not yet decided how to reward him. For this reason, the three of them were in agreement, refusing any requests unless absolutely necessary. Zheng looked at the three men before him with a helpless expression, gently shaking his head, seemingly speechless at their performance. Then he waved his arm, and a flash of light appeared. He took out 3 exquisite boxes from a mysterious ring on his finger and unhesitatingly tossed them toward the three. As the boxes flew through the air, they seemed to carry an invisible force, accurately landing in each person's hands. At that moment, Wang Jian, standing to the side, was the first to catch his gift. He frowned slightly, carefully sensing the weight of the box in his hand, and compared to the other 2 companions, Zheng's force was evidently much heavier. However, Wang Jian did not show any signs of surprise. He merely smiled faintly. Then, Wang Jian stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed to Zheng, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. We will surely remember your kindness. However, if it were only for the matter of rewards, Your Majesty need not have specially summoned us. You could simply have sent a servant to deliver them. This way, we would also feel the depth of Your Majesty's grace. If there are no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. I rose too early this morning and feel a bit unwell. I need to return home to recuperate, and I hope Your Majesty will understand." After saying this, Wang Jian bowed again to show his respect. Just then, Zheng saw the three holding the boxes tightly against their chests, about to turn to leave, and he suddenly called out, "Wait, this is a rare treasure of the celestial realm I acquired recently, a precious fruit, and a miraculous technique. These items are extraordinary. You ministers should enjoy these precious fruits right here." Upon hearing Zheng's words, the three did not hesitate to open the boxes. In an instant, a strange light shot out from the boxes, revealing a mysterious fruit covered in spiral patterns. The fruit had 3 leaves shaped like swords at its stem, an oddly shaped sight that sparked curiosity. However, facing such a peculiar item, the three showed no fear and resolutely swallowed it. At that moment, Zheng, who had been watching them, suddenly shouted, "Close the doors." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 shadowy guards, hidden in the dark, appeared like phantoms and quickly shut the palace doors. At the instant the doors closed, the three, who had been calm, immediately felt a strange change within their bodies. They keenly sensed that something was wrong and quickly moved to a spacious area in the blink of an eye. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The bodies of the three began to uncontrollably twist and swell. The surrounding shadow guards widened their eyes in shock, staring at the scene before them. As time passed, the three's bodies gradually transformed, ultimately becoming 3 gigantic beasts of varying shapes. They bore a resemblance to some mythical creatures recorded in the Shanhai Jing, but upon closer inspection, it was clear there were no exact matches. After a while, Wang Jian, now resembling a sword dragon, emitted a deep and heavy voice. "Your Majesty, what is this? I feel an overwhelming surge of power throughout my body, and even the true qi that used to trouble me can no longer exert any influence." Wei Liao and Meng Wu, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, expressing their shared feelings. Zheng, after hearing their words, said directly, "This fruit is called the devil fruit. Rest assured, it's just a name. The fruit is divided into 3 categories, and what you have consumed is one of the animal types, the dragon fruit, ancient type, sword dragon form." Looking at the twisting bodies of the three, due to the fruit's name, Zheng explained a bit and then marveled at the effects. Worthy of the nearly half of his treasure points spent on it, the effects were indeed excellent. Zheng watched as the 3 lords displayed their newfound abilities, forming 3 large characters. Request for update. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Granted." Dragon? Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian exclaimed in unison. Even the shadow guards straightened up, their faces filled with astonishment. However, a hint of doubt crept into their hearts, as this dragon seemed a bit off. Yingzheng paused for a moment, then spoke softly. You three ministers have been quite startled. Be sure to recuperate well after returning. The secret manuals in the hidden chamber are all rare treasures. You must diligently practice. In the future, the state of our Qin will still rely on your dedication. As the three gradually adapted to their newly acquired powers, their bodies transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall, with 2 rows of sword-like bones glimmering coldly on their backs. They heard a series of cracking sounds as the floor beneath them was crushed to pieces. Moments later, the three returned to their human forms and thanked Yingzheng once more. Seeing this, Yingzheng immediately waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. After everyone had departed, Yingzheng called out loudly, Zhang Han. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow emerged from the dark. It was Zhang Han. He knelt on one knee and cupped his hands in salute, saying, Your servant is here. Suddenly, an enormous wooden box appeared out of thin air before Yingzheng. Yingzheng stared at the box and said solemnly, The items inside this box are entrusted to you. You must carefully select a team of elite individuals to nurture, for I have high hopes for them. Facing the sudden change before him, Zhang Han showed no signs of surprise, clearly unfazed by the events of the previous day. He nodded gravely and replied softly, As you command, Your Majesty. Yingzheng pondered for a moment and said, Go find Shu Sun Tong. After Zhang Han left with his ninjutsu, elixirs, and secret orders, Yingzheng took out the book Luinyu and began to read it. Confucius said, Since you have come, you should find peace here. Since you are here, let us bury you here. Confucius said, A gentleman loves wealth. It should be obtained through righteous means. I like your money, so it is justified for me to take it. Confucius said, If a gentleman does not impose heavy burdens, he cannot establish authority. If a gentleman does not act with weight, he cannot establish credibility. Confucius said, Do not impose on others what you do not desire yourself. I will not keep things that I do not want for others. Confucius did not speak of strange forces and chaotic spirits. When dealing with unreasonable people, Confucius preferred not to say much. With strange force, he could knock them senseless. If people do not know and are not angry, is that not the mark of a gentleman? If someone does not know my great name, and I am not angry, that is already very gentlemanly. Seek benevolence, and you will attain benevolence. What is there to complain about? Those who do not understand benevolence will not complain, even if I beat them to death. Confucius's strength could open the gates of a nation, yet he did not want to be known for his might. Ha ha! How interesting, truly fascinating. I hope he can bring some change to Fusu. Even though I have hope for immortality, my Qin Empire still needs a qualified heir. If you truly cannot bear heavy responsibilities, then I can only choose the most outstanding among your descendants to inherit the throne. Yingzheng held a scroll titled Luinyu and murmured to himself. Before long, after receiving the message, Shu Sun Tong stepped into the court. He first paid his respects to Yingzheng according to court etiquette, then stood respectfully to the side. Seeing this, Yingzheng casually threw the Luinyu to Shu Sun Tong and said lightly, Take a good look at this. Shu Sun Tong carefully took the peculiar-looking book, and when his gaze fell on the 2 striking characters on the cover, Luinyu, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, What a strange thing is this. Even the collection of the sage gets the name wrong. It's simply incomprehensible. Despite feeling disdain and dissatisfaction inside, he maintained his composure on the surface and slowly flipped through the pages, preparing to read seriously. However, as he delved deeper into the reading, Shu Sun Tong's expression grew increasingly grim, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he seemed to be struck by an invisible force, his body shaking incessantly. Suddenly, he lost focus, and the book slipped from his hands, falling to the ground. Shu Sun Tong immediately erupted in anger, unable to help but shout, You little rascal. As soon as Shu Sun Tong uttered those 2 words, Yingzheng did not hesitate to emit a voice filled with authority and questioning. This deep and powerful inquiry was like thunder crashing in the sky, instantly plunging the entire scene into silence. Following that, Yingzheng's sharp gaze shot straight at Shu Sun Tong, as if trying to see deep into his heart. Faced with such a fierce aura, Shu Sun Tong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, having experienced the court for a long time, he quickly steadied his mind. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his calm. Yet, beads of sweat still involuntarily appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Yingzheng slowly spoke. The current teachings of your Confucianism regarding Fusu have truly disappointed me. I intend for you to educate Fusu, and I hope you do not repeat past mistakes and do not betray my trust again. If this matter succeeds, you shall replace Chun Yu. In his words, the majesty and decisive resolution of the emperor were evident. Hearing this, Shu Suntong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that this opportunity was hard to come by, and if he could successfully complete the task, not only would he gain a higher position and power, but he could also showcase his talents and ambitions. With this in mind, a glint of determination flashed in Shu Suntong's eyes, and without hesitation, he knelt on both knees to express his loyalty. It must be said that Shu Suntong indeed had extraordinary qualities. Despite having served 6 rulers and achieving the 6 changes of masters, he was not condemned like Elbu in the Three Kingdoms era as a 6th surname servant. On the contrary, people praised him for being able to adapt to circumstances and be flexible, a model of adapting to change. Perhaps it was this wisdom and adaptability that allowed Shu Suntong to establish himself in chaotic times and ultimately become a winner in life. Since ancient times, although there has been the saying that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, how could Shu Suntong be willing to remain forever in the shadow of others? He also yearned for continuous progress, surpassing himself and becoming the center of attention. Therefore, today, faced with the heavy responsibility given by Ing Zheng, even if the Luan Yu was not accepted by the world, Shu Suntong resolutely chose to go all out, vowing to seize this opportunity to soar. Besides, with the knowledge of Confucius he gained at the Jixia Academy, this understanding of Luan Yu was not unacceptable. Shu Suntong looked at the last page of Luan Yu, which said, "Seeking gifts, seeking updates, seeking attention." He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "When I complete what the emperor has entrusted to me, I will be rewarded." Yun Jing sat comfortably in the spacious and bright backyard, his gaze fixed on the treasure point balance displayed on the screen, the number firmly frozen at 10,673 points. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he confidently shouted, "System, quickly give me a world order." The system's mechanical voice immediately responded, "As you wish." Yun Jing eagerly urged, hurry up, help me search the world right away." These days, Yun Jing had indeed felt quite bored. Whenever he had free time, he would devote himself to in-depth research of the system. Hard work pays off, and he finally discovered another wonderful feature of the 3-live stone, the tracing function, while exploring it. Anyone who had been illuminated by the 3-live stone would leave a unique imprint on this mysterious stone. Even if their future fate had changed due to them all, the 3-live stone could still trace back and present all the information from the moment they entered the mall to the present moment. Moreover, even the past history of customers before they were changed was carefully preserved within it. Because of this, in recent days, whenever he had free time, Yin Jing would either stay in the mall or comfortably watch various exciting shows in his backyard. Wow, the immersive, all-around 3D surround sound viewing experience was simply irresistible and exhilarating. Occasionally, when he was in high spirits, he would go enjoy a live performance of the beautiful dance of the Snow Girl accompanied by Gao Jianli's heart-stirring melody, which was incredibly comfortable. First, he appreciated the scene of Yu Buqiuan entering the mall in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, and then he watched the final moments of Ing Zheng. In the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, the first must-see scene was when Yu Buqiuan, accompanied by Feng Qingyang and others, went to Mount Song to demand the 5 Mountains command flag and brutally defeated Zhuo Lingshan, a sight that was hard to watch. Next, he witnessed a thrilling battle between Yu Buqiuan and the Grandmaster of the Sunflower. Following that, the righteous and demonic factions fell into intense chaos, with blades flashing and the sounds of battle deafening. When the red cannon of the court roared, the phrase "everyone, the times have changed," shattered the sky, and eventually, both sides had to sign an alliance after a mixed battle involving Yu Buqiuan, Feng Qingyang, and Dongfang Bubi to end the conflict. In contrast, the plot in Naruto seemed to have fewer eye-catching moments. It was merely watching the Chunin exam held by the Sand Ninja Village. However, what truly ignited passion were those original grand scenes, such as the initial Ninetales incident, the Konoha collapse plan, Nagato shouting about how many floors a bag of rice could carry over Konoha, and the large-scale Fourth Ninja World War. As for Qin's Moon, there was nothing to see since Ing Zheng had just entered the mall, but Yin Jing was quite interested in the Emperor's court sessions. So he watched how Ing Zheng and those ministers painted their visions back and forth. After briefly watching Ing Zheng's face change, he found that Ing Zheng was indeed skilled in managing people, and Yun Jing predicted that Zhao Gao and the others would be in big trouble. If the people of the 6 countries were wise, they might be fine, otherwise they could only dance on their graves. In Windmill Village, the clone of Yunjing quietly stood by the dock, gazing at the warship busy unloading cargo. He turned his head and quietly asked Bogart beside him, "Are we leaving so soon?" Bogart nodded slightly, affirming, "The situation in the East Sea has basically stabilized now, and most of the hidden naval pests have been eliminated. However, the changes in the Grand Line are intensifying, and the situation is becoming more severe. Lord Sengoku has issued orders for the Vice Admiral to return to headquarters as soon as possible to respond to potential crises." Hearing this, the clone of Yunjing couldn't help but frown and asked worriedly, "Then how will our transactions continue in the future?" Bogart quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. Headquarters has already made arrangements. They will send Smoker and Tina to take over my work and maintain close contact with you to ensure everything proceeds smoothly." Hearing these two familiar names, the clone of Yunjing felt somewhat relieved and smiled, nodding to show he understood. He then shifted his attention back to the goods before him. Bogart pointed to a large pile of containers on the dock and asked, "Do these devices need to be installed directly in your yard?" The clone of Yunjing thought for a moment and then decisively nodded. Time passed quietly, and 2 hours later, a brand new high-tech product house appeared before everyone. The clone of Yunjing joyfully inspected this building full of futuristic technology, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. He stepped forward, and as he approached the door, he pulled out a delicate control panel from beside the door, according to the operation manual he had just read carefully. He skillfully pressed a series of buttons, and with a slight buzzing sound, the entire room seemed to come alive. The clone of Yunjing felt a solid sensation under his feet, and his body sank slightly, as if he were in a mysterious and powerful energy field. He paced back and forth a few steps, repeatedly murmuring, "Wonderful, wonderful. Truly lives up to its reputation. This outstanding scientist, praised for being 500 years ahead of global technology, is truly astonishing. Just because of a single thought of mine, a mere idea, it could be turned into reality so quickly. Although the current multiplier is only 20 times, it is still more than enough at this stage." At night, Yunjing slowly took out the unique telephone bug from his pocket and unhesitatingly dialed Sengoku's number. With a crisp and pleasant sound, the call was quickly connected. Then, Yunjing politely greeted, "Mr. Sengoku, hello." Upon hearing Yunjing's voice, Sengoku immediately responded, "Oh dear. I wonder what brings you to call me at this late hour. Mr. Yunjing, is there some urgent matter?" Facing Sengoku's inquiry, Yunjing chose not to beat around the bush, but instead spoke frankly. "To be honest, I am quite impressed with the gravity room created by Dr. Vegapunk. Therefore, I am interested in procuring such product from the Navy on a long-term basis, and I hope that Marshal Sengoku can facilitate this matter. What do you think? The mall has specialized training rooms, but those are only for customer use. For customers, it's not just about enhancing their own strength, but also the power under their command. Once there's a gravity room, they can buy it back for their subordinates to use. This is a good thing." Long before Vegapunk successfully developed the gravity room, Sengoku had already obtained the relevant test reports. It was understood that a gravity room capable of creating a 20-fold gravity environment had been built, and with the subsequent development of new materials, the gravity multiplier might be further increased. It should be known that this high 20-fold gravity has an extremely significant effect on naval soldiers who have not yet reached the general rank. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku's eyes instantly lit up, pondering whether he should equip the Navy with a batch of such advanced equipment. However, the reality was quite troubling, as various fields were in urgent need of financial investment, and the financial situation was quite tight, making it difficult to easily allocate such a large sum of money to realize this idea. Just when Sengoku was frowning over this matter, suddenly a thought crossed his mind. It seems that someone is already willing to foot the bill. Thus, without hesitation, Sengoku blurted out, "I wonder how many you roughly need." "Mr. Yunjing?" As he spoke, his mind had already begun to rapidly recall and carefully consider the costs required for Vegapunk to manufacture this gravity chamber. In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Yunjing appeared very calm and composed, directly stating, "The specific quantity required naturally depends on the actual needs of the client. But we also have to consider the price standard you have set, Mr. Sengoku." Immediately after, Sengoku unabashedly revealed his greedy nature, directly stating an astonishingly high price. A gravity chamber with 20 times the gravity is priced at 100 million berries, and for each gravity chamber purchased, we will also give away 3 precious energy batteries. As for future replenishments of energy batteries, each will cost 1 million berries. Yunjing said directly, "Since Mr. Sengoku is so lacking in sincerity, then forget it. A glance at the marketplace reveals the price of the gravity chamber. Name: 20x gravity chamber value. 1,000 treasure points. Item details. It is a gravity chamber carefully crafted from a gravity core, energy battery, and solar panels, capable of applying gravity within a vast area of 5m x 5m. For those in the early stages of cultivation, using this gravity chamber will bring about a wonderful experience akin to flying. This item is even more useful for body cultivators. As for the energy battery under double gravity, this powerful energy battery can actually be used continuously for up to 50 days. However, it is important to note that each time the gravity multiplier increases by 1, the energy consumption rate will also double. The solar panels of the gravity chamber can charge it by 1% each day in sunny weather. At this moment, Yunjing was secretly pondering. If compared to the initial pricing of the body-nourishing pill, it would only be worth a maximum of 3 million. Even though the body-nourishing pill is a consumable and relatively low-priced, the price in front of me clearly has a huge problem. I'm connected with you, and you're playing tricks with me. Hearing this, Sengoku was immediately stunned. He was used to bargaining with the 5 elders, and this time he had made the same old mistake again. He couldn't help but worry that if this affected the trading of pills, ninjutsu, and internal energy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the overall strength of the Navy could indeed be significantly enhanced with the gravity chamber and energy pills, especially the combat power of mid-level and grassroots soldiers would be greatly increased. The impact of reaching a deal with Yunjing would affect the combat capabilities of all members. However, if the transaction is obstructed, the justice of ruling the world may also go to waste. Faced with such a significant decision, Sengoku chose to compromise without hesitation and quickly said, "Mr. Yunjing, please remain calm. The prices mentioned earlier were only for external customers. You must know that this gravity chamber is born from your brilliant idea, coupled with your deep ties with our Navy. How could it be priced so high? Therefore, Mr. Yunjing, you only need to pay 20 million berries to obtain this gravity chamber. As for the energy battery, it can be obtained for just 500,000 berries. But there is a small condition. Please return the used old energy battery. Otherwise, you will need to pay an additional 200,000 berries for materials. In fact, the manufacturing cost of each gravity chamber is approximately 8 million berries, with the main expense being the cost of raw materials. And those so-called energy batteries are actually standard products from Future Island. These batteries are not only inexpensive, but also have the characteristic of being recyclable. The cost required to fully charge them, if converted to berries, is even less than 100,000, considering factors such as the battery's own wear and tear. The total cost is around 200,000 berries. After hearing the price, Yunjing showed a satisfied expression on his face and nodded slightly to indicate his approval. He said softly, that's good. I'll reserve 20 gravity chambers for now. Additionally, besides the energy batteries that come with each gravity chamber, please equip me with an extra 100 batteries. As for the costs, just deduct them directly from the payment for the medicinal pills. Naturally, Zhanghua had no objections to this, as each gravity chamber Yunjing purchased was equivalent to adding one more gravity chamber to the Navy. Although the profit margin was reduced, it was still profitable, and he never intended to make money from the gravity chambers. The reason for selling them to Yunjing was also because Yunjing would not affect the Navy's layout. Subsequently, the two began to discuss the specific delivery date for the goods and casually chatted about a few trivial topics before ending the call. Yunjing originally intended to ask Zhanghua if he was interested in trading techniques and ninjutsu recently, but after thinking it over, he felt there was no rush for that. After finishing the call with Yunjing, Zhanghua almost immediately called Huang Yuan. As soon as the call connected, Zhanghua quickly and concisely conveyed the key information about the order to Huang Yuan, emphasizing that he should relay it to Vegapunk. Zhanghua asked Huang Yuan to inquire whether Vegapunk could further reduce production costs and develop a more efficient and powerful gravity chamber, ideally one that could have a significant effect on those who had already reached the admiral level. Huang Yuan casually hung up the phone and continued to focus on practicing his hand seals. After all, as the man known as the fastest in the world, Huang Yuan understood that hand seals must be executed quickly and accurately. Otherwise, being slow in battle at his level would be useless. However, Huang Yuan actually already had an idea in mind regarding Zhanghua's request, even though it was already late at night. Even a research enthusiast like Vegapunk still needed some proper rest to regain his energy. So waiting until the next morning to convey the message was perfectly fine. A few days later, news arrived from Long. bringing exciting information that he had successfully prepared the precious blood resources of the devil fruit users and could immediately start planning the related transactions. In fact, for Yunjing, there wasn't much that needed special preparation. He just needed to wait patiently. That night, Kuma appeared on time, as usual, holding several peculiar kites that resembled bear paws, and slowly walked to the front of Yunjing's restaurant. Yunjing gently touched the bear paw-shaped bubbles, and the items were instantly drawn into a mysterious space. Then, Yunjing enthusiastically welcomed the bear into the restaurant and served it a cup of fragrant tea. Once everything was settled, Yunjing eagerly took out a box containing blood and carefully opened the lid. In an instant, a strong and strange aura rushed towards him, causing Yunjing to widen his eyes in endless astonishment. He held a paper that detailed all the blood information and corresponding numbers of devil fruit users. What the heck? Long actually dug out his entire family's secrets, and it seems he also seized quite a bit from outside. Yunjing thought, how on earth did he get Kaido's blood? Did Kaido bring it to him himself, and he just happened to pick it up? Looking at the numerous blood vials laid out before him, Yunjing could hardly believe his eyes. Upon careful counting, there were as many as 30 samples, almost covering all known types of devil fruits in the world. Such a vast and comprehensive collection was truly unimaginable and showcased the immense effort and dedication Long had put into it. Paramecia, hormone fruit, push fruit, cut fruit, inspire fruit, meatball fruit, age fruit, logia, win fruit, coal fruit, zoan, fish fruit, normal type, orca form, whale shark form, saw shark form, electric eel form, horned fish form, zoan, fish fruit, mythical type, azure dragon form, zoan, cat fruit, ancient type, saber-toothed tiger form. In addition, there were many ordinary forms of various poultry and nationally protected animals in the zoan category, which I won't elaborate on here. However, after estimating in his mind, Yunjing realized that the value of these items was almost surpassing the price on the list he provided. After thinking for a moment, Yunjing directly asked the bear, who was reading a book nearby, "Big Bear, the items you brought this time far exceed the scope of the list I previously provided to your guild. So, what does Mr. Long think about this matter?" Hearing this, the bear slowly closed the book and replied, "Before we set off, Long mentioned that our guild is willing to treat the excess portion as a prepayment. At the same time, we hope that if Mr. Yunjing has any valuable items in the future, he would consider collaborating with our guild first." Yunjing slightly nodded, indicating understanding, and then continued to inquire, "So, where exactly does the Kaido blood here come from? Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose, that's fine." Kuma gently shook his head and replied, "Actually, there's nothing inconvenient to talk about. This bottle of Kaido's blood was given to me by a close friend." Hearing this, Yunjing nodded to show he understood. But inwardly, he was pondering. It's highly likely that it came from Vegapunk. It must be a product left behind when he was researching related factors. If Sengoku finds out about this, he'll probably be furious. Thinking of this, Yunjing couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. Before long, Yunjing waved his arm, and a light flashed. He then took out a space-sealing scroll from the void and handed it to Kuma. With a smile, Yunjing said to Kuma, "Big Bear, this is the item needed by the dragon. Moreover, there is a brand new item list inside. If Mr. Dragon sees anything he likes on it, I will make sure to prepare it well for you when you come next time. By the way, in a while, I might have a large batch of new products here." After hearing this, Kuma nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely relay this to the dragon." With that, the two exchanged smiles, understanding each other perfectly. Shortly after, Kuma turned and left, and with a soft pop, he disappeared like a phantom. When Kuma returned to the mall, the precious blood of the devil fruit users had already been properly placed into the cultivation device by the clone station there. At this moment, Yunjing, who was leisurely sitting in a chair, couldn't help but ponder. This time it's truly a bountiful harvest. With so many rare treasures, they're sure to sell well. Fortunately, Zhenggu and Tian are still relatively wealthy, as their world contains many treasures of immense value. Especially Zhenggu, who last time even moved his private treasury. As for the treasures in the national treasury, not a single cent has been used, and Tian has only rummaged through about half of her family assets. Thinking of this, Yunjing's smile grew even brighter, as if he could already see a prosperous future with booming business and abundant wealth. It's really a pity. Now Boss Yu is close to passing away, and the foundation of the Proud World is about to be exhausted. Waiting for new cultivation methods and other products to slowly take shape might take at least a few more years. Relying solely on the Pusku snake and a few low-level pills to sustain oneself is indeed quite miserable. However, the world is unpredictable, and anything is possible. Perhaps everyone has their own unique opportunities, and it's possible that in the future, the proud world will soar like a phoenix reborn, astonishing everyone. Thus, Yunjing continued to immerse himself in that realistic immersive movie for several hours. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant ding-ding-ding sound rang out. The system's good news had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the 36 celestial techniques. Cloud riding, wind calling, sea churning, transformation, 5 elements, great escape, mountain whip, instant flower bloom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Rain prayer, water entry, flame spitting, earth walking, medicine, wind borrowing, fragmentation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the 72 transformations. General outline, dragon, whale, shark, electric eel, dog, cow, dog, wind, stone, bullhorn, fish. There were nearly 40 items in total. Most of them he could understand, but he was somewhat puzzled by instant flower bloom from the 36 celestial techniques and the general outline of the 72 transformations. After some careful inquiry, he learned that instant flower bloom originated from the power of Kuma's mochi fruit. It should be noted that Kuma is a top-tier fruit power developer, capable of directly creating such conceptually powerful techniques. It can materialize certain abstract concepts and launch them out. The remarkable effect of this instant flower bloom technique is that when countless peach blossom petals fall, once they touch a person, they will instantly bloom into vibrant flowers. In the blink of an eye, the person covered in petals will have all their vitality, spirit, energy, and essence devoured. Ultimately, these colorful flowers will gradually wither and condense into a containing abundant life force. If someone consumes this peach, it can increase their lifespan and power. However, at the same time, that person will also vanish into thin air. It must be said that the compatibility between the two is extremely high. As for the general outline, it is granted by the Sway fruit. This general outline of the 72 transformations not only affects the user, but can also influence various other forms of transformation. The special ability of the Sway fruit happens to match this perfectly, compared to the instant explosive skill of instant flower bloom. Yunjing actually values the star absorption technique more. After careful modification, the power extracted from the star absorption technique can not only be sold for profit, but, crucially, it has sustainable development characteristics. Although instant flower bloom is incredibly powerful, it is a one-time consumable. However, when facing enemies, this technique is quite practical. In a martial arts world, it can save the trouble of dealing with corpses and covering up traces. In the realm of cultivation and fantasy, it can prevent enemies from seeking revenge through reincarnation or the afterlife. Next, Yunjing fused the various forms of the 72 transformations together and integrated various ninjutsu from the ninja world into the 5 elements great escape method of the 36 celestial techniques. After completing these operations, Yunjing displayed all the items in the mall and then quietly waited for customers to arrive. As expected, it wasn't long before 3 people logged in one after another. When they saw the list of items available, Ingzheng did not hesitate for a moment and immediately logged off to prepare his treasure points. Tian and Yu Buchuan, however, focused intently on examining each item listed. After careful consideration, Yu Buchuan unhesitatingly spent a total of 3,500 treasure points, successfully purchasing the mochi fruit, worth 1,500 points, and the incredibly powerful instant flower bloom skill from the 36 celestial techniques, priced at 2,000 points. This move caused his previously substantial wealth to plummet to 2/3 of its original amount. In contrast, Tian looked around hesitantly, unable to make up her mind. She was attracted to various products, but struggled to decide what to purchase. In the end, she could only leave empty-handed, having bought nothing. Not long after, Ingzheng personally brought a large quantity of valuable items to trade with Yunjing. With the completion of this massive transaction, Zhang Ji's account balance skyrocketed like a rocket, soaring to as high as 7,126 points. Immediately after, he decisively clicked on the list, quickly deducting 7,000 treasure points, and acquired the long-desired fish fruit, mythical zoan type, Azure Dragon form, priced at 5,000 points, and the earthly transformation of the dragon, priced at 2,000 points. Once the 3 customers either logged off or went to the training room to focus on their cultivation, the once bustling trading hall returned to silence. As if time had frozen in that moment, Meanwhile, far away in the Naruto world, the third clone did not hesitate to dial the phone bug of the main body, casually discussing the matters of the marketplace with the main body, Tion. After the communication ended, it began to quietly wait for the VIP's arrival in the room. A few days ago, after in-depth analysis and discussion, Ingjing finally made Tion and Yu Buchuan realize that they were ultimately still too immature. The Fourth Great Ninja War, which had always been viewed by the two as difficult to handle, actually had a very simple solution. In Ingjing's eyes, the so-called Black Zetsu was simply too pathetic. Despite having an immortal body, it had wasted over 1,000 years of time, which was truly speechless. According to Ingjing, if he were to become White Zetsu, after the death of the Sage of Six Paths, he would only need to hide for over 100 years, secretly gathering and nurturing outstanding ninjas. Even if he could no longer awaken the Ten Tails due to the limitations of the era, with an endless lifespan and control techniques, he would definitely be able to gradually dominate the entire world. Unfortunately, this guy had no strategic capability, only hiding and stirring up trouble behind the scenes. It was likely that Su Fu in the world of Fengyin would also be furious upon seeing this situation, and would jump up, fiercely slapping Black Zetsu twice, angrily scolding it for bringing shame to all immortals. Therefore, at this moment, Ingjing's advice to Tion was to seek out Black Zetsu and cooperate with it. After all, whether it was the two of them or Black Zetsu, their ultimate goal was the same: to jointly resist the impending Otsutsuki clan. The so-called Fourth Great Ninja War was merely an accidental byproduct of Black Zetsu's grand plan. However, as events unfolded, Black Zetsu still remained a rather good candidate for partnership. After all, this guy had survived for such a long time, and the number of ninjutsu he possessed must be quite considerable. Even if we set those aside, the wealth left behind by Uchiha Madara would certainly not be small. That day, after the third clone returned, it immediately engaged in an in-depth discussion with the main body. Tion. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided to separate another clone, the fourth clone. Before long, a brand new task quietly appeared in the exchange center. The key information for this task included Kagaya, God Tree, Ten Tails, Moon, and Resurrection. Orochimaru, who had been closely monitoring the dynamics of the exchange center, and Black Zetsu, who was constantly spying on the entire ninja world, learned of this task's existence almost simultaneously. Orochimaru acted decisively, dialing the specific phone bug without hesitation. When the third clone on the other end informed him that he didn't need to intervene in this matter for the time being, and that he should wholeheartedly complete the task of recruiting Obito, promising that he would naturally reveal the whole truth when the time was right. Orochimaru still had doubts in his heart, but chose to continue with his task. Moreover, based on the information he currently had, even if he wanted to intervene, he wouldn't know where to start. It would be better to find Obito sooner. The third clone secretly complained, wondering what Orochimaru was doing, as he hadn't gone to rescue Xiangling yet, nor had he found Obito. Day after day, he seemed to be doing nothing while having the leisure to care about other matters. After thinking this, he suddenly sighed and said, "I truly worry too much for the ninja world." In contrast, Black Zetsu appeared to be more decisive and resolute. It did not hesitate to follow the clues intentionally or unintentionally left by the fourth clone, tracking down to a secret base that the latter had specifically established. Speaking of which, this so-called secret base was actually just an ordinary, unremarkable house. It was too wasteful to open a base for just one-time use. While the fourth clone was cultivating in the house, he suddenly sensed that a mechanism underground had been triggered and immediately ended his training. When Black Zetsu collected the keyword for this task, it realized that someone had somehow learned about the Moon Eye Plan, and it was the complete Moon Eye Plan. So it quickly found a reason to leave Obito's side to gather information, directly taking on the task in the exchange center, then following the traces left by the third clone. However, although Black Zetsu sensed that the presence of people in the house was not high, it activated a White Zetsu for safety, began to split, and integrated part of itself into White Zetsu's body, then operated him to scout ahead. Just as it was preparing to surface under its control of White Zetsu, it heard someone above say, "Since you are here, come out." This directly made the suspicious Black Zetsu a bit paranoid. After all, it had not yet escaped from the Agura technique. The fourth clone saw that it had already called someone, but after a while, the other party still did not show up, and couldn't he help but think, "Indeed, staying in the gutter for too long has made my thinking abnormal. Everything seems to have a conspiracy behind it." Helpless, the fourth clone had to directly ask, "Do you really not want to rescue your mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a sharp sword piercing through Black Zetsu's most fragile defense. It instantly lost control of its emotions, directly manipulating the unique body of White Zetsu to swiftly float into the room like a specter, confronting the fourth clone and sternly questioning. Who are you? How do you know this? The fourth clone faced Black Zetsu's strange and unique half-black, half-white body without showing any signs of surprise, as if everything was within expectation. Calmly, it slowly said, I am a member of the Dawn organization, code name First Emperor. As for this information, it was naturally provided by our organization. Upon hearing the words Dawn, Black Zetsu's heart jolted, instinctively questioning the mysterious man before it. Dawn, what is your relationship with Akatsuki? At this moment, it was already somewhat flustered. After all, Nagato was also a key part of the entire plan. If they were to uncover the true intention behind collecting the tailed beasts, it would likely lead to unexpected variables. Only after speaking did it realize that as a member of the Akatsuki organization, it had witnessed and participated in the entire development process of Akatsuki. At this time, the fourth clone, like the third clone, used the transformation technique and the turtle breathing technique. However, this time, the face that the fourth clone transformed into was Ingzheng. It spoke with a dignified expression. Our organization has no connection with Akatsuki. Black Zetsu couldn't help but furrow its brows tightly, murmuring in confusion. When did such an organization emerge in the ninja world? Why have I not been able to gather any information about it? Despite being filled with doubts, it continued to ask, so what is your purpose? The fourth clone ignored Black Zetsu's questioning, leisurely pouring a glass of water for itself, taking a gentle sip, and slowly said, why be so aggressive? In fact, our organization harbors no ill intentions towards you, and we even have some desire to seek cooperation. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu immediately interjected, cooperation? His tone revealed obvious skepticism and disdain. What could we possibly cooperate on? In response to Kurizetsu's doubt, the fourth clone replied leisurely. As for the purpose of cooperation, it is to gather all the tailed beasts and fuse them into the immensely powerful 10 tails. Thus, to recreate the legendary divine tree and utilize the infinite Tsukimi technique to absorb vast amounts of chakra, ultimately achieving the resurrection of Kagaya. You have meticulously planned for such a long time, enduring countless hardships, and finally, among the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, you have awaited the one with the Rinnegan. Wasn't all this effort for this moment? Kagaya's third son, Kurizetsu, you resurrect your mother, and our organization merely asks that after your mother's successful resurrection, you hand over control of the divine tree to us. The voice of the fourth clone, though not loud, struck Kurizetsu's ears like thunder. Even with his deep cunning and composure, he couldn't help but fall into a momentary daze, unconsciously murmuring, how did you know about this? The fourth clone gazed at Kurizetsu's face filled with shock and confusion, secretly pondering. This hidden mastermind seems to be not as formidable as imagined. After all, he has always concealed himself in the shadows and has never truly stepped into the spotlight. Even when he occasionally appears, it is merely to manipulate Uchiha Madara according to a predetermined plan. As for the various schemes regarding Obito, they all relied on Madara's designs. Ultimately, Kurizetsu is at best just a loyal executor. With this in mind, the fourth clone suddenly felt disinterested and lazily responded. You need not inquire about how we obtained our information. Now, I just want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to cooperate with us? At this moment, Kurizetsu was filled with despair, but he considered himself the most hidden mastermind in the entire ninja world, and as the third son of the rabbit goddess, his pride and dignity did not allow him to easily concede. Thus, he forced himself to calm down, gritted his teeth, and stubbornly retorted, Humph. What necessity do we have for cooperation? Facing Kurizetsu's question, the fourth clone's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He explained slowly, the key lies in time and margin for error. Once the Akatsuki officially begins its collection of tailed beasts, the 5 great ninja villages will undoubtedly take strong measures to stop it. If, during this process, any Jinchuriki unfortunate enough to perish, then your entire plan may be ruined. Don't forget, there are only 2 remaining members of the Uchiha clan. With even a slight misstep, the Uchiha family could be completely annihilated. Although you may have secretly left behind the Uchiha clan's bloodline for cloning. Who can predict how long it will take for the next person to successfully awaken the Rinnegan? Will it take another 1,000 years? Moreover, even if Nagato's eyes are used, there is no guarantee they will be safe and sound without any accidents, right? Even if you are willing to wait patiently for 1,000 years, how can you ensure that no other formidable enemies from the Otsutsuki clan will descend upon the world in the future? After hearing this, Kurizetsu fell into silence. He knew that what the other party said was true. The conspiracy he had meticulously planned for years indeed had many variables and risks. After a long period of contemplation, Kurizetsu finally slowly spoke. In that case, what do you think we should do to cooperate? In his words, it seemed he had already tacitly acknowledged the possibility of both sides joining forces. The fourth clone's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile as he spoke softly. Help our members integrate into the Akatsuki. You should know that we truly admire an extraordinary organization like the Akatsuki and genuinely want to explore whether there are members that can be recruited. Rest assured, this will not interfere with your plan to resurrect your mother. After all, our organization also needs the divine tree. Finally, we need the ninjutsu you have treasured. The more numerous they are, the greater our chances of successfully assisting you in resurrecting Kagaya. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons in his heart before responding. Well, I can introduce you, but I cannot help you obtain core member positions. The fourth clone seemed to have anticipated this, waving his hand nonchalantly and responding. That is very good. For us, having an identity is sufficient. As for other matters, let our organization handle them internally. Seeing this, Kurizetsu nodded slightly in agreement, and then said, however, I need to see your organization's actual actions and demonstrate its sincerity before deciding whether to hand over the ninjutsu to you. However, the fourth clone unhesitatingly interrupted. No need to wait. At this very moment, I can reveal an important message to you. Otsutsuki Ashiki has not perished, and he still controls a young 10 tails. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu's face immediately showed extreme shock, and he exclaimed, how is this possible? I clearly saw in my mother's memories that Ashiki was completely devoured by the divine tree. The fourth clone's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile as he softly replied, that's right, but the divine tree only ate half of Ashiki, not all of him. After hearing this, Kurizetsu suddenly understood everything as if he had been enlightened. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, are you saying that your organization's people were actually present at that time? And your mysterious organization has existed in the world for thousands of years? The fourth clone smiled slightly, but did not answer Kurizetsu's question. He found Kurizetsu's self-constructed speculation somewhat amusing in his heart. At the same time, he thought this could provide a reasonable explanation for their organization. At this moment, Kurizetsu's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, as if his heart was experiencing a fierce struggle and contemplation. After a moment of silence, the fourth clone slowly spoke. All right, let's leave it at that for today. Once our organization successfully obtains the ninjutsu you provide, I will naturally offer you more valuable information again. Kurizetsu nodded and then asked, how will I contact you then? The fourth clone calmly took out a pre-prepared directional communication insect from his pocket and handed it to Kurizetsu, explaining its usage in detail. Afterward, Kurizetsu took the communication insect, turned, and vanished underground, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The fourth clone completely ignored Kurizetsu, who was secretly observing everything from underground, and unhesitatingly performed a technique to dispel the clone state. At the same time, although the clone was busy, the main body, Tian, also did not rest for a moment. In fact, what Zheng provided that day was not merely a strategy to seek cooperation with Kurizetsu. Unlike Yu Buchuan, who tried to secretly recruit the likes of Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga behind the scenes, Zheng was more straightforward. He explicitly instructed Tian to find the Yamashiro clan and requested them to develop a special ninjutsu that could achieve memory sharing. It should be noted that the Yamashiro clan has excellent expertise and profound attainments in this area. Not long after, the task was successfully completed. Following this, Tian, leveraging her father's previous cooperation, quietly contacted the clan leaders of the pig, deer, and butterfly clans. However, gaining the trust of the other party was no easy task, especially when facing a wise individual like Nara Shikaku. In such circumstances, sincerity was the only trump card. Therefore, aside from cleverly renaming the real situation of the mall to the Dawn organization, Tian unreservedly revealed most of the important matters to 4 key figures, including her father, Tian Shouyun. Under the constraints of secret techniques, Tian also shared some memories of knowing destiny with the 4, including her father, Tian Shouyun. Fortunately, after a candid exchange, the clan leaders of the pig, deer, and butterfly clans ultimately chose to join the Dawn organization. Under Tian's guidance, the 3 clan leaders witnessed the astonishing power of the devil fruit and internal energy firsthand. Meanwhile, Tian did not hesitate to show them the detailed exchange list. These three clans had existed since the Warring States period. By the time of the Shinobi Village era, they were closely aligned with the Hokage faction. Additionally, the three clans had accumulated considerable wealth and resources due to their outstanding management skills. Moreover, the Yamanaka clan, as a key force in Konoha's interrogation department, had privately acquired quite a few ninjutsu. However, they only used their clan's secret techniques externally, with other techniques kept as hidden assets. After a series of intense negotiations and transactions, the final outcome was mutually beneficial, with both sides satisfied. Subsequently, with the assistance of Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's aide, some private armies from the three clans and Tiantian's new clones quietly arrived in the Land of Waves and successfully took control of Kado. Thus, unbeknownst to them, they had become the true, behind-the-scenes rulers of the Land of Waves. At this point, the Dawn organization finally had its first official base. With the successful establishment of the base, Tian immediately launched a large-scale talent recruitment campaign. She spared no effort in imparting the cultivation methods of internal energy and chakra to every member who joined the organization. As a result, the overall strength of the Dawn organization rapidly increased like a rocket, thriving at an astonishing speed beyond everyone's imagination. Sunlight poured into the tranquil backyard, where Yunjing leisurely reclined in a comfortable lounge chair. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Tiantian's impressive series of operations, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for Ingzhong. As Tiantian's actions became more frequent, the likelihood of Konoha's 4F detecting abnormalities would also increase day by day. However, with Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's aide, now providing cover and assistance, the Dawn organization would surely be able to develop rapidly. On this day, the originally sunny Qin capital, Xianyang City, suddenly experienced a dramatic change. In the sky, dense clouds rolled like surging waves, as if they were about to engulf the heavens and the earth. Following that, a deep roar, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, compelled the people of Xianyang City to look up at the sky. After several deafening thunderclaps echoed through the air, a massive mysterious being appeared in the sky. It was shrouded in a layer of mist, making its form appear elusive. Most citizens of Xianyang City could only catch glimpses of its scales. Only those who lived in the surrounding areas of Xianyang City and high-ranking individuals could stand atop the towering buildings and see most of this extraordinary being. Its horns resembled those of a stag. Its head was like that of a camel. Its eyes were akin to those of a rabbit. Its neck resembled that of a long snake. Its abdomen was like that of a sea monster. Its scales were similar to those of swimming fish. Its claws resembled those of a fierce eagle. Its palms were like those of a mighty tiger, and its ears were similar to those of a yellow cow. The overall scales presented a deep green hue, unmistakably the legendary Azure Dragon. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai-yi, the leader of the Yin-Yang family who had received news from the moon goddess some time ago, happened to be near Xianyang City. He gazed up at the majestic Azure Dragon in the sky, his eyes sparkling with a strange light as he continuously changed complex hand seals, trying to discern the origins of the Azure Dragon. He muttered to himself, "This is impossible. The 7 stars of the Azure Dragon have not yet fully gathered, and the Illusion Sound Treasure Box is also missing. Its contained secrets remain unsolved. How could the Azure Dragon suddenly appear?" After circling several times high in the air, the Azure Dragon disappeared like a phantom. Dong Huang Tai, he kept his gaze fixed on the direction where the Azure Dragon had vanished, his brow furrowed in thought. Then, without hesitation, he activated the unique mysterious techniques of the Yin-Yang family to send a message to the moon goddess, ordering her to thoroughly investigate the matter. Meanwhile, spies hidden within Xianyang City also noticed the anomaly in the sky. They did not dare to be negligent and quickly relayed this shocking news to their respective masters. Within a few days, the rumor of the Azure Dragon's appearance in Xianyang City spread like wildfire, prompting various scheming individuals to spread rumors and engage in discussions and speculation. At this moment, within a residence, 3 highly respected old marquises were fully focused on practicing the martial arts version of the Navy 6 forms and a life restoration technique granted by Ingzhong in the training ground. When they noticed the unusual activity in the sky, they already understood in their hearts that this phenomenon was likely related to the current emperor, Ingzhong. Thus, the 3 immediately ordered a large number of personnel to be dispatched throughout the city to maintain order, to prevent anyone with ill intentions from taking advantage of the chaos to disrupt the order of Xianyang City. Zhang Han and others stared in astonishment as Ingzhong transformed into a giant dragon, circling in the air before reverting to human form. They hurriedly knelt down alongside several shadow guards behind them, and in unison exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Ingzheng had just tried the Azure Dragon fruit, and was currently closing his eyes, savoring the wonderful feeling of the power within him surging like a tidal wave. If not for being in the palace, he would have immediately wanted to test the unique powers of the Azure Dragon fruit, such as the Dragon Breath. Moreover, at the moment of transformation, he seemed to sense a special aura coming from the southwest. After a brief pause, Ingzheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at Zhang Han, who was kneeling below, and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Han, have you all mastered those ninjutsu?" Zhang Han did not dare to be negligent. Immediately straightening his body and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I have carefully selected the elites from the Shadow Guards, and they are fully dedicated to practicing these ninjutsu. In my opinion, within 7 days, we will surely see a group of highly skilled masters emerge. At that time, they can be dispatched to carry out the tasks assigned by Your Majesty." Ingzheng nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction, but then changed the subject and continued to inquire. "What about Han Xian? And what about the other individuals I need? How are the searches for them going?" Zhang Han promptly responded, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I have already sent a secret letter to the farmer's family. As for the others, I have also dispatched capable subordinates to search for them and ensure their safe arrival in Xianyang City." After speaking, Zhang Han bowed again, expressing his loyalty to Ingzheng. "I will arrange for the Yinyang family to assist you. I hope that within a month, news from Lulan and Shurchio can reach my presence." Ingzheng said solemnly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhang Han responded. Ingzheng waved his hand, and Zhang Han and the others retreated like a tide, while he returned to the palace. Looking up at the sky, Ingzheng's thoughts raced like untamed wild horses, recalling the breathtaking first scene in Knowing Destiny, where an attack aimed to pierce through the world, akin to raging waves. If it weren't for the intervention of the 9 heavens Xiannu and the Divine Dragon, blocking that strike, the entire world might have turned to ashes by now. From the fragments of words from the mysterious Little Li, who seemed to embody the tears of a goddess, combined with what he witnessed in Knowing Destiny, Ingzheng pieced together the history of the entire world like a puzzle. This world was suffering from the invasion of powerful enemies from beyond, and those ancient sages who had disappeared or perished were actually fighting bloodily against the enemies outside the world. The will of the heavenly path sacrificed itself, transforming into an indestructible barrier that protected this land, making it difficult for the external enemies to trace the realm's whereabouts. However, unforeseen events occurred. One day, a demonic general from beyond, like a rat in the gutter, accidentally discovered this barrier and was about to lead his troops to break through it and invade the realm. Under the transmission of the heavenly will, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky, the news quickly spread in all directions. The 9 heavens Xiannu and her partner, the Divine Dragon, who were nearby, keenly received this urgent message and rushed to provide support without hesitation. After a thrilling battle, they successfully killed the demonic general. But just as victory was within reach, the demonic general unleashed his final move, exerting all his strength to deliver a fatal blow, targeting the barrier that guarded the realm's peace. The 9 heavens Xiannu and the Divine Dragon immediately realized the immense power of this strike, which the barrier could not withstand. In a critical moment, they did not hesitate for a second, resolutely stepping forward to withstand this earth-shattering attack with their own bodies. In an instant, light burst forth, and the heavens and earth trembled. However, despite their utmost efforts, they suffered unprecedented severe injuries, their lives hanging by a thread. Yet the dying struggle of the demonic general did not cease. His attack was still unstoppable and ultimately broke through the sturdy barrier. With a loud bang, a gap was finally created in the barrier, and at that moment, the body of the demonic general turned to ashes, transforming into a dazzling star that fell straight into the realm through the gap in the barrier. As the realm's essence leaked out due to the broken barrier, the situation grew increasingly dire. The 9 heavens Xiannu and the Divine Dragon knew that if the realm's essence continued to disperse, it would certainly attract more external enemies. Therefore, they resolutely decided to sacrifice their precious physical bodies, using the technique of dissolution to merge themselves into the damaged barrier, attempting to fill that terrifying gap. Meanwhile, their souls quietly retreated deep within the realm, seeking a safe place to recuperate. After completing the dissolution, the Divine Dragon, relying on the remaining trace of divine power, miraculously gave birth to its 9th child, Pai Xiao. However, at this moment, The divine dragon had exhausted all its energy, and its soul fell into a deep sleep, entering a long recovery period. As the star that the demonic general transformed into fell into the realm, the dense demonic energy that spread out like a plague quickly engulfed all things in the world. Innocent beings suffered torture and pain. The soul of the nine heavens, Xian Nu, was anxious upon seeing this, but at this moment, she was in a weakened state, unable to take action to stop this catastrophe. After careful consideration, they ultimately made the difficult decision to select a suitable candidate from within the realm to bear the heavy responsibility of saving the living. Among many candidates, they chose the brave and fearless Qiyu. This warrior from the realm possessed extraordinary courage and wisdom, making him the best choice to combat the rampant demonic energy. To address the star demonic energy that spread and ravaged the world like a plague, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, decided to forge a powerful sword for Qiyu using the source of the demonic energy from the star. However, she knew that if this demonic weapon was not controlled, it would surely lead to greater disasters. Therefore, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, expended tremendous energy to cast a sealing technique, forming the tears of the goddess in hopes of restraining the surging demonic energy within. Unfortunately, contrary to her expectations, as time went by, Qiyu wielded this unparalleled divine weapon and fought battles everywhere, gradually being eroded in mind by the continuously surging demonic energy from the outside. Under the influence of this demonic energy, Qiyu's ambition swelled like an untamed wild horse, becoming increasingly difficult to control. Ultimately, he relied on the enormous bronze giant, which he had forged himself, conquering the entire world. Faced with such a crisis, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, felt powerless to turn the tide, but she did not easily give up. After careful thought, she decided to awaken the long-sleeping divine dragon and select an extraordinary person with courage and wisdom from the vast sea of humanity, entrusting him with the responsibility of saving the living. This person would later become the renowned Yellow Emperor. At the same time, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, with her deep understanding of Qiyu's character and weaknesses, taught the Yellow Emperor many strategies to defeat the enemy. With the unparalleled divine power of the divine dragon and the wise and precise guidance of the nine heavens, Xian Nu, the Yellow Emperor led his brave and fearless people against Qiyu in a thrilling life and death struggle. After countless blood-soaked battles, the Yellow Emperor finally succeeded in defeating Qiyu, destroying all 80 imposing bronze giants. However, when they arrived at the last bronze giant forged from the power of the stars, they found that both sides were now exhausted and could no longer summon their powerful forces to seal it completely. At a critical moment, the dragon soul within the Yellow Emperor stepped forward, exerting its last bit of strength to successfully seal the source of the weapon demon god's power. Subsequently, this dragon soul entrusted the weapon demon god to the ninth son of the divine dragon, Pai Xiao, for safekeeping. Thus, this earth-shattering battle finally came to an end. Meanwhile, the nine heavens, Xian Nu, used the little power she had left to construct a vast sealing array, forcibly separating the city of Lulan from its original realm, turning it into a mysterious place isolated from the world. The Pai Xiao, which guarded the dragon's soul, naturally became the core hub of this great array. Ying Zheng recalled the past. When the Gongsu family allied with him, he received a generous gift from them, unintentionally obtaining the blueprints for creating the bronze giant. At that time, the empire was already on the path to unifying the world, with no spare resources to build it. However, after years of warfare and power struggles, he finally succeeded in conquering the 6 states and establishing a vast empire. After unifying the world, Ying Zheng immediately set about implementing his plan to collect all weapons in the world for forging the impressive bronze giant. This grand project consumed countless human, material, and financial resources, but Ying Zheng firmly believed that once the bronze giant was completed and put into use, it would become a powerful tool to deter all and consolidate his rule. The bronze giant finally stood tall on the earth, towering dozens of feet high, its magnificent body resembling an immovable mountain. However, what everyone did not expect was that the bronze giant could never be activated. Although it could still intimidate the 6 states, while immobile, it was still somewhat lacking. After in-depth research, Gongsu Qiu discovered that the reason the bronze giant could not operate was due to the lack of a crucial driving energy source. But at this moment, Ying Zheng had already figured out the reason behind it, and was filled with confidence for the future. Therefore, he was now preparing to focus his efforts on the matter of Lulan. Once he obtained the legendary Pi Shio Stone Ball and used its power to activate the Bronze Giant, what was there to fear from the rebellious Six States? They're just a group of easily defeated rabble. In addition, Ingzheng learned about many ancient talents from the historical records in the Yonla Dayan. The wisdom and abilities of these outstanding figures are what the Empire currently lacks. Although Li Si and others have preliminarily organized the systems for talent announcement and court affairs, these still require time to accumulate. Nevertheless, even so, the Empire's prosperity for generations to come is just around the corner. However, it is unknown whether the city-states mentioned in maritime routes still exist today. All of this awaits further exploration and discovery. Ingzheng slowly came back to his senses, gathering his scattered thoughts. He couldn't help but recall the assessment Li Si conducted for Huhai a few days ago. After careful observation and evaluation, Li Si's conclusion was surprisingly mediocre. Such an evaluation, while not bad, was far from outstanding. The current educational model in the Qin state is still largely based on officials as teachers. Fusu, on the other hand, became the first to be exposed to Confucian teachings. However, he was so influenced by Confucian thought that he deviated from Ingzheng's original purpose. For this reason, Ingzheng firmly decided not to let Confucianism teach other royal children. Given that the Xiong family had previously obstructed the empire's plans in the western regions like in the prophecy, Ingzheng decisively dispatched Zhao Gao and others to closely monitor the Xiong clan. Moreover, even the small Confucian sage Zhuang, particularly Zhang Liang among them, could not escape this surveillance. If the situation changes, if necessary, Ingzheng even directly authorized Zhao Gao to capture key figures of the Xiong family alive and to carry out encirclement operations. As for the agricultural faction, the situation remains relatively stable due to the presence of Han Xin and the secret guards. Currently, the only concern is a few stubborn elements. If they still cannot be brought under control after the Bronze Giant is mobilized, then a suitable opportunity must be found to eliminate them once and for all. For now, as long as these people behave themselves, it is best to leave them alone. After all, the current priority is to ensure the smooth implementation of the plans for the Pishio and the War God, and other matters can be dealt with later. Ingzheng sat on the dragon throne, pondering. Now that I have seen the dawn of immortality, is it still necessary to continue the construction of the mausoleum at Lishan? Perhaps this project should be paused and handed over to Bai Liki and Gongsu Chiu to serve as the industrial base for the future empire. Once we obtain advanced industrial design blueprints from Yuan Village in the future, they can be put to use immediately. This will greatly enhance the strength of our Qin empire. Additionally, we can select some elite individuals from the surplus manpower to reinforce the shadowy guards led by Zhang Han, as the manpower in the secret guards is gradually becoming insufficient with the expansion of the plan. As for the Pang Palace, it seems that the original architectural design style has become somewhat outdated with the emergence of commercial centers, and the existing design no longer aligns with my intentions. It would be better to temporarily suspend the construction plan until a more exquisite design proposal is found. Moreover, with a group of workers skilled in earth escape ninjutsu in the future, the construction speed will surely increase significantly. Furthermore, halting these two major projects will effectively alleviate the financial difficulties the Empire is currently facing. However, the repair work on the Great Wall must not be slackened in the slightest. After all, those foreign tribes seem to still carry the remnants of ancient magical energy. When the time is ripe, I will personally lead the army to conquer the entire northern region, turning it into a vast pasture for our Qin Empire, for our cavalry to gallop upon. With this thought, Ingzheng's lips curled into a confident smile. Following that, his thoughts drifted far away, and the face of Fusu appeared in his mind. Just a few days ago, Shu Sun Tong came specifically to pay his respects and earnestly requested more time. It turns out he planned to spend some time to win over some Confucian disciples to better educate Fusu. Ingzheng also understood the importance of this and readily agreed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. I wonder how Shu Sun Tong is preparing now? The grand blueprint that Zheng Ge is meticulously planning is progressing steadily. Meanwhile, the clone of Tian Tian, under the strong recommendation of Heijua, successfully integrated into the Akatsuki organization and is quietly working in Yuan Village. On the other hand, the alliance led by Yu Buchuan is gradually getting on track, with major righteous sects stepping into the pre-designed routines. Yun Jing sat in a reclining chair, watching as several customers entered a development phase, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He wondered when the fourth world would make an appearance. Otherwise, there would be no fun at all. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard beside an unknown stream on the back mountain of Windmill Village, The clone Yunjing quietly gazed at the scene before him. With the help of the gravity room, Zoro and Kuina had already cultivated the Baoyuan technique to its peak. In fact, when these two mastered the Baoyuan technique, Yunjing began to integrate the Golden Bell Shield, focusing on internal energy from the Nining Manual and the Hunyuan technique as core elements, while also combining it with Luffy's training in the Dragon Roar Tiger Hull Golden Bell Iron Cloth Shirt, which excels in external energy, along with some techniques sold by Ing Zheng, merging them into a cohesive whole. Finally, he optimized and synthesized an internal power method, the indestructible Vajra technique, from the inside out. Now, it had reached a critical moment. After enduring countless hardships, Zoro and Kuina had finally achieved perfection and successfully broken through to the pure state. Thus, the clone Yunjing imparted this technique to the other two. It is important to note that the Baoyuan technique and Hunyuan technique are of the same origin, and there are intricate connections between the two. The internal energy generated by cultivating these two techniques not only allows for mutual transformation, but also provides an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough to convert the internal energy into more powerful true energy. After 2 months of arduous training, Zoro and Kuina finally made significant progress, stepping into a new realm together. However, Luffy remained stuck at the peak of the physical training level, unable to break through. Although his Golden Bell Iron Cloth Shirt had reached a minor success, he seemed to have hit a bottleneck and had not made any progress for some time. It was reminiscent of the time when Luffy attempted to break through to minor success with the Golden Bell Iron Cloth Shirt and could engage in mixed doubles with Kuma and his brother. Although the scene was lively, the actual results were not ideal. At that moment, Yunjing had a flash of inspiration and suddenly thought of the gravity room. With the tremendous support from the gravity room, their training speed skyrocketed like a rocket. However, due to physical limitations, the maximum gravity they could withstand was 5 to 6 times. Under such high-intensity training, the once ample energy reserves had become precarious and could run out at any moment. Moreover, it was now the harsh winter, the winter of 1512, and sunlight was insufficient. The energy replenished by the solar panels was negligible. That evening, after dinner, the clone Yunjing called the three of them and asked, "How does it feel to use the gravity room?" Upon hearing this, Luffy instantly became extremely excited, dancing and shouting, "It's super awesome, brother Yunjing. This idea you came up with is just amazing." In fact, when Yunjing initially mentioned the idea of the gravity room to Sengoku, he did not deliberately avoid the three present, so they were all aware of it. Zoro and Kuina nodded continuously in agreement. After all, everyone who had experienced this thing spoke highly of it. After observing the reactions of the three, the clone Yunjing revealed an indescribable smile and continued, "Very good. Since you all love it so much, there is a crucial question that needs to be addressed. The energy for the gravity room is about to run out, and purchasing new energy will require a sum of money, with each recharge costing 1 million berries." When Kuina heard the figure of 1 million berries, her originally tanned face instantly turned pale, as if shrouded in an invisible pressure. It was known that their family's dojo worked hard for an entire year and would struggle to earn such a huge fortune. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy, who were beside her, had no concept of money. However, they keenly noticed the change in Kuna's expression and realized that this matter was not simple. Luffy immediately asked Yunjing without hesitation, "Brother Yunjing, can you lend us this money?" However, the clone Yunjing just smiled slightly and then firmly replied, "Of course not." At this moment, Zoro finally understood. Realizing the meaning behind Yunjing's mysterious smile, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it," and immediately understood that this guy had ulterior motives and was definitely not kind-hearted. So, Zoro shouted bluntly, "Damn you, Yunjing, just say what you mean. Stop beating around the bush." Facing Zoro's questioning, Yunjing slowly began to speak. "I'll give you a hint. Pirates have bounties, you know? As long as you can successfully capture a pirate, you can exchange it for a hefty bounty. Now, in the East Sea, most of the powerful pirates have been wiped out, and what's left are just some small-time thieves." As he spoke, a glint of cunning and expectation flickered in Yunjing's eyes. When Luffy heard the word pirate, images of the vast ocean and free sailing immediately filled his mind, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. But he quickly realized that he was only 9 years old and, according to the rules, could not go out to sea for adventures. Feeling a bit dejected as he muttered, "But we can't go out to sea yet." Seeing this, Yunjing gently shook his head and comforted him. "You can only go out to sea when you are an adult. It's just that they are worried that you can't take care of yourself alone. But now there are 3 of us. We can look out for each other. Look at Yuta. She also went out to sea with Shanks before she was an adult." Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes suddenly sparkled. as if he saw a glimmer of hope. However, at that moment, Queen Ao poured cold water on him. Even so, it would still be very difficult for us to go out to sea. Not to mention, we don't have our own ship. Even if we take a merchant ship or passenger ship, they usually choose safer routes. This makes it almost impossible to encounter real pirates. The enthusiasm that had just ignited was instantly doused, and Luffy deflated like a deflated balloon, feeling completely downcast. Finally, the always silent Zoro couldn't help but speak up. Yunjing, stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly are you planning? Just tell us clearly. Back when he was helping out at the restaurant, Yunjing loved to play these kinds of games, often speaking in half-riddles, and Zoro had been tricked more than once. And recalling it now made him feel a bit off. Seeing that everyone was eagerly waiting for his explanation, the clone Yunjing finally said slowly, "From today on, I will no longer provide free assistance, but will instead offer rental services for ships and personnel. A ship capable of accommodating the gravity room has a daily rental fee of 100,000 berries. A qualified cook who also serves as a navigator requires a daily salary of 10,000 berries, and any information related to pirate crews will cost 1/10 of the bounty. Additionally, for power sources, you will need to pay 10,000 berries per day. So please tell me, what will your choice be?" Finally, after a long discussion, the three of them reached a decision. However, for Kana, this was undoubtedly a futile effort. Her words were as ineffective as playing music to a cow. In contrast, Zoro and Luffy did not hesitate to shout in unison that they wanted it all. Faced with such a situation, even if Kuina tried her utmost to stop them, it was to no avail. In desperation, Kuina could only hope that Yunjing could first send them back to the One Heart Dojo before making any further decisions. Surprisingly, this time Zoro and Luffy did not express any opposition. After all, Zoro and Kuina had been following Yunjing in Windmill Village for 6 months. Perhaps they could have endured if it hadn't been mentioned, but once it was brought up, Zoro couldn't help but realize that he indeed had some thoughts about his master and the friends of the dojo deep down. Because of this, the three did not rush into training or rest that night. However, at this moment, they were not alone. Zoro and Kuina were closely following each other, and Luffy was also stepping in tandem towards Windmill Village. Their clear purpose for this trip was to bid farewell to Dayton's family, Makino, the village chief, and many other close friends. The next morning, before the sunlight had fully penetrated the clouds, Luffy and the others quickly enjoyed some grilled meat as breakfast. Shortly after, the clone Yunjing swiftly used his powers to store the gravity room in his mysterious space. Then, the four of them looked at the courtyard where they had lived for half a year with a hint of nostalgia in their eyes. But their footsteps did not stop, heading straight towards the dock in Windmill Village. By the time dawn broke, the dock was already bustling with people. Dayton's family, Makino, the village chief, and several villagers had been waiting there early to bid farewell to Luffy and the others who were about to set off. At that moment, the clone Yunjing leaped onto the surface of the sea, chanting incantations, and performed an astonishing wood-release shipbuilding technique. To everyone's astonishment, a ship suddenly appeared in front of Yunjing, visibly growing at an incredible speed. In no time, a modern sightseeing boat, 3 meters wide and 6 meters long with rooms inside, stood proudly before everyone. Yunjing lightly leaped to the bow of the ship and shouted loudly, "You three, it's time to set off." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to others and took out the East Sea nautical chart he had previously obtained from Bogart, regarding how to accurately discern directions on the vast ocean. He had communicated with Bogart before and found that the principles were quite similar to those of the Pride of the World, both relying on brilliant stars and precise compasses for guidance. Thanks to Yang Jian, who loves chicken thighs, user 155655090, Sister Zheng, who loves cabbage and egg drop soup, and the gifts sent by the small passerby, Light and Fluffy Fat, 0, and Zongmeng Chongsheng. Having obtained a textbook on navigation techniques from Bogart, Yunjing unhesitatingly split off a clone to study it, and the entire process was effortless and pressure-free. After the three boarded the ship, one clone quickly arrived at the designated spot at the stern, skillfully using a spiral pill as a propeller. Then, Yunjing waved goodbye to village chief Ma Chinua and the others. Once he regained his composure and carefully identified the direction of travel, he decisively activated the turbo-powered clone. As the roar of the spiral pill sounded, the sightseeing boat slowly began to move. Time passed minute by minute, and after about an hour, Yunjing roughly estimated the speed of the ship he was on. Based on the current speed, if all went well, it would take just under 2 days to reach the island where Frost Moon Village was located. The East Sea is vast and boundless, with hundreds of islands scattered like brilliant stars. However, very few of these islands are suitable for human habitation. Some islands are desolate, with no vegetation. Others are occupied by fierce beasts. Because of this, even if one or two deserted islands mysteriously disappear from the East Sea, it wouldn't draw much attention. At this moment, the clone Yunjing was fully focused on studying the nautical chart in hand, occasionally gesturing with his fingers to outline the route ahead. After some careful consideration, he estimated that he would likely reach a deserted island around evening. At that time, they could choose to rest on this deserted island and regain their strength for the night. Zoro and Kuina sat on soft mats, deeply immersed in their cultivation of true energy without distraction. Meanwhile, Luffy also began to attempt cultivation, but before long his lively and active nature could no longer be restrained. He leaped up from his meditative state and quickly ran to the stern like a monkey, curiously observing the operation of the turbo-powered clone. However, this novelty did not last long, and soon Luffy felt bored again. So, he turned back to the cabin, found Yunjing, who was leisurely passing the time, and asked him to make a fishing rod for himself. Yunjing happily agreed, as he too felt a bit bored at the moment. Thus, the two went together to the edge of the deck, ready to start fishing. Time flew by, and before they knew it, half the day had passed. When they packed up their fishing rods, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the ship had already arrived near the preset deserted island. Less than 100 meters from the coastline, Yunjing used the earth escape technique to instantly raise a thick stone pillar. The ship docked steadily beside the pillar, and Yunjing used the wood escape technique to form shackles to secure the ship to the stone pillar. Then, without hesitation, Yunjing, Zoro, and Kuina jumped off the side of the ship, landing lightly on the surging sea surface, and the three began to walk towards the shore. Just as they were halfway there, Luffy suddenly launched a rubber rocket onto Zoro's shoulder. The entire body shot towards Zoro like a cannonball. This unexpected and powerful impact caught Zoro completely off guard, making him stumble a few steps and nearly lose his balance. However, the instigator Luffy was completely unconcerned, even bursting into a loud and boisterous laugh. He tightly hugged Zoro and playfully shouted, "Ha, Zoro, I'm still a landlubber. I still haven't learned to tread water. I guess I'll have to ask you to carry me to shore." Hee hee. After saying that, this guy even deliberately wobbled, as if he were immensely proud of his brilliant idea. Facing such a mischievous Luffy, although Zoro's face darkened a bit, he ultimately had no choice. After all, who told him to have such a headache-inducing yet irreplaceable partner? Thus, despite secretly cursing, his body honestly carried Luffy, moving step by step toward the shore. Once they reached the shore, Yunjing threw the fish he and Luffy caught to the three, then found a relatively flat and open area. He quickly performed the wood escape technique, 4 rooms 1 hall, and the earth escape technique. Before long, a courtyard identical to the previous one rose up on the island. At that moment, the other 3 who were responsible for gathering firewood and cleaning the ingredients also returned. The 3, exhausted from a night of hard training in the gravity room, slowly emerged upon hearing Yunjing's familiar call. Thus, the 4 of them boarded the ship again and set off toward Frost Moon Village. In the afternoon, the ship slowly sailed toward the dock of Frost Moon Village. After a brief exchange with Zoro and the others, the clone Yunjing unhesitatingly dispelled the clone technique. At that time, Coley and others who were busy at the dock had already noticed this unique ship. It had neither traditional sails nor towering masts, which piqued everyone's curiosity, and they speculated about how such a peculiar ship could navigate the sea. As the ship gradually approached the dock, Coley and the others finally recognized the figures of Kuina and Zoro standing at the bow. "Oh, Kuina, Zoro, so it's you who have returned. We haven't seen you for more than half a year. Where have you been?" Coley called out joyfully. Kuina smiled and greeted everyone, her tone friendly and polite. "Uncle Coley, we have been training in other places during this time." Coley nodded repeatedly, showing understanding. "No wonder you seem stronger. Hurry home. My kid was just talking about you the other day, saying that Mr. Gung Shiro stares at the place where you used to practice swordsmanship every day. Probably missing you too much. You must go back and see." After hearing Coley's words, Kuina's originally clear eyes slightly narrowed, resembling a crescent moon, revealing a hint of indescribable joy and anticipation. She lightly stepped forward, deeply bowed to Coley to express her gratitude. Then, she turned to Zoro and Luffy, signaled them, and quickly rushed toward the Ichi Shin Dojo. In the front yard of the Ichi Shin Dojo, sunlight fell on the ground, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. The instructors were focused on guiding the students in their martial arts training. However, when Kana and Zoro entered this tranquil yard, everything seemed to be thrown off rhythm. The originally orderly training scene instantly became noisy, as the students stopped their movements and all turned their gazes toward the two sudden intruders. At that moment, Gung Shiro, who was lost in thought in the backyard corridor, keenly sensed the commotion from the front yard. His heart stirred, and he immediately felt Kuna's presence. Almost simultaneously, Gung Shiro instinctively tried to stand up, but suddenly his body paused slightly, then he sat back down. He slowly picked up the teapot on the coffee table, gently pouring a cup of steaming, fragrant tea. Just then, Kuna had already arrived in front of Gung Shiro with a light step. She was beaming with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she gave a deep bow to Gung Shiro, saying in a clear and melodious voice, "Father, I'm back." Gung Shiro looked up, gazing at his daughter, who had grown much taller, with eyes filled with pride and love. He nodded slightly, signaling Kana to rise, and gently placed the teacup aside. Then, he poured a cup of fragrant tea for Kana and softly said, "After all that traveling, have a cup of tea to quench your thirst." Kuina did not walk to the other side of the coffee table as usual, but directly approached Gung Shiro without hesitation. She carefully unfastened the sword tied at her waist, placing it aside. Then, she sat beside Gung Shiro, wrapped her arms around his, and affectionately leaned against his broad shoulder, as if wanting to express all her longing during this time. At first, Gung Shiro's body seemed to be frozen, becoming extremely stiff, but then he slowly relaxed, as if a tightly wound string had suddenly been released. He gently lifted the steaming cup of tea and carefully handed it to his daughter's hand. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy, very perceptive, did not disturb the father-daughter pair at this moment, but happily chatted with many friends. Zoro's group of young friends, upon hearing that Luffy was a rubber man who had eaten the devil fruit, immediately became excited and gathered around, eagerly asking Luffy to showcase his unique abilities. Luffy generously met everyone's expectations, stretching his arms, extending his legs, and even elongating his face into strange shapes. Not only that, he took a deep breath and inflated himself into a giant balloon. At that moment, Zoro cleverly seized the opportunity and performed an excellent balloon-slapping act to get back at Luffy for the surprise attack the night before. During dinner time, knowing Luffy's astonishing appetite, the two did not eat at the Ichi-Shin dojo. Instead, he enthusiastically invited the rarely outgoing Gung Sailing to join him at Yunjing Hotel. After a brief and warm interaction with his daughter, Gung Sailing had already realized that the significant progress they had made in such a short time was primarily due to Yunjing's careful guidance. His visit was actually intended to express his gratitude. However, when faced with the decision of these two to go to sea, Gung Sailing did not stop them, nor did he offer even a penny in support. In fact, Gung Sailing had already seen through what Yunjing was thinking. Not everyone could cultivate themselves into a great swordsman as calmly as he did. Everyone's path in life is different. Therefore, Gung Sailing merely expressed his hope that Guina and Zoro could stay a few more days so he could impart some important skills to them. After finishing their meal, Luffy was taken away by Zoro. Before leaving, Luffy specifically asked Yunjing for a transponder snail before departing. Now, Luffy had embarked on his journey to sea, but Ace was still in the Navy camp and had not been seen for a long time. Thus, he was planning to find Ace and show off a bit. After all, before this, he had known nothing about the magical transponder snail. The last time, when Yunjing called Sengoku, he immediately seized the opportunity to pester Carp and finally obtained Zifa's transponder snail number after much persuasion. Because of this, Carp had previously told him that Ace was currently undergoing strict training in the camp under Zifa. It should be noted that carrying transponder snails in training camps is usually strictly prohibited. Therefore, to find Ace, he would first need to find Zifa. In fact, Carp had some ulterior motives here, intending for Luffy to have some contact with Zifa so that he could later throw him into the training camp. Thus, they stayed in Frost Moon Village for a full 5 days. During this time, Yunjing also specially contacted Smoker and Tina, obtaining a wealth of information about the pirate crews from them. After all, the Navy's power in the East Blue was relatively weak, and relying solely on Smoker and Tina was indeed insufficient to completely clear out those pirate crews, especially since there were always new ones setting sail. After learning about Yunjing's purpose for coming, they wasted no time in passing on the relevant intelligence about the remaining pirate crews in the East Blue to him after seeking approval from Sengoku. Meanwhile, they also informed Yunjing of some good news. The gravity chamber was about to be completed, but it would take about 1 to 2 months for transportation to reach here, unless the Navy had some magical device that could achieve large-scale storage and rapid transportation. Or Yunjing personally went to receive it. This time frame could not be shortened, which was quite frustrating. One morning, when Yunjing was about to take Zoro, Luffy, and Guena to sea with a clone, a clear and pleasant notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully detected a small thousand world. Will you be using observer mode, or do you plan to directly deploy a customer token? Hearing this sudden voice, Yunjing's eyes lit up and he secretly rejoiced. Wow, I didn't expect the search for the new world to be so fast this time. Hee, this feeling is really nice. He quickly made a decision. The clone led Zoro and the others toward the dock without hesitation, while his own body turned back to the mall without hesitation and chose to enter observer mode. In an instant, the surrounding space-time seemed to undergo a dramatic distortion. Initially, the scene that came into view was somewhat surprising. The perspective was very low, just opposite a stone table. Upon closer inspection, one could see a translucent crystal placed under the table, within which some mysterious substance seemed to be flowing slowly, emitting a captivating glow and adding a touch of fantasy to the entire scene. However, before he could observe this peculiar phenomenon in detail, the scene in front of him changed again. This time, the view suddenly rose to a high altitude, looking down at the vast expanse of the Central Plains. Mountains undulated, rivers meandered, and towns and villages were scattered like stars. But apart from that, other details were hard to distinguish clearly. The camera shifted to the third scene. At this moment, a handsome middle-aged man practicing with his sword came into view. His features were extraordinarily handsome, rivaling Zheng Ge. Moreover, the aura he exuded was equally domineering, but it differed from Zheng Ji's kind of arrogance. As for the specific difference, Yunjing couldn't articulate it right away. The screen then switched to the fourth scene, with the perspective hovering in midair. Below, thousands of laborers were enthusiastically constructing a waterway, with rows of workers toiling diligently. It was as if a vivid and spectacular painting was unfolding before his eyes. Looking at the fifth scene, the setting transitioned to a quiet and remote valley, seemingly just after a rain. In the valley, there were two young boys, one quietly lying in a gently flowing stream, while the other lay flat on the ground. They both appeared to be in a comatose state, their bodies occasionally flickering with streams of light, as if they were caught in a trance while practicing. Just then, the system successfully generated a customer token, and Yunjing's vision instantly shifted through space-time, returning to the familiar mall. After returning to the mall, Yunjing pondered for a long time, but still could not determine which world had been presented this time. So, he decided to open the system panel to investigate. Sure enough, the system had done something again. All he could do was wait patiently, not knowing which of the two comatose boys would wake up first and who would have the chance to enter the mall. Host, Yunjing shop level, 0 cultivation level, peak of pure level combat power level, mid-stage national level treasure points, 216 anchored world, the world without chickens. The story of Sam Lang saving his mother, the reversal of the fugitive boy, the great reversal of 2 beggars world token, 0 customers, Yu Buchuan, Tian. Ing Zheng mall functions, all things assessment, fully automatic alchemy furnace, training room, 3 life stones just after the system generated a customer token. Yunjing's vision and space shifted back to the mall. Upon returning to the mall, Yunjing thought for a long time but could not figure out which world had appeared this time, and opened the system panel, only to find that the system had done something again. All he could do was wait patiently, not knowing which of the 2 comatose boys would wake up first and who would have the chance to enter the mall. At high noon, as the sun hung in the sky, the clouds seemed to be instantly wiped away by an invisible hand, leaving no trace. The scorching sunlight swept across the land, and the boy lying flat on the ground was the first to open his eyes. The boy felt icy all over, and the fiery sun high in the sky did not bring any heat. Suddenly, he sat up, memories of the events from the previous night gradually surfacing in his mind. But due to knowing very little about the reasons behind it and finding it difficult to understand, he simply chose not to delve deeper. At that moment, he gazed at the surrounding world, and a wonderful feeling surged in his heart as if everything he saw before him had shed a layer of hazy filter. Every flower, every blade of grass, every grain of sand, and every stone seemed to possess vibrant life, making him feel warm and familiar. Suddenly, the boy recalled his good brother. He then raised his voice and shouted, "Xiaoling, where are you? I've already mastered the first level of the cultivation technique taught by my mother. Look, my body has become so light that I can continuously perform backflips." Saying this, he began to perform backflips right where he stood. On the other side, the boy who had been quietly lying in the stream suddenly came to his senses upon hearing the shout. Caught off guard, He choked on a mouthful of water and hurriedly scrambled up the riverbank using his hands and feet. Once he steadied himself, he was surprised to realize that despite having soaked in the stream for an entire night and the whole morning, he felt not a hint of coldness. Instead, a warm and comfortable sensation enveloped him. He slowly turned his head, and what he saw left him in awe. In that instant, it was as if the entire world radiated an unprecedented and exquisite brilliance, captivating and stunning. Meanwhile, the previous boy, seeing his companion remain still for a long time, couldn't help but feel a trace of worry rising in his heart. So, he began searching around the valley, hoping to find traces of the other. Unexpectedly, he discovered a mysterious token in the valley. However, they had lived there for quite some time and knew every corner of the valley well. Yet they had never seen such a token before. After some contemplation, the boy decided to set aside his curiosity about the token's origin and focus on finding his good brother first. After a diligent search, he finally found his brother, who was immersed in the beautiful scenery by a clear stream. Before the other could react, he tightly grabbed him and unhesitatingly dragged him to where the token was located. Next, he casually bent down to pick up a stick. Then, he gently prodded the mysterious token with the stick, his face filled with deep confusion and doubt, saying, "Xiaoling, where on earth did this strange token come from? We've been living in this valley for quite some time, and we never even saw its shadow before." Xiaoling stared intently at the token, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "Well, didn't it just rain heavily yesterday? Maybe this rain washed it here from some corner. And looking at this token's material, it's so unusual. It might really be a rare treasure." Upon hearing this, the boy couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without saying another word, he directly took the token into his hands. However, Xiaoling, standing nearby, had no time to stop him. Just as the boy's fingers touched the token, a voice immediately echoed in his mind. "Congratulations! You have been favored by the Celestial Trading Mall. This token is the key to enter the Celestial Trading Mall. With it, you'll have the right to enter the shop and browse and trade rare goods from various worlds. Money, power, fame, everything you desire is there. Would you like to enter the Celestial Trading Mall? Yes or no?" Xiaoling's eyes widened as he saw the boy freeze in place like he had been electrocuted, his expression vacant and soulless. Xiaoling's heart raced, thinking, could there be something unclean on this token that made him fall under its spell? With this thought, Xiaoling didn't dare to hesitate and kicked the token far away. At the same time, he tightly grabbed the boy's arm, shaking him vigorously, anxiously calling out, "Xiaozhong, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." With this sudden pull, the boy came to his senses. When he realized the token had been kicked away, his face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly dashed over to pick it up carefully. Then he wiped it clean on his clothes. Following that, he excitedly ran back to Xiaoling, hugged him tightly, and with a trembling voice said, "We just hit the jackpot. This time, we will definitely find a way to avenge our blood feud with Yu Wenhua." These two boys were none other than Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Su Xiling was slightly taken aback by Ko Zhong's sudden excitement. However, seeing his good brother so happy, he naturally didn't want to dampen his spirits. So, Su Xiling nodded along, saying yes, yes. Yet, at this moment, Su Xiling was still having doubts in his heart. He thought that Ko Zhong might have developed hysteria because of that mysterious token when they were wandering outside before. He had heard a doctor mention that those with hysteria often spoke nonsensically. If they didn't go along with their thoughts, their condition could worsen. So, Su Xiling decided to stabilize Ko Zhong first and slowly figure out the truth of the matter. After a while, Ko Zhong's emotions finally began to calm down. He took a deep breath, carefully took out the mysterious token from his bosom, and then handed it to Su Xiling, speaking solemnly, "Xiaoling, take a look at this token. It must be a treasure from the immortals. Try to see if you can use it." Upon hearing this, Su Xiling showed a hint of hesitation on his face, but ultimately reached out to take the token. He carefully examined the token in his hand, trying to find any clues or special features. However, after a thorough inspection, other than feeling unfamiliar with the material of the token, he didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing that Su Xiling had been staring at the token for a long time without any reaction, Ko Zhong anxiously asked Xiaoling, "Is there really no one talking to you in your head?" Su Xiling found himself in a dilemma. If he said he heard a voice, Ko Zhong would definitely ask for more details, and he didn't know how to respond. On the other hand, saying he didn't hear anything also seemed questionable. After thinking it over, Su Xiling decided to tell the truth. He helplessly shook his head and said to Ko Zhong, "Xiaozhong, I didn't hear anyone talking." Ko Zhong pondered for a moment, then took the mysterious token back into his hands, staring at it intently, trying to find some clue. However, after thinking for a long time, he still felt confused. In the end, he made a decision to choose yes, just as the thought of entering the mall arose in his mind. In an instant, appeared out of thin air before the two of them. At the moment they appeared, Ko Zhong suddenly realized that only he could step into this magical door. After briefly explaining a few things to Su Xiling, Ko Zhong stepped into the without hesitation, and his figure instantly vanished into the valley. Su Xiling, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. Only at that moment did he truly believe that they had indeed obtained the legendary treasure of the immortals. At the same time, Yunjing, who was in the shopping mall, received a prompt message. Without any hesitation, he quickly activated the 3 live stone, preparing to explore what kind of world this was. As the 3 live stone was successfully activated, a series of strange images unfolded before Yunjing's eyes. After a moment, as he finished viewing the world, one particular scene left him puzzled. He frowned slightly and, with a look of doubt, asked the system, "It's really puzzling. Why could Su Xiling actually see the true form of the customer token? According to common sense, when the customer hasn't stepped into that selection mall yet, no one else should be able to perceive the existence of the customer token. It should be noted that, generally speaking, as long as the customer token has determined its target guest, unless that guest steps into the mall, others around should absolutely not see the familiar customer token." In response to Yunjing's question, the system provided an explanation. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling are fated twin souls closely connected to each other. Because of this, the customer token actually belongs to one of them. It is precisely for this reason that both of them could see the customer token. As for who the ultimate customer is, it completely depends on who among them takes the customer token first. At the moment Ko Zhong stepped into the mall, a vast and clear stream of information surged into his mind like a tide. This information was quickly absorbed and understood by Ko Zhong. Once he sorted through the complicated information clearly, he scanned the internal environment of the mall and the magnificent trading hall, then turned and left the mall without hesitation. At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rang out, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the world token through your unwavering efforts and bringing a new customer to the mall. The system is about to initiate the online update program, and the system level will also be upgraded." Yunjing didn't even have time to react before a shimmering progress bar appeared in front of him. Surprisingly, in less than 2 minutes, the progress bar was completely filled. Immediately after, the system's notification sound rang again. "Ding, system upgrade completed successfully. Please check it, host." Yunjing saw that the system upgrade had been completed and immediately asked, "Aren't you going to give me a detailed introduction to the new features?" As if already anticipating Yunjing's question, the system began to explain the various new functions one by one without hesitation. First, Yunjing successfully advanced from a trainee city lord to an official city lord. With the upgrade of the mall level, the functions of the mall have also been significantly enhanced. In the past, customers could only bring items to the mall for sale in person, but now the situation has changed dramatically. As long as the ownership of the items belongs to the customers themselves, they can sell them directly in the mall and receive goods remotely, greatly facilitating the transaction process for customers. Moreover, the range of items that customers can sell has expanded significantly. Previously, they could only sell items like luck, internal energy, and various secret manuals. Now, even abstract, conceptual things, such as lifespan and martial arts realms, have been included in the tradable category. Furthermore, selling items no longer requires face-to-face transactions with the host. Transactions can be made directly through a list within the trading hall. Second, at the same time, the system has also introduced an internal shopping section. As the host, Yunjing can use treasure points to purchase corresponding mall modules, which can be used to build a larger and more complete mall system. Third, to everyone's delight, the output of the alchemy furnace has actually increased tenfold. In addition, the host will no longer need to consume valuable treasure points when using the training room. Moreover, every time a customer uses the training room, Yunjing will receive a 10% commission. Additionally, the training time for customers in the training room will double each day. However, after the system upgrade, the system welfare has been withdrawn. Any cultivation techniques purchased by customers from the mall now have a new limit, allowing only 1,000 people to be taught. If further teaching is needed, it must be repurchased from the system. Fourth, in order to provide customers with more benefits and privileges, the mall has decided to develop a new membership system. Currently, the first membership level opened is Star Level. When the total spending of customers in the mall accumulates to 100,000 treasure points, they will automatically be promoted to Star Member. Once they become Star Level members, Customers will enjoy a series of exclusive discounts and privileges. Finally, it is worth mentioning that Yunjing also has a mysterious upgrade gift pack. There's actually a gift pack? Then what are we waiting for? Let us open it quickly. Upon hearing the words gift pack, all other thoughts were instantly cast aside. And Yunjing eagerly issued a command to the system to open this mysterious gift pack immediately. A flash of light appeared, and a beautifully crafted gift pack quietly appeared before Yunjing. This gift pack seemed to have life slightly trembling. Then, it quickly expanded a few times, followed by a loud bang, and the gift pack opened with a sound, 3 dazzling beams of light suddenly shooting out. After the light dissipated, 3 cards exuding a strange aura quietly floated in the air. Just then, the system made a timely appearance, accompanied by a crisp and pleasant notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 2 random mall module cards and 1 temporary world play card. Yunjing listened carefully to the system's introduction of these cards. First was the random mall module card, which, when used, could randomly obtain a brand new mall module. The world play card was even more magical, allowing one customer's world to be set as a public world, but once determined, it could not be changed. Moreover, every month, 5 free tickets will be generated for entering that world, each ticket allowing visitors to stay for 12 hours. However, it is important to note that visitors must obtain the consent of the world's owner to enter. There are also 4 important points to consider. First, customers absolutely cannot take any items out of the public world. Second, all visitors need to sign a public world safety regulation, which will restrict any negative impact on that world while ensuring the visitor's safety. Third, as long as visitors hold the ticket, they will naturally understand the language used in that world and be provided with a reasonable identity. Fourth, the temporary card is valid for 12 months. Upon seeing the words temporary world play card, Yunjing's eyes instantly lit up. Although this is just a temporary card, it somehow indicates that one day, the worlds of all customers in the mall will be able to communicate with each other. With this thought, Yunjing decisively used the 2 random mall module cards. 2 crisp notification sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired a mall area of 1,000 square meters. Then another sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small shop in the mall. Hearing the word shop, Yunjing's heart moved. In his previous life, he had read a lot of novels, so he was naturally familiar with this situation. However, at this moment, there were only 4 customers in the mall, making it unnecessary to showcase the shop. It seemed more appropriate to manage it later when a number of visitors increased and levels were raised. Therefore, Yunjing immediately ordered the system to open the mall module for him to view. The system directly opened Yunjing's panel. Host, Yunjing shop level, 1,110, mall area, 10,000 square meters, 1,000 square meters, not yet added. Click to view details. Cultivation level, peak of pure level combat power level, mid-level national treasure points, 2, 373 anchored worlds, chicken no fate, 3 brothers save mother, the rebellious path of the fugitive boy, the great turnaround of 2 beggars world order, 0 customers, Yu Buchuan, Tian Tian, Ingzheng. Kozhong membership level, star, click to view member privileges, mall functions, item assessment, 3 life stone, temporary world play card, mall modules, fully automatic alchemy furnace, cultivation room, 1 shop not yet added, system store. Click to view store details. Upon seeing that there was something like experience points after the shop level, Yunjing asked, System, does this mean that I can upgrade by purchasing 9 more customer orders? The system did not respond, only generating a thumbs-up image in front of Yunjing. Then he clicked on the additional mall area. Trading hall, 888 square meters cultivation room, 10 rooms 1,000 square meters entrance open space, 112 square meters. After seeing the changes below, Yunjing clicked on the store. Level 1 store, mall area, 10 treasure points per square meter small shop, 10,000 treasure points per room, details, 5M x 5M, single layer, small property, 8,000 treasure points per room, details, 5M x 5M, single layer, comes with cultivation acceleration, 2 times, among the dazzling array of items labeled with the prefix small. Yunjing finally found something unique after much effort. Arena, mortal level 400,000 treasure points, details, click to view, filled with curiosity. Yunjing clicked on this mysterious product introduction page. Instantly, a wealth of detailed information surged forth. It turned out that this arena actually covered an area of 50M x 50M. But astonishingly, Its actual internal space was unlimited. The entire arena was cleverly divided into two parts. One was the ring area, the other was the spectator seating. This ring is incredibly sturdy, and even mortal-level cultivators would not be able to damage it in a life-and-death battle. More remarkably, after each battle, the internal scene of the ring would automatically restore itself. Upon purchase, the arena comes with a default background ring, and other scenes can be purchased within the arena's subordinate page. Additionally, the ring can choose the battle scene, allowing for custom settings based on the preferences of the combatants or selected randomly. For those battle maniacs, this place is simply a paradise they dream of, as participants in duels would never face the fear of life and death. Furthermore, this arena also possesses high commercial value. Whether it is the usage rights of the ring or the seating of the audience, the charging standards can be flexibly set according to specific circumstances. Of course, if one wants to charge for watching, they must obtain unanimous consent from both parties of the duel. As for profit distribution, the mall, that is, the host himself, will share the proceeds equally with the victorious combatant. When Yun Jing saw this, his eyes brightened, secretly pondering. This is truly a never-ending treasure point treasury. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it at the moment. Moreover, these customers might also find it difficult to truly utilize it. After roughly browsing the entire store, he couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "The items in here are indeed good, but unfortunately, they are not useful at this stage." Then Yun Jing clicked on Member Privileges. Star Membership Privileges Privilege 1 can designate one person within the world as an assistant, who will hold a customer order token and can enter the mall and make purchases through that token. Privilege 2 has an additional purchasing privilege for a customer order in this world. Privilege 3 enjoys a 10 discount when using functions such as the cultivation room. Privilege 4 can purchase real estate. Just as Yun Jing was carefully examining the various changes brought about by the mall upgrade, Ko Zhong had already returned to the quiet valley of the outside world. He quickly met up with Su Xiling and explained to him in detail the wonders of the mall. At this moment, the last two images of the longevity formula were already well known to both of them, and keeping such a precious item to themselves would undoubtedly invite endless trouble or even disaster. After some deep consideration, they ultimately decided to sell it in the mall. After reaching a consensus, Ko Zhong did not hesitate to summon that mysterious light door, and under Su Xiling's curious and astonished gaze, he disappeared into the valley once again. The moment Ko Zhong stepped into the mall, he rushed straight to the trading hall without stopping. As soon as he entered the hall, his gaze was immediately attracted to Yun Jing, who was in the center. At that time, Yun Jing had just completed his review of the system upgrade content. Ko Zhong hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully performed a cupped fist salute, and said loudly, "Greetings, Immortal. My name is Ko Zhong, and I want to sell this longevity formula." With that, he unhesitatingly reached into his bosom and took out the longevity formula book. Yun Jing slightly nodded